right. All right. Good evening, guys. As usual, I'll apologize for my normal 10 minutes of being late, but I'm sure you guys are somewhat used to that by now. Again, sorry about that, but I guess that's the story of my life. But yeah, this show is just, the usual open forum. Hopefully we get people to come into the chat and come onto the stream and we could all have these discussions. I mean, clearly, when I made this title, I had things, myself in mind, I had other people in mind, and, it'd be good if we all got, our own opinions out on who, I was thinking of and, myself, and also just addressed, our own lives and thought about how, like I said, the title applies to us where why are we our own worst enemies? I mean, I think it's often true for people, and I know I'm not alone in that regard. So, also beyond just your own self, it's usually the person or people closest to you that are your worst enemies. So, why is that true for not just us, probably here, but also in the world? So, the people that are closest to you are your worst enemies. And why are we our personally are usually, in most cases our own worst enemy? How do we self-sabotage? What are things we could do to avoid it? How does the scriptures, address it? And what characteristics are the best way to counter it? And that's where I put, self-control and love for the win, or discipline and discipline and love for the win, because I think the number one uh, characteristic that we can have to defeat, self-sabotage is, discipline. What's going on, Sherry? What's going on, Diane? What's going on, Baldhead? Nice to see you guys. Again, besides that, we can get into, whatever other people want to talk about. I just wanted to have a foundation for where we could, start and then go from there as usual. Allow people to express themselves and get into whatever subjects they want. So if we end up getting into flat earth or whatever we get at young creation, whatever we get into, you know um that's fine. But me personally, when I started, the show tonight, I was gonna just get into those, general topics as far as love and being disciplined. So, you know, the discipline thing I think is the best characteristic for defeating self sabotage for a lot of reasons. I think it speaks to the fact of what it allows you to, the weaknesses of most of our worst enemy characteristics is impulsiveness, falling into old habits, not trusting ourselves, doubting ourselves, where discipline is like the first thing you're taught when you join the army or a team or any group dynamic, because what it does is it teaches you to put others before yourself. And discipline, if you have it within your faith, it'll teach you to put the faith before yourself. So whatever your personal, goal is, you'll get closer to it if you have discipline. And we can see that from the scriptures. So this isn't just something I'm making up or, something I'm observing for my own life, but it's something that actually is in the scriptures and it's God's advice. So, God's advice is obviously truth, and we can't doubt it. So we'll see. But just to be honest, I think one of the people I had in mind, because I commented on one of his pages earlier, and then he commented back. It was Perry, because, like I said to him, I'm like, I don't think your heart is the problem, Perry. I think it's your mind and your stubbornness to your own doctrine. But you know, it's really not his heart. His heart is to God. I think he genuinely just believes, what he thinks, and he just is convinced of it, and it's sad because he really does seem like if he knew better, he would do better. But it's also hard to do better. So, sometimes we convince ourselves of what is convenient because it's easier and it's better for what we want to do. And, I think we're all guilty of that. We're setting our standards low and, not wanting to take risks and chase other dreams or try new things, putting things off, having distance between us and family members who we don't talk to enough because we don't want to be the first one to pick up the phone. There's a lot of instances where, like I said, this, own worst enemy concept comes into play. And with faith, I think it is clearly the biggest obstacle for myself. So I'm assuming I'm not alone, and I'm assuming other people go through it too. So it'd be good if we all could, give our own, you know, habits and tips on, what we do to defeat, being our own worst enemy. And that's where discipline and love really, was where I was going to start because it's, again, pretty clear in the scriptures. Those are, important to defeat the, battles here in the journeys of faith. But I see you. Oh, did he made Perry was talking about making something on Melvin, but I didn't know he got me too. I know he trash talked my channel, Jessica. He trash talked me and said, my channel is trash. Which I wish when he said, my channel's trash, he'd say the whole name of the channel too, at least. Because he says Ryan Apologetics, but he doesn't say Ryan Apologetics 747. So next time I gotta tell him if he's gonna insult me to at least say my whole channel, at least spell the name right. The old saying, at least spell my name right. But wow, he put me in a cartoon or something, huh? I gotta check that out. You're gonna have to point me in a direction to see that, Jessica. If it's a timestamp in a video or something, you'll have to point me in a direction for that one. But yeah, Jessica, it's funny obviously you guys watch all the time. But it's funny you're here right now because I was just about to go to your scripture, and I call it your scripture because you're the one who introduced me to it as far as something I use on the show. But Corinthians 13, because Corinthians 13 is a big, big scripture, and it's not a minor scripture at all. So it teaches us that we can have all the other spiritual characteristics that anybody could wish for, but if we don't have love, we really have nothing. So, that's not a minor scripture at all. It's actually, very important. So if somebody was going to make a doctrine and base their doctrine around anything, this is probably, a big reason. I mean, a big chapter. Sorry, guys, I'm a little tired. I was lying down, but I didn't want to skip the show. This is probably, a great chapter to start on if you're going to make your own doctrine. So, instead of doing what Perry does or, going to John 8:34 or going, to certain chapters that the Hebrew Israelites go to where they make their doctrine, if we all started and made our doctrines around 1 Corinthians 13, the scriptures would be applied better and the world would be a better place. So, just for people that are unfamiliar, we'll read it. And also just as a reminder to the value of these scriptures, because this is again how you can defeat, your enemies through love. Like Jesus taught us, love thy enemies. So everything Christ taught us will always apply if you use love. And 1 Corinthians 13 is a nice summary of it. So I'll read it right quick here. The way of love. And this is in the ESV. I know a lot of people recently. I'll check out that one too, Baldhead. Philippians 4, 11 through 13. I'll definitely check that one out in a second. All right, cool. Lou's in the building. Haven't seen him in a day or two. What's going on, Lou?
Hey, what's going on, Ryan?
Nothing. Same old stuff. Just been battling Perry here and there the last day or two, and just doing the show.
What happened with Perry?
He comes on, and we can't have conversations unless I make sure everybody gets 45 seconds, and he's always doing his usual interrupting and screaming and insulting, and he just, I guess, made a cartoon about me and Melvin because he was gonna have to retaliate. So I guess on his channel he made something that Jessica just told me about. But Baldhead is even admitting that Perry got owned, so that's awesome. Because I really couldn't, be any more fair to him. Like I was letting him talk. I wasn't cutting him off, and I was letting him talk, but he's just incoherent. I mean, what he does is just so, backwards that I mean, it's sad that I see that he truly believes it because that's what I was saying to him earlier in a comment. I was like, bro, it's not your heart that's the problem. It's your mind because your heart is genuinely convinced. Oh, Baldhead saying I got owned. Oh no, I didn't get owned, Baldhead. I crushed him. And there's not even a competition, but I mean, anybody could crush Perry. A second grader at a church could crush Perry because they're just gonna see that Perry's not preaching, the actual scriptures. But no, he's just been coming on the channel here and there, and he hates Melvin because they had two debates, and that's about it.
Yeah.
I
I
never
mean,
knew Melvin debated him. Have you seen Melvin's
huh?
debate? It's on Nick's channel. Did you see Melvin's debates with Perry?
Melvin debate. Talking about Steph. I was thinking about Stephen Curry, but you talking about Melvin debating Perry?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They debated. I thought they debated 3 times. Well, I mean, it's hard to tell on whether they debating or discussing because sometimes on Nick channel, Perry will get so out of hand to where Nick gotta, time them and be like, "You got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. You got three." I mean, they for me, I mean, they always debating to me. I mean, sometimes they get too out of hand to where Nick got to put a timer on them.
I never saw it because I never even watched Nick's channel once live. But Melvin and Perry were both on the show, and Melvin brought it up, and yeah, I put him on my playlist. So anybody that wants to see him can see him on my playlist on my channel. But I
I mean,
I
as
haven't watched them yet. But though, yeah, I guess they only had two formal,
yeah,
debates.
formal. Yeah, if you're gonna, yeah, I mean, two. I don't know. I mean, I ain't pay attention to all that. To be honest with you, I jump on and I seen and I don't know whether they're in a discussion or in a debate. I mean, the way they used to go at it, man, I'm like, damn, because I mean, it's Nick Chandler, so you expect for Nick to jump in any minute, but it be Perry and Melvin just going back and forth, and Nick be have to calm them down, and I don't know. I seen Perry debate a Bible scholar. I don't know if that guy was a Bible scholar or a pastor or youth pastor. When I seen him debate that guy on Nick channel, man, I know Nick was embarrassed, man. I know Nick was embarrassed. I mean,
Uh,
Perry was just. I mean, people like that, they short-minded. They don't have a future. They don't have a future, man. They don't think for the future. They think for the present. They don't think for the future.
no,
You know, and when you're dealing with people like that, man, it's your choice on whether you want to put up with their BS or you just want to walk away. Yeah, he pretty short-minded, man.
well, Jessica showed me the clip, and I guess it's only 41 seconds, so we'll watch it. It's me and Melvin on Perry's channel, I guess, getting satired. So let's check it out. Fair use. We'll watch this for educational purposes. So I don't think Perry's the type to be, overly petty like IUIC or other places, but just for fair use reasons, we'll check out what Perry's, content is on, the discussion we had the other day, because maybe we could talk about it on this show and learn from it. So let's all check this out real quick. The preacher, he's going to have his Keanu Reeves opening, probably.
Melvin, you said you don't
Repent,
sin.
turn away. That's it. I
Melvin,
wouldn't go about saying,
Melvin,
"Oh, you're a sinner."
Melvin,
Well, you're
Melvin.
of the devil.
Why are you rambling? You said you don't sin, so you should never have a problem, right?
Oh, I got a problem with your false teaching. That's what it is.
What's false? The Bible says if you sin, you're of the devil.
No,
How
the
is
way
that
you're
false?
teaching the Bible.
Wait, I mean, by saying it means what it says, that's false.
Didn't the devil use the Bible to tempt Christ? Didn't he do that?
You got it, Tom. You got it, Tom.
Oh man, this guy. What an ending that was. I was not expecting that.
I'd love to be a musician.
If he say, if you sin, then you with the father of the devil.
He loves that John 3:8. We'll watch it again. Why not? We got nothing better to do. Let's watch it again.
Melvin,
Yeah.
you said you don't sin.
Repent, turn away. That's it. I
Melvin,
wouldn't go about saying,
Melvin,
"Oh, you're a sinner."
Melvin,
Well, you're of
Melvin.
the devil.
Why are you rambling? You said you don't sin, so you should never have a problem, right?
Oh, I got a problem with your false teaching. That's what it is.
What's false? The Bible says if you sin, you're of the devil.
No,
How
the
is
way
that
you're
false?
teaching the Bible.
Okay. Here's my question. Here's my question.
The devil used the Bible.
Is hey Ryan. Hey Ryan. Here's my question. Let me ask you this question, right? He says if you sin, then your father is of the devil, right?
Yeah.
If you sin.
Yeah.
Okay. In order for Jesus to die on the cross, he had to put our sins on him, right?
Yep.
So that made him a sinner, right?
I guess you could look at. I wouldn't say it that way.
It's not his sins, but it's our sins that's on him, right?
He paid his sacrifice was for sins, and he did put our sins on himself. So I understand the point to an extent, but I'm hesitant to say Jesus, had our sins.
I mean,
you know what I mean? I don't want to misquote it.
I
here.
know.
I understand.
Yeah, I know, but
well, what I said rebuttal is
if
who doesn't? Yeah, finish your point. Go ahead.
If Jesus put our sins on him, and remember, his sins is on us, so he's covered in sin.
Mm-hmm.
So is the devil Jesus' father?
Well, that's honestly a new perspective none of us have thought about to rebuttal Perry, but I'd be curious to hear how Perry would respond to that. But it's almost as if he's implying that, because he's implying that if you sin, you're serving the devil, because he just takes 1 John 3:8 and just twists it all up and wants it to be this entire doctrine. Like I said, if you're going to do a doctrine, you really should start with something more like, 1 Corinthians 13, where, the way of love or something like that, but Perry, or forgiveness or something like that. But Perry starts, you shouldn't make a doctrine out of one verse in the Bible, no matter what, or one chapter of the Bible. You should make a doctrine out of, the principles of the Bible, that Jesus Christ, died for our sins and forgiveness through Christ, like John 3:16 or John 3:17. Those would be good verses. So God didn't send his son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world.
That's the thing. That's the thing. You cannot use the Bible when it comes up to people like that. You just can't. When you're dealing with the devil or devilish actions, the devil knows the Bible front to back. So it don't matter what verse you go to, he's going to have a counteract to it. You got to address the narrative, the context. You could go to John 3:16. He'll find a counter. He'll counteract that. You could go to any verse in the Bible. He'll counteract it. That's his mission. That's the devil's mission.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah. If you go to John
but
3:16, they'll just go to the verse where Jesus says, I didn't come, I'm not praying for the world, but I'm praying for my disciples. You know what I mean? Like there's always a contradiction. And that's what I want people to realize is like when I say there's a contradiction in the Bible for a lot of scriptures, it's not me saying the Bible is a inconsistent message. It's not that at all. It's just life and logic and thought takes contradictions. Think about how we come to all of our logical conclusions. We have the extremes of each kind in our head. So we're in a situation where somebody's threatening us physically. Our two options are to physically attack them or to be peaceful. Sometimes our brains will have, not sometimes, but in most situations, our brains will have to think about the extremes of what the decisions are, because then usually what we do is we fall in the middle somewhere, because we go from, okay, the extreme is to kill somebody that's trying to hurt me, because they could just be trying to hurt me, but my extreme is to kill them, and my other extreme is to not say a word and run and be peaceful. So usually what happens is something in between there. You'll make a compromise in your brain, and that's how you'll logically come to your conclusion. And we do that with almost every decision. So you're hungry, you don't want to eat everything in the refrigerator, but you don't want to fast. So what do? You make a compromise. You have a dinner, a meal, a lunch, a breakfast, whatever it is. And so you have to realize the Bible's written in that same manner, where it's going to give you the time, like in Ecclesiastics, the time for war, the time for peace. It's there's a time for everything. Think about God's own decisions. A time for wrath, a time for mercy. So yeah, I mean, I don't like saying the word contradiction, but it's an accurate word to say that at times scriptures contradict. And John 3:16, Jesus coming to save the world, but also when Jesus
yeah.
is talking to the disciples saying, I'm not praying for the world, like that's a good example. And there's more examples than I could list because
How,
it's just
how,
typical.
but how is that contradicting himself when he say he's not praying for the world? But well, we with that
Well,
we gotta
John
go to
3,
the assistant.
well, John 3:17 is, you know, so maybe I don't know about John 3:16 if it's a contradiction, but John 3:17 is Jesus, God didn't send his son in the world to condemn the world, but to save the world. So John 3:17 says that explicitly, that God didn't send his son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world. So then when Jesus is praying for the disciples and it says, and he's saying, I'm not praying for the world. I mean, that's pretty obviously a contradiction, no?
Which verse is that again? That's John 8,
When he,
the John
I
17.
it's when he's praying for the disciples. I'd have to go to it. I think it's in John. It's around. It's around probably. Yeah, I don't. I would say it's after 14, because it's when he's going to send the Holy Spirit to him. I think pretty much like before he's right about to get crucified type of thing. Did you see any of the shows recently? Because
Oh no,
I
no,
found some
no.
real interesting stuff in the Book of John that I was really excited to find. So I wanted to get your opinion on some of it, like so we could just kind of ignore this for now, unless want to actually keep getting into it. But I mean, you don't agree? You don't think at time, and let's not even talk about this one specific topic. This, what examples I used. You don't think the Bible often has like contradictions in it?
No, I don't believe the Bible got contradictions.
Well, that's why I'm
I
hesitant to
don't
use the
believe
word
it.
contradictions, because it's got such a negative context to the word contradictions. But maybe if I could use a less like triggering word. So you don't think the Bible has what's another word? The messages are polarized. You don't think the messages are polarized at times? Like peace or war
No,
or
I mean, you're dealing with different. You're dealing with different type of generations. Like how we talking right now, they didn't talk like that back in the 70s. Back in the 70s, they didn't talk like that back in the 50s. Back in the 50s, they didn't talk like that back in the 20s. You know, time if people gonna that's why I was telling you before. I feel like with evolution, I could agree with evolution to a certain extent, but it's time. People evolve, things change, language change. I mean, me and you, the way we could talk to each other on a personal level, if we talk to some 20-year-old the way we talk to each other, they they're gonna be looking at us crazy. Like we be like, uh, you know, first of all, it wasn't dog. It used to be Doc. Damn, Doc, what's up, Doc? Then people
Yeah,
started
yeah,
adding dog, you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
But if me, but if me and you come to a 20-year-old, and be like, hey man, I'm gonna write you a little story, and you write, yeah, this is what happened, Doc. Yeah, I did this, Doc. I did this at 8 o'clock, Doc. And my dog, my homie, man, we ain't used to say homeboy, we used to say homie. My homie, you know, he went around a corner like around 4 o'clock and dark, you know? And then you give it to a 20-year-old to translate it to a group of people he know. What you think he gonna
Yeah.
do? Is he gonna
Well, so
translate
it's
it
like,
to where hold on. Is he gonna translate it to where his group of people understand? Or he's gonna translate it the way we said it? That man gonna translate it to where his group of people gonna understand. Because he's not gonna stay there and be like, this word mean this word mean that, this word mean this. This is what they talk. That man gonna translate what we saying into his vocabulary. That's why I don't call it
yeah.
contradiction. It's just people trying to write the Bible according to the audience so the audience can understand what
Well,
is
that's a
what is
good
being
point
written.
because the scriptures are covering a year, 1,400 years essentially, or 15, more than 1,400 years if you go back to the time of Adam.
I
But,
mean, King,
when Moses is writing around, from the Torah, 1,500 years essentially. So, yeah, the language is
like
probably going to vary, just on that alone.
like King James, like the
Mm.
1611 King James. Do you even understand any of that stuff they were writing?
No, I don't
But it's
like that.
English.
Yeah, well,
It's
that's what I'm
English.
saying. There's certain words in there that I don't even know what they mean. You know what I mean? So I'm not a big fan. Perry, he comes on. He's adamant about the King James. Other people are adamant about the King James. I don't. I think people. That's a good example of us being our own worst weakness. I think is where people get these irrational attachments to something that doesn't require an irrational attachment. Like there's no reason for anybody to be irrationally attached to the King James Bible with a version and try to argue that it's the most accurate translation and just be adamant about it in this day and age because there's been so many other translations since 1611 that people would have to admit have to be at least equal to, if not, more advanced than the King James translation because more scholars have put in their input. We have more information about what the languages mean. We just have more information, more, more ways to improve it. So yeah, it's confusing to me when people will fight to the death over something like, the King James Bible being the best translation, because to me, it's obviously, not and that's just not even being biased. It's just how can we compare something from 1611 to all the other translations since, which all have more information put into it, more scholars involved. So all denominations are being, accounted for, and there's just not a bias in that regard. It's not being written to appease the king himself in any manner. Because think about it, when they're writing the King James version of the Bible, they have to write the translation in a manner where it can't contradict with any of the king's politics, because if the Bible itself was contradictory to the king's politics, we would have a big problem in the king's country, nation, whatever you want to say. So the scripture at those moments would definitely lean in a biased direction, whereas today we don't have to worry about appeasing one ruler with our translation. But I just don't like the language, used in the King James at times, where, like you said, there's certain words that are English, but we don't use them anymore. And I just, what does thither mean? I don't know what to thither is. What is thither, or the way they use unto? It's
Yeah.
confusing. But yeah, I mean,
Like,
again,
like, some,
I've often not wanted to say the word contradiction, like I said, because of the negative connotations involved with it. But I could, if I had to do a show on it, go through the Bible and show like messages of what you could say is a contradiction. I don't think it's a contradiction like God is confused or not giving the same message. I don't view it that way. What I'm saying is somebody can take one scripture and use it as a doctrine, and then somebody else can take another scripture and use it as a doctrine, and they contradict when you take them out of the entire context of the message. Like if I told somebody, for instance, like, defend yourself, whatever you do, you know try to walk away from a situation, make sure you never get violent. But then I said to somebody, like, but if somebody ever does get a hold of you, or they pull a weapon out and they have the ability to use that weapon, use extreme force. Make sure you end the threat as quick as possible, and you defend yourself in an aggressive manner. Those are two contradictory messages, but they're all in the same, summary of what to do if confronted by an enemy, and that's just, like I said, a perfect way. I think I said that really well as far as how I view the messages in the Bible. It's logical for God to give us the information like I just did, you know? So I don't call it a contradiction in that regard, but I think people could take one of those scriptures and just make a doctrine out of it. Like you could take, walk away as a doctrine, or you could take end all end all situations with aggressive immediate force and make a doctrine out of it. And that's where it's contradictory, and it's dangerous if somebody's going to make a doctrine out of one scripture. And that's exactly what Perry does, is he takes one scripture and isolates it, and he'll add a couple other scriptures that support it, and he'll make a doctrine out of it, instead of taking the entire 31,102 verses in the King James that he loves so much and making a doctrine. But so in that regard, it's very logical to contradict.
I mean, for me, before I go to looking at it that way, I look at what Bible scholars have to say. How do they view that verse? Because you got atheists out there that's gonna use the Bible against us. So, I mean, for me, not being well equipped in the Bible like Bible scholars who actually like understand the Hebrew language and understand the Greek language and all the grammar that comes with it, I look at what they say, before I go to, because I mean, when it comes up to the Bible, you automatically approach the Bible positive. So your mind is on a positive note every time you open that Bible. But you're going to have some verses in the Bible that's going to lead you to a negative. But your goal is to remain positive. Okay. This ain't making no sense. Let me see what the Bible's called. I mean, it's just like with the Exodus story, where it says like practically 2 million people crossed over to go to, I mean, 2 million people left Egypt to go to Israel. At first, I didn't think nothing of it, but I started questioning and like, how in the world 2 million people get across that desert without being noticed? I mean, you go to some place like New York, they damn near have 1 million people, something like that. But I thought to myself, how in the world that even
New
possible?
York's got way more than 1 million people in the city. They got a lot of people in that city over there. New York City's got a lot. They got like 10. They got like 10, 8, 7 to 13 million in New York City. But I get your point. It's hard to hide a million people. But we also do have to keep in mind technology wasn't the same. So instead of being able to like get on a phone and alert people, like if one person did see somebody, maybe that, you know, there was a
No, no,
farmer
no,
or
it's not
two.
that. No, 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 it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. Not that. Nah. It's the thing. What I'm trying to get to is it is I question myself. How can 2 million people cross that desert? I mean, it's pretty hot. Then I came to find out it wasn't a desert. Okay, cool. We getting somewhere. Then I come to find out it was just a exaggerated number. Every Bible scholar agree with that. I mean, it's nothing big. It don't make the Exodus story alive because I got faith. I mean, I believe in the Exodus story. So they say it's just an exaggerated number. It wasn't actually 2 million people. It's just an exaggerated number because if you're gonna argue with that number, then you gotta say, oh, it was God who told them how much people was crossing the desert. I mean, then to be honest with you, Ryan, man, then you go into deep waters right there. You go into deep waters for a person to say it's God who told Moses or the writer to write down that much people crossing the desert, you going in deep waters right there. That's why I'm kind of careful when it comes to the scriptures. If it don't say "Thus says the Lord," I'm not going to say God said it. You know.
See, I differ.
Yeah, so
I differ from you in that regard. I used to be like you in that regard, where I would say, like in the verses where Paul wrote, like "slaves obey your earthly masters" and stuff. I would be like, well, that's not the nature of God. So God clearly didn't write that verse. But then what I realized is, if we do have that mindset, it's like we can become editor of the Holy Bible if we do that, and we have to be careful
oh
because
no 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 no
such a
not that
slippery
not that not
slope.
that no 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 Ryan. Let me compare and contrast. You see with Paul telling us something out of inspiration coming from God. You know what I mean? But Exodus telling us 2 million people cross that desert. I mean, that's not a salvation issue. I feel
Well,
like
you think God will allow
stuff like that.
inaccuracies in some of the scriptures, of that, like those type of
It's it
details that don't affect the overall message?
uh I'm not gonna say it's inaccuracy, you know. I'm gonna say it's just an estimate. That's people giving estimate,
Yeah, but
you
you're
know.
also saying it's a incorrect estimate. So, I mean, if it's drastically incorrect, then it's an inaccuracy. You know, if it's 2 million and it was really 10 people, that's an incorrect, estimate. To
The
you can't sugarcoat how you phrase it. So, I mean, I don't know,
no
man. I mean, like
the
I said,
reason
I understand your position because I had it before. Like I said, I had it with Paul. I had it with some of the verses in the Old Testament about women. How they would like get plundered in the wars and just raped essentially. Um,
not
I had this
the reason
premise.
what
Yeah, go ahead.
the reason why I say it's an estimate because that census didn't come afterwards. They were leaving Egypt. Now, if you go after the census, I mean, I don't know about that, because I mean, then you got Bible scholars saying, like, say for example, they say it was a 1,000, if it was 10,000 men in the army, they just that 10,000 men just a representation of a certain army. Like, okay, say for example, with the Roman army, right? You got, say for example, let's take the U.S. Army. You got Navy SEALs. You got a certain group of people, and they gave that certain group of people a name. They probably name them um the bomb squad, right? And then you got another group of people. They probably give them a name. They probably give them a name. With with the way I see scholars explaining it, it's as if uh Okay, like with the Romans, my bad, perfect. They have legions, right? Legion 1, Legion 2, Legion 3, Legion 4, Legion 5, and all that. The way the scholars, I don't know, because I don't have, I can't, I mean, I read it, so I can't question them. The way they presenting these armies, like 10,000 men of this army, 10,000 men of this army, 10,000 men of this army. The way they trying to present it as if that 10,000 just represent that army. It's not actually 10,000 men, but it's just a representation of that unit.
I hear you, but that only works for a number that's less. Like that doesn't work for a number that's more. So for like, if they said only 10,000, they could only be describing a certain, group of the army. But if the estimate is more, like in Exodus, then that you can't use that logic. You know what I mean? Because
no, I'm not using that logic.
Well, you can't say they were only describing a certain portion by, instead of saying the whole Roman army, like you're saying, like say the Roman army is 1 million and the bomb squad or whatever is 10,000 and the scripture said 10,000. I hear you out. Like they could just be describing that particular sect when they say the 10,000 number. But if the number is larger, if it's greater than, so you're saying the population of the Exodus and the Israelites in the Exodus was really closer to only 1 million or something, but they write 2 million in the scriptures. There's no way to say, well, they really were only referring to this portion of the Israelites, the tribe of Judah. You know what I mean? Like if it's larger, you can't, I understand you can say that for if it's a lower number, but if it's greater, you can't use that, You
Okay.
just got a problem.
I'm not using the number. See, the number I'm using with the army is a representation of that army. It's basically they give that army a name. You know what I mean?
I guess the way you could make it work is if you conflated, like if the only way it works if it's larger is if you conflate like the Israelites and the Egyptians. So there was 2 million people and they're talking about like both parties that went. I don't know. It's a lot harder. When it's larger, I guess there still is a way. It's still possible, but you would have, because it is possible. So if I was describing like the state of New York, and I used a larger number, I would also be confusing other, like another state with it or something. But it's easier when the number is smaller. For sure.
Okay. Let me. All right. Check this out. Okay. Let's just start from zero, right?
Mm-hmm.
We read in Exodus. It says 2 million people crossed the desert.
Yep.
I guarantee you the first thing you're going to think about is God told them 2 million people crossed the desert, right?
I mean, yeah, the writer had to get the information somewhere, right?
So you putting it on God that 2 million people crossed the desert.
In the Holy Scriptures.
Well, I ain't going to say cross the desert. My bad. 2 million people came out the Exodus.
Well, that's what I mean. And in my total overall opinion now, I go with the Bible is inerrant just because I can't make an argument for if I take one sentence out here, then the whole scriptures can fall apart because then I'm going to take out 2, then I'm going to take out 3, then I'm going to take out 100. Next thing you know, you're not even believing in every scripture,
Okay, here's where I'm going to bust your bubbles, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know Abraham was in Philistine, right?
I mean, he was from I don't know, the Chaldeans.
No, I didn't say from. No, I didn't say from. I said, Abraham was in Philistine, right?
Well, I'm sure he went through that land because he was in the land of Canaan.
Yeah, he met that king Embelelek.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in Philistine, right?
Yep.
Okay, now here's where you're gonna run into some problems. Abraham dates back to like the 2000, give or take. I'm gonna say between 18 to 2000 BC, right?
I've heard this argument before. Chris Harris loves this argument, actually. This is one of Chris Harris's favorites, where he'll say, like, the
Yeah.
Philistines didn't even exist till this time, you know? So how was he encountering them when they didn't even exist? I hear you. I
Yeah.
hear you. But I think
Then
at the end of the
then
day,
you gotta
man,
throw the Abraham story away.
no. What you got to do is you got to say scholars have it wrong. You got to say they have it incorrect.
Nah, no. That's
I'm
not
gonna
what
trust
you. Nah.
God. I'm gonna trust God's account more than I'm gonna trust any
the
scholars.
the the
They do
correct
they do the
answer.
same
I
thing
ain't gonna
with a
say the
lot of the
correct
stories,
answer.
like the wall of Jericho, and they do it with like the whole Genesis.
It's just like with the land of Dan. They called it the land of Dan before Dan even got there.
Well,
You
that
know?
I learned that in Joshua too, though, where, like I said, Jerusalem was a city before the Israelites even occupied it too. So that
Yeah.
I understand that's kind of on thin ground, but it's possible there was another place called Dan before the Israelites got to it.
Nah, they talking about Dan, that land Dan.
Yeah,
They talking about the
see
land Dan.
I'd have to see the
Yeah.
specific example, but see, again, scholars are so wrong on so many of these issues too, where it's like you can't just trust their opinion of it because they're working with such limited data. I mean, to go back and prove everything from a time where there's such limited writing, things got destroyed. Like, let's be real. So, if a scholar can't prove the Philistines existed when Abraham existed, maybe that's because all the information was destroyed. I mean, that is in the realm of possibilities, right? So, we have to account for that. We have to account for that.
Okay.
It has to be a factor. I could wipe out your whole history. Lou didn't exist. If I go and I burn your birth certificate and so then what? A scholar comes 1,000 years from now and he says, well, guess what? This guy Lou didn't exist. But then we find one credible source where it's a diary and it's talking about Lou. And in this case, that diary would be
Yeah.
the Bible, would be the Holy Bible. What am I going to trust? I'm going to trust the Holy Bible. And I do see where people that aren't believers can run into, they can just run with what the scholar says because they're going to say, well, they went to the Middle East, they didn't find anything, But at the same time, like I said, are you accounting enough for the fact that things can get destroyed? I mean, think about all the things that got destroyed by the flood.
You see, here's the thing. Right? You see how I just bought that situation. See, if Chris Harris would have bought that to me, I would have debunked them. This how I would have debunked them, right? The people at that time that was translating the Bible, they were translating the Bible from Hebrew to Aramaic. You tell these people, you got to tell you translate it from Hebrew to Aramaic. The oldest known name they got for the Philistines or Philistines is the Philistines. It's a Hebrew name. You know what I mean? What
Another solution, yeah.
And the thing is, what was they called out of the Hebrew, beside in Hebrew and English? What were they called? Nobody know.
You tell me.
But
yeah.
but the Bible wants, God is one step ahead of everybody. I'm the God basically letting people know, what is being written in here is true, Y'all didn't know about the Philistines until y'all read the Bible. Y'all didn't know about the Hittites until y'all read the Bible. Y'all didn't know about the Assyrians until y'all read the Bible. But going back to the translation, they translated it from Hebrew to Aramaic. So these people are going to write down what they know, and what they know, that city was called Philistine. They don't know what it was called before that. It's just like with New York. If I write about New York, am I wrong? If I'm writing about the history of New York, am I wrong for writing New York?
Yeah, when it used to be called like New Amsterdam or something.
Amsterdam.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's the games these atheists play. They want to. They don't never see. That's why for me, Ryan, when it comes to Hebrew Israelites, I mean for them, I don't, man, I really don't mess with them like that no more.
Nah, me
I
neither.
mean,
They're
I
they're
don't
de-
know.
they're a dying breed to me, honestly. They're
Oh man,
so,
they're not worth it. That's not the true enemy. I ain't
no.
gonna say the true enemy, but that's not the enemy. I look at them. Y'all do what y'all want, but the real enemy is the ones who don't believe in God. Like say for example, you see how you
I don't know. I don't know if I'd go that far either because I I don't want to single out just the Hebrew Israelites, but I think Mormons or anybody that's teaching the Bible that isn't actually teaching the Bible is more dangerous than non-believers even because a
yeah
non-believer it depends what type of non-believer they are. If they're just a non-believer that just doesn't believe yet, they're not dangerous at all. If they're an atheist group that is like Masonic, like I was going to talk about this one channel that I just, stumbled upon on my YouTube algorithm recently. It's called The Atheist Experience. I did one show with them on the title. I didn't show any of their videos because I know they'll flag me for fair use copyright stuff. So I was hesitant to start doing that.
yeah.
But they're blatantly,
Oh
showing
yeah, yeah.
Masonic
Them
symbols. The
atheists
guy's
don't
got
play
his
no game.
guy's got his eye covered. He's doing the Illuminati one eye thing. He's got his hand in the scumbag devil symbol shit. He's doing all sorts of Masonic symbols just in the thumbnails, and it's a pretty big channel. So I'll say that type of atheist is dangerous, but I think it is very dangerous what Hebrew Israelites and Mormons do. So I understand you were just making a statement, and I
Yeah,
agree with you. They're not like probably the worst people because they're at least trying to believe in God, but the fact that they teach the Bible so incorrectly, it's scary too. Like I saw a white kid go up to some watchman of, and this is the channel. Well, let me show it on the screen. Let me find some examples of it here. But yeah, I mean, I saw this white kid who was like a street preacher, this harmless white guy who's just a street preacher, a young kid, go up to watchmen from Israel and like introduce himself, like, "Hey, man, I love what you guys are doing. You're preaching the word of God. Like, you guys are awesome. You're doing cool stuff." And then what did they do? What did the Watchmen for Israel people do? They took them through the satanic. Well, guess what, Brandon? This Bible's not for you. You're not an Israelite. Took them to the whole routine and got them to kiss the boot. He kissed all 4 or 5 of their boots, and 4 or 5 different guys. They had him get on his knees because they took him to the Isaiah 60 verse, and had him, the verse, your enemies will lick the dust, and so that is dangerous because those people are twisting the scriptures to the point where they're blasphemizing God in a way. Well, not in a way, they just blatantly, and they're also pushing people away from believing in the Bible because an atheist that sees that is just going to say that's just another example of religion being bad, So I don't know.
yeah. The way I look at it, with people who know God and trying to use God to deceive people to do what they want, that's between them and God. I let God have the last
Yeah.
judgment on that. You know what I mean? Because that right there, I don't too much pay attention to it because by the end of the day, they're not going to prosper. Atheists
No,
prosper more than them.
no,
Atheists. Hold on. You telling me atheists don't prosper more than them?
no, I agree. Atheists do prosper more than
Oh, yeah. Atheists prosper more than them.
it's way better
You
to
know what
do
I mean?
nothing. It's way better to do nothing than to do terribly blatantly wrong, of course.
Yeah. Because you see, it's evolution that's being taught to us in school. This is
Yeah.
school is a melting pot for the devil.
Yeah.
Devil
Well,
is using evolution. Because for me, growing up in church, they teach me one story of creation, and I turn around and go to school and they teach me another. By the grace of God, I accepted. By the grace of God, I chose the Bible over evolution. I mean, even though I love science, but I chose the Bible over evolution. You know, this is what
Mhm.
people growing up with. So I mean, that's why with these Hebrew Israelites and Mormons and these petty groups, I leave that to God. They not the enemy we gotta worry
Well,
about.
well,
Them
this is an
them
atheist group that is the
atheists.
enemy. Well, this
Huh?
isn't some this channel over here, this atheist experience channel. This isn't some harmless group of atheists that just don't believe the
Is that
scriptures.
Mount Donahue?
Who? Matt? Yeah, Matt
That's
Dillahunty
Matt
or
Donahue?
whatever.
Matt
Yeah,
Donahue?
Matt
Oh
Dillahunty or whatever.
man.
See him
I
covering his
do
eye.
not.
Yeah, he hates God with the passion.
Why
He
did you have to?
he promotes sexual.
Hey Ryan,
What?
I don't want you. I don't want you to thinking that I'm a one West Hebrew Israelite thinking white people are Edom. White people are the Edomites, the seed of the devil. But bruh, this man, Matt, he is dog. He's the son. He's one of the
He's a
sons. He's the
satanic.
sons of the devil.
He's a satanic worshiper. It's very clear. If you listen,
Man,
he'll advocate for witches.
yeah.
He'll do Masonic stuff. They got a Ouija board on their channel. Yeah, and this is a channel, like I said, I stumbled on and I watched it. It's a call-in show.
How did you even watch that?
It came onto my algorithm, and I've seen him in debates before with like Jordan
That's the only
Peterson
time I
and
watch him.
stuff. I've seen him
That's
in
the only
debates
time
with
I
like
watch him.
Jordan Peterson. Well, I didn't know he was as satanic as he is until I watched the show. Because, like I said, I've seen him in debates, and when you see him in debates, he obviously is he's reserved from his actual true character because he's in a big debate setting and he's trying to win an audience over. So he's not outwardly doing what he does on his show. On his show, he's swearing at people, but you can see in these thumbnails, these are not accidental thumbnails where he's got his eye covered and he's just got the one eye showing. I'm sure whatever this guy is on the left doing with the two hands over the face, that's probably some sort of Masonic symbol too. But then he's also got his hands up on another thumbnail on the devil thing, like the rock and roll horns thing the Matt Dillahunty guy does. So, I mean, some atheists are not harmless atheists, and every single person I've seen on his channel is not a harmless atheist. They're aggressive. This one guy, Forrest, on the channel said, if I met God, if I found out God was real, the first thing I'd say to him is F you. So he was like, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't think there's any proof of God. But if I did find out God was real, this guy right here, this Forrest guy, this guy right here on the screen, he's Forrest Valkai. He said, if I did find out God was real, the first thing I'd say to him is F you. And it's like, bro, you are so clueless. You would be begging for mercy like the rest of us. But I'm trying to find the other Matt Dillahunty. I think I already showed it earlier, but he's got the rock and roll devil horns right here. So here it is, this rock and roll devil horns on this one on the right here. But yeah, this guy's a clear Masonic, Freemason, Satanist. You don't accidentally have your hands in that, position. And if you listen to his show, he advocates for witches. And it's one of those shows where they're like, what's your pronoun? So they'll say like, they're totally advocating for like, are you a man? Are you a woman? What do you identify as? Because they say, what are your pronouns? So he's obviously a closeted, homosexual too. And, that's part of the reason I think he probably hates God is because he's a closeted homosexual. And, that's what I see him taking advantage of too is, what really hurts me is the atheist, groups that'll take advantage of the scriptures that say, things about gay people and how it's a sin. And then they'll take that as fuel for a fire to teach gay people to hate God. And that's clearly what he's doing over here on this atheist experience. Because, a couple of the other people I've seen on the show were, gay people that you could tell, are just hating God because they've been taught that hatred. from a couple scriptures that say homosexuality is a sin. But yeah, so there are, I guess, in every genre of people, atheists, Hebrew Israelites, Mormon, whatever. There are people that are more dangerous than others. And when you were saying atheists are just harmless, I can agree with you when it's not people that are aggressively atheists who are basically trying to always disprove the Bible. If they're just atheists that just, go out party, they're young, like people in their 20s, like I was, like I always feared God and thought if I killed somebody, I'd be judged by God. So God was obviously always in my heart, but I wasn't a Bible believer until 3.5 years ago. So but I was never an atheist either. So I can't relate to atheists because I always thought if I killed somebody, I would be held accountable to God, and I always feared God. So I don't know why some people are atheists. I don't know if it's because God just isn't in their heart or if they've just been, taught that atheism.
Yeah, I
It's,
don't I don't think atheists is harmless. I think the other people that believe in God, they're the harmless ones. I mean, for me, I mean, they not. I mean, God is not going to allow them to prevail using His name in vain to win people over. God ain't going to let them prevail. I mean, they can only get so far. You know what I mean? But with atheists, they don't use God's name in order for them to prevail. They use their own names, and that's what God been teaching, been showing us in the Bible since the beginning of time. Man want all the praises to themselves, and once they get all the praises to themselves, like that one proverb say, uh, pride always come before the fall. They get
yeah.
prideful. They forget where they came from. They feel like everything runs through them. They ain't gotta follow none. They ain't gotta listen to nothing. And that's exactly what the Bible's teach us from Genesis to Revelation. Man want all the glory. They don't want to give no glory to God. You know, I mean, like with Matt, I remember they asked him a question. If we have evidence for God, what would you say? He said, "I don't care if I don't care if we have it or not. I still won't believe in them." I like, wow.
Yeah, he's
I'm
just
like,
Masonic.
wow, this man. Yeah, that's all for me.
And this is so
I look
people know
at
who
it.
you're talking about. This is the Matt guy he's talking about, the Matt Dillahunty, who runs this atheist experience channel. He has this location in Austin, Texas, and he's made it like a church. It's a 501c3 charity, and they raise money on this channel. It asks for cash apps and donations every show, and he's very dangerous because he's getting people together. It's a form of being an antichrist. But yeah, so that's the Matt, just so people know who Lou's talking about. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, man. I
Pride.
mean, people like the Mormons, the Hebrew Israelites, the ones that be using God to deceive people. I mean, they can't go up against an atheist. They just can't. A Hebrew Israelite, I mean, you watch Sinetta channel. Them Hebrew Israelites, they be getting trashed
Yeah.
by these atheists. They be getting straight trashed, you know, because of they believe do not stand. The only they believe do not hold no weight. You know what I mean? And I mean even Muslims be trashing them. Even Muslims, you know? Why you think Muslims is a world power, a political power in this world? I mean, with Muslims, I mean, you gotta come with it, even though their Quran is kind of, you know, I mean, totally different from the Bible, but you gotta come with it with them, because they know the Bible too. That's why with I mean, for me, like I told you before, for me, I see the atheists more as an enemy than I see the atheists more as a threat than Hebrew Israelites. I ain't gonna say enemy. I take that back. I say the atheist is more of a threat than Hebrew Israelites because atheists have political power. They
Well,
have
yeah, I mean,
political power.
the numbers are much greater for atheism too. That's
Yeah.
just real. I mean, Hebrew Israelites is but the thing is, Hebrew Israelite culture is growing exponentially because of the internet. So before you had to be in a city and get recruited by walking down the street corner and seeing them. Now, because of the internet, this is a problem. I mean, I'm sure you saw the IUIC march in Detroit, right?
Listen, Ryan. Listen,
You
Ryan.
saw
Listen.
that. You saw that though, right?
It's yeah, I seen it. It's not a problem. The kingdom of God is an everlasting kingdom. What I gotta fear? I don't care if they march all over the world. I don't care
No,
how
no,
much
no.
people they gather up
Well,
to become a Hebrew Israelite. They're not gonna take down the kingdom of God. The kingdom of
no,
God
they're
is
not.
Christianity.
No, they're not. But
Ain't no
what it
problem.
was, well, for you individually and for me individually, no, that's not going to affect our salvation. But it's a problem because we're going to watch innocent people that don't need to perish, that actually just wanted to follow God, get lied to and be led to corruption. So that's where I'm saying it's a problem. You know, the young
They're not
16,
innocent.
well, you're right, they're human beings, but they do attack young kids too. They go after 16-year-olds, they go after 18-year-olds. So I agree with you, nobody's innocent. A lot of people make their own decisions to go in those groups, but I'll say out of who's in those groups, 90% of them definitely are competent enough, they're adults, they're old enough to understand the difference. But there is still that 10% that's 16 to 18 or 20, and they're just getting sucked in by lies, and that their hearts truly
Hey,
aren't in it. I mean, think about the people that have left Hebrew Israelite doctrine. I mean, that their hearts, that their hearts told them to leave, but they did get tricked for a time temporarily.
yeah, well, you can't think like that. God is a just God. If a 16-year-old got sucked into to Hebrew Israelite and it was wrong, and that's all they knew, the judgment is going to fall on the person who brought that 16-year-old to the
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, to the lie.
Luke 17. Woe to anybody that sin. The millstone will
I mean,
fall on their head.
children is really important to God. The one who lead them to Astra is the one who's going to fall into Astra. I mean, I don't worry about that. I mean, if they live long enough to be an adult and realize, like, damn, what they teaching me is not right. It's not right.
Mhm.
It's just not right. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
And
just
just so
like
people know,
when.
because I paraphrase, sorry, it's Luke 17, 1 through 4. And he said to his disciples, temptations to sin are sure to come, but woe to the one through whom they come. It would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were cast into the sea than that he should cause one of these little ones to sin. So this is what Lou was talking about, that the burden's going to fall on the person that led the 16-year-old right here, Luke 17 verses 1 and 2.
Yeah, yeah, you know. I mean, if we're gonna think about the Hebrews, we got to think about the Muslims. They pulling people out of Christianity too.
Well,
The kingdom of God is.
they definitely lie to their youth. That's for sure. If you're a
Yeah,
young Muslim in a Muslim country, especially in the Middle East somewhere or Dubai or wherever you're at, you got no choice because the laws of the government of the country you live in are Islamic laws that you can't dress certain ways or do certain things. Else,
yeah,
severe penalties. I mean, to be a woman in some of these countries like Afghanistan or wherever is just a horrible, horrible place and position for them because they have no freedom that people in the United States have to practice worship what they want and just live their lives freely. So yeah.
yeah. But here's the good thing about it. They grew up under Islamic laws. Are they at fault for growing up under Islamic laws? No.
No.
That's why being in political power, and God called them by name, saying they people in political power is the servants of God to protect us from evil. So with them teaching these people the wrong way, they're the ones who's gonna get punished. They're the one who's gonna get judged and punished in Judgment Day. Not the
I,
ones who grew
I
up in
agree.
it.
I agree. There's
You
not going
know?
to be, yeah, there's not going to be, harsh judgment on the 14-year-old, Muslim young man who was forced into, the faith. It's going to be on the elders and the politicians and the people that let him
Yeah.
down that.
And
But, it's still a
and the
tragic.
captivity, the Babylonian and Assyrian captivity is proof that God judged the ones in political power versus the one who's not in political power. Because when the Assyrians came, they came and captured the ones who's in political power, political office, who had anything to do with the well, back then they call them the royal family and all that. But the people who were poor, who had to live under these laws, they stayed in the land. And when you go to the Babylon captivity, you know, we call it political power, but but back then they call it the royal people, the political, but everybody understand what I'm saying. The people in political power was the ones taken, you know what I mean, to captivity. But the ones who were poor and all that, they stayed, you
Yeah.
know, because it wasn't their
Yeah.
fault. That's what they grew up learning. I mean, we even see it with Daniel. How in the hell Daniel got taken to captivity, and he's supposedly supposed to be a righteous man. Eventually, before the captivity, he wasn't a righteous man. You know what I mean? It had to be
Wait.
after the captivity he was a righteous man. Or I don't know. I'm just
Yeah,
assuming.
yeah,
But
yeah. That was
but
speculation. I don't
he
agree with that.
but he was a part of the royal family. But look at Jeremiah. Why didn't they take Jeremiah? Why did they leave Jeremiah and take Daniel?
Well,
Why
that's a
did
good
they
question.
why did they why did they take Ezekiel but left that Jeremiah?
Well, some people they took because of just who they were related to. So if you were related to the king or something like that, you were much more likely to be taken because they were trying to take people that, like you said, they knew were in important positions.
Political
Because some of the
power.
people,
Yeah.
some people had knowledge and were scribes and could write, and just having the ability to write back then was an ability that not everybody had. So some of the people got
Yeah.
taken into captivity just because they were able to prophesize or write or do certain things.
Yeah.
The the
And the
other
thing
nations weren't
is,
blind to it. If you could, if you were, it's like if you were like somebody that could prophesize, you were highly sought after.
yeah. I mean, we seen it with the Roman captivity, but with the Roman captivity, it was a little different because it was all about, hey, either you're gonna believe in Jesus or you're gonna die. And we seen with the Roman captivity, they took the best of the best and kept them and took them with them. The rest, they died or were sold to slavery. I mean, I mean, when it comes, I mean, that's why, you're gonna have people who are gonna look at the narrative of the story a little different. But if you look at the narrative of the story in a positive way, you're gonna get positive results. If you look at it in a negative way, you're gonna get negative results. You know,
Well,
that's
again,
why,
it's easy if
yeah,
you're a non-believer. Sorry, but if you're a non-believer, you just go right to the story of Noah or the Exodus, like you said, and even for people like us who believe, those aren't easy stories to defend. So we that just demonstrates your point of, you know, the presupposition you have. If you're positive about it and you believe, you're going to look at the scriptures some way, and if you're negative and you want to be, you know, somebody that's trying to disprove the scriptures, you have that presupposition. You're going to look at it totally differently. So for us, we kind of just look at the story of Noah through faith, or the story of Exodus through faith. But other people that are you know, non-believers are going to say, show me the proof. You know, how can every animal on earth get on an ark? You know, show me. How's that possible? Okay, you believe in a fairy tale, and end of story. God's not real now. You know what I mean? And it's pretty easy to you know, see where they're coming from, because even as a believer, it's hard to prove it. But for us, we just say, well, some things I don't have the answer to. I don't know. You know, I mean, maybe it was just DNA of animals. Maybe it was actual physical animals, because it does say that, but the word all is getting taken out of context, because it was just all the local animals. So, you know, the other animals that, you know, didn't exist yet, you know, still didn't have to be on the ark, because, you know, they came later, or whatever the explanation is. But you know,
For me,
it's just your presupposition's gonna determine how you look at stuff. What's going on,
for
Mike? Too,
me,
Mike.
for
Too.
you see,
Go ahead,
for
Lou.
me, when I used to deal with atheists, when they used to come up with questions like that, I don't play on their playground. That's where a lot of Christians get lost. They go play on the atheist playground. They're gonna want to. They gonna okay. It is a Christian proverb. We live by faith, not by sight. When you live
Mhm.
by faith, that doesn't mean blind faith. It means you remaining. It typically means you being loyal to God, right?
Yeah.
You being loyal to God, right? You believing in God. You know, for me, when they'll ask me a question that I can't answer, hey, I bow out. But instead of giving up on it, I'm not gonna be like, damn, they is kind of right. Nah, I'm gonna think positive and be like, nah, they still wrong. Because ain't no way God is gonna put this in the Bible, and it can't be defended. You know? So what I do, that's when I started getting into Christian commentaries and articles and all that, and read and get and find the best plausible answer for them. You know what I mean? Like when they come up with Noah and the ark, right? I used to be like, I used to be like, yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean he took every animal. You know, he took all the animals that he was able to take. You know, and then they're gonna come with the question, well, how did this animal produce? I don't know. I mean, does evolution have an answer for that? And they'll go through their evolution timeline or whatever, and for me, I look at it, it's crazy. I'd be like, where's the proof? Then they give you the science gap theory. We don't have an answer for it right now, but science is still trying to figure it out. You want to play semantics? I'm gonna play semantics. You know,
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
them,
They'll say it took
you gotta,
millions of years or something. Yeah.
yeah, you know, and I still defend the Bible, but if it's something I don't know, I go back to the scholars, I go back to the commentary, I go back to pastors, I go back to regular people, I go back to trying to see as much as what people got to say about the situation and see which one is more plausible. You know?
Mhm.
Because that's what I meant by when I say uh you look at the Bible in a positive way, you're gonna get positive results. You look at a negative way, you're gonna get negative results. It's just like with the firmament, right? The firmament's supposed to have water in there. Well, guess what? A new discovery has been found. I don't know if it's facts, but a new discovery has been found. They found a planet of water near Earth, about 215 light years away from Earth. If that doesn't prove the Bible, I guarantee you them atheists are going to try to come up with something to make sure it don't have nothing to do with the Bible. But I keep up with science. I mean, you can look it up if you want. The new planet, the planet of water, something like that. They say they found a new discovery of that. You know, now
How's that?
how do we
support
know
the
that's
Bible?
not?
How does that support the Bible, though?
How does that support the Bible?
Yeah,
That
'cause that's a
supports the
separate
creation.
planet.
That supports the creation. You know, if there was a firmament and the firmament is supposed to be water, you know, my opinion or my theory on that is maybe that was the same water that God used to flood the earth. I don't know.
All right,
That
I
water
got you.
was there, you know. I mean, it's just a theory. I'm not saying it's true, but the firmament having water in there, I mean, maybe that's where all the flood water went at, evaporated at. It could be a lot of theories. I mean, not too. I mean, I haven't heard the Christian side of what it means to the Bible. I'm pretty much sure they doing studies on it, trying to see how it fits in with the Bible. But here's the catch. Here's the catch. If they say that planet that's full of water, they say it look beautiful. They say it look real beautiful. If they say it's older than the sun, I mean, if that's not a dagger for the creation, I don't know what is. Because remember, water came before the sun. We already know that. Scientists already found out. They say 70% of water that's on Earth came before the sun. But they don't want to put it. But what they said, the water wasn't formed on Earth. Just to make it not parallel with the Bible. Okay, the water wasn't formed on Earth, but guess what? The Bible said the Earth was covered in water, right? So if that water comes from that planet, I mean, I'm just giving a theory. I don't want nobody to be like
Is
thinking I'm
this the
giving
one that was
factual.
found like 7 years ago? K218 or whatever. I just googled new planet found with water.
Yeah, yeah,
7 years ago or something like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hold on. Go. Let me see what it say.
Well, they got one called K218b. It looks like Earth almost. It's I don't know if
New
that's one
about
of
the
the
planet
drawings or-
water. Yeah, I
That's-
don't know. I don't know if
That's
it's
from
true.
7 years ago, so I don't know if they found another one since.
Yeah, I seen it. It was like when I read it, it was saying like it was like when I read it, it was a 2-day old article that said newly discovered planet of water. Yeah, news about new planet found with water.
Yeah, yeah. What's going on,
That
Mike?
that is
Yeah, no, it is significant. I understand it definitely speaks to the fact of the Bible, being true because God formed the earth through the waters, by the waters. So it makes sense that there's waters that still exist elsewhere.
that's
And for the longest time,
that's
no water,
yeah, that's
But
the
then
thing.
there's
When
moons
you
and stuff elsewhere
the-
too, so it's not that foreign of a concept either. But
yeah, the thing the moral what I'm trying to tell you is when you think positive reading the Bible, you're gonna get positive results. When you think negative, you're gonna get negative results. You know,
That's
you're not
true.
gonna only get answers from Christians, you could get answers from atheists. It's just like for me, I used to always be so what you call that word again? Tunnel vision with the Bible.
yeah,
But
bias.
when I met yeah, I ain't gonna say bias. But when I started watching Garfield channel, I started being more open with the Bible. Like, you know what? I mean, using what Garfield said and applying it to the Bible, I'm thinking like, you know what? God is not the God God is not a local God. God is a worldwide God. So why do I keep having my mind stuck in Israel as if that's the only place he's been? You know? And
Mm.
so I just started being more open with the Bible. When I started researching and learning about all type of culture and see where do God fit in that culture, where do God fit in their life and all that. Like, you know what?
That
It's more
Chinese
to
thing you brought out
just
that one
Israel.
day was excellent.
Yeah,
That Chinese video where they were, observing the astronomy stuff and the events when Christ was crucified and all that. That was
yeah,
good stuff right there. But yeah, let's let
yeah.
Mike and Iger hop in here too, because Mike and Iger hopped on. So what's going on, Mike?
Hey, how y'all doing? I was trying to cook something real quick. Trying to charge my phone. Yeah, just glad to be here. I'm sorry we missed the start.
Yeah, you
So,
didn't miss much.
well, yeah, I started to listen to it, and you're like, yeah, it's just whatever you guys want to talk about tonight. I don't care. I'm like, I'm gonna scroll forward and then jump in. So, but that was an hour ago, so I don't know what y'all been up to. But no, Lou got some good words, some good advice. But yeah, welcome, Iger. Good to see you too, friend.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Chilling,
Well,
chilling.
Hey, what's
Iger's
going
an
on? What's
adamant
going on?
flat earther. For people that have never heard Iger TV, like and subscribe to his channel. But you put on your seatbelt for flat Earth doctrine, because this guy is the walking flat Earth model. So go ahead, Iger.
Yeah, flat Earth.
Yeah, no, definitely. I got intrigued when you started talking about the planet because I don't believe none of these images from NASA are real, but yeah, I came in. I'm not gonna debate anybody or nothing, but I hold to the position that there's a dome above us. Like the Bible says, calls it the firmament. There's waters above that, and then on top of that is God's throne. At some point in the future, it's gonna get rolled down like a scroll. So kind of like he parted the seas for Moses. So same kind of concept where the sky's gonna be opened up and we're gonna see directly into heaven. So in my worldview, all the lights, all the stars we see up there, they're all kind of like a reflection from God's heaven. It's kind of just like a little bit of light that we can see through the waters. Yeah,
Okay,
that's my
let me ask you a question, Iger. Iger, let me ask you a question.
go for it, bro.
Is the firmament invisible? Or may I say the dome? Is the dome invisible?
I would say it's
How do you
according to the Bible, it's made out of something that's like molten looking glass. So I would say it's some type of clear. I don't know how clear it is. You got like a glass kind of clear. You got like I don't know. There's different types of clear. So I don't think it's 100% clear.
so you feel like the dome is okay, say for example, rockets going out of, you don't believe in rockets going out of space?
No, not at all, bro. And I lived in Florida most of my life. For the last 30 years, I've been watching them curve into the Bermuda Triangle. Now, with the Elon Musk rockets, they do hit something up there, and it looks like they cause a wake in the waters above. But the old school rockets from the space shuttle programs, they all just literally curved right into the Bermuda Triangle. I used to think it was because the Earth was spinning, but it's not. The Earth ain't spinning; it's stationary, it's flat, immovable. So yeah.
So when you say that, right? Do you feel like United States is holding a conspiracy theory of unsolved deaths?
For astronauts.
Oh yeah, there's pretty a lot of people made videos on the astronauts that blew up, how they're still alive. I could pull that up real quick. That's kind of
Wow. That's far.
Hey,
Really,
Iger, stop it, bro.
that school teacher, that mission, whatever Challenger or whatever it was that we all saw blow up. You guys, you're saying even that one was fake?
Yeah, can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah.
I don't. Even, I mean, I
Hold
won't
on,
even.
hold on. Okay, why you scaring your why you sharing your screen? When the rocket blew up, was there humans in there? Oh, it wasn't no humans in there.
I
No
don't know.
humans in
I don't
there.
know if I
Good,
want to get my channel
good.
flagged either, because this is like a sensitive subject where YouTube might end up
It's not
flagging these.
sensitive, man.
No, it is.
It's
It
not
is.
sensitive.
Well, if people died and people actually died in this thing,
So
which
so look,
it's
I
not
just
good to spread misinformation about it. So I don't know if I even want to get into it because it's not worth it to get my channel like
Iger,
flagged. You know, that's I.
it's not.
I don't want to. I don't want
Iger,
to get into
people.
it. I got to stop this. Share
hold
something
on, hold
else.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Well, I
Share
don't
it
even
real
want
quick.
to talk about this subject as part. Let's move
You
on.
brought it
Past.
up, but just let
I
me
know,
share
but
it real
let's move
quick.
on past it. That's what I'm saying. I just want to move past it. I don't want to talk about
You could
anybody.
just
It's just
all
out
I
of
do.
respect for the dead. People died. Let's not talk about people that died. You know.
I'm not all right. Can I
Ain't
just say like
ain't
hypothetically,
ain't,
if
ain't
you
no.
just
All right, talk about it in a hypothetical manner. Here, go ahead and do your thing, but let's make sure your wording is hypothetical. Okay.
all right.
All right.
So yeah, this is not something I've shared. It's just something that since you asked, right?
Sure.
So it's not really my opinion. I don't care if it's true or not. But it seems like, and I just looked up Challenger astronauts still alive, and then a lot of these people still have the same name. Like this guy right here, he didn't even change his name, or he goes by his middle name now. Richards, Guffey. This picture's not that clear, but this one is Julie Resnick. She didn't change her name at all. Julie Resnick. She's a Harvard, a Yale law professor now. This guy here, Ronald McNair. He's Carl McNair. He's supposedly the twin brother. Then we have this one over here. I can't read her name, but you, I mean, there's plenty of videos on this. Like I said, like you don't got to take my word for it. Just look up Challenger astronaut still alive.
Well, it's like 9/11. There was a lot of false information on
And
9/11.
and,
So
and
I wouldn't compare the Challenger deaths because I've never looked into it. I don't think that that's per,
now
per se.
now I will say there is one guy that got killed by NASA. His name was Gus Grisham, bro. Back in the days of the Apollo moon landings, this guy hung a lemon on one of the rockets, and they literally killed that dude because he blew up in some oxygen, some test that wasn't that made no sense. Anyway, so a lot of people that in the beginning of the space program, like 9 astronauts died before, like in car accidents and train crashes and random. So yeah. Now I don't know if this was purposely done, that where they blew up this thing, or it could have been an accident. Maybe it got too close to the dome, or just a typical rocket failure of some sort. So it might have been an accident. It might have not been done intentionally. Sometimes I do feel like they do stuff intentionally because then they get like a reaction out of people. It's like a drama show that it draws people in. So sometimes I don't know if they did this if this was a planned event or if it was just a fluke. But there's definitely a lot of videos that you could pull up, and these guys look like they're still alive today, bro. Sometimes they didn't even change their names.
So who was
Okay.
on the ship though? You think they just did they have a robot flying it? Like had to have somebody on it? No.
Yeah, they could have flown it remote control, bro. Supposedly they got remote controls that can control cars in Mars 80 million miles away. So if they have cars in Mars that are remote controlled 80 million miles away, they can control a rocket to go land in the Bermuda Triangle, no problem.
Yeah, but it blew up.
Yeah, it blew up. Yeah, but a lot of them didn't. I mean, that's the only one that blew up. Most of them didn't.
Hey, let me ask you something, Iger. You
Go
telling
for it.
me a person go to school to be an astronaut only to sign up to die?
Like I said, this. Well, I don't think they're dead. I mean, you can think what you want, but yeah. Most astronauts don't go to school to be
Okay,
astronauts. They go to school for to be pilots. they go to school for engineers, and then they get picked out, from their Freemason secret society. But yeah,
How
only like
far? How far?
230 people have been to space, and most of them are
How?
Freemasons, bro. Especially in the Apollo program, those were all Freemasons.
Oh, you say how many people went out of space?
About 250. I could look it up real quick.
When
Yeah, what about all the
when
different countries besides America? It's not just NASA. I mean, we got the Russians, the Chinese. There's a lot of countries that are trying to go to space or have been to space. Like, what's your theory on those other countries too? And I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, but just what do you think about that? The other countries?
Yeah, I think they're all fake, bro. Like just like the U.S. is
conspiracy
raping us.
theory.
Yeah, just like the U.S. is raping us for like $30 billion a year now with NASA. Same thing Russia's doing. They're raping their civilization for the same amount. And it's also we can just trust the science. Like it's all to give this science authority where they control the information. Like you normal people can't go to space. Even this
Okay,
guy
okay.
Bezos,
When
even this guy Bezos
when you
and
say that,
the Virgin Galactic guy
I
with
get
all the money in the world, the highest they can go is 60 kilometers, and then they're celebrating that. Go ahead, bro.
okay. I get when you say nobody can go out of space. How do they track hurricanes?
They got weather balloons.
Weather
They used to have weather
balloons.
balloons back in the 50s. Now they're super high tech. They go a lot higher. They last a lot longer, and they got even drones that can stay there forever. They're solar power, so they could stay there for a long, long time. They're called HAPS. You can look them up. HAAPS, high altitude platforms, and that's how they control that. That's how we can see the weather, just like the way they did it before space travel. It's the same concept. They just have a lot more sensors and stuff up there. Plus, we got
Okay,
Doppler
the
radars
weather
and things like that, bro. So it's a lot to how to predict the weather. It's not just the satellites, which are but
the you say they got what else?
Dopplers like
You
radar
said
systems.
yeah, they fly over the hurricane, right?
Yeah, they fly. They got they definitely have aircraft that fly over the hurricanes and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, they have weather balloons. They're just super good right now. They're like you remember the weather balloons that they used to have back in the days of Roswell, where they said it was a weather balloon. Now they have like real good weather balloons, bro.
We're okay. When it comes up to that, with weather balloons, I never heard of weather balloons. What I heard of is satellite, where the satellite determines the shape and size of the hurricane and how fast it's going and all that. I don't know if a weather balloon have the capability of doing that. I ain't never hear that.
What will have more capability if something was
It,
right on top of the hurricane, or if something was a million miles away from the hurricane? What will have more capability to record it more accurately?
something that's millions of miles away from the hurricane will have the capability to calculate the hurricane than something that's on top of it. Because if it's on top of the hurricane, it won't have a decent view of the size of the hurricane.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But all it is
Because
is
if
go ahead.
the weather balloon, if it's on top of the hurricane, that means it's on top of the clouds.
Yeah, super high. I mean, the
And
highest.
and when you're on top of the clouds, are you considered on Earth?
No, but I mean, you're still. If you don't have any type of flotation device, you will fall. But they have real good balloons, bro. But
But
also they got the
if
Dopplers
the
and things
air,
like that.
okay,
They got
even though
Dopplers
with
and
all
things
that,
like that.
okay, even though with all that, right? If they on top of the clouds, are they considered on Earth? You don't know.
I mean, they're still they're
I
not
mean,
floating in
I'm
outer
asking you
space.
this because I mean,
All
I'm asking you
I'm saying
this. I'm
they're
not
not
saying
out.
I'm asking you this. Hold on.
They can't go.
I'm not
They can't.
asking you this because I know the answer, but I'm asking you to see what answer you got for that. I don't know the answer to that because
Yeah. Okay.
eagles fly above because eagles they tend to fly above storms. So if you telling me that a weather balloon is flying over a hurricane, I want to know, is that considered, a part of Earth or something?
Yeah. Weather balloons are not like they don't have space travel capabilities, so they're still in Earth under the dome or within our atmosphere.
Does it pass the firmament?
No.
Wow. So okay. So can a weather balloon hey Mike, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Whenever
Yes, sir.
Mike,
Yes, sir. Right
you
here.
there? Now listen carefully to this question, Mike, when I'm gonna ask Iger. Remember this question. I know you remember. Can a weather balloon go out of space?
No.
Oh man, bro. Now you know why I asked. It's nothing against you. It's just Melvin
Yeah, I
was
didn't hear. I
showing
didn't see
us
the
a
connection.
video.
I didn't catch the connection either.
Yeah, you remember that video Melvin was showing us with the weather balloon being out of space?
Oh yeah, with the camera showing the flat Earth in like
Yeah,
one frame. In one frame. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. You see, Iger? I don't
Well,
know.
see, that's.
Maybe flat.
I think they would
Let me not.
distinguish
Let
that.
me not. Yeah,
I think they
it's
would.
just. I don't want to put him in a riff raff. He have his belief and Melvin has his belief. So I just want to be sure that flat earthers don't believe in the same thing.
I'm pretty sure he told you that it wasn't in space either.
Yeah, they call it low
Hey
Earth
Mike,
orbit.
he didn't say that. And Mike, he
Yeah,
didn't
but
say it was out of space. He showed us a video of the water of the weather balloon literally out of space.
it
We
was.
seen the
Yeah, it was
sun.
like. Yeah, it was like 70,000 feet or something. 100,000 feet or something. Yeah, that would not really be outer space. Uh, yeah, very high up. We just needed it really high to look for the curvature is all he cared about. I don't think he was focusing on it's in outer space. I don't think he was necessarily saying that. It's way up there, but the SR-71 used to fly that high, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Like 140,000
Yeah.
feet.
And in fact,
Like
the space station, the International Space Station, our International Space Station, if you ever go on there and watch their video, they are only, you can probably know better than I do, Iger, 250 miles in the air. That's not very far. That's really not very far. Just a couple of years ago, North Korea's Junping sent a new kind of missile. David Muir reported it. I watched him on the news. A new kind of missile today launched from North Korea went to 1,400 miles. Excuse me, 1,450 miles. Because Iger, don't you guys consider low Earth orbit? Don't you guys think the dome is at 1,400 miles? Anyway, it was really funny. He said a new kind of rocket. Yeah, that went
about 100 kilometers.
That went to 1,450 miles, and then it came back and crashed like 40 yards away from where it got shot. It made the news. It was like a new kind of missile. We've had intercontinental ballistic missiles since the 60s, the 40s. I don't know. It is weird, but no, I don't think he defined that weather balloon as being in outer space. But yeah, it should be after about 45,000 feet. You should be able to see the curvature. It was his point.
You can't. You never see the curvature. It doesn't matter how high. Well, yeah, I mean, unless you're RASA, JAXA, NASA, or one of the other government space agencies, but they're each other's best customers. Like the America, they haven't launched they haven't launched a rocket. That's why this one's such a big deal. It was supposed to go off today, but it got postponed again. Um, they haven't launched a rocket since the space shuttle program shut down back in like the early 2000s. They used Russia for a long time. People think they're enemies, but they built a space station together. So they're not enemies when it comes to space. They're best friends, and they're each other's best customers as well. Because when America didn't have rockets for like till Elon Musk came around in 2018. So for like 20 years, America didn't have any rockets. So they were using Russia to send whatever they wanted to space, whatever actors they wanted to send to the International Space Station to space. But now with Elon Musk, they have like another guy because, NASA was catching a lot of heat because their government. So then they're like, all right, we got a solution for this. Let's prop up Elon Musk. And now, he's a private, independent, wealthy guy. He has nothing to do with the government. He's completely, on his own. But they gave him a bunch of money anyways. But now this is going to be the first time actually NASA launches a rocket in like 20 years since the space shuttle program shut down.
But I agree. The thing that I can't get on board with is the fact that you're saying these governments are working together, but we've been competing for superiority for warfare reasons. So like Russia and America, they were in the Cold War. They were fighting to get an edge up on each other. So when did this cooperation supposedly start occurring? Because it definitely wasn't occurring in the 60s when like the space race was going on. And I think even into the 80s, the early 80s, there's no way that there was any cooperation between, the United States and Russia because the tensions were still high. And the tensions were just this fake, agenda to mislead people. But I don't think that was the case at all. I think it was, each country wanted to be the most dominant country on earth, and they were fighting for, warfare reasons to get into space to have an advantage so they could shoot missiles or do whatever, governments do with the advantage of being able to go to space. Like, when do you claim this cooperation started to happen? Because I don't see it happening in the 60s or even the early 80s.
Yeah. Well, how about in the 50s?
Well, that's what I'm asking. You think it went back to the 50s? So the whole Cold War was just
even the
plot?
Scam. I'll tell you. This one's kind of hard to swallow, but give me 60 seconds. I'll explain real quick. So if you follow the Antichrist end time theology, the Antichrist needs three things: a one world government, a one world currency, and a one world religion. So back in the 60s, a lot of countries were in control by the central bank. So they needed basically they needed to destabilize the nations of the world. That way the banks, the central bank, can control the currency, print the money. So back in after the World War II, and I'm not talking about all the people. I'm just talking about the people and the higher ups, right? So in the 70s, they went to Asia and created this Russia versus America conflict through all of Asia. And who won at the end? The central banks, because then you could go to Vietnam, Laos, you could use your Visa, MasterCard, no problem. But then in the 80s, they did the same thing through Latin America. You always see Russia funds one side, America funds the other side. And that was in the 80s, Latin America. In the 2000s, then after 9/11, they needed to do the same thing again to the Middle East. So, who funded one side? Always America's on one side, Russia's on the other side. And it's just to destabilize nations. That way they can control the banks, because then they can print the money and then they can buy whatever they want. People think it's all about the oil, but it's more than the oil. They want your land. They want your resources. They want to be able to print the money. That way they can buy whatever resources they want. So yeah, that's where we're at now. You can go to Iraq with your Visa, MasterCard, no problem, because now they're under the central bank, and we're getting close to this one world currency. Once the American dollar collapses, pretty much the whole world's going to collapse. So we're all going to be forced into a digital currency that's going to play with the mark of the beast system at the end times. And we're getting super close. And if you can't see it, you never watch any end time video. You never seen any end time movie. Like, it's been. But I do get that it doesn't make sense because you think that Russia and America have been enemies. Let me show my screen one more time. And is something you could look up for yourself. You could look up Bush and Putin and wizard rogues together. Watch this. This is funny. Bush and Putin.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain the whole Cold War. I mean, that's way past the Cold War. We're talking early 2000s or whatever, or mid.
That started with the 80s. They started in the 70s. They started in the 70s in yeah, they started in the 70s in Asia, the 80s Latin America, and then in the 2000s in Arabia. The whole Cold War was used by the bankers to divide and conquer all the little countries that were not controlled by the central bank. And you used to have to exchange currency and things like that if you were traveling, but now you could just literally just take your visa wherever you want to go. And for the most part, there's very few countries that are not controlled by the central bank at this point. So the whole reason for this Cold War was to divide and conquer all the little countries that were not under the central bank.
Yeah, but the problem with your logic is this is a diplomatic visit that we all know occurs. Presidents go to other countries just to form diplomatic relations. But if what you're saying is true, is they're doing all this, shady, conspiracy stuff behind closed doors, they would never even do this public appearance because then that could lead people to suspicions. So it's like if I'm a criminal and I'm doing crime and I don't want people to find out about it, I'm not going to do something like this public visit, so this is evidence that actually hurts your theory that they're working together behind closed doors for a conspiracy.
You share your own screen? I'll take you to a website.
But even though
for a long time, bro.
But even though they working together, they working together, right? They working together. The Antichrist is one man. The Antichrist is one man. Who is the Antichrist going to come from?
I don't know who the Antichrist is going to be yet, but I hold to because if you read the book of Revelations, when it talks about the second beast, it's got 7 heads and 10 horns, and it goes on to say that I'm a little rusty, but I think it says the 10 heads, or I'm sorry, the 10 horns represent 10 kingdoms. So it's a conglomerate of nations. It's not just the beast itself is a conglomerate of nations. But if there is going to be one ultimate ruler, once they have everything set in place, I got my candidates. Obama, Trump, Elon Musk, Bill Gates. So I got my candidates, but I'm not sure who it's going to be yet. But the stage is already, it's pretty much set, bro. Once we go to a digital currency, the stage will be set for the mark of the beast, because that's what they need for the mark of the beast.
So you think every world power is going to get together and honor the Antichrist?
Not me. I mean, it talks about 10 kingdoms, at least 10 major kingdoms. So we got
more
the
than 10 kingdoms.
United Nations.
It's more than 10 kingdoms in this world. It's like over 100 kingdoms. What 10 kingdoms gonna do against over 100 kingdoms? You got United States,
for the most part.
You got Mexico, you got Canada, you got Africa, you got Australia, bruh. You got Hawaii.
It don't matter what they vote for.
Well, how? And then you say United Nations. You got Afghanistan, you got Pakistan.
No, the Security Council.
Iran, Israel, India. You got Egypt. You got Spain. I mean, where are these 10 kingdoms going to come from?
Well, I got a good theory, because if you look at how the United Nations is set up, they got like 3 permanent or 5 permanent members, and then 10 rotating members. So I definitely think the United Nations has a big role to play. And after the pandemic, how the World Health Organization dictated basically everybody's, even funerals, how many people could attend funerals and how many feet to stand away from each other. And, you could go out to the grocery store or when you go to eat, you gotta wear a mask. It was ridiculous, bro. But I think it was just they were
So
testing
you
out to
think
see how much power they got and how many people will comply. And honestly, bro, they got it pretty much down pat. The only thing that's keeping them back right now is that we still got cash, but that's why they keep pulling out trillions of dollars every couple of years, because that's eventually going to collapse our economy. And once the American economy collapses, every other country is going to collapse too. So we're going to be forced to a digital cryptocurrency of some sort.
America is going to collapse because of the United Kingdom?
No, I'm saying once the dollar collapses and we're forced into a digital currency, the whole world's going to collapse too, because America for now, if Russia's
America
already
got our own
communist, so they're
currency.
not going to.
We got our own currency.
Huh?
What they currency got to do with ours?
The
Where
world
you
runs
at?
on the petrodollar.
Let me
Yeah.
tell you a story. You I don't know if you remember this name. I forgot the name of that general, that one
I
black
like the
general.
pushback, Lou.
I forgot the name of that one black general that was with George Bush. They had a problem
Yeah,
with China.
Colin
Colin Powell.
Colin Powell.
They had a problem with China. Instead of going to war with China, you know what he told China? We just ain't gonna do business. Either y'all comply or we don't do business with y'all.
Yep.
So you think United Kingdom currency is gonna matter to us?
Bro, I don't know
They
what
need
United
us,
Kingdom
and
currency you're talking about. I don't know where
Can you
got
share
that
your
United
screen,
Kingdom
Ryan?
currency.
You
Yeah,
said
there is no United Kingdom.
you said
Put in the private chat.
BirdsAren'tReal.com.
United
Type
Nations.
it in the private
Nations.
chat.
You said United Nations
United
currency
Nations don't have
is
a
gonna.
currency, bro.
And what do you
We don't
mean?
have a
What do you
currency.
mean? What do you mean
.com.
United States? What do you mean United States currency is gonna collapse?
When the dollar collapses after if they keep pulling out trillions of dollars for whatever reason.
Not Wikipedia.
In the
Try to
last
find
few
the,
years, we pulled
the
out
actual website.
in the last 5 years.
This one?
Yeah, if it's the website.
What about this, Mike?
Well, you might want to watch the video. That's not the same screen. Go past all the merchandise and probably the first. Oh, there it is. Yeah, if you want to try to play that, you can review it first if you want. I don't think he cusses.
Aren't real 87. So what is this, Mike? Give us context why we're going here.
This guy explaining from as long ago as the 80s about birds aren't real.
Okay, so Mike's
So
just
this is
trying
like
to
a
tell you
stupid
why
conspiracy
people had
theory,
these
and-
conspiracy theories for a long time. I don't know. We'll watch the video quick. We won't, stay on it forever, but
This
It's a
is
short
some
video.
this is like a dumb conspiracy theory to make you loop in like serious conspiracy theories like the banks, to make you discredit everything. And this is just a dumb conspiracy theory for you to believe that conspiracy theories.
all right, it's
don't
only a
exist.
minute, so let's watch it.
We all remember where we were when that happened.
Right? It could be what you say. It could be intentional to try to take away credibility from other
I shall
theories.
resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
We all remember where we were when that happened. But what if I told you that something far greater was at play in this very moment? A saga of government corruption so entrenched in our society, to expose it would make Watergate a mere footnote in the pages of history. For the last few years, my team and I have been investigating the biggest crime ever perpetrated on the American people. Since the Eisenhower administration, the U.S. government has been committing genocide on the entire bird population and replacing these birds with sophisticated robot replicas equipped with 5-megapixel cameras and a sophisticated tracking system. That
Bruh, stop it.
I know
Stop.
this is horrifying, but please remember.
Yeah, Mike, don't you think this guy's just being humorous? To me, it's like a sad. I think this guy's being humorous. You don't think this guy's being humorous intentionally? I mean, we only got 17 seconds left, so let's just watch it.
Estimated that by 2001, 90% of the
But all right, yeah, it's so funny. Yeah,
actually use surveillance robots. We
take
must
you away
act
from that
now to
doom and
prevent
gloom.
this from going any further. Join us, and together we can make 1987 the year that we take back our freedom.
Yeah, but Mike, seriously, didn't that seem like the guy was making a joke to you?
Well, let's put it this way. when they said don't cast pearls to swine, that is kind of indicative that you can tell them a lie if they're not living up to the standards that they themselves have set. For instance, the first thing we said was we're not going to debate this, and for 30 minutes we've been debating it. You watch 1 minute of what I have to say about the subject, and now all of a sudden I'm the enemy.
Oh, do you think it's a real conspiracy?
No.
Do you think the birds are all fake?
It's not we debating it. It's we having a discussion.
I will say, like,
I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not making no claim, and he's not making no claim. We just having a discussion. I mean, probably the way I'm asking him the questions make it seem, because I'm a passionate person. I mean, that's the way I conversate with people. I mean, I don't care. I mean, with him, I heard it from other people. I don't knock them off. I mean, even with Melvin, you know, we questioned him to death the whole night about the flat Earth theory. But I never say he was wrong. I never say he was wrong. All I just wanted to was for the situation to make sense to me. And, you know, and I mean, it makes sense to me to the point where, you know, he's using the firmament, the dome and all that. But for me, I'm looking at it like I don't believe it. That's what he believes in. That's what he believe in. I'm not going to tell him, man, you lying. That's not true. You go watch that video. You ain't never hear me say nothing about what he's saying is not true. Nothing.
Yeah,
even with Iger.
Yeah, but Mike, I mean, I was 4 years old in '87, so you were actually an adult back then, or at least old enough to know, you know, what if there was anything behind that movement. Are you saying back in the '80s there was a group that was like really like pushing that agenda, birds aren't real, for like a while in the news and stuff like that?
No, that is definitely 100% fake, is the point. It's a modern guy doing a modern fake movement about birds are now drones, that the government killed them all. It's a complete 100% farce. That's what I'm saying. If you want to come out here and say, hey, I'm not going to debate the flat earth, and then you guys are talking about it for 30 minutes, I'm not going to throw you any pearls. I'm going to tell you blatantly, this is a waste of time, and it's just another conspiracy theory, just like the birds aren't real.
But don't you think that I'd have to watch that video again to get a context, but to me it seemed like the guy was like making a spoof video, like a SNL, like he like
obviously.
You think
100. Yeah, exactly, 100%. The guy is alive and active today, and he's a kid. He made that movie up.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to you can go back to your screen and click on Wikipedia. Birds aren't real, and you'll see that the entire movement is fake, and everybody knows it. It's just a joke.
I mean, that's a ludicrous claim too. I mean,
that's what I'm saying about the flat Earth, the 9/11, any kind of anything you want to discuss. That's what I'm saying. We might as well be talking about birds aren't real. What?
Well, 9/11
technology.
Yeah, Mike, not into conspiracy theories. Hey, Mike. I mean, everybody. Yeah, everybody got a different belief. I mean, for me, it's interesting to question them about their belief to see where they stand at, because you know you don't believe in something, they don't have a foundation and build it off a glass house. You got to build it off a brick house. You know, I'm just filling Iger out with what he believes in. Is what he's saying built off a glass house, or is it built off a brick house? And
you guys were fine in the beginning with a couple of your questions, and then it just veered off. The first couple questions, the first 10 minutes, quite honestly, were fun, and he was essentially just introduced, and it's like, hey, here's Mike, he's Hebrew roots, and then all of a sudden we got a bunch of questions on this. No, he was just introduced, and Ryan just wanted to make sure everybody knew he was flat Earth, but then we got off on that topic, and clearly right at the beginning, he said he didn't want to debate it. But no, we had a couple logical questions. Why? You know, do you really think the sun and the moon are close? And he could have just said yes. But now we're on the one world. You know, I've got questions from 30 minutes ago about the flat Earth, but we have moved on to so many different flat Earth related. That's what I it's a distraction.
Rebel hopped
Yeah.
on, so let's let Rebel
I'm-
jump in the conversation because he hasn't been on the show in a while
Yeah.
too. There's another guy on here, Rebel Nazarene. If you can let him just hop in here, Lou.
Hey, I'm
what's
gonna
going
restart my computer. I'll
Hold
be
on,
back
hold
in
on.
5 minutes
Hold
while
on.
Rebel
Hold on.
while Rebel introduces himself.
All right,
Hold on. Hold on, Rebel. Hey, Mike, I'm new to this flat Earth. That's why I'm asking so many questions.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
no,
if it was
this
that's
is
why
like
sometimes when y'all talk about stuff I already know, y'all don't see I tend to just be quiet and just listen, and sometimes I fall asleep. I mean, there's
no.
there's
That's
no
what I say.
secret to that, but
Aren't
yeah,
you
I'm new
driving,
to
bro?
it, so
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
that's what I like about.
on a scriptural basis too. That's where I'm interested
Yeah.
on it. Some
Oh,
people,
they've got plenty of that. Yeah, the world hangs on nothing. Is
Yeah.
the world would the analogy is that you're actually hanging something? Is it easier to hang a pizza or a basketball? So the analogy would not work if there was a flat Earth. The world hangs on nothing. You're trying to say that there's a dome. Well, the analogy doesn't work if there's a possibility of hanging it on nothing, and
Yeah.
you couldn't hang a pizza.
Mike, you're
But
taking
no, I don't want to argue with
one
it.
verse.
I love some of
I
the.
be so
guys,
quiet.
Let Rebel jump in
I
there
be
because we'll be at this for a while. So let's let Rebel hop in here. He's not on
Okay.
here all the time. Go ahead, Rebel. Nice to see you again, bro.
Hey, yeah, you too, man. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I'm curious as to why Mike. I think it's a little ironic. Mike would have the term Hebrew roots in his name, but he doesn't subscribe to Hebrew cosmology, which undoubtedly is for sure describing a level stationary plane enclosed in a dome as a geocentric universe. And you just cherry picked that one verse from Job talking about it hangs on nothing. But if you read the full context, it's Job says the earth hangs on nothing, right? Because it's actually sitting on a foundation. That's what it means. God is not hanging the earth on anything. It doesn't mean it's a globe spinning in space. No, just read 2 verses down and it'll tell you how the earth is sitting on a fixed foundation of pillars. That's what that verse means. You can't just cherry pick a verse and just one verse out of the over 200 verses that describe a level stationary plane from Genesis to Revelation and just think that that's what, that one verse is what describes the earth. No, you can't do it.
I wish I had sound effects because if I did, I'd have like a boxing like bell go ding 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 right now because Mike's gonna come back at that one, Rebel. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
I mean, even if you
keep it cordial and respectful, and let's disagree and agree to disagree too. So yeah, go ahead. It's fine to disagree. Go ahead.
Even Wikipedia knows if you type in biblical cosmology and you look at the Wikipedia page for it, it'll straight up tell you that it's an ancient Near East perspective on cosmology that described the Earth as flat and stationary.
So you're flat Earth Rebel, right? Because I kind of remember where you came from, like positionally before. So you're with Iger on the flat Earth theory.
Yeah, I think the term flat Earth has been weaponized to turn people off from the idea. So I just like to say biblical cosmology because there's not besides cherry picking one verse out of Job that says, "Oh, the earth hangs on nothing." You can't use the Bible in the full context with proper biblical hermeneutics and interpretation to describe anything remotely close to a spinning globe through an infinite vacuum of space. You just can't do it. And it's a very important matter because for people like me and thousands of other testimonies just like mine, we had no idea the Bible was true and came to the faith of Christ if it wasn't for the flat Earth revelation.
Well, that's pretty awesome. So whatever brought you to God is a blessing, and it's God working. So if that's what led you to God, God bless, and God will do that for all of us and find us in ways that aren't always the same for each person. So if you got led to Christ and the Father through watching flat Earth videos and seeing people argue the conspiracies and the satanic corruption that does exist in this world, which it does exist to an extent. It does exist to an extent. See, I agree it exists, but I think at times what happens is with these YouTube videos is they just keep adding things. So you'll start off with like a decent, okay, this is a conspiracy, but then they just got to make it more salacious. And you got to recognize too, Rebel, that people do things for money and views and just money on YouTube. Fame and money are definitely part of the equation. So you do have to be careful, because if somebody makes a video, says something outrageous, they're going to get more people to watch the video. You do have to just be aware of that, though, right?
No, for sure. I get what you're saying, but I mean, if you look at the majority of people who do that, first of all, the social media algorithms, especially like YouTube, it wasn't like this in the past, but especially nowadays, currently. I mean, if you type in flat Earth, all you're gonna get, at least for the first couple pages of your results for your search, is gonna be nothing but stuff that's supposed to debunk the flat Earth. Okay. So
hey, we got Pete in the mix too. Sorry, Rebel.
No, you're good. And then if you want to talk about money, NASA, like this guy has a comment up. NASA has a yearly budget of $23 billion a year with a B. So who has more motive to lie? Like some random YouTuber that you would have a really hard time finding, or NASA who gets $60 million a year, and they're laughing to the bank without tax dollars.
Could be a way to steal taxes and filter it to the powers that control that money. That is a very good argument you just made. We got to acknowledge that money will lead to corruption within anything, especially government. So we do have to hear what he just said. That ain't talking about $60. He's talking about 60 billion with a B, and that's a motive enough for evil, satanic, corruption to lie and make a whole program up where they're just filtering money, and making TV shows and filtering money. But yeah, let Pete get in the mix after you, Lou. But go ahead.
All right. Hey,
Peter
Rebel.
just hopped on. Yeah, so go ahead.
Hey, Rebel.
What's up, Lou? Go ahead.
Hey, that verse in Job, when it speaks about earth, do you know what earth mean in the Hebrew?
What, Haaretz?
Yeah, what does Aretz mean? What does Aretz mean?
Basically land, right?
The dry land, yeah.
Land. What do land hang on?
Nothing.
And what's the pillar for a land?
What's the pillar for a land?
Yeah.
That would be underneath the earth. It's the foundation. Nobody can get to it. You can't see it.
Okay, so how is that verse describing a flat earth when it's talking about land not being hanged on nothing? It's not talking about the planet Earth.
Wait, use the word earth though. What else would it be talking about?
Iraq means land in Hebrew. So literally what that verse is saying, land hangs on nothing.
Uh-huh.
Oh, so where there's land on the earth, we have plates, and where there's water, there's not land. So the land that we have on earth has a base under it. That's interesting. I've never heard that before.
Hold on.
And here's the interesting part. Here's the interesting part. How would they know that? Well, if we're going to argue with an atheist, how would they know that there's a foundation under the earth? If there wasn't no scientists back then, but back to the flat Earth. I'm just throwing that in there. But if the land hangs on nothing, and there's tectonic plates under it, how is that describing a flat Earth?
Look, I'll tell you what. Are you looking at the chapter right now, Job 26?
Tell me where to go. I'll go there. Job 26.
Go there.
Yeah.
Sure. What verse?
I'll tell you one of the best. Look, first of all, you're not. I'm not saying you can you can just take one verse or even just one chapter and be like, okay, this is it. This is the flat earth chapter of the entire Bible. No, you have to take the full context of how God describes the earth and the nature of cosmology from Genesis to Revelation. And you can even say including the Apocrypha if you believe in that kind of thing, which I do. I don't believe God chose the number 66 specifically as the number of books he wants to inspire for the canon. I mean, 66 is just a ridiculous number. It's one way.
You don't think God controlled how many books are in the Holy Bible? I got to push back at that.
Well, I don't think it's 66 because 66 is just one. It's just one number away from 666. So I believe it has an occultic meaning. If anything, at least 70 would be a more reasonable number.
I agree with you. The number like outside of like the but you got to look at it as 39 and 27 too, because it's the Old Testament 39 and then 27. Yeah. So if you isolate those two numbers and then you put them together, but again, I got to push back because who's control? Are you making a claim that God's not controlling the world enough to control what books are in the Holy Bible?
Well, no, you're just talking about the American canon right now, of which and currently too.
Okay, fair enough. So you subscribe to certain apocrypha. I got it. Which ones you subscribe to? The traditional like 7 or what? I mean, Mike. See, you and Mike agree on that because he subscribes to I think the 7. Is it 7 books, Mike? The Catholic.
Yeah, in the Catholic Bible where they have it dispersed throughout the Bible, not additional reading, plus a couple paragraphs here and there throughout. Yeah, but not like Jasher. Enoch. I haven't studied these. In fact, I had Jasher on my TV earlier, and I couldn't believe some of the things they were saying about Moses being in prison for 10 years or something. I don't know. It was in the background. But no, just the typical 7.
Okay, so I mean, again, that just gets you to a number around 73, which that's not a very concise number. I mean, for me, 3 is an important number, so I don't get so caught up on the fact that it's 66 books because I know that 2 I think is a satanic number. If you see pairs, just that's getting into a whole different tangent of a conversation. But
yeah, we don't have to go down there.
We don't have to go there. But let's talk about let's let Pete jump in and let him say something, and then we'll get back to this Job 26:7 and let Rebel break that down. Let Pete say hi and jump in here.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Glad you finally got time to get on here. I know you're busy, always working. So
yeah, yeah, just join in just to chill, talk.
Yeah, I put you on the spot there, so
all good.
We'll let Pete get in the mix when we're on whatever subject. But yeah, I mean, everybody up here, the good thing is everybody up here is a Bible believer. I mean, not everybody up here knows each other, but I know everybody since, it's my channel and everybody's come on at different times. And I've had good conversations with all you guys, multiple hours at a time. And we're all diverse thinkers and we're all thinking past level 1. So it's all right to have these conversations where we're not going to agree, because we're going past the polite, like, I don't want to step on your toes, I don't want to hurt your feelings conversations. So let's just, approach it like that, but just make sure we keep it respectful as far as we don't get personal and call each other names. We don't, if we disagree, that's fine. So let's go ahead and get into this Job verse and let Rebel, talk about it for a moment here. Go ahead. And if Iger and Melvin, you guys want to get in the mix, hit the link, guys.
Yeah.
Or anybody in the chat. But yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, Job 26. I usually use King James, but you can keep it here for now.
We'll go to King James. I mean, it's whatever people prefer version. I mean, a lot of people.
Wait. Keep it there for now, because I like how
this is the ESV. This is
it's okay. You can keep it here for now because I want to point something out.
Sure.
Okay, so 26:7. Yeah, he stretches out the north over the void, and hangs the earth on nothing. Correct, right? Because the earth is sitting on a foundation. It's not hanging from something. Yeah, because above the earth would be heaven.
So how do people use this verse? Because I'm trying to figure out what this verse has to do with anything. Because I just read it and it's a verse in the Bible. What is the argument people form from this verse?
They cherry pick it to try to describe a globe spinning in space. Okay, but the problem is when you go down to like 10 verse 10.
Sure.
I haven't read the ESV before, but I like how he used the word circle here, right? So he says in Job 26:10, it says he has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. Okay, so if you break this down, inscribe, like if you're, you know, the definition of inscribe is like to take like some kind of writing utensil and start drawing, right? And if you pass simple middle school geometry, then you would know there's a fundamental difference between a circle and a sphere, right? So Job uses the word circle, which is a flat shape, and that's also the reason why it says on the face of the waters. Again, geometrically speaking, only a flat shape can have a face, right? So there you go. It's saying a circle and a face. And the other key word is boundary. Okay, the King James version says he has compassed the waters with bounds. All right, and this verse is, I mean, if you don't have a good idea of what the cosmology is, you can kind of just like pass by it. But there's a lot of stuff going on in just this one verse, because not only it is describing the flat circular shape of the earth and of it having a face, just like we saw the Spirit of God hover over the face of the waters in the Genesis creation account. But when it talks about the boundary, that the King James says the bounds that the waters were kept within, that actually is referring directly to the ice wall, the gigantic 360 ice wall that's being used as a container to hold in all the ocean water. You know, so just in one little tiny verse here, it's describing a flat circular shaped earth, right? And then on verse 11, it talks about the pillars of heaven, and pillars can be taken literally here, because the word God defined the word firmament as heaven in the beginning in Genesis chapter 1 verse 8. So anytime the word heaven is used, it's actually referring directly back to the firmament, which is described by or which is defined as a solid vaulted dome, and that the Hebrews also believed to be solid and supporting waters above. It was like an actual tangible structure that was above them.
In order for something to be a circle, right, it has to do it has to go around, right?
Yeah, but do you understand the difference between a circle and a ball?
The verse says circle.
Yeah, you know a circle is a flat shape.
The circle, a circle is a flat shape. Okay, but it says, look what the verse says. He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters. That's on the waters.
Amen. Yeah. Of the
so
waters.
So if the circle is, it say of.
Yeah, you see it?
It say
on the face
on
of
the waters.
No, it says
on the face of the waters. Yeah, on the face of the water. If it's on top of the water. If you go outside, and if you go to the beach, you look at the ocean water, and you look at the round shape above it, doesn't that describe what the Bible is talking about right here?
No, it's not. Well, in 26:10 is not talking about the top part. The top part is a dome, and so there it has some sort of spherical shape.
A dome is not a circle.
Yeah,
a dome is not a circle.
A dome is a hemisphere. It's half of a ball. It's a hemisphere.
So you don't think the scholars who wrote this would have wrote hemisphere instead of circle?
But it's not talking about the dome. It's talking about the earth. Because the
earth is round.
A circle is round, bro. Like you see our avatars, right? You see all the avatars right
Yeah, but
here.
you were just advocating the circle was two-dimensional. You were saying everybody from middle school knows the difference between circle and sphere. So you
And
can't then play both
sphere.
sides and say circle is three-dimensional.
Wait.
Fairness, just being
No,
fair and objective.
Ryan, a circle can still be three-dimensional. Haven't you
I agree, but that wasn't the position you took when you came in. I agree, because a circle's 360 degrees mathematically on a two-dimensional math problem. So I agree, but you did come in with the position that there was a differentiation between circle and sphere, right?
Right. I'm just saying
It's fine to change your position too. It's not the end of the world.
What do you mean? I'm not changing my position at all.
All right. Well, what's your position? Because isn't a hemisphere only half a circle? Isn't that like 180 degrees? Like a protractor shape, like a dome?
Yeah, but a protractor is only two-dimensional. I'm talking about a 360 dome, like think about it like a snow globe, like that. Not just like a flat. And you have to differentiate. There's the earth and then there's heaven. The heaven is what's the hemisphere shape. The earth itself is still three-dimensional, but it's just a flat circle. It's level. Of course, you got mountains and stuff.
The earth in that verse is speaking of land.
Okay, but do you know like in 2 Peter, for example, it says the earth is standing in and out of water. So that's why the word earth and the face of the waters are being used in conjunction here in this chapter, because the earth is standing out of the water. We see in Genesis that after God separated the waters from the waters using the firmament, he made the dry land appear out of the waters. You see, like the continents of land are just separated by bodies of water. So the earth is still within the flat circle where the waters are in.
And the circle is on the waters.
It's on the face of the waters.
It don't matter. Face of the waters. It's on the face. It's on top, meaning it's on top of it, right?
No, it says it inscribed. Like the word.
You want to go to a different verse? Tell me if you want to go to a different.
No.
Lou, it said use the word inscribed. You see how it says inscribed, meaning like you're etching it like inside of it.
So you telling me that verse when it say on is inside the water?
Yeah, but look at the first verb. He has inscribed a circle on the face. I mean, I don't know what's so hard to. It's probably easier to see a diagram of the flat Earth model instead of trying to like imagine it in your mind. That would probably be.
Well, if you want to share your screen and you can share you're on whatever device you're on to share a screen. Go ahead and grab something and just share your screen.
Can we read the King James version of it?
Sure.
So do we all?
There's like 7-8 people on the panel, guys. So just jump in when you got a concept. Nobody's going to take it as being interrupted. We got 7-8 people on the panel, so just jump in.
So do we all understand that the Earth is tilted at about 22.5 degrees? I think it is.
Well, they say 23.6, which if you subtract that from 90, actually gives you 66.6, another occultic number to show you how the heliocentric model is inspired by demonic spiritual forces. But yeah.
All right. So I got an actual globe here in my apartment, and it says it looks like 22.5 or something. Anyway, we're all familiar with that dynamic, whether it's true or not. We're all familiar with that. Do we know what a barbershop pole is? Like a candy cane, red and white striped barbershop pole? Do we all know what that is? That's as a kid. Yeah. That's how we imagine that. As a kid, that's what we imagined the North Pole was. There was an actual pole there, and the South Pole had the same thing. That's your foundations. Okay, it's one giant imaginary pole running through the middle of the Earth, and if the Earth had not been doing the 22.5 degrees tilt, if it had not been doing that, it would not be pointing at a northern star. we are tilted in such a fashion that that pole, that imaginary pole coming out of the North Pole, is pointing to within 100 and 300, 1 over 365ths of a degree at the North Star. Yes, over decades, eons, it does kind of rotate a little bit, but that's why you see a picture, a long picture where they, what is it called? A long exposure picture. For several hours, they will keep the camera stationary and open up the shutter. And as the stars rotate, there will be maybe an observatory or a pine tree in the foreground, but in the background, it'll make a beautiful concentric circles, but they're all rotating around one star. That's our northern star. It's easier than heck to stand on the North Pole and point directly straight above your head, and you're going to be pointing at the North Star. If you're on the equator, you're going to be pointing at the horizon. So we know between pointing directly above and directly level is 90 degrees. And in Omaha, all I have to do is go out, look at the northern star and point at it and figure out that angle. And that's how far above the equator I am. Omaha is about 42 degrees, I think. So the circles that he has inscribed on the ocean is your Tropic of Cancer and your Tropic of Capricorn, so that we can navigate. We can navigate on the ocean. You can navigate on the land. Just sit there and look at the star. Well, when you're on the ocean, you have no bearings. You don't know where you're at. You will always be able to find your longitude at sea because of that simple North Pole. You won't be able to find out how far west you are of England on your way to the United States. There's certain things you can do. Look at the constellations as they arise at night and count which one's going to be next. You can figure how far west you are of London, but you will always know this is how they go. That's why the whole entire northern hemisphere is settled. The entire south hemisphere is considered third world. You couldn't travel from Chile to India. There's no bearing in the stars. So the lines he's inscribing for us are those lines we can use to navigate, and it's all due to the northern star.
Can we read the King James version of the verse 10, because it's completely different from the one in the ESV?
Mike.
Sure.
For what point would we read that? When I just explained that to you, for what point would you go to the KJV? I just explained to you. It has to be a spirit.
Because what you're
Where are you coming from, Pete? Just so we know before you start making your premise here. Are you flat Earth or what are you?
I'm flat Earth.
Okay, so you're flat Earth too. This is
4 on 3.
4 people that are flat Earthers up here right now. I got
That's
Pete,
crazy, bro.
Mike.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Mike from Babylon. He learned from the Babylons. He learned from the Babylons.
You actually read verse 10 from the
Go
ESV.
ahead.
It's completely different from the King James version, because it says, "He had compassed the waters with bounds," which means that there's limits to the waters.
Yeah, it's called the seashore. We surf on it. We stand there and throw our fishing rods into the ocean. There's a limit. There's an actual limit.
That's not a compass shape, bro. A seashore can be a very irregular shape, bro. A compass is a circle. It's not just like a regular
like a verb here. He's not using compass as the device compass. He's using.
You go walk around the Lake of the Ozarks. You're going to have a long walk if you went around every cove, around where the water meets exactly the earth. If you walked around it that way, you are encompassing it. Okay, it doesn't matter the shape of the compass. It's the whole point of something has been inscribed for the purposes of a north, which you think is all like one thing in the center of a record.
All right, then Pete make his point though, because he wanted to go to King James for whatever reason. Let's let Pete jump in and make his point. Go ahead, Pete.
So you think that what's called when it talks about like the limits of the waters, it's the one talking to the seashores? That's it. Not
if
the
you've ever
outside
been
of
to the ocean is very, very shallow from the seashore, very miles and miles out. It's very shallow, 100 feet. It's very shallow, and then it drops off. That drop off, I forget what it's called, is the limit, and it has eroded away slightly. That's about it. You can look at any Google Maps.
All right, go ahead, Pete. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's what I wanted to say. Like,
Mike, if you're a Hebrew guy, do you value looking up the original definitions of the Hebrew words from the Old Testament?
I'm sure he does, of course.
Like I just did while you guys have been talking for 45 minutes. Yeah. I also have been to a Passover where and I'm single, and a very beautiful woman approached me and said, hello. And I said hello back to her, and she says, I'm a flat earther. And unless you believe that, this conversation has ended. You
Okay,
guys
I'm
are
not
very,
that person. You're talking to me right now.
so you sound very much like her, Mike. You
so
said, hey, if you're following the Hebrew, you better read the Bible, Mike. You better check out the Bible, Mike. You better make sure that you're reading the truth of the Bible, Mike, because it says in there, it says this. Well, I'll tell you what. Also, it says that masturbation is perfectly fine, because they will ask me, Mike, is masturbation fine? And I will say, no work of your hands will go unblessed. No work of your hands will go unblessed. So go masturbate to your flat earth, because no work of your hands will go unblessed. You are the one that are picking and choosing the verses. I was trying to get through a conversation where a flat earther had dominated the conversation. I was trying to get through the conversation just to mention one of you guys' little facts. And it came to mind about the earth hanging on and not hanging on anything. So I mentioned one thing just to get through the conversation. Just to get through the conversation. But you want to jump all over the fact that I can cherry pick one verse out of Job. I am not a flat earther. I've heard every one of your arguments for 5 years. I can debunk every one of them. I could care less about debunking them. I love Iger's photo. I think it looks like a tree. I've seen your model. I think it's wonderful. I think it makes you very, very small in the universe, just like a young Earth would make you small if you had previously believed in 4 billion years. It makes you feel very important. But no, it is a complete distraction, not worthy of Pearl.
Do you know the original word?
Mike, Mike.
I wouldn't say it's not worthy, because then you're saying that God's creation in Genesis 1 isn't worthy.
No, hey Mike, you got a picture of what you're talking about when you describe.
I'll wait for everybody else to get through, so that when I'm trying to explain it and the way I'm gonna explain it, it's gonna make all the sense in the world. And all you need to do is read the very beginning of the Bible.
All right, but also
I want to see Mike. I want to see Mike's picture of what he's talking about when he's describing the.
Yeah, no, sorry. Go ahead.
He's talking about Iger's thing.
No, because I want to see him show a picture of it, because I don't think people are going to understand. Explain. I don't think people are going to understand what he's saying. It'll be more understandable if you show them the picture of a diagram or a graph or something.
Lou, I got a picture on my screen. Ryan will share in a second. But actually, wait. Ryan is on Blue Letter Bible.
One thing. Time out. One thing, just to keep order. You got Mike excited for good reason, because you kind of challenged his whole oh, you're Hebrew roots, but you don't believe this. So just try to disagree without attacking somebody's denomination or identity. Because if I said to somebody well, you're Catholic, so you should get that. Of course, they're going to be attached to their denomination. So I don't know if you want to say sorry. It's not like you have to apologize.
It's ironic. I was making observations.
I think you did kind of you provoked them to get a little angry there. So you know what I mean? Understand.
I made a very simple observation.
Well, what's your denomination? Just for instance, if he attacked hey, rebel, you're
I'm a Nazarene. I have no denomination.
Oh yeah, it says it on your. I mean, you guys are more similar than you're different, because Mike subscribes exactly to that. I think, right, Mike? Aren't you a Nazarene too? Oh
yeah. Dude, I don't have any ill will towards anybody. I don't care.
I know.
I don't care what any of you I'm not here to convince anybody. I'm just, if anything, I'm just standing up for what I believe to be the truth of God's word. Okay,
that's cool.
Wait, while you're here, just go ahead and click on the word compass, and let's see what the original Hebrew word means.
Okay, we'll go to the interlinear and we'll check it out. But to be fair, none of us up here even speak Hebrew too, so we got to be careful, making too much of an assertion here.
I do a little bit.
Well, who said that?
It gives us the definition.
You guys don't know Melvin. If you guys don't know Melvin, he's also flat earther, Rebel, and Peter and Iger and Melvin. We're all flat earthers. So
it's like a 4 versus 3 flat earth. Mike,
it's crazy though, like how the paradigm shifted there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit back.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit back and wait for my turn, because this is all gonna be over with. It's one chapter.
Okay. Rebel, what's the point with the Hebrew meaning of the word
Ryan,
encompass? What's the point?
can I recommend 2 minutes for everybody, and then or maybe a minute and a half, and everybody?
Oh, we got 7 people up here, so 2 minutes is like 2 hours.
I gotta go.
Yeah, a minute and a half for we could go through people, and then everybody can give their whatever, rebuttals or arguments.
Well, let's try to stay like where we're at. Why? What do you want to do? Watch a video or something?
No, I'm just saying like that way everybody gets a minute and a half to just say whatever they want. If they want to respond to something somebody else said.
We're fine as it is. We're all adults. Let's like keep a fluent conversation.
I kind of want to respond to what
I was just telling Rebel. I understand why Mike got provoked a little, because I'd get provoked too if somebody like challenged my doctrine, like, oh, you're this. It's like because the way it came across was kind of like, well, you're not representing what you claim you are, so that's all. But I know he didn't mean ill will towards it either, but I was just explaining like everything's understandable how Mike reacted to as far as being defensive about it. But again, Mike's also like subscribes to the Nazarene thing, so I think Rebel, you and Mike have a lot more in common. I
wanted to respond to the Star Trails and the Polaris and that Mike said earlier, because that used to be an argument for flat Earth, and I like the way he switched it around and made an argument for the spinning ball Earth heliocentric model.
All right, let's go one point at a time. Let's go 1 point at a time, and let Rebel explain what he wants here. Let's go 1 point at a time.
All right, go ahead.
We need the 2 minutes, right?
Well,
we need the 2
whatever,
minutes.
just order.
All people got to do is just let the guy talk, let him get his point across, move on to the next person.
Yeah. I mean, that's let him get his point across. Go ahead. I mean, I'm not. We're all sharing the space up here. It's just my channel. I have no more authority than anybody else, but I will be like the mediator. I'll try to keep the order so everybody gets a turn. That's all I'll do. It's not like I'm in charge, but I will try to make sure everybody's getting their time. So go ahead, Rebel.
No, all I want to do or say is, when you look at the original definition of the word encompass in the Bible for English, in the Hebrew, it's the word hug, which is defined in the Strong's Concordance by scholars as, to encircle, encompass, to draw around, make a circle, and so it's clearly talking about the shape of a circle, which we all know is a flat shape, right? And then just the last thing I want to do, so you can sort of get an idea of what I'm talking about. Do you mind just sharing my screen for a second? I just want to go through some images, and then I promise I gotta go soon anyway. And
I'm glad you came on. I hope you come back more often. I always learn something from all you guys, and I remember you made a good impression on me the one night. I mean, you got a lot to say.
But you would have to admit that your flat Earth model equator is a circle, and a sphere's equator is a circle. Okay.
Yeah, but it's talking about just one circle, which is what you see here. Like when it says
that's looking like a pancake up there, man.
When it says he has encompassed the Earth, and put the waters in bounds. What I believe to be the bounds is, the most outer edge, which to us they tell us is Antarctica, but it's not just like some kind of a continent on the South Pole of a sphere, but rather it's what's being used to contain all the ocean water, because the way we know how water behaves, like a body of water, is that it needs to be contained. Like if you take like a tennis ball or basketball, whatever, and you try to pour water all over it, water won't stick to it. You can say gravity all you want, but for any time you want to experiment or observe or reproduce how water acts, it always needs a container, and it always lays flat at the surface. And if you make a circular shape, it's going to look like a circle. Okay, so this is a little crude model. Here's a little better one. Like when I was
blocking it. You're blocking it with the comment you're showing, Ryan.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, it's fine. If you see here, like it talks about things like the apocalypse of Abraham and the testament of Levi, and it shows how there's up to 7 heavens, on the model, and we're just down here on the bottom. And God,
that's what Muslims believe. They believe in 7 heavens.
Well, right, because the Muslims have to copy their holy book off the truth, which is the Bible. So of course they're going to put some truth into their text as well. Just like with all other religions, they always do some kind of copycat move off the truth. That's what makes it believable in the first place. So here's another model. Obviously, it's not colored like this. It's just but this is showing how when God made the rainbow and it's seven different colors, you can say it's corresponding to the seven different heavens that's above the flat earth, right? But so if you take the color out, it kind of looks more like this. And the reason why God is called the Most High is because, yeah, he's in the position of like the most authority. He's the Almighty, all-knowing, all-powerful creator. But it's actually also a directional term referring to his position above us as the Most High. So he's right above us in heaven here. He's not. If you believe in space, then you would have to think that he's in like some other ethereal, wispy dimension that you can't possibly imagine where it is. So the whole concept of outer space is a satanic deception to hide the literal position of God in heaven above us. And so that's why it's a very important issue, because it hides God from a lot of people to the point where it will make people turn into just, your most staunch nihilist atheists. So it's a very big deal. When you look at the Apocrypha like Jubilees, it talks about things like this, describing the flood, story, how God opened the floodgates of heaven. Genesis
drowning out the sun and washing away the moon.
No, because the sun and moon you can see is above the water. There's 7 heavens. The sun and moon are not here, Mike. They're above it. That's why there's different layers of heaven. So no, that would not be correct. All right, because apparently this is what you believe, that there's satellites, going all around this thing, and even though you can't see it in any kind of live feed from space, and you think you were traveling at all these ridiculous speeds, despite the fact that we feel and look like we're perfectly still. So I apparently this is, if you believe the heliocentric model, which by the way, the word heliocentric comes from the Greek god, the Greek sun god Helios, okay, and the term solar system comes from the Roman sun god Sol Invictus. You're actually doing sun worship to a certain degree. That's what it is. Okay, and if you have a basic understanding of the occult secret societies and what they worship, it is the sun. So that's what you're getting here. And if you believe we live on a globe, I mean, this is what you believe. Like ships and boats are going, upside down and sideways on a ball.
How fast do they say our Earth is spinning? Us Globers, how fast do we say the Earth is spinning? Like in Omaha, how fast am I supposed to be going? My point being, I look at I don't really watch the news anymore, but for 50 years, I've been watching the weather report, and everything comes from the west. The weather is moving faster than whatever the speed the globe is.
You're right, Mike. Because when I'm a truck driver, and every time I look at that weather, the snow always comes from the west. The rain always comes from the west, and that ice always comes from the west. You did right. You did right on that.
Y'all wrong about that.
How are these guys, just out of fairness, how are these people getting?
Where do hurricanes come from? They come from the east. All the hurricanes come from the east. You guys are crazy. All the hurricanes come from the east. If you're
not the snow and the ice.
Hurricanes come from the east, bro.
Yeah, they hit Louisiana. They hit Louisiana and go east.
Though. I mean, that's coming from the ocean.
Right, that's coming from the African Ocean to Louisiana, and then it goes northeast every time. It never comes to Omaha.
But the
Bible,
the
sun always rises on the east.
The speed of the earth is craziness.
Yeah, but the Bible.
But no, real quick. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you, Mama. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Bible says the west wind blows. It says the wind blows from the west. That's where it's assigned to blow from. It's not because of the earth is spinning.
No, I was looking at the picture, not laughing at you, Melvin. Good to have you on here. Oh, where'd he go? Wasn't that Melvin?
Melvin
I'm
has
here.
a little
He's got a
presentation.
bad connection. He keeps going in and out.
Oh, he's got a different picture. He doesn't have his picture on. Okay, no, Iger was here earlier. When you first came on, hey, I'm not going to debate it, whatever. And here we are, an hour and a half later. But no, I just had like two quick. What I don't want to say I can debunk you, but I know where this is 5 years old. We went through all this 5 years ago when it was very, very popular, and there's like little sound bites we can give you to help you, such as that word for circle. And I don't remember what it is, so I don't want to try to back it up. I can seek out the source and try to back it up, but essentially wherever they're talking about something flat, like you're out in the ocean and you look all the way around you and you see a circle, they're talking about a flat. But whenever they're talking about Earth, the dirt that we stand on, essentially our side, that where we believe it's a globe, it's a completely different Greek word. That's my understanding. Number one, but like I say, I don't care to debate that. Number two, very easily, I think you all would concur, all you flat earthers, that the raquia, I think it's called in Genesis, is that dome. Am I mistaken?
The rakia,
Yeah, it's a dome above the earth. When you look at the word for rakia, it says flat as base. What's the base of the firmament?
Amen.
The earth.
Amen.
So it's right there. in the Hebrew.
Go with that little presentation you was gonna tell us, Melvin. You've been
No. I'm gonna read. Because for the ball earth to make sense, then it has to line up with this scripture.
Because y'all not ready for Mike. Y'all not ready for Mike. Mike giving y'all some knowledge.
This right here is gonna this one's gonna cause you to think. So just give me a second because my connection go in and out, and I don't want to,
What verse?
It's gonna
So go to Genesis
debunk
chapter.
what Mike
Hold on,
said.
Lou. Hold
It's
on,
gonna
Lou.
debunk what Mike
Just
said.
hold on, Lou, because my connection goes in and out, Lou.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
All right, Genesis 1.
Yeah, go to Genesis 1.
Okay.
Because what I think is people don't take the time to read this slowly, right?
I've got my pen and paper ready and my camera. If I can, I think I know where you're going with this, and I'm ready to draw you a picture. But go ahead.
And I hope you're not trying to do subtle hypnosis that the Illuminati does do, because I'm aware of that as being one of the weapons they use. So I know you're always saying you're fighting against them, and I hope you are, and I hope you're on our side and the good side. But I hope those videos you're showing isn't a way to subtly hypnotize people, because I do get a little sketched out. I'm just being honest. I get sketched out by that stuff, to be honest.
Hey, Iger, put on some diet videos. It'll subliminally tell Ryan to lose. Now, Ryan, you're the one that told me you wanted to lose weight. Okay, so I'm not okay. So I'm just holding you to. I'm not making fun.
I know
All right, go ahead.
they do subtly hypnotize us, so I'm a little. Iger's always saying he's fighting the war with us against them, so I'm just hoping he's not tricking us.
What happened to Melvin, right?
No,
what happened to Melvin?
I definitely don't like the New World Order, bro.
I'm waiting for everybody else. I'm waiting.
But I am a flat earther.
Oh,
and I'm a little bitter that I got brainwashed to believe in the ball.
What verse, Melvin? What verse? Let's not mess around.
I won't. If you could, I'm on my phone.
Anybody else got a problem hearing him?
Yeah, I'm on my.
No, I can hear him.
I'm trying to.
Volume's okay for y'all?
Talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Melvin, let's go.
Just keep talking.
All right. So Genesis chapter 1. Okay. In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Let's stop right there.
All right,
the face of the deep. When we look at that Hebrew word for deep, it talks about an ocean. So first question that is, where is the ocean space? Because space is a vacuum. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Now, so the Spirit of God moved on the face of the waters.
You're cutting in and out, Melvin. You're cutting in and out.
As I said earlier, water always finds its level. So according to this, there was water before the earth. The earth is not even in existence. We would say, is it fair to say that the ocean is part of the earth? Can we say that?
You're cutting out. Is it fair to say the ocean is where you cut out at?
I said, is it fair to say that the ocean is a part of the earth?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
continue.
The ocean.
So
The
we know
ocean
that water.
is the ocean.
So
the
we.
ocean
So
is a part of
wait,
the
Lou,
world.
wait, Lou. Lou,
It's
please
a
wait.
part of the world.
Well,
Okay.
you asked the question, so you open the door. Just keep doing your thing and don't ask question. Go ahead. Because that's a rhetorical question, anyways. But yeah,
All
go
right.
ahead.
Yeah, don't ask questions.
At least-
All right. So what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that the earth was, if the earth went around the earth, and that's from
Your
remember
connection
that
sucks,
he-
Alvin.
when-
Your connection sucks. We can't. We're not hearing what your point is because your connection sucks. Just try again, but nobody heard it.
all right, hear me now. You might hear me.
You're cutting in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Auto tune echo.
Yeah, stop walking around. Just stand still for a minute.
Stand on one foot, Melvin.
Put your finger to your nose.
No, I'm trying to. I'm in a good.
Climb up to the roof of your house, Melvin.
Y'all hear me?
Tell us if the Earth is spinning.
Fuck out
or not.
here.
You're up there too. All right, but what's the point? Because you're cutting in and out.
I
Try to
can't-
just get to the point as fast as you can.
Can you hear me?
You're cutting
Yeah,
in and out.
trying to hear me now.
All right, Melvin, we might have to come back to you because you just keep cutting in and out, man. I don't know. Just try to interrupt somebody in a minute. Just give it a minute.
Somebody else go real.
And then just jump in. Yeah, give it.
Or
give it a
reboot.
minute and then just jump in.
Restart your phone. Yeah, that's what I do, and it comes because mine will lock sometimes.
All right.
Earlier, I
Go to Peter.
Somebody else, who's
What do
being
you got to
patient,
say,
who's
Peter?
waiting. Yeah, Peter's been patient.
Yeah, let Peter.
Because what made you flat Earth, Peter? Was it the scriptures?
It was the scriptures, but it was also the proof of the firmament.
I don't even know what the firmament is. Can somebody tell me what is supposed to be the firmament?
Look at the Ryan. Look it up.
Job
Look it up.
37:18.
It's the white. It's
is
the
it
white
supposed
in the
to be?
target. If you look at the target sign, the target company sign.
No. Ryan.
What do you mean?
look
No,
up
no, no! I didn't even finish. What the
Look
hell?
up okay, Mike. You can say
No,
whatever you want,
Mike.
but
Let Peter explain it. Let
I'm
Peter
telling
let
Ryan-
Peter talk.
okay,
Let's be fair. Let's
Peter
let
can do
Peter
it too.
talk.
I'm just telling
Just
Ryan.
let Peter.
All right. Well, Rebel's trying to tell me what the
Nah,
firmament
let-
is.
Let Peter.
Look up the original definition of the word firmament in Hebrew from the Blue Letter Bible Strong's Concordance.
Okay, we'll do that. Peter, go ahead.
We know
talk
what
to
it
us
is.
about- Go ahead.
Ryan
If you're
said
trying to
what?
say it, if you're trying to say it's a beaten out thing, I agree with you. If you're trying to say it's a beaten out thing that has to be flat, I don't see that.
I never said this
Hemisphere.
firmament was flat. I don't know where the hell are you getting that from.
No, I gave you two options. Don't jump down to one. Did you say? Are you trying to say in what he's looking up to prove on for you? Are you trying to prove that it is a beaten out thing, like a hard beaten out thing? I would agree.
Yeah. Do you see where it says solid? Extended surface is solid.
Yeah, that's the Earth, like the target sign I was trying to explain.
No, it's not there, dude. Mike, this
No,
is a
that's
definition.
not
of
the
the
Earth.
I
firmament.
quit
It's
talking.
not about
I
any
quit
other
talking.
thing, bro. Dude,
There was no rain in those days. There was no clouds. There was no rainbows. There was no, huh?
do you understand how the Strong Concordance works? It just defines one word at a time. This is specifically talking about the firmament, not the earth, not the water, not anything else. Just strictly firmament, which is, you already know is the Hebrew word rakia.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
and-
I'm
and
looking
what-
at the definition of it, and I still don't physically know what I'm supposed to see when I'm looking for a firmament because I'm looking at the definition, but I physically don't understand. Like Mike's saying, why can't this just be describing the corners of the Earth on a globe model?
It's like
Well, it's before there's dry land. Right now, where Melvin was reading it's an entire water planet, maybe an iron molten core because we do measurements today where compasses point north. But let's just stick with its pure water, salt water, good water, who knows? But it's water, and it's probably frozen. Frozen water is, I don't think at those temperatures is ice anymore. It's super cold or something like that, but it's like a liquid again where it's anyway it's nothing but water and probably frozen. And no, what the spirit hovered over the face of the deep. Is man made yet? Is dirt made yet? It's entire water, and this firmament is what he's going to put in the water. And let's just use dirt, like dirt in your hand, but also the dirt of like where we walk. He put that dirt in the water, so now we've got mud, okay? But he separated those waters above, right, like the target sign, and the waters below. The target sign, the white in the middle, is the earth that he's going to push to the outside of that target sign and make dry land. I don't know how hard that is.
I'm flabbergasted why you would use a freaking stupid target sign to try to make an analogy for the cosmology of the Earth.
Oh, man.
I've got a pen and paper
Peter
ready.
Talk. Go, Peter. Wait, Mike. Let Peter talk. Let Peter talk.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, so in Genesis 1 verse 6 through 8, it talks about the firmament that divides the waters from the waters, and divides the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And God called the firmament heaven. So the firmament is pretty much what's called. And then you go to Isaiah 40:22. It talks about, it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers that stretches out the heavens, which is talking about the firmament, as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. So pretty much think about like the firmament like a dome shaped what's called barrier that's dividing the waters from above it from the waters below, which is the oceans, the lakes, and everything. And that's why when you look up into the sky, that the blue colors you see up there, you're seeing the waters above the firmament, which is it's like a barrier pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, even in the blue letter here, it's telling us that the word heaven is kind of, because I was curious what it said in the ESV. It's saying heaven and sky are kind of being used interchangeably, just like earth and land, because we know the Hebrew word for earth is the similar usage as land. So heaven here, because I was real curious. You see the word heaven, I get curious. And it's saying heaven's also, kind of referring to sky. So it might be a more general way of describing just the sky, not exactly the heavenly realm where New Jerusalem is. And Troy Taylor is making that argument in the chat also.
Absolutely. The firmament of the heaven. There's two different. This firmament that we tried to explain, I can't turn my camera on to draw you a picture. This firmament that became, so now the earth is entire dirt, entire land. Okay, all the waters are underneath. There's no mountains, valleys, oceans, lakes. There's small streams. There's 4 of them named. One went all the way around something.
Can I show
but
you
there's no clouds. The water is all now in one place below us, and the earth is fatter. It's all dirt now. And then at Noah's flood, it all squished in. We're a little bit smaller. We're spinning a little bit faster each year.
Where is
it? Used to be 3. In a mental image you can get if you do a simple reading of this without thinking you're living on a pizza.
Can I show like a 45-second video?
Sure.
And no, what's your name, real quick, to answer your question? This will take 15 seconds. What he's been asking for Lou is asking for the proof or whatever, the picture of the how to do
that picture.
Just Google anything sextant. Yeah, Google anything sextant.
What is it called?
Yeah, I'm saying it correctly. Sextant. Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. That's it. I'm good.
SEXTON, sextant.
No. It's TANT. I'm looking at it right now. I got it. I'm looking at it.
Okay, sextant.
There you go.
Anything else? Do I add anything to it?
That's it.
And
I'm trying to turn my microphone off and my camera on, and nothing's working. But if you can hear me, yeah, you can just Google that later. That just explains why you can. Wherever you are on the Earth, you can measure the angle of the northern star, and you're going to know your longitude. How far or north or south you are.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm good on that. I don't want to beat that one to the horse. I don't want to beat that horse to death. We were on Genesis, and then we kind of drifted off to a different passage. So I want to make sure you guys. I want to hush and hear what you guys have to say to see if we go on to a third passage or if we stick with Genesis. No, carry on, brothers.
Well, I think it's real interesting that, like I said, we got 4 people up here that read the scriptures and came to the conclusion of flat Earth because, or the flat Earth theory led them to God. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Is this concept was a way God, found these people and taught them, the truth. So at the end of the day, we should be appreciative that God used this as a method to reach some people. So no matter if we agree or disagree, we all got to praise God for the fact that everybody has found God because of, even if it's a silly way to some of us, to some people, it was, a way to find God's truth. And, we all read the scriptures differently, and there's no right or wrong answer to how to read the scriptures, as long as you're not using it to hurt people or mislead people away from God. So, I mean, I can see both arguments here, and none of us really are out there in outer space looking down on the earth to know the actual answer. We're trusting other people and other scientific videos and information. So this is a discussion that's kind of circular. We could go at it for forever. Honestly, it's you guys aren't going to budge from where you're at, and me, Mike, and Lou aren't going to budge from where we're at. But it's still a good conversation, and I just think we should try to just keep doing what we're doing and go to as many scriptures as possible. So, Pete, I'm sorry I didn't get to that Isaiah verse. I want to get to that Isaiah verse after you show the video too, because I was still looking at the fact when I saw the word heaven in Genesis 1:7, 1:8, whatever it was, that caught my attention. So,
are you good,
man? We'll go to that Isaiah verse after we watch Pete's video too. So, go ahead and show the quick video for us, Pete.
All right, this is just this is many of one videos that. There's other videos out there where they're hitting the firmament, but this is one of them. And this is the SpaceX rocket that's hitting it. And yeah. So that was a rocket hitting the firmament. And when it hit the firmament, you can see like a giant beam of light coming from the top. Like that shouldn't be able to be possible on a ball Earth where you can go into outer space unless like that rocket hits something in order for that to happen.
Who took this video? Give us a little context.
Hold on, play it again. Play it again. Let me see.
Low too. Right. That looked like really low. Like that's not even very high. Like you're saying this dome is so low. That rocket was in the air for like 10 seconds, if that. It's an 8 second.
Well, it looks like it's being played like a little faster speed than normal.
It's being played faster.
It takes about a minute to go up and a minute to come down. Just I've seen them here from Florida multiple times.
That's on the TikTok video.
And there's also videos of that light shining out in the middle of the night sky for hours. Even after that rocket hit it, like for hours, you can literally find videos on the light shining.
Yeah, the one that was memorable to me when I saw it, I had a girlfriend that's a ball earther. And she was like, "Is that normal?" When they hit the dome, it looked like there was like a vortex that was opened up there. It was pretty creepy. We were like maybe 40 miles away from the launch, but we could still see the rocket hit something, and it looked like a little vortex up there.
You just said you had a girlfriend that was a ball earther.
Yeah, she's still a ball earther to this day, bro. We're not together anymore.
Hey, hold on with that video. Did the rocket hit something and curve?
Comes right back down, bro.
Let me go back to that.
That's such a it hit it within 3 seconds. It's an 8-second video. That's what I'm not understanding. That it's like you guys are trying to say that the dome is so low that it hit it within 3 seconds of being launched.
Takes a minute. Takes a minute.
But Ryan,
that's not a minute video. That's an 8-second clip.
Yeah, it was.
Even if the rocket hit the dome, right? Why would it curve?
Because the dome is curved, Lou. What do you mean? Look at Iger's picture. You see how it's domed? You see how it's curved? The top of it?
Bruh, when something collide with another object, it do not curve, bruh.
Yeah, when it comes, like if a basketball hit the top of a dome, it would like just come straight down.
It's not gonna curve. Look at it. You trying to tell me it hit something and then curve as it falls?
Yeah,
why not? If you throw a ball in the air, doesn't it make a parabolic curve to come down to hit the ground?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, bro.
But I mean, we see girls like wear like cat faces on TikTok too. So like, can't we also like be aware that this video could have a lot of like misinformation and just like technological nonsense going on? I mean, I see girls wearing kitty cat faces all the time on TikTok.
If you throw a ball in the air, it's not hitting nothing but air. Of course, it's liable to curve. But if it's a firmament and the size of that rocket, the weight of that rocket, and the power that rocket take off with, for it to hit the firmament and then curve down, bruh, something ain't right.
Wait, Louis, you gotta understand, this firmament, as solid as it is, it's unlike any other type of solid material that we may know of here on this earth, okay? Because there's, first of all,
it don't matter, bro. It don't matter.
Yes,
you
it
take
does.
a basketball, you take a basketball and throw it up to the roof. What's the chances of it curving?
Bro, first of all, a roof is not curved. First of all,
I say, if you take a basketball and throw it against your roof being solid, what's the chance of that ball curving?
Well, if it's a curved roof, have you ever hit a ball out of a curved roof?
Yeah, at an angle.
Did y'all just not see that rocket went up and curved down?
Yeah, because the dome is curved.
The dome is curved, bro. What
it's a dome. Do you know what a dome looks like?
Bruh.
Bruh, what are you, bruh? Do you know what a dome looks like?
Okay. Let's just say the dome is curved. I give y'all that, right? The dome is curved.
That's the definition of
force,
the dome,
okay, listen. The dome is curved, right? The force of that rocket flying straight up.
It's not straight up. It's at an angle. It's not straight up. I can show you what happens when it goes straight up. It stops.
Okay. The force of that rocket going straight at an angle in the curve. You trying to tell me once it hit that curve, it's going to curve down?
Yeah, because where else would it go?
Bro, you kidding me, bro? You kidding me?
It's so funny. Right?
You got to be kidding me.
We lost once. We lost opponents from both sides.
You trying to tell me the force of a rocket going at a straight angle, hitting the curve, that rocket, the rocket going towards the curve, right? It's going straight for it, right?
At an angle.
At an angle.
45-degree angle.
If it's going at a 45-degree angle, right? As a matter of fact, now you adding stuff. Show me. No, you added stuff. Ain't no rocket go at a 45-degree angle. A rocket is made to go straight up.
Okay.
A rocket is not meant to go at an angle.
That's cap.
What do you mean that's cap? You know why? No. Okay, here's where you bust your bubbles. If a rocket is meant to go at an angle, then it goes against the round Earth, belief.
You got it.
Because the rocket supposed to go. Hold on, bro.
Look up Max Q.
No, you thinking.
Let him finish that one at a time, guys.
Hold on.
Look up Max Q. That's when the rocket.
Okay, whatever. Max Q, whatever.
That's what they
Max
call
Q,
it.
whatever.
The rocket tilts.
Astronauts believe the world is round, right?
Like a circle, like a flat circle.
If a rocket goes straight up, that means the Earth is round. If the rocket go at an angle, the Earth is not round; it's flat. So why would the astronauts, or why would whoever the engineers create a rocket to go at an angle if the Earth is round?
That's the way. They say that's the way it has to go to escape gravity. It has to
it's
follow
called
the Earth's rotation.
Lou, you see this
But
right
that's
here?
how they work. Sorry,
You guys zoom in.
Okay. Now y'all done bust y'all bubbles. If the rocket go at an angle, then the airplane should be flying right along with the rocket.
Can you read that before you started like saying anything else? Because like they're trying to prove something to you, and you're just kind of denying it without.
No, it's not denying. It's not denying. It is
You
fact.
said rockets fly straight up, right?
But a rocket flies straight up.
Sorry.
But why does the first sentence of this answer say? Why do rockets? It's asking why do rockets curve when they fly into space instead of going straight up? You're claiming.
Oh wow! Perfect. The reason they curve when they get out of space because there's no gravity.
Huh?
But you guys don't believe in that. You guys don't believe in that. So don't ask me nothing about outer space. You go out of space, you believe in round Earth.
Do you believe in Big Bang?
Nah. I don't believe in Big Bang.
What's called the whole concept of space is part of the Big Bang concept, right?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Look at this rocket trajectory.
No, it's not.
Look at that, Lou. How do you feel about that?
All rockets do
so
this.
the Earth is flat, according to Lou. If rockets curve, the Earth is flat. Thank you, Lou. You proved our point.
All rockets do this.
All of them, every single one.
Look,
why they do that? You say, hold on. You say they do that because they hit the firmament, right?
No, they do that to get out of your point of view. That way you can't see where they land.
So no. Okay. You're right. Now, when they curve like that in that picture you got, you saying that they hit the firmament and curve, right?
No,
SpaceX rockets hit the firmament, and they do something weird up there. But I've never seen that before. Till SpaceX came around. Before that they used to curve. Like that video you just showed the rocket doing the exact same thing. And it hit something, but before that they didn't used to hit.
What did it hit?
They didn't dare.
What did it hit? What did it hit in that video?
In our worldview, it will be the firmament. I don't know what it is on the worldview you stand on with the heliocentric model.
Then what
if it hit the firmament, did you see that round circle when it hit the firmament? Do y'all go by like angles and shapes and whatever? Because if something hits something, it's not gonna curve.
Rebel, can you show sundogs, or whoever's sharing their screen, just show sundogs real quick, because that kind of proves the firmament too, the sundogs. It's like when you see the reflection of the sun on the dome itself. This is called sundogs. You can look them up for yourselves. I've seen one here in Florida before. They say it's ice crystals, but I'm in Florida, and it was like it wasn't that cold the day I saw it, but yeah, there's something weird. The other thing too is that the light travels with the sun. It doesn't stay like at the same spot of the ice crystals. It kind of keeps traveling along with the sun. So it's a pretty interesting phenomenon for the ball Earth believers to explain.
Yeah. And Lou, this is a perfect depiction of how it's only because there's a clear glass-like crystalline transparent structure of a dome above us where we're getting this kind of reflection from the sun that creates what's this phenomenon known as a sundog. Okay, it can happen.
Let's go back to the rocket. Let's stay with the rocket. Let's stay with the rocket.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
I want to see. I want to see some source. You're gonna show me. Okay, you're gonna show me some source where a high velocity object hit a firmament and curve.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You see my screen?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me look. Go ahead. I don't see nothing.
Okay, hold on. Just to establish the base here. This is a video. It's got 5 million views. And if it's a SpaceX Falcon 9 launch from Anaheim, California. Okay, this is back from 2017. It's legit. It's got 5 million views. Okay, so it's a legit video. It's not like just some random thing. All right. So look, we'll go even back this far. I don't want.
Hold on, no. Go back to the picture. Go back to the. You trying to tell me that's a rocket? That's a spaceship rocket.
Bro, it's a SpaceX rocket. Yes.
Yes, that thing that's flying in the air, that's the rocket.
Okay. Now hold that thought. Now find our spaceship rocket.
What? What are ours? Who's R?
Not the conspiracy theory ones.
How is
What are you?
The round Earth. The round Earth.
This has 5 million views.
This is a SpaceX rocket. What are you talking about?
Okay, go ahead and inspect. Now I want y'all to look at that picture, right? You see that? Hold on. Okay, it don't make no sense right now. It don't make no sense. Look at that picture clearly. You see nothing but yellow, right? You see nothing but yellow.
Off, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and explain your claim. Remember that picture.
1,000 words. I don't got to.
Yeah, I know. Remember that picture. I know. Remember that picture.
It's a video.
Okay, visual, whatever. Remember it.
Ryan,
remember we see. Hold on. Does everybody agree with me? That picture right there is showing nothing but orange.
Yeah.
That's the rocket in the night sky. What are you talking about?
Yes, bro. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Because
go ahead.
Okay, and
go
also
ahead.
let me ask you something. Is this going straight up or is it going at an angle?
It's going at an angle. It's going at a curve. It's going to hit the firmament. And like I said, go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so it doesn't go straight up. Okay, I'm glad we got that clear now.
Okay.
Just wait. We're only a minute in. It's not to the good part yet. It went from orange to we're getting thicker now. A little white smoky action. Uh-oh. What is this? No more orange anymore. Barely. Maybe just around the tip.
I don't know.
No more orange.
Do with anything, but whatever.
Wait. Whoa. It went from thick to thin again. Okay, this is interesting.
I don't know what that has to do with anything, bro. It's your show. Bro, you gotta get your own channel already, bro.
Wait. Wait, it went from thick to thin, back to thick. Hold on. Okay, this is getting interesting. Whoa. Okay.
Yo, what is going on?
Now it's getting super duper.
That's a Trump term. Super duper.
Wait, look what's going on right here. You see this? Look.
Yeah, I will say, with the SpaceX stuff, they got some weird stuff going on up there. I don't know what to make of it, personally, but people say like it causes a wake in the firmament, kind of like when you throw a rock in the pool, it causes ripples and bubbles.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like skidding off the firmament like that.
It's ricocheting. Yeah.
It is interesting, bro. I didn't see that with the rockets they had before with the space shuttle program, so it is pretty interesting.
Yeah, what NASA sends up is obviously different than SpaceX, even though they work together.
Whatever they're doing is something different, bro. But we'll still believe it.
This is a second. You can say this is like a second stage booster of the rocket that like has ejected itself and is now on its own trajectory here. That's why you're seeing two different motions going on. Okay, and look what it's doing. Look at this phenomenon it's doing here. Look, it's like ricocheting. It's almost like it's skipping off the firmament, just like how Iger just said about how you skip a rock on water. It's almost doing the same motion on the firmament, and because we know there's waters above the firmament, we can see this phenomenon is disturbing the waters above. And everything we see here, that's actually just the waters above. And also, there's something called an ether as well, which that's a whole other thing. That's a very deep topic. But look, I mean, it's creating like this massive, wicked, cool looking thing. But you see, it's traveling at an angle, See, Peter's video wasn't the best because it was like a 5-second thing, and like it was sped up to like 3 times the speed. But this is normal speed of the same kind of thing going on. We see 2 different parts of the rocket, one that jumped off, and another one here actually, and it went at an angle. But look, instead of just disappearing into the black void of outer space, it starts making this weird looking like trail of sorts in the sky. Okay, and so when you understand, when you realize there's a solid dome firmament above you, this kind of phenomenon in the sky makes sense, especially when you
guys. Don't you think you should believe half of what you see, or none of what you hear, and half of what you see?
I don't trust my government.
What do you mean? This is
Okay.
a real.
You guys hear me?
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Or China's government.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I heard you. Go ahead.
Did you hear me ask them? Did they see that orange, the rocket looking orange? That rocket exploding looking orange.
Yeah. So what?
But y'all heard me. Y'all heard me, right? Y'all heard me, right?
And
Lou.
yeah, it's a rocket.
What's your point?
Hey Lou. The reason why it was orange is because the rocket has thrusters. It's flames coming from the rocket. How else is it supposed to go up? It was a rocket when it left. It took off the same way as flying through the sky. That's why.
Okay, perfect. Nah. Hey, Ryan, could you type in? Go to YouTube. I'm gonna show you how pseudo that picture they were showing. Try to say it's a spaceship rocket. Now type in the real.
Lou.
Hold on, no.
Guess
bruh.
what? No, wait, Lou. You just said something that just hurt the mainstream narrative.
Yeah,
you said that photo was pseudo, but that came from SpaceX.
Yeah. Hey Lou, have you ever seen the car that they launched into space?
No, bro. I never seen that. I never seen that. You gotta see that. But let me ask y'all this question. Did I not ask y'all? Did I? Hold on. Did I not ask y'all? Did y'all see all that orange on the rocket? Did I not ask y'all that?
And it went away after, and all you saw was white.
Okay. That's all I got to say. No, not that second one. Not that second one. The first one, where I told you to pause it. Where you said it's at nighttime, and I said, hold on, bro. I just want to make sure. Did I not ask you about that orange flame that you were showing?
Yes, and we all agreed. We saw it.
Okay. Now, hey Ryan, can you type in the real sound of a Falcon Heavy STP-2 launch and booster landed with a triple?
Yeah, bro, you just told me to type an essay there. I didn't get half of that.
My bad.
Type it in the private chat or something, and then I'll get it all. I don't know.
It's called The Real Sound of a Falcon Heavy STP-2.
Okay, the real side, because I don't even know what you're saying. The real side of a Falcon.
The real sound.
Hold on. Let him say it so I can try to get this. The real sound.
The real sound. Yeah.
Real sound of what?
Falcon Heavy. Falcon as the bird.
What are you trying to say that video was fake, bro?
STP.
I mean,
-2.
-2, man, you're going in on me here.
So you think the video is fake?
Launch.
We just showed you that was their video, bro. That wasn't like a flat video. That was a video from.
Hey, hold on. Hey, I launch and
yep.
Booster. You see the video came up yet? Yeah, booster landing.
All right, let me see if this is
with.
All right, I think I got it. Hold on, Lou. Let me see. It's Mike's
He's
back.
gonna show you that SpaceX rocket that do all the somersaults and backflips and lands back down on the launch pad with no crash and explosion.
Which is actually fake.
Listen, Lou,
CGI.
Time out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna watch this. Okay.
Now play that one. Play that one.
All right. How much of it?
It's gonna do the same thing.
How much of it, Lou? Because it's 7 minutes. Should I fast forward? Or...
Hold on.
7 minutes. I mean,
go to the 1 minute and 40 mark.
Okay.
Lou, all you're gonna do is show the same thing. Look at that. It's arcing. It's arcing. It's curving. Look. It's curving. Look. It's curving. It's doing the same thing those other rockets did.
Okay. No. Now what? Look. Wait up to the 2 minute and 47 mark. Up to 2 minutes.
Let him make his point.
Right.
It can't be going like a football game. Nobody hears anything.
Because Lou don't want nobody to talk. I didn't have no time yet.
Oh yeah, you're next for sure.
I'm just asking you, why is the rocket arcing, Lou? Can you explain it?
Well, your connection is the reason you haven't had time, Melvin. I've tried to let you on 100 times.
No.
Yeah, I know. Why is it arcing, Lou? Explain.
Let it finish.
It's not parallel now to the Earth.
What's it going horizontal, Lou?
Tell us what we're looking for here, Lou.
What's it going down, Lou?
What are we looking for?
Oh, it's going down. It's coming back down. I'm sorry.
Going down.
Yeah, it's going back down. It's going back down. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
What goes up must come down.
Okay.
Yeah, so what?
Exactly.
Okay.
What goes up must come down.
Okay.
And they never go to space.
Okay, now, here's the pseudo information, right? I particularly asked them why the rocket curved, right? They told me because it hit the firmament and curved, right? Y'all remember that argument, right?
Yeah.
No.
Stop lying, bro. Stop lying. I specifically asked you, why did the rocket curve? You said it hit the the firmament, and then it curved down. Before you even show that video.
Oh, look, you see that explosion? What did it hit right there?
That's good. That's good. We're going to get to the juicy part.
What is that? What is that, Lou? What did it just smash into?
That's what I saw that one night, bro. That's what I saw that one night.
We're gonna
look. That's what I saw that one night.
Yeah, Lou, stop trying to over. Hold on, wait. Lou, hold on, wait. Lou, stop trying to over talk.
Everybody talking.
Yeah, I know. Look, I'm trying to ask Lou a question. Lou,
No.
Get to the point.
Lou, I'm trying to ask you.
You wasn't here. You wasn't here.
I'm looking.
Melvin, you wasn't here.
Let me ask you a question. I'm looking at the video. What did the rocket hit to make it explode, Lou, in the sky? What?
Okay. Now listen. You asked me that question, right? What did it hit?
Can you answer the question, Lou?
Explode in the sky.
Right, let him answer.
Okay. You guys. That's the same question. That's the same thing they said to me before. They say hit the firmament and curve down. That's what y'all saying, right?
That's not the question he was asking.
You're not answering my question, Lou. What made the rocket explode? What did this rocket hit for it to explode in the sky? It's the same thing we've been arguing the whole night.
Okay.
The firmament.
Let him answer. You asked it. Let him answer.
Okay, listen. I gave them time to explain their part. Now it's my turn to explain my part.
Okay.
What you asked me is the same thing they were saying, right? And they told me it hit the firmament and curved. Now look what this say. Eventually, y'all was too busy laughing and not listening to what I was reading to Brian. It say the real sound of a Falcon Heavy STP-2 launch and booster landing. Not going out of space. That felonious video he was showing saying a rocket went out of space and hit the firmament. That's pseudo, bruh. It says, hold on, whoa, bruh. It says the real sound of a Falcon Heavy STP-2 launch
What is sound
and
supposed to be?
booster landing with triple sonic boom. It doesn't say
All right.
nothing about something trying to go out of space. Nothing.
All right, look.
It-
Okay,
the-
okay.
What they
All
bump,
Launch
it, dog,
something just to
bruh,
land it?
All
hold
right,
on, Melvin.
Lou.
Hold on, Melvin.
Holy
Hold on, hold on.
Lou,
Hold
you
on,
gotta
hold
get
on.
to the point.
The
You
only,
gotta get
the
to the
only,
point.
I got to the point. The only way out of this,
All right, you
if
got to
y'all
your
can
point now. Can I
explain,
make a point?
listen. The only way out of this is the one word landing. Nothing about going out of space.
That was
It
a
says
different video.
Okay, Lou.
landing.
Now can I
That
can
was
I
a
make a
different
point?
video.
Can I make a point based
That was
off
a
my?
different launch, though.
Can I make a point based? Can you play the video back, Ryan?
All right. From where?
All right.
From like a minute in when it's going up like this?
Yeah. Play it back from a minute when it's going right.
All right, hold on.
Because you know, everybody could see this. Everybody looking at the video, we clearly see this rocket smashing. The word you don't want to say, smashing into something in the sky. Then it comes back down. It's not landing, it crashed into something. So when it blew up, what was landing?
All right, so you're asking Lou a question now. So now Lou can respond. Go ahead.
What's it hitting when it blows
Bruh.
up and makes that weird vortex in the
Bruh.
sky? What is that?
Bruh, that STP-2 launch is not meant for it to hit something. It's meant for it to go up and land. Now, if you're
What?
gonna say, now hold on. If you're gonna say that it hits something in the sky, how is it eagles fly over a storm and don't get hit back down?
And I find
Clearly,
out.
Hey
we see
Ryan,
that.
when this thing
Clearly,
hold on, wait. Let
clearly,
me,
we don't
Ryan,
see. We don't see that. We
Ryan,
don't
when
see
this
the
thing
rocket
is,
going above the
hold
sky.
on, Lou, let me ask Ryan something real quick. When this thing explodes, pause it at the explosion so Lou could just look at that picture and answer my question.
Could it be it just got too hot or something like that too?
No, because
Ah.
these rockets are supposed to be. Hold on, wait. Because these rockets are supposed to be designed to withstand the so-called what is that? Van Allen radiation belts that is supposed to go through to breach outer space.
Well, I'm just saying.
So
something
they're
could've gone
designed to
wrong.
take
Did
that.
you not?
That's what. No, that's
Did
what
you
they
not
tell
read
us.
the
They
title
say
of the
it's.
video?
Oh my
It's a
God,
triple
Lou.
sonic
I don't care,
boom. It's a
Lou. I seen the
It's a
title.
triple
Lou,
sonic boom.
Lou.
That's why it
I
exploded
saw.
at that moment. What?
Oh my goodness,
What do you?
Lou. Can you
What do you?
stop
What more
trying
do
to
you want?
overtalk me? Can you stop trying to
Lou's-
overtalk me?
Lou's saying it's supposed to blow up to create the sound.
What?
Yes.
Right there.
Pause
Pause
it.
it.
Pause it right there.
What's that?
Okay.
What's
One
that,
at a
Lou?
time.
So-
One
The
at a-
sonic boom. That's what it is.
No,
It's the sonic boom.
no, Lou. I don't care what the title
What's the
says.
sonic boom?
Hold on, look. Oh my
You
God,
don't care
Lou,
what the
stop
title
talking
say.
for a minute. Lou,
All right, whoever's
if I'm
talking,
looking
get
at,
to your points.
look,
No
Lou,
questions
if
like
I'm looking,
30 seconds to start the conversation.
I'm not
Just get-
asking questions. I'm trying to say what I gotta say.
Okay, so just
If
get
I
to it.
am looking at this rocket exploding, I don't care what the title says. I'm looking at something explode, and I'm looking at that. It's in the sky. It's exploding. So tell me, I'm gonna ask this question: who blew up the rocket, Lou? I want a direct answer. Who blew up the rocket?
Blew up the rocket.
Why is
The
it blowing
rocket
up like
is
this?
Pause it. Why is it blowing up? Who blew up the rocket? We could clearly see that's an explosion if you know what explosion looks like, right?
Well, is it
So
meant
who
to
blew
do
up the
that?
rocket?
Was the question for the sonic boom? That's my
Why?
question to follow up. Is it meant
Why?
to do that for the sonic boom?
Why does that even matter? It's supposed
You know
to
what?
end with a
I'm a-
sonic
I'm a-
boom.
That doesn't even
What
look
is
like
the
a sonic
sonic
boom.
boom?
That doesn't
I'm
look
gonna
like a
post a
sonic boom.
video.
Any,
Hold on. I'm gonna
So
post a
if-
video on the chat. Y'all can talk.
you said that don't look like a sonic boom. What is a sonic boom?
A sonic boom is just a sound. It's not a visual, bro. It's just a sound. Like
it's not a sound.
A sonic boom is something you use your ears to sense, but what we're seeing here is what we use our eyes. Sonic boom just has to do with a sound.
Yeah,
well,
Ryan, can you please read the title of the video again?
Well, I mean, there is. Which you can find pictures of
Falcon Heavy STP to launch and booster landing or.
This is not the landing, dude. We're looking at something in the air, Lou. That's why it's paused on this.
Yeah, play the audio. Play the audio, because the sonic boom comes at the end, Lou, when the rockets land, not now.
Yeah, but that's like when lightning strikes, the sound comes after lightning. That's just how sound travels too, right?
Whatever that.
Once that rocket explode, that's the sonic boom. If you never play Street Fighter, you don't have no dog in this fight.
Okay,
I know it's a sonic boom, bruh.
Why does it look like water's vibrating right now in the sky? What is that?
Bruh, that rocket is meant to launch, land, and boom.
You're not answering my question. I said, why is it?
Why? No. You guys trying to deflect the topic. The topic is about a rocket going out of space. You guys put a pseudo information showing a rocket that's supposed to land and blow up and say, hey, look what the firmament did. It hit the firmament and went back down. Like, bruh.
Bro, you're done.
Like, bruh. An eagle fly over storms. So if an eagle could fly over a storm, why couldn't that pseudo rocket y'all was showing go through the clouds? It was right up under the clouds, bruh.
A rocket goes a lot higher.
And then y'all want to say, oh, it hit the curve of the firmament and end up curving and blowing up. I mean, come on, bruh.
Wait, so are you trying to say
serious?
Are you trying to say the video that Rebel tried to show you is the same rocket that you're trying to show us?
It is. Yeah.
So you're saying that's the same? No. You're saying that's the same launch date, and that's the same video. No.
What I'm saying.
Okay,
no. What I'm saying, they're using that situation to put it in a false information to try to show there's a firmament in the sky to where the rocket hit it and then it went back down. Well, if we could see a rocket hitting the sky and going back down, why can't we see an eagle flying over storms like the Bible said?
So you're saying, okay, so what is your
No. Why can't we not see an eagle flying over storms like the Bible said, but we can see a rocket hitting the firmament and going back down?
Can you give me the verse?
Because the eagle is just in the air and the rocket goes way higher than that.
Can you give me the verse? I would like the verse.
What is going on, bro?
Lou, can you give me the verse?
Lou, do you believe in the Bible?
Hold on.
Lou, do you believe the Bible is the true word of God or no?
Yeah, but where's the Bible say it explicitly as a dome? I don't see that.
When it talks about the firmament.
Yeah, you went away. I told you to look up the definition of the word firmament. You looked there.
Yeah, we did. The expanses and what about it?
You didn't know. You didn't look at the full definition of it. You were on there for like 2 seconds.
No, I was on it for minutes. it's
all right.
It's not hard to rewind. I was on it for
Hey, Ryan, that video, I don't know if you got it in the back chat, but can you go to that video and play from the 2-minute and 30-second marker?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. We got the sonic boom going right now. I'm trying to pull up the expanses for Rebel. All right, let me share my screen and show this expanses, which I did show before because other people
now
for it.
Now okay, look,
hold on. That Rebel, because he just wanted me to go here. Explain to me how this is definite proof of a flat Earth. Go ahead. How does this show me of a dome?
Well, like Melvin.
Dome.
Yeah, like Melvin was saying earlier.
Oh, that Rebel, go Rebel.
Yeah. So you see here, it says it's an extended surface, and it says in parentheses, use the word solid because when you look at the word firmament, you can probably intuitively at least guess that there's something firm to the word called firmament, right? So that's why That's why it's using the word solid to be to describe it there. And then it says, like Melvin pointed out, that it has a flat base for support. That flat base is the earth. You can say that the base of this firmament is a flat earth. Okay. And then for the B part, it says vault of heaven. In the New American Standard Bible version, in Amos 9:6, you don't have to go there. It uses the word vaulted dome. Okay. And then here it says considered by Hebrews, which is why I mentioned the term Hebrew cosmology earlier, as solid. There's that word again, solid, firm, same thing, supporting waters above. Okay. And then when you go at the line below, it says the visible arch of the sky. And then I just want to show you one more thing. If you scroll down to the
go to the Hebrew Chaldean lexicon.
Exactly.
And it's going to spell everything out right there for you. It says all the way down. Go down. Hebrew right there.
Look. So yeah, so Melvin already knows this, right? Because we both look at this reference. So look, it says it gives you all the verses where throughout the Bible where it's used, like in Genesis and Psalm and Ezekiel even, or Exodus too, and Daniel. But look, this is what I've been trying to tell you the whole time, especially Lou, right? The firmament of heavens. Look, as it describes the shake now, spread out like what? A hemisphere. You see?
Look up the definition for hemisphere is half a sphere, not a full sphere, half.
Yeah, half a sphere.
Which means it's in the shape of a dome.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but so in a globe, it would be a hemisphere. Did you guys understand that on the globe, that's the same thing? Because the other half of the hemisphere would be the bottom of the globe.
No, but Ryan,
just read the whole thing. Just read the whole thing.
It's using the word sphere to demonstrate that there's a sphere.
Okay, so it's a sphere above the earth. I thought the earth was a sphere.
Okay, so how do you describe just one side of a circle? It's called a hemisphere, right?
No.
No. No.
A circle?
Yeah, an actual
half a
sphere.
circle.
If there's a sphere and you use the word hemisphere, it's because you're trying to describe either the north or the south or the east or the west side. So
yeah, but Ryan,
you're actually showing the word sphere here.
No, look.
We're showing the word hemisphere.
Look.
Yes. So it shows that it's talking about the top.
It's not,
it's talking about
Luke,
it's talking about what's above. So that's why it's using the word hemisphere, because it's talking about what's above. So you guys are proving the globe.
No, we're not. Listen, look, y'all not listening. Look.
Oh, we're listening.
Type up the definition. Type up the definition of hemisphere.
We know the definition of hemisphere. We know the definition.
Wait. Hold on.
Can you guys just read this before we get carried away? Just read it all the way through.
This is only
read it all the way through.
Spread out like a hemisphere above. This is only talking about what's north.
Above what? Above what? Above what? Above what?
Above the earth.
Yeah. Okay, Ryan.
Okay, so it's half a sphere above the earth, like a dome. That's what we're telling you.
We believe fire to which the stars were supposed to be fixed, and over which the Hebrews believed there was a heavenly ocean.
There's no ocean in space, Ryan. And you remember.
Where's your ocean in the dome model? You guys don't know where it is.
It's above the. It's above the firmament. The waters above the heavens.
The model, Ryan. Are you?
What do you mean? You guys are saying you know where the ocean is? How far above the dome is the ocean then? I'll mute each of you, or you all go in another room. I guarantee all four of you are going to give a different answer on the distance, how far the ocean is. So
the distance is right above it. What do you mean? We don't
all right, so you'll say 1 mile, and then the next guy's going to say 100, and then the next guy's going to say 10,000.
We don't have to.
You guys are all in separate rooms. I guarantee you want to give the
Look, I'm gonna put it this way. No one knows. Hold on, real quick. No one knows the distance. We know it's up there because God said it's there. So if
we agree.
So I don't get it. How do you guys not see that there was a heavenly ocean, but you guys believe there's space there? How does it work? That's what we're trying to do.
Because words like earth are describing land. Words like heaven are describing sky. There's only 7,000 to 10,000 words in the language. So the word ocean could be describing universes or anything in space. It's not.
No.
Let me just get 5 minutes. Let me get 5. Let me get 5 minutes. I wish I was on my computer. Can you just go to Genesis chapter 1?
Yeah, we'll go back to Genesis 1. I think that's where we're at right now.
Because earlier I was trying to explain this from Genesis. All right. So I just need a couple of minutes. I'm make it real quick if nobody don't interrupt.
Go ahead. I'll go to King James because I know
Okay.
ESV will be a problem, and that, yeah.
Well, it don't matter because if you, I want to go back to the original language. I don't want English, none of that. We're gonna go to the original language.
Which
So
none of us speak.
so go to the tools. Go to the tools for go up to the beginning of Genesis.
Tell me a
1.
verse. Just tell me a verse.
I gotta look at the verse so I can know where I'm talking about.
All right, hold on. We're in New King James too. So
Go to verse 2. Go to the interlinear. Go to the word for deep.
okay. Wait. Verse 2 and the word for deep. Okay. All right. The darkness was on the face of the deep. Okay. All right. Let's go to the interlinear. We'll go to the word for deep. All right. Keep it moving. Let's make this quick. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it quick. Okay, so the word for deep in Hebrew is taham.
Yeah.
Go all the way down to the definitions, please. To the definitions.
Rebel, it never said flat as the base. I don't know why you're adding.
Yeah, you forgot it. You forgot in like 2
Okay,
seconds.
hold on. I'm going back to this because I want to see the word flat in verse 6.
Like I literally like emphasize it so much.
Yeah, we
and
go.
somehow
We,
you just
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that part. I'm gonna get to that part next. But
Hold on. He just said I forgot where it said flat, so he's gonna show
you
me
literally
right here
did.
where it says flat.
like it's like selective
where,
memory you have or
where?
something.
In the outer
the first
linear, it
part.
says
go
flat.
down to the
Right there.
definition. See
Number,
verse A.
letter A.
Hey, expanse, flat as base for
Flat as
support.
base,
Right there.
support. Boom.
Flat as
Okay,
base.
so that doesn't prove the Earth is flat. That proves we're on flat land.
What's the base of the firmament?
What's that plan?
What?
What's the plan?
Hold on, Ryan.
Time out. You guys think
Ryan.
you can dig holes? Time out. Do you guys think like the ocean is like 7 miles deep? Do you guys think you can dig holes? Like, what is the flat bottom? Is it the bottom of the ocean? What is it? Hold on, these guys got to answer because it is the land. Is it the land we're on, or is it the holes we can dig deep in the earth? Time out. Which one of you's going to answer? Time out. Lou, let him answer.
They play Hebrew word games with you.
Okay, let him answer.
This ain't no word games.
Which one's going to
So
answer?
if I want to figure out a word, I'm not supposed to look at the definition.
Who's going to
That's
answer?
a word game. Come
Time out.
on now.
Let's not get distracted. Somebody answer my question. What is the flat? Is it the 7 miles deep the ocean goes? Is it the hole I can dig through land? Is it the land I'm standing on? One of you answer. Go.
It's
What's
the
the
land
flat?
that we're standing on and the surface of the water.
So 7 miles deep of the water doesn't count?
He said the surface.
That don't. That's not.
I know what he said. I'm asking him on top of that because you're telling me
Put it this way.
flat Earth, but I'm telling you the ocean goes 7 miles below the surface of the water.
Ryan, have you ever done?
That can be concave.
Ryan,
That
have you
part-
ever
that
did
part is like a
construction
bowl.
before?
Let
It's
one person
concave.
answer. That rebel answer. He just had the answer. Let him keep answering. It's not hard. You guys don't have to defend each other. Just that one person answer. He stepped up. So he said the surface of the ocean and the surface of the land. So how come the ocean goes 7 miles deep? If it's a flat,
That's not the point we're trying to make.
oh,
That's
it's a
what.
flat.
That's
It's a
what I'm trying
point
to
for the
tell you.
globe model. It's definitely
No.
relevant for the globe. I can
Look.
dig holes and go deep in the land too.
Okay.
You know, you go to the core.
Okay,
Of the earth.
pour water on the ball and tell me when it's going to stick on the ball.
Say it again. So we're going to go to a totally different question and a totally different hypothetical
No.
situation. We're not going to talk about the fact that he just said it's flat because the surface of the ocean, but we know the ocean goes 7 miles deep, and there's
This
even
is why.
land
This
at
is
the
why I
bottom
wanted
of the
to.
ocean,
This
right?
is why I
There's
wanted.
land at the bottom of the ocean.
See, we
7
just
miles.
got.
Nobody
got
will answer.
far.
Nobody will answer. Why can't it just
Yeah,
be an
but
answer?
we just got off what I was trying to
Okay, but why
explain
can't somebody
earlier.
just answer? It's rhetorical.
Let's-
Yes,
Somebody
there's
just-
land at the
somebody
bottom of
just
the
answer,
ocean.
Bro, he had to turn off his computer and log back in, and hopefully he'll answer it along his presentation.
Somebody just
bro.
answer.
That's
me.
what I'm
Is
trying
the
to do.
land-
I'm trying to
Okay,
do
so
that,
just
but
answer it. This is a question. Answer it. Is there
I need
land
to
at
go to
bottom
the
of ocean
word.
7 miles deep? Yes or no? That's the question. It's that you're not answering. It's a yes or no question. Is there land 7 miles?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how
it
deep the
does
ocean
matter
is.
because we're having this.
No, it doesn't.
Well, that's answered. Does somebody else want to answer? Is
Oh
there
my
land
goodness.
7 miles deep underneath the surface of the ocean?
We don't know how deep the
You
ocean
guys
is,
are
bro.
stressing this word flat, and you just said it's the surface. I'm
We don't
telling
know how
you,
deep the
7
oceans
miles
are.
below the surface kind of matters. Plus, the fact that there's land below that 7 miles kind of matters because there might be something beneath that too.
So we don't know what's beneath the oceans, bro. How are we supposed to know what's beneath the
Exactly.
ocean?
So how are you advocating for the surface being what is flat in this
The
definition?
surface, the water always finds its level, so we could start from there. That's what we know. That's what we could see. That's what we.
Okay,
could
so
track.
you're
That's what we
saying
can-
there's nothing below in a flat
No, I
earth.
didn't say
in
that.
an
I said we
actual
don't know
dome.
how far the deep the oceans go. Matter of fact, the Bible says there's a great deep that we don't know how deep that great deep goes. So
So
we
that's
don't know.
proving that the Earth is flat. That's proving that we're on a
The
pizza or a
ocean is
pancake. Or
flat.
is that
That's how
proving
we know
we're on a
that.
sphere?
That's how we know where we live at is a flat plane because the water, the ocean is flat. It's water. Water always finds its level. It needs to be contained. Antarctica contains it.
I don't see how
That's
this
what
is
we know.
hard
That's
to
what we can
understand.
prove. That's what we can demonstrate. We don't know
Well-
how deep the Earth goes. There's a great deep, and even there's a video of a guy that goes to the bottom of the ocean or that trench or whatever, and he tries to put his submarine in a lake of water, and he can't penetrate it because I don't know what's down there, bro. Nobody knows. We can't
Good
even go down
answer.
there.
Good answer. An honest answer. So we should stop
Yeah, we don't
saying
know.
that.
We
All
don't
right, can we go back to the
How
language now?
far deep down the ocean is? We should stop saying that the surface of Earth is flat because it could go 7 miles deep to the ocean, and we
Well,
don't
the
even know how
surface
much
is
farther
something
we
we
could
can
go.
prove, bro.
That would speak to a globe model, not a
The
hemisphere
surface
model.
of the surface where we live at is what we can prove.
But you guys are trying to say, see, look in the Hebrew, look in the Hebrew. It says flat. And then I said, okay, where is that flat, referring to? And he
It
said
don't
the
say flat.
surface.
It don't say flat. It
Well,
don't say
it
flat.
says
It don't say
expanse.
That's
flat.
flat
That
right
is
there, bro.
base
He's still
form.
showing it.
Nah,
Dude,
it
I
don't.
don't see
It
how you
don't.
can see what's right in front of your
Right.
face, man.
It
I think
don't.
this is.
It don't.
I think,
It
to be
don't.
honest, I think people do this on purpose. I really do.
It
The
don't.
fact that we could go
That's why I want
7
to go to your
miles
channel, man, bro.
down in
This
the
is
ocean isn't relevant to you guys, like
Ryan.
on your whole argument. I think it's
No,
pretty.
Can we go
Ryan.
back to what? Can
You
we
know
go
how
back to
far
what I was
Ryan.
trying to
7 miles
explain?
is?
Go back to
Because my
the.
phone is about to die, and
40,000 feet.
I'm just trying to explain one thing, and it's taking me 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes to explain it because people keep cutting me off, and everybody
Well,
want to
you
change
guys
the
were
topic.
crazy
Go back to
while
the
it's time
word.
to talk, too.
Go
You
back
got your
to the
time
word.
talk.
Go
You
back to
just
the
wanna
word.
procrastinate.
Go back to the word.
Not get to the point. Answer questions. Yeah.
But I'm not even able to even make my point because you asked me a question in the middle of the point. I'm trying to show you the words, show the language, show exactly what God said out of his own mouth. He didn't say let the earth be a ball. I don't see that in the
This
scripture.
isn't God's word right here. This is a definition of God's word. So let's not say that. This is a definition of God's word, right?
I just asked you, can we go back to the verse so I can look at the Hebrew words?
Sure. Okay, but I asked one of you, and I
I'm
guess
at
he
it
gave
right
the wrong
now.
answer because none of you agreed with what he said.
I'm at it right now. I'm at it right now. The
See, here
Hebrew
we go.
word is to
All right,
home.
Lou, go ahead and talk.
The Hebrew word is to home. The Hebrew word is to home. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 definitions under that word.
That's not the point I'm trying to make, Lou. Can you let me make my point? Why are you trying to make my point for me? Why are you trying to make my point for me?
Because you're going
You
to
don't
go
know
to
what
that
I'm talking about,
definition
Lou.
of
Let
it
me just
saying
make my
flat.
point.
Okay, go ahead. Without saying flat. Go ahead.
No one ain't saying that.
Oh,
All right,
go
make
ahead.
your point,
Go ahead.
Melvin. We're on the definition of deep to home. Go
All
ahead.
right, go to Tahal.
What's the point? Go.
Go down.
Sure.
The deep, the great deep, the abyss, the sea. So if this was here before the earth, this is the point. If water was here before the earth, and water always finds its level. The earth came out the water. See, 2 Peter 3:5. That's the perfect verse right there. The perfect verse.
Go to 2 Peter 3:5.
That's the perfect verse for the situation right now.
All right, we're gonna go
Okay.
there. The coming day of the Lord. For this they are willingly ignorant of. That by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water.
So there, see how Peter and them knew what it was back then.
Where did he say
And he
it's
said,
flat in that? Where did he say it's flat in that?
versus that?
I didn't say he said it's flat. I didn't say he said it was flat.
Debating that the Genesis story that the Earth.
Where'd the Earth come out of? What point did I just make? Where did I say the Earth came from?
The waters, and we all read that in Genesis, but that doesn't.
Okay.
About
hold on. Let's go to Genesis. Let's go to Genesis.
Hold on. What is this?
So if water is leveled, then when did it turn into a ball? Because it was here before the Earth.
Well, God formed the Earth out of the waters.
No.
Yeah, out of the waters.
Peter,
the waters always find their level.
Yeah.
Right. Make your
You
point.
would have to demonstrate. You would have to demonstrate.
He's quoting.
You would have to demonstrate. Lou, come on now. You would have to demonstrate when the water. You would have to show me a measurement where water is curved. No fisheye camera lens. I want an actual picture. Somebody go take me a picture at the shoreline of a beach, do a whole 360 and show me where the curve of the water is. Because if the water's curved, because the ocean is a part of the Earth, on that ball, we see a curve to the ocean. When I go outside with my own two natural eyes, I see flat.
God-given eyes.
Okay.
Flat.
You don't see that the ocean goes 7 miles deep below the surface of the ocean, Melvin?
I'm talking about the surface of the ocean.
Talking about the surface.
So what? There's 7 miles deep below what you see with your
I'm focusing on the surface.
We don't live in the ocean,
okay,
bro.
Cool. You see what you see, but you also have 7 miles below that.
Wait.
Land
Ryan.
at the bottom of that. So what's below that land? None of us know.
Yeah,
right.
But what shape is the surface? That's what I want to know. Because the surface ain't gonna change whether it's 7 miles deep, 5 miles deep. I don't care if it's a shallow little lake. The level, the surface of the water is always going to remain the same. That's the point.
And plus, when you look at a picture of a globe, you're looking at the surface of the water, not what's under it.
Okay.
So according to you guys, you believe the surface is curved, and we're saying it's not. It's flat.
Okay. You say the surface is flat. Okay, that's cool. Now he went to Peter, right? And Peter quoted Genesis 1:9. Look what Genesis 1:9 said. And God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear.
Out of the water. Thank you, Lou. Now you're getting it. It didn't come from a big bang, and it didn't come from space. It came out the water.
It don't say out of the water. It say, oh, you talking about the earth.
What did Peter say? What did Peter say? So you saying Peter lying now?
No. I'm reading Genesis 1:9. Genesis 1:9, and God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place,
and let the dry land appear. Now keep going.
Appear.
Now keep going.
And it was so.
Keep going.
What else you want me to say? God called the dry land earth. God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas. And God saw.
So where did the earth come from? Where did the earth come from? Space or water? Who's lying? The Bible or science?
Who said anything about earth coming from space?
That's on your model.
That's not on our model, bro.
And millions and millions of years. And the
so the ball earth ain't in space. The ball earth ain't in space. It didn't come from the Big Bang.
Ice meteors, ice fireballs that rain down from the sky for millions and millions and millions of years.
Are you sticking with
that?
That's
how the oceans were formed according to the heliocentric
model. Are you sticking with that? Are you and Melvin sticking with that?
How do you think the oceans were formed?
No.
Lou, how did the earth come to be?
I'm asking you a question. No. I'm asking you a question. Are you sticking with what you just said?
I'm sticking to the truth of God's word. Yes, I am.
No.
Above science.
No. Are you sticking?
Yeah, I just told you.
Yeah.
I told you.
So you sticking with it, and are you sticking with it, Iger?
So
you
Lou,
sticking with
you do know I went to school, and this is what they taught us all in school, right?
Okay, that's school. Okay, you sticking with what school taught you, right?
No, I'm not. I tossed that out the window 7 years ago.
Okay, no, my bad. Are you sticking what school taught you to say that's what I follow?
Where did your motto come from? Explain your motto. Where is it? What is it in?
Ain't no model, because what I'm about to tell y'all, I want to make sure y'all sticking with what y'all was saying, with the meteor rock and the earth coming from outer space and all that.
No one said that. We said that's what they're teaching.
So
that's
why,
what they're teaching.
So why? Well, I'm not they. Why are you bringing up to me?
You believe the earth is a globe, right?
The earth is a globe, yes.
So you would then believe it's in space, because that's what they told you.
The globe is in space, yes. There's 3 heavens, yes. God created the heavens.
But you just contradicted yourself because you said you didn't believe it.
How did I contradict myself? No. You said I believe Earth came out of space.
God,
and if you rewind all the way beginning, hold on.
You just said Earth was in outer space, and then you see how you just contradicted yourself again.
I never said that. I got 2 phones right now. I can rewind. No. I got 2 phones right now. I can rewind what I said. I never said Earth is outer space. Came from outer space. I never said that.
Lou, is the Earth in outer space, Lou?
Well, let me get to the point. You guys are claiming evolution on me, and eventually you assume it. I never said nothing about no meteor rock. I never said Earth came out of space, came from outer space. I never said anything about that evolution.
Lou, is the Earth in outer space? Is the Earth in outer space right now? Yes or no, Lou?
The Earth is out of space.
No, is it in outer space, Lou?
The planet Earth is in outer space.
So there you go. You see how you just contradicted yourself again.
How did I contradict? No. Did you
because
not
you said you didn't believe it.
Hold on.
You said you didn't believe that the Earth was. You said that. Are we going to stick to? Hold on, Lou. I'm gonna play back to exactly what you, Lou.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what you just said 5 minutes ago.
I got 2 phones. I got 2 phones. Make sure you.
Okay, I understand you got 2 phones.
Replay it.
I'm gonna replay it. Yeah, replay it. Yeah, replay it when I'm done. You just sat here and asked us, are we sticking to that you believe the Earth came from outer space? Then when I asked you, is the Earth in outer space? You said yeah, but the first time you said, are we sticking to it because you don't believe that? So how's that not a contradiction on your end?
No. I ask y'all, are y'all
play it back now? No, play the video back.
Hold on.
You said you was gonna play the video back. Play it back.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm gonna play it back. Are you sure you're sticking with that question? Are you sure you're sticking with what
just play the video back? You'll hear yourself contradicting your own self, and you'll deny it. Watch.
Hold on. I'm gonna play it back right now. Are you sure you sticking with me saying what you said?
Just play the video, Lou. We're gonna hear from your own mouth.
This is stupid. We're reaching stupidity levels.
Yeah.
No, I think
I'm getting nervous of your hypnosis videos too, Iger. You might have to come to a normal profile at some point.
Yeah, I'm about to, bro.
My paranoia is starting to reach a high level.
Well, the Illuminati's probably watching us right now, bro.
I think maybe using it with that video. Might need to normal video, normal profile pic. Get rid of Guitar Man. Who's hypnotizing us all right now.
Does the Holy Spirit of God have protection?
Thank you, Iger. I can rest easier.
Yeah.
One less problem.
No. I'm asking you a question.
Hey, Lou, how about you mute your mic while you're trying to find that?
We lost somebody.
We just lost him. No, he's back.
No, Lou right there. He's still there.
Tell us when we get it. Lou. Tell us when we get it.
Lou, mute your mic while you find it.
Okay. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
You ready?
We all ready.
Now I want you to repeat what you said, so you won't try to switch it up. What did you say I contradict?
This is your exact words before you play it. You asked us. No, I asked you.
Yeah.
Do you believe that the Earth is in outer space? You said, yeah. The question that I asked was pertaining to what you said when you said that we believe that you said out of your own mouth, and you're about to play it, that the Earth comes from outer space. This is your words. You said, are you sticking with that? That I believe that the Earth came from space.
Yeah.
Now play the video.
And that's all you got to say.
Play the video.
Okay.
Water. Who's lying? The Bible or science?
Who said anything about Earth coming from space?
That's on your model.
That's not on our model, bro.
Yeah, that freaked me out when you said that too.
So the ball Earth ain't in space. The ball Earth ain't in space.
Ice meteors, ice fireballs that rain out from the sky for millions and millions and millions of.
I'm gonna rewind that.
Keep going.
No, keep playing it because that's not the part where you said what I said you said. Get to the part where I said what you said you said.
God
Yeah.
called the dry land Earth.
The Bible or science?
Might need 30 seconds more.
Space. So we know I never claimed the Earth came from outer space. Nah, we're gonna keep going.
That's on your model.
That's
Yep,
not on our
your
model,
model.
bro.
Your ball Earth model.
Now, what model teaches millions and millions and millions of years? Evolution.
The globe.
The globe.
The globe.
Another X. Another
The
X.
globe.
The
So the globe ain't
globe-
millions and
no,
billions of years old.
No. You got young creations. You got young creationists. You got young creationists, and you got evolution. Evolution teaches the world been here millions and millions and millions and millions a year ago. That's two
And what?
X's.
And
Now,
that comes with the globe.
No.
And that comes with the globe.
We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep
Yeah,
going.
I'm about to head out, y'all. I'm
gonna get off here now
super
too.
redundant and
This is like getting
but it's been real.
ridiculous.
Brian, thanks for letting me on. Melvin, great to see you.
Nah,
Mike, good to see you as well.
did you
Lou, nice to meet you, bro.
did y'all hear that?
Rebel, it's always great to see you, Rebel. Get your own channel
Don't
already.
run, don't run, bro. Don't run.
Nah.
Don't
no,
run.
we running,
Don't
baby.
run.
I'm
Y'all
tired,
don't run.
man.
Y'all
We
don't
running to
run.
bed.
Y'all don't
We
run.
running to sleep, bro.
Now you were saying
Yeah.
ice
You running to
meteors and
sleep,
all
man.
of that.
Eagles over the clouds.
The Bible-
Eagles over the clouds.
Bible don't
Eagles
teach
over
that.
the clouds.
You're making us go to
The Bible
sleep,
don't
bro.
teach
Y'all
that.
later, man.
You don't believe in the Bible, Lou.
Melvin,
believe in the
next
Bible,
Wednesday, bro. Let's do a live stream. Rebel can join. That'll be awesome.
never
JDP
made-
can join too.
I never.
It'll be
Huh?
cool, bro.
Lou, you
Hey,
believe
y'all
in the
have a good
Bible?
night. God bless y'all.
You guys could call it
You
the
have an
Three
amazing
Flat
day.
Amigos. You could call this.
Yeah,
Three
you get
Flat
a
Amigos.
flat.
Don't be ashamed of God's creation, Ryan. Don't be so
That's
ashamed.
not in the scripture, man. You guys are adding to the.
Nah,
I-
bro.
I really
Y'all
showed you-
running.
It shows you where it says God drew
Y'all
a circle.
running, man.
A circle's a flat shape.
Y'all running. Hey, I'm
So
gonna
you
tell
think
y'all
we're
this.
two-
Next
are
time
we
y'all
two
come
dimensional
on.
too?
Next
Yes.
next time y'all come
Two-dimensional
on.
units exist on a two-dimensional
Next
circle.
time-
Rebel. Answer that.
Bro,
Next
a, c-
What do you
next
mean,
time y'all
bro?
come on.
a
We're
circle.
three-dimensional,
Well,
right?
if I can talk over Lou, maybe. If I
Okay,
can
but
talk over
I'm
Lou,
three-dimensional.
I can answer your
How do
question.
I
Let me
three-dimensionally
let me
exist
say
on a
this.
circle?
Let me
Wait,
let me say
what,
this.
what shape is a
Let me
circle?
say this.
What
Let me
shape is
say
a pizza
this.
pie?
A pizza is a circle.
Hold on, let me say this,
Is it
bro.
two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. Are you talking about the space above the pizza? Or are you talking about the pizza itself?
The pizza itself, of course.
Well, it's two-dimensional.
It really? There's no thickness to the crust or to the pizza itself?
I mean, the pizza is very, very small, three-dimensional. How high is the ceiling in this pizza Earth you are claiming? Can you guys give us a distance? Can we stop the games? Can you tell us how high this firmament is? Is it all?
I told you last time it's 385,000 feet. I even showed the guy. I showed the video with the guy in the video with the old encyclopedia when they was going down to Antarctica, and they said it's a dome 18,000 feet high at these longitudes. And I said, write it down and go and look, and you'll see all these discrepancies in Google Earth where they're cutting and splicing, and you got the ocean going above the ocean, nothing's lined up, and they faking the globe on that model.
70 miles high is approximately. Is
73 miles. Yes, 73 miles. And it ties in with that pyramid on the back of the dollar bill. Yes, it does.
What is
that? Before your flat earthers go, can I ask you real quick? Well, quite honestly, I don't care how long it takes. Y'all have been going on for so long. Whenever I get on, I feel like I'm rushed to talk. But I got a quick question for like the flat earthers. If one of them's leaving, I think.
No, just shoot. Just go.
With this dome, would a better model of your model be that? I'm familiar with your model. You've got the flat Earth and a where's the camera and the dome above it. Am I upside down? That's hilarious. And the dome above it. So the ocean above it, is it a tube above it? Is it all around it? Would I better be putting this model in an aquarium full of water and saying that's a better representation? The ocean's above that dome, because above that dome on the edges are going to be out. Above that dome, directly above, are going to be above. Does it go up like a tall glass? The ocean's above.
All right, put it this way: if you take a snow globe and you fill a bucket full of water and you dunk that snow globe at the bottom of the water, there's your representation right there.
No, it's actually below. It's actually below your interpretation of Sheol as well.
No, Sheol is the underworld. If you look,
okay, so whatever's below this flat Earth, all that dirt that we can't, that goes down a certain depth that we can't, and there's no gravity. It's pushing, it's accelerating, right?
No, it's not moving. Ryan, can you pull up the biblical? Get a biblical flat. Go to just type in. I'm gonna answer that.
Regardless, what is below that, and then there's water also below that from the ocean that is above. It not only is above, it is underneath whatever you guys say is underneath us as well. Is that true?
There could be some water.
That's why I'm trying to show you the model. Ryan,
I have a very good. I'm not going to spend 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Melvin. You take a very long time. I don't know why you can't come up with your own scriptures. I've got a phone and I can go to scriptures. I'm sorry, I just can't share.
I can go to scriptures. It's over 120 of them. I got them written down, but I have to find my book.
Right. It takes a while whenever we have to go to one of your verses, is all I'm saying. There's no need this time to save some time. Your model of that in a bucket is the exact same thing I said. Maybe you didn't understand it. If you were to take your model and put it in an aquarium, so that is a better model. You do agree with me. Now I have a better, clearer picture of what you guys are looking at. But no, I don't have anything bad to say about it. I was just looking for, is it literally like in a tall glass right above, only above the dome? Well, not only is it around the dome, it's around the underneath of the dome, apparently per your model. That's all. No biggie, no hatred or nothing,
No, I ain't saying that.
Where are the stars in that bucket example? Are they?
They're
just
fixed
in the
to the firmament. They're fixed
more than
to
one
the
firmament,
firmament. That's why we keep telling you the firmament. Psalms 19:1. Werner von Braun, the famous astronaut that made the V2 rocket, has it there on his tombstone. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork.
There's 100 verses in Psalms 119, literally. Which verse?
Psalms 19:1.
119:1 or 19?
Psalms 19:1.
Okay, 19:1. That's a different one. That's a shorter one. I thought you were saying 119. Okay, so what? 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
So the stars are fixed to the firmament, just as it says about the word in Hebrew, rakia. They're fixed. That's what the translators wrote. I'm going to believe what they wrote.
Yeah, but why is there verses about wandering stars then? And why does the Job verse in Rashi's interpretation talk about a star that's coming out of God's heavenly constellation and so forth? You guys are saying the stars can't move. How does the devil knock 1/3 of the stars out of the sky?
How about this? I'm gonna give you I'm gonna put a video in the private chat.
That's a direct question. It doesn't need a video.
I can't answer it. You have to see it for yourself. Because if I try and answer it, it's not gonna satisfy
words. You can answer it with words.
You need to see it for yourself.
We'll get halfway through the answer, and somebody will misspeak, and we'll spend 30 minutes on what they actually said.
Well, that's
ridiculous. It's like a big waste of time.
We got to go to another video and then another video and pause.
Because the video is going to show you that the stars are moving.
But that's all I'm asking. You guys just said the firmament keeps the stars fixed, and there's scripture that tells us stars move.
I didn't say that. I said that.
You said the stars are fixed in the firmament. You just said it.
And there's an ocean above them.
Put it this way: the stars are placed on the firmament. Is that a better word? Placed on the firmament.
But you guys are just using the firmament like we use space. You're not describing how big it is. You're saying it can just be this infinite.
God says it can't be measured. How about that?
So space can't be measured. What's the difference?
Yeah, firmament of heaven and firmament are different.
Between firmament and space.
There's nothing solid or firm about a vacuum of infinite space, Brian.
There's nothing.
There's a tangible something or other on the other side of those.
How do you know what's solid or firm about space? Gravity is described as space-time curvature.
That's Einsteinian regurgitated Kabbalistic ideology.
Okay, so now Einstein doesn't know what he's talking about, but five guys on YouTube know more about gravity than Einstein. That sounds ridiculous. Come on now.
You don't even know if Einstein existed. You don't know the guy.
What? What are you talking about now? Now we're gonna debate if a human being that everybody knows existed.
No, you're trusting some Kabbalistic Jewish dude instead of God's word. That's your problem.
I'm not trusting Einstein over the scriptures. I'm just telling you what he defined gravity as: space-time scripture. Einstein believed in God.
What does that even mean? Space-time curvature? That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. What does that even? You don't even understand what that means, right? You're just
nor do you, but it's a definition Einstein gave. He's talking about space. Space and time can move. Time travel. You can move through space.
How do I curve time, dude? How do I curve time?
Because time is an illusion. You could go backwards in time easily. It's all relative to how fast you're moving through space. That's why something's light years away. You're looking at the past. You're looking at the past because it's so far away.
So how does curving time somehow make things drop down to the ground or whatever?
We're talking about how is space solid at all, and I'm saying if it's curving, that's some sort of solid surface at some point. If it's curving, I'm sure there's enough pressure and gravity to create stuff like black holes and all sorts of.
What is gravity?
I don't understand the mysteries of space. I don't know why you guys claim to understand it, because when we ask you what a firmament is, you say it's a solid thing, but then you say it's infinite. So it's solid and infinite.
No, I didn't say infinite.
Really give us the picture. You guys just said it's solid and it's infinite.
I didn't say infinite.
No one said that. It's a solid.
Heavens can't be measured. Did you not?
Yeah. When did I say it was infinite though?
You just did. Do we have to do what Lou did and rewind the tape? You guys just said it was infinite.
I didn't. Why use the word infinite?
You guys just said it. The heavens can't be measured and it's infinite. And I just said, well, what's the difference between that?
No, I didn't say infinite. No, I didn't.
All right, you guys did, but we'll move on.
It's all right. We're going to Mars in 2024, so if that don't happen.
How much you want to bet? I never said infinite.
I mean, we can put the cash app up. I'll bet at least 20 right now if you want.
Just 20? You're the.
I'll bet 1,000 that they don't go to space.
I mean, dude, it's not a big deal to me. I got 500 in my DraftKings account right now. Don't think I'm afraid to gamble or nothing, buddy. Yeah. It's just like I got better things. I'd rather bet the football games in a week than waste, because I don't even know you if you're going to pay. So I mean, I know I'll pay.
I'll pay.
I don't know if you're going to pay or not. So why am I going to bet your life savings if I don't? You're going to ass bet me. I don't know if you're going to pay. So I said $20. I think that's a number a normal person would pay. I don't know. All right, we're going to wind to see if you said the word infinite. I'll get that done for you. You guys talk. I'll put it on mute and find that for you.
Hey, if the rocket hit the firmament, that means the firmament is under the sky and not above the sky. We cannot see what's above the sky.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
How?
I don't know.
Well, Lou, you understand their sun and moon.
These guys are correcting Einstein and stuff, so I have no idea at this point. You know,
Lou, their sun and moon are above the stars. So your ego argument is irrelevant. They think they're under that dome is a smaller sun and a smaller moon, so it doesn't matter where the eagles fly.
The sun and moon are not under the firmament. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. For serious, I thought that was your model.
No,
I thought that was your model.
Hey, Mike,
I'm sorry.
Hey, Mike, we watched that rocket don't even get past the sky, and the Bible clearly say the firmament is above the heavens.
No, what you said,
get
Lou,
past the sky.
What you said, Lou, is that the firmament is below the earth. So which is it? Is it in the sky or is it below the earth, Lou?
I said, yeah. I said the rocket hit right before it passed the sky, and y'all claim the firmament is above the sky.
What did it hit, Lou, in the sky? What did it hit in the sky, Lou?
It didn't get past the sky.
But what did it hit? You just said something about it hitting something in the sky, Lou.
You mean what it hit in the air? If it get past the sky, we can't see what's above the sky.
This the same thing. Look at this, man. I'm done.
Can you see an eagle flying? Oh, speaking of that, let me get my bad. Let me rephrase that. It wasn't in the Bible, but it is a scientific fact. But listen to this. Listen to this. Eagles of large size can fly above many storm above many storm clouds like golden and bald eagles.
What's the dude talking about eagles?
But the clouds don't got nothing to do with the firmament, Lou. The clouds don't have nothing to do with the firmament.
I know. What are you talking about? Why are you so obsessed with eagles?
Hold on. The firmament is above the sky, right? It's above the sky, right?
It's the limit. It's the top limit of the sky. How about that?
It's the top limit of the sky, right?
The sky's the limit. Yeah, it's literally true. It came from somewhere.
Bruh, you just debunked it yourself. How can
I know. So how are the birds flying in the firmament?
How can an eagle? Yeah, exactly, bruh. Exactly.
Oh, I get it now.
How can the birds fly in the firmament, but a rocket can't, bruh?
If the firmament is the edge of the sky, okay? If it's at the edge of your sky, maybe the flat earthers are thinking there's also the firmament where the birds fly. There's the firmament where there's outer, well, not outer space. But no,
he said the firmament is a block of ice.
Right. So the birds are flying in the block of ice, I think, is your question. I think they have an answer for that. It's okay. It's not. That's intelligent as you know what. But no, I think I've heard.
Or maybe it's flying between the firmament and between the firmament and the sky. Got a little space to fly.
Yeah, or the firmament ground we're walking on. Yeah.
But he just, I don't know if you catch it. He said the firmament is above the stars.
Yeah, good luck with that, Mr. Bald Eagle.
Hey, Lou, there's more than one firmament, buddy. There's not just one.
Where in the Bible says there's more than one? Where? Oh, the Bible has firmaments, plural in it? I didn't know that. My bad. The Bible has firmaments, plural?
No, it uses the words heavens with an S.
See, he named the earth, when the earth was like all dirt, but all the waters were underneath, that was heaven. But
no.
Hang on. I talked like 5 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
there's clear, and then there's the firmament of the heaven. Yes, where you have your dome, or where the birds fly, or where Neil Armstrong went. However you want to look at it, but yeah, there's
How's
essentially
that true, Mike? How's that true?
Well,
He
just by
created
the word of-
firmament after the heavens.
But if you read as we've been reading, you'll read this firmament that I've been doing with the target sign. Is then he speaks of the firmament. The stars were put in the firmament of the heaven, the heavens. The two different things, yeah, and they just identify it as a dome, and yeah.
All right, so let me read something.
We would look at it. I'm sorry, Melvin, just real quick. The farthest away galaxy quasar the Webb telescope can see after leaving its shutters open for 10 days, there's still something behind that that's black. We think that would be the firmament like limit, which would be the footstool of the Father, of the Son.
So where's the waters above the firmament, Mike?
Well, are you talking about creation? It's like a target sign. Again, are you talking about the firmaments of the heaven where the birds fly? What? You got to give me a verse. We're going to be talking a very long time if we don't.
No. Mike, there's only one firmament spoken of, and on the second day of creation, and it's what God used to separate the waters from the waters.
Right, like the target sign. And on if you can put a little sailboat on the outside of the target sign, that's what Earth was. Water on the outside where you could do a sailboat, go fishing, and then nothing but a core of like what the Earth on the outside would be eventually. But for now, because right before that it was essentially mud. Now you got all the mud together in a cone. That's the white of the target symbol, and then he moved that white of the target symbol out, and all the waters were underneath. And then they burst forth, blowing the world up.
But you remember when the waters? You remember when God opened the windows of heaven? That was
and didn't put out your sun.
Yeah, because the sun and moon are above it. Yeah, I already showed you that.
No. I actually think your model doesn't you guys' model have the Earth? I'd have to see that again. I've seen them for years. They have always been under the dome.
First off, the sun
go ahead with your
fire. The sun is nothing but a light. So it's like if I put a light bulb in the water, is it going to put the light bulb out?
Yes.
I mean,
a waterproof one?
Oh no.
Sorry.
I
understand your analogy, but yeah, I think it would have.
No, it's not an analogy. This is what the Bible said. He made two great lights.
You put the moon in a bucket of water, they're going to get wet.
He made two great lights. The greater light to rule the day, the lesser light. It doesn't say the sun is made of fire. It doesn't say that. It says it's a light.
But we know today that the sun is a star. Keep reading. He made a greater light and a lesser light, right? The greater light is not the sun.
The greater light is the sun. What rules the day? What rules the day? What light rules the day? The stars rule the day. They give light in the morning.
Keep reading, and then he made the stars.
Okay.
Is how it's
all right. Let me read it. Then it's gonna. Then you'll understand what I'm telling you.
Yeah. Does the sun literally? And if it is the sun,
I'm not stopping at one verse. I'm gonna read the whole thing in context.
If that sun is the ruler of the day, isn't the rotation of the Earth really the day?
Can I read it?
Oh, I thought you were.
God said, "Let there be lights in." Oh wait, they're in the firmament. So if they're in something, that means there has to be something there.
Yeah, it's that.
And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years." So that's not talking about stars. And let them be for lights in the firmament to give light upon the earth, and it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, the sun, it rules the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. We know the moon rules the night. He made the stars also.
In the firmament.
So separation, the sun, the moon, and the stars. We know that exists because we see it every day. And let them be for lights in, and God set them in the firmament to give light upon the earth, to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. So when you wake up in the morning, before you see the sunrise, don't you see a light that comes before the sun?
Well, of course. Keep the reading the last verse, the next verse. And then he made the stars also. The sun's a star. I don't know.
No.
You can have the sun as the like greater light or whatever, but you're not getting any. It's still firmament of the heavens, firmament of like at creation, which became earth later.
Mike, catch yourself. You say firmaments plural. It's singular.
Yeah, I'm not looking at this is like from 5 years ago argument. This is so futile. It has been a 4-hour waste of time because at a half hour, we said we are not going to argue over this. We said.
Past tense. Yeah, Rebel, all I had is you said the heavens can't be measured, and then I said space is infinite, and then you said, well, what's solid and firm about infinite space? So you were, to me, implying that the firmament was infinite. So that's the closest I got. Obviously, I can't find it exactly, but that was said. And, you know, it's a pain in the ass to get the time because whatever reason the time keeps moving and shit. It's annoying. But, yeah, you were telling me the heavens can't be measured and there's nothing solid about infinite space. So how big is you guys are saying the firmament is infinite, are you not? You just said
I didn't say that. I told you that they have an encyclopedia, old encyclopedia, where they're measuring. That's the whole thing about Operation Fishbowl. If you're not going to go and look at Operation Fishbowl, when they're launching those rockets, up into the firmament, they're exploding, and you can see ripples like it's a glass right there, and it's rippling, and it's not going anywhere. And they're measuring this stuff. That's why they're in Antarctica, because they're down. I'll tell you what, go try and go down.
This is really off the rails, man. We're talking Operation Fishbowl. We're talking encyclopedias from the 1950s.
Just answer when he asks the question. Just answer it. You don't got to give.
I'm answering the question.
This is off the rails, man.
So can you tell me what was the point of them launching high altitude rockets and blowing them up in the sky to measure something? They're measuring something in the sky. The same thing that we keep going back to with these rockets constantly blowing up, not going anywhere. They're hitting something.
And quite frankly, I didn't see all your videos.
What rockets? What's the name of the rockets?
I got the video in the back chat.
All right,
you got the video. What's the name of the rockets?
Not that video. Go up. That's the other video showing the star. Lou, let me finish.
What's the name of the rocket?
How many videos up, Melvin? How many videos up do I got?
That video right there.
Second one.
The top one.
You even answer a question without questioning your question.
No, you asked me a question in the middle of me trying to tell Ryan something.
Is this it, Melvin?
No, you two. You guys.
That's it right there.
Okay, explain to everybody what this is going to.
I don't got to explain. Just watch it. That's all you got to do. I don't need to explain it. It's self-explanatory.
I got to go to the bathroom.
Waste of time. Oh my God.
No, this is what you guys watch. This is what you guys believe. This is what they tell us, right? They tell us this thing is going outer space. Let's see if it goes to space. This is their stuff.
It's so fake.
This is what they constantly show us. Oh, look, we're going to space.
With the Crew Dragon capsule is heading east from pad 39A. Everything looking good right now. As we get ready for max dynamic pressure, we are now throttling down.
Hold
on. Wait for my video to stop.
Whoa.
Here we go. This is why we don't never get nowhere.
Ryan, Look what the title say. Look what the title say. Watch a SpaceX rocket blow up during abort test. Bruh, come on, man, bruh. I'm done, yo.
Oh my goodness.
I'm done.
You want to sleep now? Good night, man.
I'm done, bruh.
Does that mean you're leaving? Have a good night, man. Sleepy time. Bedtime.
I'm done, bruh.
All right, have a good night, bro. Bedtime.
Oh, don't worry.
Serious, man, I'm done, bro. I'm done. It don't matter. It don't get out of space. It's supposed
Once again,
to blow up.
once again, this thing is arcing and
You made very valuable contributions tonight.
Okay, you just saw a bright flash there. It looks like
bouncing off the firmament in the sky. You see it jumping off of something. And again,
Hold
there's
on.
nothing.
You said right there it hit the firmament, Melvin.
Keep
I'm asking
playing
you
the
a simple question. Is that what you just said?
Keep playing the video. It skips off the firmament after it
I thought something
explodes.
just happened, so I thought you were saying it just happened. Chill out, bro.
No, I said right here it skips off the firmament. Now you go to the next one. No, go to the next one.
Firmament
Go
is
to the next
above the
video.
sky, bro.
Yeah, go to the next video.
Hold
You're
on,
gonna see the same
hold on. What was the point of this video if we got to go to another video?
showing it exploding.
When? To 15
It's
seconds ago,
supposed
right
to
here?
explode.
Right here? Yeah, it says abort test.
Oh my goodness.
Abort test.
Okay, so timeout. What is your
It's
point?
supposed
You're saying
to
this rocket's
explode.
hitting something? You're
So
saying this
all these
rocket-
rockets, so we're just paying billions and billions of dollars for them to send rockets up and explode them, right? That's what we're doing. Is that what we're doing?
Test, bro. It's a test.
This is why I don't care what you're saying, Lou. Go to the next video.
I'm trying to see where this is hitting. Okay, so you're claiming it just hit something right there?
Yep.
Okay, so let's watch
Now
this.
keep playing it, and you're gonna see it skipping after the explosion. It's skipping, and it comes down.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind it just like a football play, 5 seconds, so everybody can watch it hit the supposed firmament you're claiming is right there in the sky.
Dragon's away.
and you can hear some really loud cheering in the room. Okay, you just saw a bright flash there. It looks like.
Look at the smoke trails.
How's there something above where it hit?
Hold on. No. Let us hear what the lady say. Let us hear what the lady say. Let it play.
See that you just like
Well,
I
how's
said.
the
You gotta
smoke
keep playing
Let us
the
hear what the
video.
lady say.
It's supposed to be a
You gotta
ceiling.
keep
Isn't that
clicking the
supposed to be
video.
a ceiling? I'm asking a legitimate question. If that's supposed to be
Just
the firmament
you're asking questions, and the video is going to show you.
All right, but on your guys' model, we can like
Listen.
see through the firmament. It's like crystal clear. You can see through it, and that's why you can see the sky above it.
That's why you can see the sun, moon, and stars and waters above.
Okay, so it's just totally transparent. All right, but so that's why we can see this smoke or whatever above the firmament here.
Well, this is not my video, so I already showed you where it looks like it's disturbing the waters above the firmament in my video.
I'm just saying, if it hits something, shouldn't nothing be able to go over where it hit? Like the smoke trail shouldn't be able to go over. Like
The
if something
point is, the thing is coming back down if you let the video play all the way through without pausing and stopping it and trying to analyze and examine it.
this
You're
is
going
the
to see
important part where it
everything.
hits something.
going on.
Yeah.
Cheering in the room. Okay, you just saw.
Right here, look at the smoke.
Oh, no.
It's
Let
down.
us listen
Oh
to
my
the lady.
goodness.
Let us listen to the lady. We don't want to listen to you. Let us listen to the video.
The folks that just watched.
They're not
live
telling you nothing.
separate. The next milestone we have coming up at 2 minutes 25 seconds. We're
So-
expecting to see the trunk jettison. So that claw that connects the trunk to the capsule is going to separate, allowing Dragon to separate from the trunk. It's coming up in 15
get that.
seconds.
Man, get the hell out of here.
And we do have the report. Loss of telemetry from Falcon 9, first stage.
And there you just saw the trunk jettison again, some really loud
Now,
cheers.
where was the explosion? Because all they did was show you a different angle of the same takeoff.
Let the lady explain to us, Melvin. Let the lady explain
She's
to
not.
us. Rewind it a
What
little.
is she?
Rewind it a
What
little.
is she explaining?
No.
What is she explaining?
Let her
What is she
explain.
explaining?
Let her explain.
What
I don't
is she
know. Let her
explaining?
explain it. Let her explain it.
So we're going to use
All they doing is telling you the events that you're looking at, Lou. So what does she need to explain?
Okay. I want to hear her. Stay there watching.
And then later to deploy the drogue.
After this, can you play the next video? Because the whole point is showing a series of rockets just exploding and not going anywhere. That's the
You
point.
telling us we want to hear what they got to say.
Didn't it go to outside of Earth? Weren't we looking outside of Earth at the end of the video there?
No, they switched the camera. And he's not going to let me answer. He's going to try and overtalk me or laugh. Mute yourself, Lou.
7.
I'm saying right here, aren't we looking at Earth from space?
No.
No, that's CGI, in my opinion.
What they
That's
do
what
is
I'm
they
asking. That's what
look.
I'm asking. You're
What they do
claiming
is
this
this. They show you a real rocket launch. When it gets up there, they switch it. Okay, put it this way: if there's a camera on this, why they don't just show you the camera view of this thing going up from start to finish? Why do they switch the camera when it get that high, so you don't see it coming back down? And this is coming back down. This is the point.
That may be Falcon 9 breaking up.
They switch it and they show you a CGI image like it's going somewhere and it's not.
The folks that just
That's
walked
called
on
deception.
Dragon
Yeah,
separate
You think they actually gonna tell you that?
They'll never show you. NASA or SpaceX will never show you completely uncut, unedited footage from start to finish of where the rocket goes. They always cut it like this and now show you a view from the rocket. But this is all
And the next video will explain why they do that.
There's a report. Loss of telemetry from Falcon 9.
I mean, how many damn videos do I need?
It's just one more video, the one right below it. Now we all know this.
I gotta watch a Netflix series to find out, your theory here. It's kind of
Netflix, the propaganda machine.
Right. Everything's a conspiracy. I got it.
There it is. Start right there.
And here comes the flight crew now.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll let you guys enjoy this.
Remember these people? I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, this is the people that die.
No, they're all alive actually.
No, don't even say that because people
Iger
don't
already
take their
showed
picks
us
to them.
earlier this conspiracy.
Big smiles today.
Iger already showed us this stuff earlier. I started the show with this, asking about the Challenger.
Yeah, and did he show you all the people that just ironically look like they're twin? Everybody must have had a twin on that shuttle, huh?
Hey Lou, if you listen, Lou, are you still there?
Yeah, I
Is
can't
Lou
hear the
still
lady
there?
speaking.
Yeah,
I'm
she
here.
said
I can't hear the
that part that you wanted to hear. She said, yeah, in this whatever we're gonna have the whatever breakaway. It's like a fuel tank thing. It's like the shell of to get rid of weight. It's already been used. Yeah, she said, and then we see that. I don't know. And where's Melvin at? Melvin, you still here?
I heard that part. I heard that part. But I didn't hear the rest of it. I didn't
Yeah.
hear the rest of it when the rocket didn't. When the rocket I didn't hear after that what the rocket did after that. I'm included the top of say abort test.
Yeah, but that's your problem. You focusing on the title, and you're not focusing on what you're looking at. That's the point.
Well, that's like saying I could take a picture of a model.
My 12-year-old, my 7-year-old, and my 14-year-old nieces and nephews could see right through this stuff. That's sad.
Yeah, that's looker shit, bro.
You remember when we were trying to get to outer space? All the different planes they had.
Yeah.
No, this is them
John
actually
Glenn-
trying to get to space. Look, this is them on the shuttle trying to get to space. Now, you're going to see the same exact thing that always keep happening.
15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
Now, look at how many different ways this thing goes here. Look what happens after that. It goes off, it goes to the side, it goes to another side because it's riding along the dome there.
I would just say it doesn't have anything on it.
Hold on, the
Like
dome
a
is
bottle
before
rocket
the
without the
sky
stick.
or after the sky? It's
This
not
thing
even
should have
touching
went
the
to
sky.
space. That's the point.
It's not touching the sky.
Situation.
Yeah, okay. That's what you said.
Major malfunction.
It's touching the sky, Melvin.
What are you talking about touching the sky?
said, I didn't say anything about it touching the sky. I said it's moving around in the shape of what the dome would be. If you're not able to see it, then
I saw them going in two different directions, up, two different directions, and then
here's a different view. Now look, just all you got to do is look. Everything's coming down.
yeah, all you've got to do for 4 hours. I still don't see what you see. I apologize.
Okay.
We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Flight director confirms that. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point.
Until I see something actually go straight up and leave this planet, I ain't believing nothing they say. Period.
Contingency procedures.
I gotta see it with my own 2 eyes. I don't need to hear it. I don't need somebody to tell me. I want to see it. That's what I'm saying.
I just got faith that the globe.
More as we have.
I have more faith in God's word than I do in theirs.
And to repeat, we have a report relayed through the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. We are now looking at all the contingency operations and awaiting word from any recovery forces.
All you gotta do is type up rockets launched to space, and you'll see every last rocket never gets there. They're either in low Earth orbit. Neil deGrasse Tyson, even astronauts, even said it while they're on the ISS. We can't go that far up. We can only fly in low Earth orbit, which means they're not going nowhere. They're not in outer space. They've never been to space, because if they were in space, they would have said we're in outer space right now. But why would he say we can only go as high as low Earth orbit? What is that? Because it's not space. The ISS is 200 miles up.
Do you think they were referencing the entire space program, or just the International Space Station?
The international. Look at how high the International Space Station is.
250 miles. 250 miles. Low Earth orbit.
200,000 feet above the Earth.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at 200,000 feet above the Earth, 200,000 into miles is what? 200,000 feet into miles is what?
Divided by 5,000.
Whoa. You said that rocket is 2,100 feet.
I didn't say that. I said the ISS. This you have a listening problem. I said the ISS.
Say that again. All right, repeat it again what you said.
Bosley repeated his warning.
I'm not gonna repeat myself.
Having just set a
Repeat it
record
again.
NASA's leaders were
Play the video back. You know how to do that, good.
Bosses told NASA the O-ring evidence in the memo was inconclusive. Challenger's launch was ordered. A puff of black smoke at liftoff was the ominous sign that Bosley was right. The O-rings had already failed. The smoke appeared when they burned. After a few seconds, a jet of flame appeared. A post-accident report by NASA described it with passionless precision.
The plume is seen here impinging directly onto the surface of the external tank and the lower.
Wow, that's pretty straight. No curve.
For 8 seconds.
The sideways flame burned like a welder's torch through the gap left by the blown O-rings. It pierced the giant orange fuel tank, and fuel began streaming out. Still, no one knew anything.
If you ask any
until
They
Challenger
tell you all this.
astronaut,
Tell you all this nonsense, but they know exactly what happened.
73.19.
or anyone who works for
Flash was observed between.
So why is the shuttle on one side in that shot, and just 5 seconds earlier the shuttle was on the left side going the other direction?
It's kind of strange why that rocket not looking orange like the one they showed
in the
before.
SRB forward attach area as the
You tell me this thing was supposed to go to outer space.
rapidly producing.
It's not looking orange.
Vapors.
Saturn V
Yeah,
isn't
because
there?
it's not being fired at night, Lou.
localized combustion of mixed gases.
Oh, that looks like orange right there to me.
Other evidence of a violent explosion was detected in the imagery.
This is NASA's rocket. It's not ours. What's your obsession with orange?
Light and
This is not our video.
gases gives
This
the
is an
cloud
official
the
video
appearance
from a mainstream
By
media outlet.
73.6 seconds, the main engines were in automatic shutdown mode as a result of reduced propellant pressures. The last telemetry from Challenger was received 73.618
All right, I'm
That's
back.
all
Is
right.
that video
That's our
over with?
video.
I'm back now. Is that video done?
Yep. That was our rocket. That was our rocket. That was our video. That's Flat Earthers showing you this stuff.
Let me address these 3 videos, Ryan.
All right. Sorry, I had
to pause
go to
that.
the bathroom.
Yeah, hey Ryan, let me address the 3 videos, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he pulls out a video where the lady go against what he say. He say, forget the lady, just watch because my 5-year-old niece, nephews, and all that can see what's wrong with her. And then he goes to the second video, and the guy says something to his liking, so he believed the guy. And now he's showing us a video of the rocket exploding.
I didn't say
Clearly
nothing
is
like
said
that. Didn't
Stop
say
lying,
nothing
bro.
like that.
You didn't agree with
Play
the
the
second
video
video?
back.
You didn't agree with the second video?
Hold on,
Mike.
Melvin,
Hey,
can I
Mike.
mention-
Hey,
can I mention
Mike.
something that'll just put this to a stop? How about what would you guys say if I showed you not 1, not 2, not 3, but nearly 24 official government documents that are used as applied physics for technical reports from NASA themselves?
I tried that already. I ain't gonna believe that either. I'm sorry.
I just want to see what they have to say. And the U.S. military that all claim the Earth is flat and stationary. What are you going to say?
Show it.
Okay, if I show it, what are you going to say, though?
There's a lot of fake nonsense on the internet, so I want to know where these supposed official government documents came from. What website was it?
So you're going to say you're going to say
Earth's website? Like what website?
Yeah.
It's come from?
So it might be fake, right? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, but would you say it's fake if it comes from the official government website like NASA.gov?
You guys would?
Show it.
No. Time out, Lou. I just got him in a paradox. They say NASA's fake as fuck, right? So now NASA's their
Oh, yeah, good point.
See how it works? NASA,
No, what we say, what
I didn't catch that one.
no, what they put out in mainstream for everybody to see, that's the lie, Ryan. But what they're showing in their documents.
Let me talk, Melvin. Everything's fake until it fits your narrative. Then it's the authority, and then it's the truth. I got it. That's logical.
No.
All right, so Ryan, tell me this. Why is it in their documents, the stuff that we can't see but they can see? Why is it in there that they talk about shooting stuff over a flat non-rotating Earth, but they tell us on the mainstream media that they're going over a flat round rotating Earth? You see the difference there?
But
you see the difference there?
Problem of screaming NASA's fake. Don't believe anything they say, and then trying to prove your point by going to NASA.
Ryan.
No, I'm asking you a legitimate question. Do you see a logical paradox there?
Yeah. Let me answer.
No paradox. I want agreement on that, and then we can move forward. Go ahead.
I'm trying to tell you, there is no paradox because it's different from what they're telling everybody in the world versus what they're what they're looking at in their papers.
But you don't believe anything they say all the time. So why are you believing these documents?
Put it this way, Ryan.
Why are you believing these documents all of a sudden? I don't believe anything else they say. It's all lies.
Because it's something that they're not showing. Oh my goodness.
What do you mean? You have it on the internet. How are they not showing it? You have it. How are they not showing it?
Ryan.
We pulled this stuff up on the internet. We showed the documents. Why are they not telling the world what they're doing?
How many views do
they say? When they say we're shooting rockets, we're using linear aircraft models over a flat, non-rotating Earth, yet they keep telling us or showing us that they're going over a round, rotating Earth.
Because when you look at a flat map on the wall of the orbit of whatever there is in orbit, you will see it looks like an S because it has to be translated to flat.
Okay.
I'm just saying, you guys say they're fake and everything they do is propaganda and CGI.
Ryan,
but
can I
now
ask you a
you wanna
question?
go to them and say, "See, this proves your point." That's my problem.
No. First of all, your first
No,
question was,
the
"Oh,
difference between
I don't know
something they're
where
telling us and something that they're not
this is
telling
coming
us. That's the
from.
problem.
It might be fake." Okay.
Yeah, that's also part of the equation for sure.
Okay, but then I told you it's coming from an official website from the government, like this one, for example, NASA.gov.
And then I said, you guys told me that the government's liars and I shouldn't believe them. So I'm going to just listen to you guys and say this is bad information because they're liars.
No.
Well, now this is different.
Oh, no, they're
This is
telling the truth now because it fits your narrative. I get how.
No, can I?
Are you in a video now, or are you actually on the website?
But when it fits flat Earth, it's the truth. That's convenient.
If we can, yeah, you can explain, but yeah, explain where you're at. Are you at the current website? You're not on a video, right?
No, this is a screenshot. I have the link for all these screenshots because as you can see,
right.
it's
We can go to it today, like right now. We can go to NASA.gov or whatever.
All you gotta do is do this: search up NASA model for linear aircraft models, and you'll see it right there in the summary. It's not that hard to do. It's on Google.
Do you agree with that? Is that essentially what you're going to be showing? We could duplicate what you're going to show by going to what he just said.
Yes, or even easier, I can just
just go to the website because that's what they want to see. They want to see if it's an actual website. Just go to the search bar and put in what we know it says, and even then they're going to still deny it.
Anyway. Yeah. So anyway,
you guys scream Billy. Let's call NASA Billy. You guys tell me, Mike, and Lou all night, Billy's a liar. Billy's a liar. Billy's a liar. And then you're like, you want some legitimate proof? Time out and stop cutting me off. Then you say, let me go to Billy's website and I'm going to prove my point. Don't you think that sounds like a logical paradox? Because to me, it's pretty obviously hypocritical.
No, because you don't understand the way.
Oh, no, it's not hypocritical? You scream Billy's a liar all night, Billy, and then you want to prove your point to me, and you go to Billy's website.
Can I answer your question without you?
Answer it, but admit it's hypocrisy at least.
Share the screen of
the hypocrisy if you want to stand on truth.
Can I answer your question without you cutting me off again?
Sure, but please acknowledge what I'm saying. Is it hypocritical or not?
No, it's not. Now can I answer why?
Okay, move on.
I can answer why now? Okay.
That's your opinion. It's not hypocritical. You scream NASA's a liar all night, and now you want NASA to be your definite proof of authority. That's not hypocritical?
Can I answer your question without you cutting me off again?
Well, you can answer his question by showing us. You can share your screen for this video. Share your screen just going to the NASA site and showing us.
I'd rather you just admit, yeah, bro, it's blatantly hypocritical, but you guys accept
why
NASA
can't
as the source.
I can't give you my own answer?
Show you NASA because me and Melvin don't accept it, but I'm going to show it for this reason. But I don't believe it, but you guys might think it's interesting. Like that would be a normal, truthful answer.
Well, to be honest, we're showing you what NASA's not showing you. You guys believe NASA, so why you don't believe what they wrote in the paper?
No, that's how I just phrased it, Melvin. I wanted you guys to kind of admit that you don't believe it at all.
But wouldn't it be hypocritical to believe everything that NASA says, but not believe what they're putting in this paper?
Hold on, Melvin. Hold on. I have an answer for Ryan if he would just let me finish without like cutting me off for like 5 seconds, please.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. The reason why NASA can say, just like Melvin was saying, in the mainstream science, like what the general public is exposed to, that the Earth is a spinning globe in space. But then you can also find the exact opposite in these official government documents is because within the occult and secret societies of this world, there is a paradigm known as esoteric versus exoteric, which means those who are, quote, initiated, they have a certain doctrine that those people know of. But when they want to represent themselves to the general public, there's a completely different one to put on as a front for what they want the masses, the peasants, if you will, to know. That's what I mean. And in fact, just to show you that I'm not making this up, look, you can literally, this is a real thing. Okay, exoteric versus esoteric, right? Like, this is probably not the best definition, but yeah. Oh, look here. Let me blow it up a little bit if I can. Hold on. I don't know why it's not. Oh, it's not freaking. It's not that. There's a little blurry, but hold on.
Relax,
right here.
relax, bro. Relax. Yeah, relax.
Can you guys read that? Right here.
Yeah, we can't read it, but we can see the picture.
Look. Okay.
Just read it off, dude. Just read it off.
Esoteric, right? Intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with specialized knowledge or interest. Okay. And then exoteric, intended or for likely to be understood by the general public. You see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. All right. So NASA, from an exoteric perspective, they want the general public, just like it says here, to be deceived into this idea of a globe spinning in space. But when it matters for them, like in this paper, for example, and Mike wanted me to go to the actual paper. Okay, this is, here you go at the top, nasa.gov. It's talking about flying airplanes. So when it matters, like on a real life application, in this case, when you want to fly an airplane, they're going to tell you what you need to know, because flying an airplane is a very important, thing to do, and you have to.
Saying it's an experiment, right?
It's called the Great Circle. Pilots have to learn the great. Who's laughing? That's like I said 5 seconds and got interrupted.
That's Lou.
No, that's me, Mike. That's me, Mike. That's Mike.
I'm not gonna. I'm not even gonna say all you got to do is Google Great Circle. But if you fly from San Francisco to Vietnam, believe it or not, in the straightest line you can on a globe, you're gonna go over Japan. That's called the Great Circle. It looks like a curve on a flat map. Hey, all you got to do is show up some pictures of the orbit of anything going around the Earth right now, and you'll see it's an S on a flat map. That's all they're talking about.
No, it says you're trying to do like a bunch of hoops and hurdles and mental gymnastics to what the paper says, which is a flat, non-rotating Earth. How about the fact, forget the flat part. How about where it says non-rotating? Because apparently, according to you, the Earth is rotating at least 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So how about that?
Well, they could have shown this flat map or flat Earth as your side, whatever. Move. They're going to have to show the telemetry of the orbit. They're going to have to show each second where it's at. They can move the Earth, or they can move the little dot. That's all it's saying.
So flat non-rotating Earth means that they're just moving the dot.
Go back to the summary. 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 Go back to the summary.
It says the same thing.
Go to the introduction.
Okay.
It says it right there.
That's the summary? The summary. Go back to the summary.
It says right here, the need for linear model. What's the definition of linear? Because last time I checked, it means a straight line.
That's
linear
the linear system. Hold on. The linear system equations. What does that mean? What does that mean?
So it's flying across a flat
Okay.
plane, dude.
The linear. Go back to it. The linear equation. The linear system equations. What is that? What does that mean?
That means dude, if you want to fly an airplane, you have to know certain heights, altitudes. You need to know where to go. So that's what they're studying for. You don't just build a plane and just fly it. You don't just do that, Lou. You have to know how to fly it.
That's what
this paper's for.
Called a flight plan.
Right.
I just don't see how you guys don't see the irony of you screaming NASA's fake.
I just explained to you, bro.
Okay, don't
He's
believe
just
anything
he's
NASA
mostly
says.
teasing you.
And then
He's
you
mostly
guys say,
teasing.
I got checkmate here. Let me go to
That's
NASA.gov
not-
and believe everything they're saying now because it fits my narrative. That's so hypocritical. It's unbelievable to me that you don't see it.
Well, nobody still answered my question of why in that paper are they saying over a flat, non-rotating Earth, but they
Maybe
keep
they're
showing
doing an
you a
experiment
ball
for
spinning in
going
space.
to Mars or something. Who
I'm
knows?
not even able to finish my
Okay,
question.
I got
Why did it say a rigid
pages in
structure
that report, and
with
we're reading
constant
one
mass? Why did it
paragraph.
say constant mass?
There's
Why did it say
102
constant
got an
mass?
answer. I got an answer. I got an answer.
Picking out one paragraph.
Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Because the rest of it
Ryan.
is just model, is just showing you the numbers and equations.
The rigid,
Unless you want to see that
rigid
too, because
airplane.
that's really going to blow the
Rockets
whole
lose
thing
mass
out.
as they
Yeah, but now
rocket.
you guys are going to like memes and stuff for proof. Like, oh, look at this meme.
I'm not
It
going
says
to no
this.
meme. That's not me. That ain't me
Well,
going to no meme.
the exoteric was just like a meme. Oh, I'm going to a meme. Let me prove something with a meme.
Oh, do you want to read it from like this instead? Is this better, Ryan? Is this better?
No, go back to the
What I'd
original.
like you to
Is this
do
better
is,
now?
I just want you guys to be honest and say, like, it's very hypocritical to say NASA fakes everything and then say, well, let me go to NASA.gov
We
and
just
everything written
explained
in
to
that
you.
report is truthful, apparently.
We just
But everything
explained to
else
you
they
that
said was a
everything
lie.
they want to show the public, the mass public. Put it
They're
this way.
showing
if
the
I-
public. If the public's seeing that
Oh,
report,
my
then how are
goodness.
you saying they're like not
You
showing?
didn't know about this? Who knows
So-
about this paper? Who knows about
Melvin
this?
showed it before. We're like I said, we're seeing 2 paragraphs out of 102 pages, and it could be like it's saying. It seems to be saying they're doing an experiment.
What,
To do
why
what?
wouldn't the
To do what?
experiment need to reflect reality?
Hey man, they're liars all night until you guys want to go to this document.
Exoteric
Then
versus
it's all true.
esoteric. Why aren't
Look
you
at
getting
that.
that
You see,
concept,
look,
Ryan?
hold on, wait.
Not
You see the
accepting
model? Look, hold on, wait. Just let them look at the model. Let them look at that model. Because it's the
How's
same
that not
model.
a globe too? How's that not a globe? Because
It's
underneath
not.
that
That's a
flat
globe.
bottom, underneath that flat bottom, the ocean goes 7 miles deep, and there's ground that we can dig in that goes miles deep to the core. How's that not a globe model?
That's
Bro,
not
bro,
a globe.
wait.
That's the flat Earth model. Go back to the model.
Wait.
Because they're
That's showing you where because the plane's not going to take off from the bottom of the ocean. That's why it looks like.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, show me
Hold
the
on,
bottom of the
hold on,
ocean
hold
in
on.
any of these pictures.
No. Ryan. Cool
No,
down,
I
cool
need
down.
Ryan to answer these
Look,
questions.
So the bottom of the ocean doesn't exist now?
No, because you're so worried about the bottom of the ocean. Show me the bottom in any of these pictures.
You'd have to go in through that blue stuff, 7 miles in to the blue stuff to the middle of that big circle.
Okay, hold on.
It would be in the
Okay,
middle
I
of that
agree.
basketball, probably.
So Ryan, would you agree that the water you see on this globe is the surface surface of the ocean? Then
It seems to be the surface of the ocean, the blue stuff.
okay, so that means you believe the surface of the ocean must be curving. Yes.
It seems to be curving.
Right. That's what we're talking about. We're only concerned about the surface. So where in these pictures is the ocean curving?
You're looking at the surface, bro.
Hey,
You might as well just go out into the middle of the ocean and take a picture. You'll get the same horizon.
You understand how big the Earth is? Like, you want to see the curvature in like a short little, like, your eyes can see viewpoint. Like the Earth is huge, bro.
And if it curved, where would the curve start and where would the curve end?
You guys tell us you the ones who believe in the curve. You tell us that. That's y'all argument. We ain't arguing that the water's curved. We're arguing it's flat. You guys
Right.
believe it's
It'll,
curved.
until you get to about 45,000 feet.
Yeah, Melvin, you're a reasonable person. Can you admit you shouldn't say NASA's a liar and they make fake videos and then go to NASA as a source? Can we just agree that's
I already explained that.
No, I just want an answer. Is that hypocritical or not?
No, not at all.
I'm asking Melvin.
I just said that it's
all right.
not.
So Jesus is grace and truth. We're gonna dodge grace and truth for our own like personal arguments, right? We're not gonna.
Why? Because we don't believe
grace
what
and truth.
NASA's telling us over what the Bible telling us. I take what the Bible say. The Bible don't say that the Earth is a ball.
Question. I'm saying you say NASA's a liar all night. Every video they make is fake. They lie all night. You guys just went to NASA.gov as your evidence. Is that not a hypocritical way to argue your point?
Can you listen to what I got to say? Can you listen to what I got to say, please?
You guys just admit it. I don't
I'm
get
trying
it.
to answer your question. I'm telling you.
Blatantly wrong.
Oh, my goodness.
If I say Billy is a liar all night, Billy's a liar. Billy's a liar.
Ryan.
Billy told me his story. He had sex with a girl. He never had sex with her.
Ryan.
And then I go to Billy's diary. I go to fucking Billy's diary to try to prove my point. Is that not hypocritical? Why is it so different when I say the word NASA? Like, I'm just trying to get you to admit, like, simple logic, like SAT question logic. Billy's a liar. Billy said he had sex with Heather. Billy's full of it. Billy made videos on his phone with Snapchat that are fake. Okay, guys, guess what? Here's Billy's diary. Let me prove my point. That's not hypocritical, Melvin?
Can I explain
when
to you
Billy is hypocritical?
No,
I just want Melvin to answer. When it's Billy,
no, it's not. Now let me ask you a question, Ryan.
So
no, it's not. I answer. Can I ask you a question?
Great point. Awesome. You guys are full of it.
Can I ask you a question now?
You have no credibility because you won't admit.
Ryan, do you vote?
You can ask, but you have no credibility. You just lost it all.
Ryan, do you vote?
No truth.
Do you vote, Ryan? Ryan, do you vote?
No,
do you vote, Ryan?
No, I'm a felon. I don't vote. I'm a felon.
All right, so
I've been to prison. I don't vote, and I didn't try to get my rights back. Maybe
do you believe everything? Do you believe everything that the government tells us about certain things?
No, I do not.
Okay, but you would say that they're a part of this whole thing, right? You don't trust them, but you trust NASA. That's a part of the government.
I don't trust NASA and everything they say and do. NASA was established by Nazis.
Wouldn't that right there be like being a hypocrite because you believe most of everything they say about what we live on, but you don't believe everything they say to be true?
Why you get
listen, NASA's not the ones who established the globe Earth. You know, there were scientists like throughout history, like Copernicus and other people that like Galileo. There were scientists like Greek philosophers also, and scientists and mathematicians.
You believe in Jesuit?
Established like the globe Earth. It wasn't just NASA. NASA got established in 1950. So no, I'm not establishing my entire worldview on NASA. See how I answer a direct question, how easy it is, and like answering it truthfully.
Yeah, we answer yours, but you don't like our answer.
No, you didn't, because I asked you if it was hypocritical to go to Billy's
diary. And I said no, because it's what they're.
That just proves you have no credibility.
Because you're not letting me explain what I'm saying.
Billy's diary is the truth when it fits your narrative. That's the way you guys view it. That's hypocritical, bro. That's biased. That's lying. That's all.
Explain why that's a terrible analogy, Ryan.
How's that a terrible analogy? You say,
hold
on, time out. Let's walk project 1, 2, 3. Do you guys claim NASA makes fake videos and lies all night? Do you claim that? Do you say NASA lies to us all night?
I said what NASA shows us is a lie.
Bro, I just answered direct questions. I just showed you how it was
what NASA shows us. Now, what about the stuff they're not showing us? What about the stuff they're not showing? But what about the stuff they're not showing us? But what about the stuff they're not showing us? What about the stuff they're not showing us? What about that stuff?
Bro, you're not answering my question. I'm asking you questions. Do you guys claim that NASA shows fake videos?
You trying to overtalk me to make your point.
No, you're not answering the question. You're asking me a question instead.
That's the question I'm going to answer.
Okay. Do you guys say that NASA makes fake videos and gives us bad information that's false?
To the general public.
To the general public, to the things that we can see. See how you keep
cut caveat now. Get it, guys?
Wait, no, because see how you cut me off before. Now you can see how you cut me off because you didn't like the answer.
Now we should trust everything that NASA tells us.
I didn't say trust everything they say. I said it's what. I said what they show.
You guys are in a paradox there, and you already. It's pathetic that.
No, you trying to make it seem like you putting us in a paradox. What I'm saying is this.
Put in there. You call NASA liars and fakers and misinformation all night in every video and everything they do, and then you go to NASA's website and say this is the truth. Look, that's like me saying Billy is a liar all night. Billy makes fake videos. Billy
Do you
did
believe
this. Billy
everything
did
NASA
that.
say?
And then
Do
I
you
go to
believe everything
Billy's
NASA say?
diary and I try to prove my point. I'm a hypocrite and I'm a liar if I do that. That's hypocritical. I'm either not a liar, I'm just dumb and ignorant. I don't know what the word is. I'm misinformed. I'm foolish.
You know why Billy?
I don't know what to tell you.
You know why the
You
Billy
should go to
diary?
Diary.
Is a
You should be
terrible
going to
analogy?
Johnny's diary. Go to Johnny's diary. Go to the Chinese website, not NASA's. Maybe you'd have credibility. Maybe that.
So if it was something that I didn't want you to know, I'm just gonna show you what I don't know, want you to know, right? That's how I'm gonna do it. If I wanted to hide something from you, I'm just gonna show it to you. That because that's the best way to hide it, right?
You wouldn't need a motive.
Exactly. Which is why using analogy for Billy lying about having sex in the diary, that's so trivial. There's no motive behind that. NASA lying about the nature of the cosmology of the Earth, which is God's very significant creation. There is motive behind that. Everyone,
are they both not liars? Are they both not liars?
That affects the entire population. That's why you can't compare it to like Billy's diary.
Yeah, you can because they're both liars and you shouldn't believe anything they say according to you guys. Yes, you definitely can make an analogy in that regard. I don't know what logic or math you guys use, algebra, mathematics, but I use the mathematics where it's like A equals something and it establishes something, then B equals something and it establishes something. So it's as simple to me as you're claiming NASA isn't credible, they're liars, and they give misinformation. That would be logically equivalent to Billy being a liar and giving misinformation.
Who's Billy lying to? What? Who's Billy lying to?
It doesn't matter. He's just a liar like NASA is. Billy has a motive because he wants to be cool. Okay, there you go. There's your analogy. I guess you needed a motive. Billy wants to be cool. Billy wants to be cool. He's got a motive now. So A now equals, bro, you guys are either bad at logic or you're just
No, you're not trying to listen to nobody else. So I'm letting you talk.
Bro, you played yourself going to NASA.gov after you called NASA a liar all night. You played yourself. You're trying to change the goalposts and say, well,
it's not changing the goalposts. We're showing. Hold on, dude. Hold on.
You say
it's
they
not
lie
changing.
all the time, but they tell the truth internally. That is hypocritical.
It's not changing the goalposts if you're showing.
Military, is that better?
Yes, it is. You claim they're not credible, but then you say their internal information is
See how
credible.
you're not listening to what I'm trying to tell you?
Exoteric versus esoteric.
No. It's either they're a liar or they're not.
No, because you don't understand the concept of esoteric versus exoteric.
Oh, I understand the concept. I understand you guys call them liars all night, but then you want to go to them as your authority as truth, and that's hypocritical.
We're showing you what they don't want to show you.
How do you know? You're looking at it on the internet, and it's a document from 1988. It's 3 paragraphs out of 102 pages.
What changed since?
You have no context, and you're trying to use it as your checkmate.
Go to the models.
Bro. You know what the summary is? It's the entire paper.
Go to the models. Just go to the models and read.
What are you talking about? It summarizes the whole paper. It's page 6.
The whole paper is a summary. The whole paper is the equations and everything.
This is a summary.
And they're showing you a
102
flat
pages on
non-rotating
page 6
Earth.
of 102. That sounds it's a summary of one little portion of it, bro. It's not the summary of the 102 pages.
Yeah, it is.
Could you leave it there a minute? Could you leave it there on that doc? Yeah, go back to that other document a minute.
It says page 6 of 102, bro. You think they?
Yeah, the summary. The summary.
What about when it says concluding remarks?
Look, go back to where you just were. 6 of 102. Go back to where you just were. Don't hide it. Go back where it said 6 of 102. And tell me right there, tell me who writes a fucking paper 102 pages and summarizes everything on page 6.
Yeah, it's called an abstract. That's very common in research papers.
Okay, so you make a thesis in the beginning of the paper. The summary comes at the end after you've given all the information.
Actually, the conclusion comes at the end.
Okay, so the summary, dude, you guys just you're still lost because it's so simple. You called these people liars.
No, go back to it.
Right, but now you're saying they're telling the truth, and it's pathetic. Go to
I'd like to comment on that summary.
Chinese aerospace. Go to the Russians. Go to anybody besides NASA. Go to
They
people
all
who
say the
didn't
same
call
thing.
liars all
And
night.
we don't got access to Russian stuff because we don't. We're not
Actually,
Russian.
I do. It's right here.
Oh,
This is
well,
from
you
the-
go
this is
there.
from the
Go to
Russian
Russia.
space agency
Go
right here.
somewhere else besides the people you called
They
liars.
all say
all
the
night.
same thing. They
How
all
about-
say the
how about
same
from
thing.
Russia? about from the Russian?
Yeah, we
Institute of
see it's
Physics and Atmosphere?
1957 Russian document. Show us where we're supposed to be impressed.
This is a Russian document.
Okay, from 1957. Show me where I'm
Just
supposed
read
to
it,
be
dude.
impressed.
Just read it.
You see
Show
at the
me
bottom
where?
You see at the
Where?
bottom where it says daytime intended for measuring the brightness of the firmament?
Oh, okay, I believe
Wow.
it. God said the
Wow.
firmament in the Bible. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So what's the firmament here?
I don't know. Probably the exact same thing we're talking about in the Bible. Probably.
Which is what?
I don't know. I'm still working on the summary. I'd like to discuss the summary. I could point some things out to you real quick.
Yeah, let's go back to your credible source, NASA, because you guys are going to say NASA's credible in every other video too, right?
Wait. So how about if it's just up
Is that
to you?
a
Right?
no? You don't want to do that for me? You want to? Is it even
Wait,
in
Ryan.
Russian? I didn't even. Thank you.
Ryan,
Okay, I'll just read it real
NASA
quick
says-
for you. Just like we're going over scripture. No big deal. Nobody's going to get hurt. Just
No.
it's going to suck
We
if
we
you
can put the question
keep
back on Ryan.
interrupting.
Now, I mean, Ryan, none of you guys, besides Melvin and I, knew about any of these papers. Any of these
Okay, well, I tried, friends. Good night, all. Maybe I'll be back. I'll restart this thing. It seems like something's wrong with it, where the audio keeps talking back
But
to
now
me
that
as
you
I'm
do-
trying to say something.
Now
So
that you guys
unless
have been exposed to
Ryan
these
can learn how to mute somebody, I'll return in just a smidgen. Good luck with it all.
Ryan, now that you know NASA both says the Earth looks like this, but then also in a paper says that it's flat and non-rotating. Why don't you explain why there's a discrepancy? Why don't you explain to us?
Well, I'm gonna answer how smart people told me to answer. NASA is full of shit. They're liars. I don't believe anything they say.
So you don't believe them when they say the Earth looks like this either, then, right?
No, I was told by a bunch of flat earthers that NASA is full of it, so I don't believe anything they say.
So you have no idea what the Earth looks like then?
I would never go to NASA.gov because people that are smarter than me know about flat Earth told me that NASA makes fake videos and they lie about all their rocket launches and they fake them all and the people are actually still alive. So I wouldn't believe a word that came from NASA.gov.
Okay, so you wouldn't agree that the Earth is a spinning globe in space then?
Not if NASA. Well, if NASA.gov said it, I wouldn't believe it at all.
How about if the U.S. military said it?
I don't know. Show me what the U.S. military said.
Right here, Army Research Laboratory from a.mil, which is a government website. Propagations of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth.
I mean, we go paper after paper. They're still not going to believe it.
Okay, so
they don't believe nothing.
Military credible now?
Keep reading. Keep reading.
Yeah.
No, bypass the title and what the title say. We just got to read the paper, which is going to say flat Earth all through it. But no,
what the title say? What the title?
Don't say that.
What the title say?
Read the title for Lou again. He's going to bypass the flat Earth because that's the game that's being played.
What's the title?
It's a. You want to read it?
There's a title. Can you read it, Lou? Can you tell us what the title say, Lou?
This is from the
I
military.
can't see
right
it. Tell me what's
Don't
the
forget
title.
about the flat Earth part.
You can't
Don't
see
forget about that part.
Well, you can't see it.
What's
So
the
what are we
title?
doing? You can't see it.
No, I'm away from
Make
my
it bigger
phone.
for
I'm
it.
looking on
Make
my,
it bigger for it.
I'm trying to. No, I'm typing it in
Don't
to
make
look
no
it up to
excuse.
fact. No, I'm fact checking what you guys are watching. What's the name of the title?
Would it be better if I sent you the link in the private chat?
Yeah, send him the link so he can look through it. And all he gonna see is flat Earth, and he gonna explain that away, and he gonna go. Then he gonna talk about he's talking about electromagnetic fields, but he's gonna bypass the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, propagation is talking about a theory, so I just made sure I double check that. It says the action of widely spreading and promoting an idea or theory. So propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth is talking about exploring a theory about flat Earth.
Spell that for me, Ryan, because this seems like they
I
got
can't
some.
see it, bro. He's got
here.
like 100 tabs open. He's on some military site. It's like he's got all the secret CIA documents and stuff apparently, and they all
Well, it's called freedom of. It's called.
How come the
It's
news
called the
don't
freedom.
disclose these papers?
I hope
It's
I
called
taught
the-
you guys to
What
never
is
go to
it,
NASA
bruh?
again, though, because they're
It's
full
called
of it.
the Freedom of Information
we're the
Act
US
for
military
a
now. We have
reason.
Oh, I know. I'm just glad we learned to not go to NASA because people that are really smarter than me told me NASA's full of it. So I'm glad you
Yeah,
guys
we
would
don't
never
really
go to
need
that
NASA. I could use geometry. I could
good,
use
good.
Well, how about the
Don't
US
ever go to
military?
NASA
actual.
again. That
How
was
about
a
the US
big
military?
mistake. Whoever
Hold on,
told
wait
you
a
to go
minute,
to
dude.
NASA
Wait a
Say,
minute.
made a big
Wait a
mistake.
minute.
We're not
said
dealing with NASA
propagation
now.
of
We're on the
I
what?
US
know.
military.
I'm just saying that was a big
Propagation
mistake.
of what?
Whoever told you to go there.
But
So
the military is
Propagation
saying the
of
same
what?
thing.
This is
What
an
is it?
experiment,
Propagation
bro.
of what?
Do you see the
Propagation of
word
what? What's the name
assumption
of it?
next to it? Flat Earth assumption.
Propagation of
you see
Yeah.
that? You
Validity
see that
They-
of
number
flat
two?
Earth
they don't read
assumption.
that.
Validity.
It's
What does
experiment.
validity mean? What does validity mean?
It's what's assumption mean? Validity means how true is something. How true of flat Earth assumption for atmospheric calculations. They're trying to calculate how true it could be. Validity means how true is something. Of
And then you see the
how
highlighted
true
part?
of flat Earth assumption. Does
You
it
see the
say
hi-
the Earth is flat, or does it say flat Earth? The validity. So it's basically an experiment on everything we're doing. So we'd have to read the paper to see the conclusion of if it said it was flat or not. This is telling you they're doing an experiment on the exact subject we're talking about. The testing, you could add the word testing before that. Testing validity of flat Earth assumption for atmospheric
No.
calculations. So they're
Why
going
would
to
It
be
you
doesn't say
atmospheric.
testing the validity.
All
It
right,
says
but don't
validity.
you can imply the word testing, right? Because that's what it's
No,
it's
I
doing.
wouldn't put
Is
when you
validity a
researching,
verb
you don't
there?
add your when you're researching, you don't add your when you're
Oh my God,
researching,
you
you
guys
don't
are
add your own
Okay,
words
so
to
is
the
this the
paper.
conclusion? What is this? You guys are crybabies. You don't think validity of flat Earth assumption is not a action?
What I'm trying to tell
When I
you
say
is,
testing, that's not a verb to demonstrate action.
oh my
It's not a
goodness,
causative.
I'm trying to explain it, and you're
Right,
not even
why
letting me
is it
explain it
testing?
because you want to overtalk
Testing
me.
validity of flat Earth. No, I'm not over talking. You guys have been
So is it valid or not? So is it
5
valid or
hours.
not? Is it valid or not?
Put it this way: Genesis 1, rip it out your Bible. It's wrong. It's wrong because it goes against science and NASA and everything you've learned in school. It goes against that, so it needs to be out the Bible. It shouldn't be canonized.
Television angle.
Right.
This
God didn't create the heavens and earth. NASA did.
And a flat atmosphere to obtain an approximate measure of the accuracy of the above flat Earth relationship was compared with results obtained by a spherical Earth equation. Gives an equation for relative number of molecules per unit volume at any altitude, which one can be written in terms of relative. Can you scroll down? Can we keep reading to compare it to the spherical Earth equation that is right above the blue stuff that's highlighted?
No, this is a screenshot. I can try to find the link for you and send it.
Well, you should, because it says something about a spherical Earth right above it, but that's not highlighted in blue, is
I
it?
got it. Where are you reading at? The summary?
No,
What
no.
you
I
reading,
sent
Ryan?
Are you guys reading the part where it says was compared with results obtained by a spherical Earth equation?
Yes, I know that part. So
Hold
is it
on,
valid or not?
Ryan. I got it, Ryan. Which part are you
Seems to
reading?
be
The
the
introduction.
same in the comparison to the spherical Earth. Does that prove that the spherical Earth doesn't exist? Is that how you logically deduce things? Because the flat Earth calculations correspond with spherical Earth, does that mean you dismiss the fact that spherical Earth exists? Is that how logic works?
Can the Earth be both
No, I'm
flat
asking a
and
question.
spherical?
Don't ask me a question. I just asked you a very simple, concise question. If flat Earth measurements are equal and they correspond with spherical Earth equation, does that dismiss the fact that the spherical Earth exists?
Where the hell does it say equal and correspond?
Okay, somebody's got a comment, so I can read. To obtain an approximate measure of the accuracy of the above flat Earth relationship was compared with, I can't see one word because there's a comment, was compared with results obtained by a spherical Earth equation.
Uh-huh.
So it was compared to a spherical Earth equation.
Very good.
So tell me where the spherical Earth is dismissed. You literally don't understand that that is telling you that the flat Earth measurements are equal to the spherical Earth equation, meaning they both exist or can exist, correct?
Does compare mean it's equal?
What do you mean? It's telling you it's equal. To obtain an approximate measure of the accuracy of the above flat Earth relationship, it was compared with results obtained by a spherical Earth equation.
So what was the comparison then? What did they find out from those results?
I can't read the rest of the thing. That's why I asked.
Okay. So we can't make a
it compared it to a spherical Earth. It didn't dismiss a spherical Earth. If you don't just highlight part of it and you read what's actually there, all it's telling you is that the same would be true in a flat Earth model as is true in a spherical model. That's all that's saying.
Cool. So tell me where flat Earth is dismissed then.
It's not in that specific context. It's not.
Perfect.
But you didn't prove flat Earth is true and spherical Earth isn't.
All you have to do is look at the link. It's in the chat.
Oh God, 20 more videos, bro.
Show me the curve.
No, I'm talking about the
on your first 20 videos. I don't know.
I said look at the link to the paper. It's in the chat.
You got
the link to the papers in the chat.
You got 21 more videos. You should have showed me the first video.
Hello, I said the link. I said the link to the paper, not video. Paper is in the chat if you want to look at it.
Who cares to what? What you just showed on the screen didn't prove that a spherical Earth didn't exist. Who cares that you just sent me the link? I don't really feel like reading 1,000 pages of a military document.
Well, you don't really want to know the truth then.
Okay, well, why don't you go to the page that's the truth, Melvin? Tell me where in this link that's in the chat. The truth is what page, Melvin? Melvin, the link is in the chat. What fucking page, Melvin?
Can you show me the curve?
No, I'm asking Melvin a question. So Melvin just gave me the link in the chat, and I don't want to know the truth. So Melvin, what page is the truth on?
All you gotta do is look at the models. What they're talking.
This dude don't have an answer though. He don't have a page. He just said he had an answer because he said Ryan doesn't want to know the truth. The link is in the chat. Ryan said, Melvin, excuse me, sir. What page should I go to? Melvin doesn't have an answer.
Okay, let me give you all the pages. You go to page 7. You go to page 8. You go to page 9. No. I'm naming all the pages since you want all the information. 7, 8, 9. Can you listen? Can you listen if you want it? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All those pages show you everything.
Oh yeah. Let me show all these pages Melvin's saying because this is cute and adorable. This is a beyond cute and adorable. So let me show what Melvin's telling me is the answer to this problem here. He's telling me.
Ryan, what's that y'all reading? What's that you reading?
Well, I'm going to show everybody because Melvin's telling me the pages because he didn't give me one. He said 13, 14, 15. This is page 13. So Melvin, circle for me in this equation where the answer is on page. This is a page you just said, Melvin. We can rewind it. You just said 13. 14. Oh, wait, sorry, that's 3. Let me go to the page you just said because they're all like math equations and shit. So you were just naming. Okay, here's 13, Melvin. Show me where on 13. You just said 13, right? Where on 13 is your little flat Earth answer here? Where? Show me where on 13, Melvin. You already knew it when you said it clearly. Show me where. Where do I stop on this page to get my answer? Which paragraph? What math equation? Which one is it, Melvin? You just said 13, bro. You guys just make shit up, bro. It's getting annoying.
No, I'm the one who put the link in there, and it was to a different paper. I think he got it.
Melvin just said Brian doesn't want to know the truth. The link is in the chat. And then he just said like 50 pages. When I asked him the page, he just said like 50 of them. One of them was 13 because he said like 13, 14, 15, 16. This is 13, just so people can see what Melvin is saying I should see flat Earth on. It's a bunch of math that I can't fathom whatsoever, and I know nobody on this panel can either. And a couple of lines, but Melvin's not telling me where to go now. I don't know if his mic's on mute or what happened. Maybe he lost his connection. I don't know. What's page, Melvin?
What's the name of that, Ryan?
I don't know, man. Melvin got it from flat Earth fucking spacecadet.files.com. I don't know.
Wait, that's not an official military website.
I'm gonna read from page 17.
Why are these pages like why are they all out of order, bro? All these pages are out of order too.
Is that from the official military website or no?
Ask Melvin.
Wait, you can't figure it out yourself?
No, because I don't know what this APP DTIC MIL. It could be MIL, could be military, but I don't like to just jump out the window and make assumptions like you guys.
Go all the way.
Hold on real quick so I can tell you.
So I'm not going to say MIL means it's a military website.
You have to read the paper because they're.
Okay, you just said page 17, right? You just said page 17, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you though.
Okay, this is page 17, so everybody can see it. Let's go. Let's start from the top, and you show us. This is the appendix, page 17. Where on page 17? This is page 17.
Well, first of all, you have to look at what they're using in the equation is going to explain it to you. That's how you're going to.
It's
Oh
in
my
this
goodness.
word.
Can I finish a sentence without being cut off?
No, you're just making shit up, bro. This is page 17, and nobody can interpret any of this here. So you're making shit up. So it's getting annoying.
I'm making stuff up. That's
okay,
not.
So where,
that's
bro,
not the.
Look.
That's not the page.
This is 17, bro. See that? Everybody can see what
that's
not
what I see on my page 17.
All right. Well, you sent me some other shit then. I don't know what to tell you.
I didn't send you that. That's his link. I told you where the link was.
You guys got 1,000 links in the chat. Okay.
No, that's the. Is that the paper, dude? It would be a lot easier if you stop trying to overtalk me and actually listen to what I'm trying to ask you.
Yeah, because I haven't given you any time to, demonstrate your point. That's
no, because you've been over talking me because every time I try and make a point, either
where's
Lou
your
over
link, Melvin?
Melvin, it's not my link.
Go ahead.
It's not my
link.
It's not my link.
Right, let him talk. Let him talk.
Oh my goodness, it's not my link. It's not. Can you hear me? It's not my link.
But you're the one who told me to go to your link 10 minutes ago. You said I didn't want to know the truth. Go to the private chat and hit your
I said he put the link in the chat. That's when you were over talking me. He put the link in the chat. So that's what I said. I didn't say nothing about my link.
Okay. All right.
Calm down, Ryan. Calm down, Ryan.
Anyway, I'm gonna read.
Yeah.
This is
let him ride out.
Actually, this is on page. What is this? Page 13. Well, this is page 12, I guess.
What's the name of that stuff you're reading? I want to read along. I can't see on that phone.
So they got this equation here. I'm not stopping. I'm not answering no straw man questions right now. I'm reading the paper.
Yeah.
They got these.
What is the name of that stuff?
Come on, Lou. Can I read the paper?
What's the name of it? I can't see it.
Nobody knows.
Dude, I told you it's in the chat. Go to the back chat, Lou. Stop asking me these questions. I said 5 minutes ago the paper's in the chat.
Where in the back chat is it, Melvin? Is it you have a YouTube link there? There's no link for any paper in the private chat. What are you talking about?
You see where it says Rebel? You see where it says apps, DTIC? I said it was his link. I didn't say it was my link. Why do
I just hit that. I just hit that, and then you said page 17 is not the same. So what?
Well, on my PDF it shows page 17, but it's actually page 12.
Okay, so what page do I go to? So everybody that's watching,
I don't know because it's different on this PDF. On here,
then what's the point of having the link in the chat, bro? Honestly,
I didn't put the link there.
You keep
saying
I
can't click it, Melv. I click it, then
because Luke
click it,
Luke keep talking when I'm trying to overtalk me, and I'm trying to say it.
Oh,
dude, this is just a bunch of math equations.
I click the link.
Nobody knows.
Well, forget the link. Just listen to me read the paper.
Now I want to read along, man. I want to see what's.
Okay, stop asking me. Can I just read the paper, please? Don't ask me nothing else. Find it, try to get it some way, and let me read. That's all I'm asking. I let you guys talk. I don't overtalk you. I don't do none of that.
Oh yeah, you don't do it out of it. I know. You're perfect. I know. You don't overtalk. You don't.
I actually have respect for other people to let them get their point across. I've been doing it all night. And every time I try to talk, I constantly overtalked.
I know. We're the only ones yelling and talking loud.
Well, it does get kind of annoying.
Oh, I agree.
So this
I agree
paper,
when people don't answer questions, hypocrites, it gets annoying too.
I'm trying to answer it right now, but you're not
you
letting me
take 100 minutes to answer. Stop crying and answer it then. It doesn't have to be crybaby every time you get the time to talk. If you're gonna cry every time you get to talk, then you'll never answer.
I'll wait 5 seconds after
I'm done. But then when it's your turn to talk, you're gonna say, well, I don't get to ever talk and you guys interrupt me. You won't start telling us shit. So it's the same cycle. We've just done it. We can rewind the tape, and you just did it 10 times. I stopped talking, and you said, well, you guys just keep talking when I'm talking. You don't start talking about what you're supposed to talk about. So now I'm going to stop talking, talk what you're supposed to talk about, and don't cry. Go.
You done now?
Cries first. Cries first. Can't stop it.
Well, I'm asking.
Cry again. Cry again.
Go ahead, Melvin. Go ahead, Melvin.
Cried first. For the record, cried first. Go ahead. Here comes another cry. Go ahead. No, it's pouting time.
Let him ride out. Let him
It's
ride out.
pouting and it's taking the ball and going home time. What time is it? I don't know.
Let him go. Let him go.
Are we done playing
Go ahead,
football? Did I
Melvin.
tackle you too hard? Did you hurt your shoulder? Are you taking your ball and going home now?
Ryan,
You're
calm
a big
down.
boy.
Let
Come
him.
on, man. Come on.
Just let him.
You guys are pissing me off, man.
Let him explain it, bro. Yeah, I know it's a touchy subject. Just let him ride. Just let him ride.
Then
Patience,
explain it.
patience,
Stop crying
patience.
when you get the mic. Start explaining. Go.
Go ahead,
Doesn't want to
Melvin.
do it. You
Go
want to
ahead,
sorry,
Rebel.
Melvin? I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, Melvin. I'll get you flowers tomorrow, okay? Go ahead now.
Ryan, can you point out to me the curvature in this picture?
Mel, I'm going to get you flowers tomorrow. I'm sorry. Let's go.
Oh, he breaking up. He
I
breaking
want
up.
Melvin to talk.
Melvin
He
breaking
just
up.
said we overtalk him and he never let him talk. Now we're saying Melvin talk and don't talk. I don't know why.
He breaking up.
He's done. His internet is down.
No, he's just not talking. I don't know why.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Go ahead, Rebel.
Y'all can't hear me. I'm reading the paper.
No, we didn't hear one
Yeah,
word.
I can hear you now.
All right. I'm glad you were at
All
least
right.
reading and you didn't leave. Go ahead.
No, my phone was messing up.
All right. I'm glad that was the case because I was getting annoyed. I was
So
like, you're
right
bigger
here,
than-
figure 7 says comparison of principal fields from an ideal whatever this is, DIPOLE, dipole or whatever, oriented perpendicular and horizontal to a homogeneous flat earth. In each case, the dipole is placed 2 meters above, my screen went out, hold on, 2 meters above ground plane, and observer or target is 100 meters downrange. A, water, and C, B, wet earth, C, dry earth, D, lake water, and E, dry sand. So they're giving you the equation. They're telling you what A is. They're telling you what.
I'd like to comment on it if he's done, or is he just?
Nah. He freezing up. He freezing up.
All I know is
freezing
the
up.
document Rebel gave me is just a bunch of like calculator math.
Well, I'd still like to comment on it. I mean, you've got 3 documents. I've got a word to say, and
Go ahead, Mike.
Do you know how to use the search
You
function?
hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Melvin.
You just have to hit Control F
To do
I
what?
want to know what
to
these
search where
equations
the
mean.
word flat Earth comes up.
Yeah, go to page 12.
No,
Now we can
all
hear
he
you. We
has to
can
do
hear
is
you,
hit
Melvin.
Control F and put in the word flat. That's all he has to do instead of all this scrolling. It's a very simple function everyone should know.
Or you could just give me the page like he just did.
we're
That's-
old.
it's actually
We're
much easier
analog.
to
Pass
We
the
are
page.
analog people living in the
that's a
digital
simple
world.
thing people do too. Is they
It's right.
just
It's
say
like look.
page.
It's right. Like it's right there. For example, you just missed it. But if you hit Control
This
F,
is
you can-
page 12. What are you talking about?
But you see how it says homogeneous flat Earth, like he was reading.
Okay, so it says the word flat Earth. They're doing an experiment to compare it to a spherical Earth. So what? What's this prove?
The point is,
Where
they're
does
showing.
what?
The point is, they're showing you the equations that they're using to put it up against a ball Earth and a flat Earth. That's what they're doing.
So what's that prove about the Earth being flat or spherical? It proves nothing. They're doing an experiment to compare the math of whatever. If one's flat,
Well,
and one's
yeah, that's why I said you got to read the whole paper to find out.
show me where it proves it says at the end of this paper, we proved the Earth wasn't a sphere and it was flat. Doesn't say that anywhere. You just see the word flat Earth and you guys get hard and you're like, oh,
What
it says
does
flat
what
Earth.
does homogeneous mean? What does homogeneous
It's like when you're going to say something and you don't want to have the guy say, "Oh, you spelled that word wrong." You want to say, "Okay, you're going to give an example and you're going to say, "Okay, all things being equal, you and me are running down a hill." You know, you're not going to jump into the conversation and say, "Well, is it a wet hill? I'd just slide down. I'd slide down faster." It's like, no, dude, that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to say. just like, all things being equal, you and I are racing down a hill. It's just a way of getting by and saying on any given plan that what these plans are talking about are flight plans. These are flight plans.
I thought you don't talk over people, Melvin. I thought you don't do that.
Can you go to the conclusion?
You just talked over Mike. What happened?
Wow. Just wow.
I can't hear nobody. My phone breaking.
5 minutes ago, you don't do that. You don't do that. You just did it.
I couldn't hear nobody. My phone breaking up.
All right. Well, Mike can get back to where he was, and then I'll go to the conclusion. But go ahead, Mike.
No, I got something to say on all 3 documents. I really don't care unless everybody's to mute people. There's too much over talk. I really don't want to be offended again. I'm tired of it.
You just passed the conclusion.
All right.
See? Didn't even consider one word I said. Just on to his thing.
This is just the
No,
reference.
you passed it. You passed it.
I just said you passed it. This right here. Go to the top.
It goes
up.
14.
Right there. Conclusion. See how I passed it.
Okay.
Can you read those 2 paragraphs? I'll mute my mic.
I'll read it while Mike's talking, since there's a lot to read here.
Me, Mike?
Yeah,
what?
Go ahead, finish, Mike.
Other people can read it because it's on the screen themselves.
I thought you guys were looking something else up. What did you go to here? I'm not. I have. What did you go back to something that I can
finish? You was going to finish the definition of homologous, or you was going to address the 3 articles?
That's just like it's like saying all things being equal, this is how you do the measurement. You put the sticks 2 feet apart, and you're going to shoot a ray or whatever, a light beam or something, 100, I think it said 100 meters away. I think it said for a flat homogeneous Earth. Okay, this is, as you're reading this, you're thinking, well, what if there's a tree in the way? What if it's, and this is over a very short distance. It has to be a flat homogeneous. This is over a very short distance. If I'm doing a plane flight plan, which your first document said in the summary, this is for rigid aircraft. This is rigid whatever aircraft. This is how you do your flight path. You make out your flight plan. You do it if it's a short distance from Omaha to Kansas City. I'll probably have 1 map, and it'll be a straight line. If I'm going, like I said, from San Francisco to Vietnam, I'm going to either have several maps each map is going to be individually straight, but if you put them in order, it'll make a curve. But if you got a giant map showing all of it, it would have to be on a curve. Your flight, it's called the Great Circle. You would have to draw a actual circle going over Japan on a flat map, a homogeneous flat map. These are just simple flight patterns. And on that second paper, the third, I think the second, I'm not sure if the second, the second and third are the exact same thing, but the one where it said, if you read it, it says, keep these rods 2 meters apart, and the target will be 1,000 yards away or something like that for like the flat homogeneous Earth. That's like, okay, great, I get it. I'm on the battlefield, I can set these things up, and I can do them, and it'll be very accurate. I do not need to take into account the curvature of the Earth. But no, if you have these same rods, and your target is, an intercontinental ballistic missile, it's going to follow a curved globe. So your maps are going to have to, and your calculations are going to have to be totally different. But hey, it's like shooting at a target with a gun. You essentially just shoot at the target, and you think the bullet goes a perfect straight line. It's dropping a little bit, and you kind of make up for that with your sight. And so you say, I will set my sights as if this was, it's only 100 feet ahead of me that I'm trying to shoot this target. I will set my sights as if it's a straight line, essentially. It's not going to drop very far in 100 feet. But yeah, if you're going to shoot a missile to China, you're going to have to take into account, let's get some altitude, curve over here and end up over there. It's completely different looking on a globe. This is, my dad was okay, now you guys can cut me off at any time. This is just story time. My dad was a B-52 pilot. We learned these things. We learn these things.
Hold on, Mike. If you're going to a story time,
no, you're okay. I gave you permission. You're all right, brother. You're all right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How far is Oklahoma to wherever you said? How many miles apart?
Oh, and then you're going to say 8 inches per mile, right?
Just answer the damn question.
Yeah, just answer the damn question. I had 5 minutes. I'm done talking. Go. You guys continue.
Can you answer the question? You said flying from Oklahoma to where'd you say? Ohio or something?
Omaha from Omaha to Kansas City is 180 miles, I believe. That'll work for 200. Quite honestly, if you want to, for your calculations, I think the example I gave is 200 miles. Yes, go ahead.
That would be 1,440 inches.
And how many feet would that be below the curve of the Earth?
120.
So you should be doing 120 feet drop. That nose of the plane should be dipping down. When I flew on an airplane, when I flew on an airplane, it went straight across all the way. It didn't dip down. It didn't do nothing. It flew straight.
How can you tell when you're 5 miles in the high if you dipped 120 feet, bro? You're sitting in coach eating your sandwich. You're gonna sit next to the person looking out the window and be like, "Oh, did we dip 120 feet over the last 3 hours?"
You have to walk uphill to use the restroom.
An hour down. What if
how come the plane isn't? Yeah, the pilot. How come everything isn't rolling forward?
Come on, bro, you guys sound ridiculous. This conclusion doesn't say anything about the Earth being flat. It talks about the experiment. You guys got me so mad. I don't even know what the word experiment is anymore. And it doesn't claim the Earth is flat. It's just talking about this would be the optimal weapon in this equation if the ground was flat.
And they used the standard of the sphere. Their standard was the spherical globe. But over this short distance, it's fine, like a flat homogeneous Earth. It's fine. That's their exact words. To get this approximation that we're going to use, this approximation of shooting a rifle 100 feet, we're going to say it's going to be a direct straight line when in fact we know it's going to drop a little bit. But over a long distance, you're going to
flat ground model. Sorry,
you're adding the word short and long in there. It doesn't say that anywhere in there.
It says 100 feet.
About the Earth being flat, it talks about a flat ground model and what weapon would be optimal when the ground is flat, like Mike's land in Omaha. It doesn't say anything about the whole Earth being flat. You guys just grab these documents that say NASA or military and then act like you proved something because you found something that said the word flat Earth in it, but you didn't read anything in the document. It's just them doing an experiment.
Remember the first one said non-rotating? How does that work on a spinning globe?
Okay, what does the words that are highlighted on the screen say, buddy?
Because as you're flying, you are going to make corrections. If you're going from Omaha, you're going to make slight corrections for the rotation. Yes, you're going to make slight corrections over a great distance. You're going to make great you think what's the whole purpose of a navigator? You might as well just draw your straight line, and the pilot has to follow the straight line. You need a constant navigator. Where are we at? Oh, the winds are blowing. Oh, we got a tailwind. Oh, we are actually following the curvature of the Earth. Oh my God, we're in a nosedive. No, we're just following the curvature of the Earth. It's silly. These are just if you go back to the first one, the summary of the first one, where it's these are rigid.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. Why is it faster to get from Baltimore to Miami flying across the ocean versus flying across the United States?
It's a straight line.
Yeah. You're right.
I just don't get why these guys go to these papers, act like they got checkmate.
You're right.
And then when you actually read it, it's just telling you this weapon would be better. And it says flat ground model. It doesn't say anything about the entire Earth being flat. It has the word flat and it says ground model. And these dudes get like hard. They're like, oh.
And it mentions spherical. And it mentions spherical as the standard.
Yeah,
I can't read that.
They get rocked. They get Viagra hard, and they're like,
"Oh, you do."
So I'm gonna read the entire conclusion. And I'm not gonna pick apart words.
Bro, here's the entire conclusion. Nobody,
hey, sweet.
Oh God,
MATLAB.
Nobody even understands.
Let them read, Ryan.
Everybody can see it. It's on the screen. You don't have to read it out loud. Half the words, nobody knows what it means. For a frequency of 1.3 GHz, where the dipole and the observer are close to the ground plane, less than 3 meters, significant difference is seen in the magnitude of the fields from either dipole orientation. Shut up. You act like you know everything that's being said, how to interpret all that. Nobody knows. You just see something that says flat. And it's like, oh my God, a girl's got flat tits. Oh, the Earth is flat.
So why do you know?
You're pissing
Ryan.
If nobody knows.
Take a dip in cold water, man. You too
Yeah,
hot right
I'm getting
now,
hyped,
man. You
bro.
too
I'm
hot.
getting to the point where it's
Let
getting,
let
it's
Melvin
getting,
read.
it's
Let
getting
Melvin read.
You feel
man.
backstabbed and betrayed.
You're
by
acting
the
like
need a
I'm.
people
cooling
You're acting like
point.
I'm hiding
behind your
information.
back
Like,
when you
yo,
post
this
your
dude
stuff.
doesn't want to read
It's
the whole
Yes.
called
conclusion.
cognitive dissonance.
Bro, the
man.
whole conclusion's been sitting on the screen for the
Let
last
him.
10 minutes.
You're feeling
Bro, you guys
betrayed.
are like, this
It's
dude wants to
funny right
doesn't
now.
want to read the whole
Ryan.
conclusion. The whole page has been on the
Ryan,
page for
let
the last
him.
10 minutes. You act like I'm
Ryan,
hiding it. You act like I'm doing shit to hide it. Like I went like this. You act like that's what I've been doing. The whole page has been on the thing for the last 15 minutes. Freaking bug out.
Let him, Ryan. Let him.
Bug out.
Let him.
Fucking bug out.
Ryan.
Bug out.
Ryan.
Yeah,
Let him just get in what they got to say. Let them get in
I know,
what they got
but
to
bro,
say.
don't
You know,
front and act like I've
it's
been
not
hiding
true.
it.
It's not true. It's
no,
not
I know.
true,
I'm not
Ryan.
saying
Just,
you front. I'm saying tell them don't front. Don't act like I've been hiding something when it's been sitting on the screen for everybody to read for the last 15 minutes. And you're like, well,
You know,
you're
like
only
the
highlighting
use
this
the
part.
word
I'm only
flat earth.
highlighting that part because that's the only
Non-rotating.
part that mentioned your thing.
let them explain. Let them explain what's on the screen, Ryan.
All right,
Just cool
read
down.
the whole conclusion. Play
We
yourself.
know.
Read it.
We
Read it, Melvin.
we
Play
have.
yourself. Go ahead.
We
Play yourself. Go
yeah.
ahead.
We have our conclusion. Let them have theirs. It's only
Read
fair.
it, Melvin.
It's only fair.
Read it. Play yourself out. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I ain't gonna play myself.
Somebody
Go
show
ahead,
me
read
the
it.
source of
Read
water
it. Read
curving,
it. You
please.
just wanted to read it. It was like I was hiding it, but it's been sitting in everybody's face for 15 minutes. So read it.
Well, even if I'm gonna read it, but even if I read it, you're not gonna understand it because you're not
Well,
gonna
you
look
can
at
convince
the
the rest of the world. You won't convince
Nobody.
No, I said I'm gonna read it, but you're still not gonna understand it because you're not looking at the
I won't.
equations
Don't worry about
that
me.
they're
Then
putting on
talk to
there.
your audience, Melvin. Talk to the rest of the world. Go.
Go ahead, Melvin. Go ahead, Melvin. Go ahead, read it. Read it and
So
explain.
according to all the calculations that they've done and all those models which they showed, and it's always talking about a horizontal line. I mean, we don't know what horizontal mean anymore. A suite of MATLAB MFILs have been developed to calculate the electromagnetic fields, and this is talking about them using what is that? Direct energy weapons. This is what they're talking about with the gigahertz and everything. Yeah. So it says magnetic fields produced by a vertical and horizontal what is that word? Let me read.
I don't know.
Infinitesimal. That's what it is. Infinitesimal unit dipole over the homogeneous flat Earth ground.
They don't say flat Earth. Don't make shit up. It don't say flat Earth.
Well, apparently the ground is the Earth. So yeah,
Right, let him read. Let him read.
Don't make
Right,
shit
let him
up,
read.
bro. Don't make shit up.
So the ground ain't the Earth. Okay, let's make that.
Let him read.
Ground
You
and
guys
Earth.
got mad when I said testing, so just use your own logic.
Flat Earth, flat ground. Ground is Earth. So yeah, it's the same thing.
All right. Let's change plane to something else too. Let's change calculations. Let's change everywhere.
Plane means straight line. Plane means a straight line.
Just chill, Ryan.
Calculations
take a
for the
chill
fields
pill.
above the ground plane have been made for various ground plane conductivities and relative dielectric constants. Excuse me.
Hey,
The
Melvin, can you
calculations.
tell us what conductivities for the dielectric constant mean while you're reading this, since it's so important to read it all? Can you explain what that just meant, Melvin? Tell us what the conductivities and relative dielectric constants are, Melvin. Go ahead.
Well,
Why don't you tell us, Ryan?
No, because
I'll tell him. No, I'll tell him.
I don't know what it means, Rebel.
No, I'll tell him because I
don't
read.
know what it means. I can admit it.
I'll tell him because I read the paper.
Sure.
It's talking about the direct energy weapon thing that they're testing. They're shooting off these frequencies with these gigahertz. As you read in this paper, the whole paper, you look at the diagrams and they're telling you what it is in the diagrams. They're shooting these things, and when you firing off a direct energy weapon, it goes straight. It doesn't go curving around anything. It goes straight. That's like when the Navy tests their lasers and they want to lock on a target that's 2,000 miles away, 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away in the sea.
All right, I shouldn't have asked you to explain what the dielectric constant is. Just keep reading the conclusion because it'll prove flat.
They have to have somebody on the ground to point a laser to the target, or a plane in the air to point a laser to the target. They can't shoot it from the laser from Omaha to Russia
I'm not
and figure
talking
out.
about laser. I was using a laser as an example of what
Right,
they're doing.
these are over short distances, and then you said the laser. They're using these for weapons across a large distances. No, the parameters I spoke to you about are only 100 meters away. That's why these are accurate on a. Keep scrolling down right there again. These are you'll see your flat ground again from the simple, smooth, flat ground model. Then one must conclude that vertical polarization, a vertically polarized, will deliver the energy to the target. Okay, and that's fine. That it's just letting you know these were the. But it tells you earlier the parameters were the two rods have to be three feet apart or something, and 100 meters away at that distance. It's perfectly fine. These are
Show
good.
me where it said that in this paper.
Where we just all the three ones that we just went over. This is the fourth.
Oh my God.
And it's probably
Keep going,
yeah.
Melvin. Keep reading because this is so important. I was hiding it from everybody. Keep reading.
I didn't say you were hiding it. I said that you're not reading the whole thing. You're picking out. You're picking out flat ground model and this means that. But the whole thing is they're testing it versus the globe. But why in the conclusion is it talking about nothing but flat? It ain't talking
They're
about
testing it on 100 yards, not the globe. They're not testing it on the globe. They're testing it on 100 meters, 1,000 meters, whatever it was.
But when we was just up at the introduction, when we was just up there at the introduction, you guys made the argument saying that, oh, well, this is versus a globe versus flat. Well, where's the globe at? Why they ain't testing it around? Why in the conclusion is it talking about the horizontal?
You're right, Melvin. You're right.
Anyway,
you're right. Go ahead and read. Keep reading.
Anyway, so this paper,
you're right.
This paper here, when you look for anybody want to look at this model, go through.
Tell us the conclusion.
I'm talking to the people that's gonna listen. For the people that's listening, that want to go and read the whole paper, do some due diligence, read the whole paper, look at the diagrams, look at what they putting in there. And when they're talking about shooting these frequencies, because when you're using frequencies, they bounce up and down. They go in a wave. They go in a wave.
Keep reading right there in the middle. It says the effects of rough. Does this sound like it's going a great distance? The effects of rough terrain, foliage. Ooh, watch out for that foliage at such high altitudes. And scattering from man-made. That's toilet paper. Yeah, scattering from man-made or natural objects in the path. You know, like, I don't know, what would be in the path of a intercontinental ballistic missile? This is over 1,000 yards or 100 meters that you won't scroll back, or you just scroll forward, keep going. I think it gives you the parameters. Those dielectric constants are two rods you stick in the ground that are at such a perfect distance, you're going to hit a target and it starts to dissipate. Right back at that last paragraph at 1.3 millihertz or
Look at the page above. 100 meters downrange, 1,000 meters downrange.
Yeah, and this is why I was just explaining how I'm trying to explain it, but he cut me off and he wanted to throw his stuff in there that the paper ain't even saying. What I'm trying to explain is this diagram. The waves go up and down. They're going up and down. So this is how we get our cell phone connection and all that. Like when they say with 5G, if you put a tree in front of a 5G pole, and they want to shoot the frequency to another another tower.
Correct.
And if something's in front of it blocking it, it's only shooting straight. It's not curving around nothing. It's going straight. That's the point.
Vertical and horizontal, just like you had highlighted. You said, look at that horizontal. Do we all remember horizontal? The word right before that was vertical. This is vertical and horizontal. And at 1.3 millihertz after that, after 100 yards or 1,000 yards or whatever, it's you're not going to hit your target, but there won't be anything in the air. Nothing vertical will be hurt. It's going to say, it's saying it's dissipated. Mike, what? Did you hear what I said? You don't have any comment on
Tell me this. When they're using, what weapon are they using? Can you explain me what weapon are they using?
Shooting laser beams.
See how you have to answer. You answered my question with a question. You've been answering questions with a question all night.
all night. Every
I
time
ain't
you
been
ask me a
answering
question.
questions with a question. You stopped me from reading the paper and
Yes,
explaining
please
what
stop.
All right,
Yes.
Melvin, we're
This
gonna
is
finish
over.
it because nobody's
you
gonna
stopped me.
understand it. We'll
You
just
stopped
read
me
it.
from explaining what the
I had
paper
to.
is
I
talking
had
about
to.
because
I had
nobody
to
wants to
stop
go to
you.
the diagrams and read it
I
for
had to
themselves.
stop
So I'm
you.
trying to explain it like you guys asked me to, but
I
every time
had
I
to stop
explain
you.
it,
You
you talk about
misspoke.
something that's not what the paper's saying.
And the
You
magnitude
took
of
it. You deviated from the reading of the.
the
You
power
deviated from the reading of it.
I mean,
You did.
bro.
You were giving your opinion as you were going along, and you
No,
and which was fine. Which was
you
fine.
guys asked me
And
to
then you
I
explain
asked
the.
him a dumb question.
You
and
wanted him to
He
go to the
asked
conclusion.
me to explain the paper, Mike. So I'm
I
explaining.
messed up and I asked him.
Oh my goodness! So
explain
I'm
something that
explaining
he
what
had
the
no idea what
paper
it meant,
is
and then he
talking
started telling me
about.
that he understood it all. That's what happened. I said,
You-
Melvin, what are the various
I'm talking
ground
about
plane
what the paper
conductivities
is
and
talking
relative
about. I'm
dielectric constants?
explaining,
And he just
and
started
I'm
talking
explaining the
about
graphs, and
The
I'm
paper is
explaining how
not
all this
saying
stuff
across
works.
the globe. It's not saying over great distances. You misspoke, gave your opinion that this was over great distances as a weapon. And
I
right
said,
there,
I
it says
say
100.
that. I said,
Melvin,
I
how
s-
far is these distances saying in the paper? How far?
It is so small that you will not take the curvature of
How
the
far
Earth
is
into
what's
account.
highlighted?
Just a homogeneous flat Earth model is fine. You can use those calculations.
How far? How far, Melvin? It's highlighted. Can you read it?
you got.
Okay, I'll read it. It says
You
A,
got the
100
model right
meters
there.
downrange, and B, 1,000 meters downrange.
Okay, so plug that. You know how to do mathematics
No,
on the
answer
graph.
the question. Answer the question. Is that across the globe? Is that across the globe? Like you said.
Or is
You
that
said as a weapon.
So
This is
so
a weapon they're going to use.
Let's do this. Let's do this. You take
No,
1,000.
no.
Listen.
Oh
you
no.
take
I can
1,000.
hit a golf
Listen.
ball 300
no.
meters, Melvin. I
Listen.
can hit a
No.
golf ball 300 meters.
Is
You
1,000
gotta use
meters.
the graph. You gotta use you're not listening. You gotta use the
God.
graph.
You flat
So,
earthers, man.
Go back to the graph. Go back to the graph.
Never
No,
go.
I wouldn't
no,
do
we're
it,
going
man.
back
I
to
wouldn't
the
even do it.
conclusion.
Go
I
back
wouldn't
to
do
the
it for an
graph.
answer.
Conclusion where you were reading. You're going to keep reading this
Oh, you
conclusion
go.
that
20
you wanted
minutes
to
for him
read.
to.
No,
He
go
never
back
did
to the
admit to
graph.
the
See,
math.
see how you asked me a question and Mike's over talking. You're
No,
over talking.
no. I asked you a question.
I'm trying to tell you what you got to do with
God,
the
you gotta
graph,
complain every
but
time
you're
it's time
not
to get
even
back
letting me
Kill
talk
so much extra
because
time.
I mentioned that they got to shoot this thing over 3,000 miles, and it says it right there on the graph.
3,000
don't want me to
miles.
read that.
Okay, show us where that says that. 3,000 miles. Show us where
And
it says
if it does, these experiments were for 1,000 yards.
Passed it
Y'all
up.
check this out.
You passed it
Do
up.
not use these calculations.
You passed it up. You got to go back down.
Hold on. Why don't
Lou, let me
we
tell him
just
he has to go back
have-
down so he can
why-
hear what I'm saying.
No, save your information. Why don't we
Oh my
have
God,
you
see.
and Mike have a debate on flat Earth?
I'm not debating nobody on nothing. Because if I debate flat Earth, somebody's
What about
illusions
you,
gonna get
Rebbe?
destroyed.
Flat
Hey
Earth.
man, we be talking about flat Earth for 8 hours. Y'all could debate 8 hours on flat Earth. Don't
Melvin,
be
where
running
does it
now.
say
We done
3,000
like
miles?
8 hours
Go
on
back.
Bodies
flat
of water
Earth.
If Lou would be
don't
quiet and let me talk,
Where does it say 3,000?
go back down. You keep
Bro, you just
bypassing.
told me to go down, and I went
You
down.
keep
What are you
because
talking
Lou keep
Nothing else.
talking and I'm it's right there. You keep passing it up.
All right, this is the conclusion. Tell me
Go
what,
back to the model with the waves.
dude. There's a bunch of them that have the waves.
Right here, this paper.
Where does it say
Go up.
3,000 miles?
Go
Don't you
up.
have this
Right there.
exact
You see
thing,
that
Melvin?
model
Can't
with
you
the
look this
waves?
up?
Thank you.
Where
Now,
does it say 3,000 miles? Where?
I'm about to answer it. You take these things right here. You take A, 100 meters downrange, and B, 1,000 meters downrange. Now, you plug it into there. You see where it says A on the graph, the up and down? So, right there. Then you take B going across. Now, what they're measuring is the height right there, observer height in meters. You plug the 100 meters in there. So you're doing 100 meters times 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, and 5.
I disagree. Can I?
Then you
The
take
A-
for B.
The A
you
is in
take-
the
you
parentheses.
take
That
for
entire
B.
picture is
See,
A.
this- this
See
is
that
what I'm
A?
saying.
Yeah,
That's
right where
what I'm
that's
saying.
A.
Let's talk about
Yeah,
the
B
graph.
is below it, Melvin. B is
I'm-
right below it. See, B is right here. So there's the 1,000-meter example right below it.
You don't
That's
plug in any
that's-
number.
And the number 3,000 is on neither graph. 3,000 miles is nowhere to be seen.
So
New
can you
topic.
guys show me,
Flat Earth.
Bro,
can you guys show me bodies of water curving on a surface though?
Now
Why
we just
don't you
changed
debate
like,
Michael
just
Rebel?
changed the subject, man. When they get checkmated, it's
No.
just like, all right, new game,
because
start
you guys
over.
keep over talking.
Checkmate. Let me point the pieces up. I just
I'm trying to
blatantly
explain.
said
I'm trying to
3,000
explain.
miles is on this
I'm trying to
graph.
explain the
Yeah.
graph. on-
Mike, I kept
That's cool.
I kept scrolling up. He's like, "No, stop! You went past it. You went past it." I was
No,
like, "Where did I go
no, I'm
past
talking
it?
about
Where did I
myself.
go past it?" Because I haven't seen
Melvin's dealing with
3,000
paper, not
miles.
me.
Then we go
I
to
was
the
wondering,
graph.
I gotta go. I'm just wondering if
Go
anyone
ahead.
can show me the surface of a body of water curving. Can anyone do that? It's a simple yes or no question.
I know you guys. Einstein's gravity.
So
theory
is it a no? Is that
See,
a
they
no,
ain't
Ryan?
even answering our questions, but they get mad when we can't answer theirs.
Right.
No,
Is it a
we
no,
don't
Ryan?
claim to have all these scientific answers. You
Is that a
guys
no?
do. That's the
It's
difference.
a
I
simple
don't-
yes or no question.
What is your
I'll-
question? Because
I'll answer it. I'll
All
answer
he
it if
asked
you let
you
me
was
answer.
if you could see a body of water curving,
Yes or
but you
no?
can't even answer that, and you know you can't.
I'll
What
answer
is the
for you.
question?
Do I have to ask it again? It's a very simple yes or no question.
Yeah, go ahead and ask it.
Okay, for the millionth time, can you show me the surface of a body of water curving?
Okay, let me answer the question. I don't study every body of water on Earth, so how would I have that answer?
Is that what you have to do, or can you just use
I
logic?
mean, wouldn't I
You know
have
how
to leave
water
my
acts.
house and at least be looking at bodies of water to get the answer? Is that a trick question to you?
I mean,
Okay,
it's
Wouldn't I
pretty.
have to
It's
at least leave
plenty of
my house
pictures.
and be
Hey,
looking?
Ryan.
Do
Ryan,
I
have you
study
ever
every
put-
body of water on Earth, you moron?
Hey, Ryan, have you ever
Hey,
poured
moron! Did I go to Japan and study the body of water there? Did I
Ryan,
go to
Ryan,
Australia?
oh,
Did I go to
Ryan,
South America? Did I go to the Mississippi River? Did I go to the Nile River? How would I study every body of water on Earth?
Don't embarrass yourself.
Ryan, go take a chill.
Life and death are in words.
Ryan,
Life and death are in words.
Have you ever filled up your bathtub?
go.
Easy.
All right, so now it goes from every body of water on Earth to my bathtub. The question again, checkmate, new game.
Ryan,
Have you ever done
Ryan,
it?
chill, dude, chill.
Checkmate, new game. Checkmate, new
Some
game.
people take
Go
showers.
take a
They don't
breath.
take baths. So I don't know
It's
if
like
you've done it
being
before.
on chess.com
Ryan.
dealing with you flat earthers, man.
Ryan,
Checkmate,
go
new game.
So, wait, it's a yes or no
Ryan.
question. Have you filled up your bath before?
Yeah, now I'm asking about my
Now
bathtub.
wait a minute. I didn't answer. I want to give my answer. I want to give my answer. You asked it, all of it.
Ryan. Just chill. No, Rebel, ask Mike. Don't ask Ryan. Ryan pretty hot right now, man. Let him cool down.
Yeah, the
Cool
flyer
down, man.
triggers the globe target.
That's
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Mike,
I got my answer for you. So your
Have you
most
filled up your bath
calm
with water before?
friend. I was talking. I mean, really. To answer your question, let's take your stranded guy out in the middle of the ocean. The ocean is perfectly calm. He looks around in all directions. He is not going to see a curvature anywhere. If he looked to the left and saw a curvature, where would he see it curving off to if he just looked a little bit more to the right? It would have to continue. There is no curve he would see.
Yeah, because it's flat. Thank you.
Hey, you know what? They're right. You know, container ships from South America, they gotta, I don't know how they do it. I mean, it's impossible. I don't know how it's possible, but when they're underneath the ball, the gravity must be holding the container ships up to the ship so perfect. And then when they're traveling up the side of the globe, the container ships don't somehow fall somewhere or nothing like that. No. And then when I see boats sailing across the water, like going straight, it's really going around a curve. I'm not supposed to believe my eyes.
How much is the tuition at this YouTube university to learn about flat Earth that both you guys went to? Is it like
You ever run 100 yards with a football?
To go to YouTube University like you guys did? What's the tuition?
Yeah, I think I went around the curve when I ran.
What was the tuition at this Flat Earth University on YouTube that you guys obviously took online classes at?
No, we actually used our eyes and saw that water doesn't curve.
Yeah,
That's
like
very scientific.
debunked.
That's very scientific.
5 years ago, debunked. I
reality
don't
is
know.
all
You know that part of
see
science
that.
is observation.
All you got to do is go onto this website, and they'll show a video of it. Just go to that website. Just go to another video. They'll show that they did that experiment. Yeah. I've heard it for 5 years. I've heard it for 5 years. It's
Hey, at least you guys learned to never go to NASA's website tonight. I'm glad I taught you at least that, because you guys definitely needed to learn that, because you called NASA liars all night, and then for some reason you try to use NASA as a way to prove your point. So at least you guys learned one thing. I'm glad I taught you one thing. But you guys didn't teach me anything. You just watch YouTube videos, and when that one video doesn't prove it, like Mike just said, you just say, go to the next video, go to the next video. You don't understand any of these scientific papers from the government. Then you just make up things that are in there that aren't in there. You change, you see the word flat earth or flat ground, and it's like, oh, it proves it.
I got a technical issue for you, Ryan.
I actually did this algebra on graphs, and I could do all the calculations.
Also, no one has shown me water curving, by the way. So, as far as I'm concerned, the Earth is flat as pancake.
No curvature in the water would equal a globe or a flat Earth or a Hello Kitty box shaped Earth, unless you're on the corner.
I'm getting
they're showing you a curve.
You can't see the curve unless you're 45,000 feet in the air. You can't see any curve unless you're 45,000 feet in the air, and it will be all around you. It won't curve off.
How many miles is 45,000 feet? How many miles is that?
20. Oh, and the International Space Station. Yeah, the International Space Station.
So we should be able to see the curve of the Earth 20 miles in front of us, right?
Should be able to see a lot of things, but apparently foliage is in the way and man-made objects.
Yeah, you got buildings and stuff. I guess buildings don't exist on the globe or a flat Earth.
And foliage. Yeah. Watch out for
trees,
that.
That's what foliage is. Trees, because they're realistic.
Yeah, that's what missiles worry about. Those trees, watch out. That straight line.
That's not talking about missiles. It's talking about.
You said that.
It's talking about.
I got a question.
No, I didn't.
You said 3,000 miles. You said 3,000 miles. We couldn't find 3,000 miles. Now you got Ryan all in another.
Guess what? YouTube's going to hit me with this after this video, so I'll thank you guys for another one of these. YouTube's definitely going to whack me with this, because they did it last time, too.
Can we like twice?
Wikipedia.
Can we like it twice instead of just once?
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened last time. YouTube makes sure that people don't get tricked by your guys' propaganda on the Earth being flat, but whatever.
But no, real quick, a real quick question on just to put this to just to put it to
the government telling us everything right. We should just listen to the government.
Oh gosh. Dude.
Well, when it says the homogeneous flat Earth for going 1,000 meters, yes.
So you guys don't believe God when He says He made the Earth a flat circle?
I don't believe you're. I think you're lying quoting. I think you're lying quoting that because you're saying it in such a attitude way. I don't even want to answer you. We attituded your way on the last question when you attituded your way. Can you show me where the water bends? Yeah. Can you show me where it bends on the Earth in the ship? Dude, I'm tired of it. I'm sick out of it. You got my buddy Ryan all upset. Yeah, what's up, brother?
Mike. He right. Let me ask him a question. Have you ever flew a plane before, Rebel?
Has he ever done a what?
A pilot?
Have you ever flew a plane?
Oh, flew a plane.
Flew in a plane or was a pilot myself?
Have you ever flew an airplane? Being a passenger.
A passenger, right? Yes, I have.
Yeah. You been in an airplane before? Where at?
I flew from Ethiopia to here. I flew across the country many times.
You flew from Ethiopia to where?
To Virginia.
To Virginia?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay. When you came to Virginia, right? Did you see what's the name of that city in Virginia? Did you see No, not the Welcome Virginia, not that one. Did you see? The borderline?
I was telling him welcome. From Ethiopia to yeah.
Okay. Did you see the borderline of Virginia and Maryland?
From the plane?
Yeah.
I think it's an invisible border, right?
I don't think anything would be invisible. I mean, yes, it's not marked off, but
You
the
said
word
it. You
invisible.
said
We're not going to
you
be like you
said
guys.
it.
We'll let it rock. We'll let it
No,
rock.
the thing is, he said the Earth is pancake flat. So I'm asking you, did you see the borderline between Virginia and Maryland?
What makes you think I
Dude,
even got
when
near
you that
Virginia?
high up, you don't see nothing but the ground below. You don't see any borders because put it this way, are there signs up there that tell you when you're in Virginia or when you're in another state? Can you answer that?
Yeah, what's the point?
The aircraft let you know when you're in Virginia. The word is flat as a pancake, as he said. So you reach Virginia. I'm asking, does he see the borderline of Virginia and Maryland? If the word is flat,
That don't make no sense.
pancake flat. It don't make no sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you asking about borders on a flight.
Using a hyperbole.
Brother, you cut me off for that dumb question. I don't even know what you're at.
your own global friends
Okay,
don't know
listen.
what you're asking, dude. You just stop.
I can't ride with that question either. I ain't gonna lie. I can't ride with that.
The question sounds dumb, but it's about to sound smart in a minute. He make the claim that the Earth is pancake flat, right?
Yeah.
If he would have told me that he couldn't see the borderline of Maryland and Virginia, you know what I mean? He would have got me. But the only reason he would have got me because it's the Earth is not pancake flat. Because once you get close to the borderline of Virginia and Maryland, it is not flat. You is 3,000 feet above sea level. So where do you get the claim that the Earth is pancake flat?
Because
here's another one. Here's another one.
Wait,
oh my God! Oh my God! I had one, and you interrupted and took one. You got your one. I got one. I got an easy one.
Here's another one. Here's another one. Why, if you fly, why, if you in Las Vegas, right? You in the east part of Las Vegas, and you can't see Sacramento, California. Why is that?
Wait, I was commenting in the chat.
Because you're not Superman, Lou.
Okay.
Your eyesight don't go that far.
Okay, Melvin. Okay,
Melvin.
Melvin. If the Earth is pancake flat, you in the east side of Nevada. Nevada, my bad. You in the east side of the state of Nevada, but you can't see Sacramento. Why is that? Please tell me the visual.
You don't have Superman vision. You can't see forever. Sorry, God limited your vision, buddy. Sorry. You're not a hero from the X-Men.
Wrong again.
What about a telescope or a laser?
Wrong again. And the thing is, Melvin, from California, when you in East Nevada, you were 7,000 feet above sea level. So you won't be able to see Sacramento. Because Sacramento is below. Exactly. So how can it work? How can you won't be able to see it?
I just explained that to you. Now, will you be quiet? Let me explain it.
Go ahead.
So the reason why you can't see Sacramento, and you would need a map for this, Lou, because you got all those miles, and it depends on where you're
I'm in the airplane. I'm in the airplane. What I need a map for?
Well, you can't use an airplane, Lou, because you can't see through the floor. You can't see nothing but out the side of your window. So say if Sacramento is in front of the airplane, can you see it there, Lou?
I flew an airplane from
No, answer my question. If Sacramento is in front of the airplane when it's flying, can you see it out the side of the window, Lou?
Yeah, it's the word. The Earth is pancake flat.
Oh,
East Nevada ain't nothing but
so wait a minute. No.
East Nevada.
So you're telling me that if I'm flying in the airplane if I'm flying in a plane and there's other passengers in the plane with seats and cockpit and all that stuff, and you're telling me that Sacramento is in front of the air. No, if
subject,
ain't no,
man.
see
This man
how you
talking
cut
about
me off?
passengers.
Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? You just asked about a plane. I said if the airplane is flying, Lou, and Sacramento is in front of the plane, you're 3,000 miles above the earth. You're telling me that in front, if Sacramento's in front of the plane and you're looking out the side window, you can see what's in front of the plane? Make that make sense for me.
That's what I mean by that's what I mean by you're arguing over the littlest thing in some guy's long story, and it's called all things being equal. It's like you pick up some. What if he's the pilot? What if he can see out the front?
The only way it's going to make sense.
He's asking from a pilot's perspective.
He said not from a pilot's perspective, from
a passenger's perspective. See, that's why, because he's a passenger. He's not a pilot, so he's looking out the side window, and Sacramento's in the front of the plane. He's telling you that if he looks out the side window, he can see something that's in front of the plane. That's like saying if I look to my right, I can see what's in front of me. Come on now.
Okay.
So are you going to be taking a picture of north or south?
Hold on, Mike. Are you going to stick with that, Melvin? Are you sticking
according
with
to
that?
your logic? Yeah. According to your logic, yeah.
Okay, you're sticking with it. Okay. Well, first of all, he made up the story. I said, if I'm in East Nevada, would I be able, if I'm in East Nevada, right?
So would I be flying or would I be on a mountain?
No. Don't jump in the Kool-Aid if you don't know the flavor. You ain't got no questions to ask me. You ain't got no. You ain't got no questions to ask me.
Answer this
question. You don't got no questions. You don't got no questions.
Just let me ask a question, Lou. Calm down, dude.
No. I gave you your chance. I gave you 3-4 minutes to explain yourself. Now it's my turn. I said, I asked him if I'm in East Nevada.
Am I in the plane on the top of a mountain?
No.
Because you used two different scenarios. And everybody heard you.
No, I didn't.
So did he not say if I was in the West Coast on the East Coast of Nevada and I was on top of a mountain, and then you switched to a plane? So which one is it? Which one should I work with?
Do you want me to rewind the video?
Go ahead, rewind the video so you can shoot yourself in the foot.
Make up a completely new story. For God's sakes, you're on a mountain, East Nevada. Now what?
On top of a mountain, East Nevada, you're still like what?
You're standing there. What are you going to do?
Miles, you're 200 miles away. You got to give me a location on the mountain.
There's an old man drinking an iced tea. Focus on his shorts.
Do you know how long the mountain is over here in California?
Oh God.
Me?
So
Lou's looking for what he was looking for. He's trying to checkmate you with the tape. I can hear him.
Yeah, he's gonna checkmate himself. That's what he's gonna do.
All right. Well, here I got a question for all you guys here.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
That's what you flat earthers tell us all night. We can't handle the truth. We're on a pancake globe. I get it. You're Jack Nicholson. You guys are in Cuba guarding the flat earth, and I'm, lost Tom.
No one's saying that. We just presenting our evidence, and you guys are just
shooting
everything down.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
You ready?
I'll mute my mic. Go ahead, Lou.
You see? Okay. Listen specifically what I asked.
Play everything in context as well.
East side of the state of Nevada, but you can't see Sacramento. Why is that? Please tell me the reason.
You don't have Superman vision. You can't see forever. Sorry, God limited your vision, buddy. Sorry. You're not a hero from the X-Men.
Wrong again.
Stop making so ridiculous.
Wrong again. And the thing is, Melvin from California, when you in East Nevada, you were 7,000 feet above sea level. So you won't be able to see Sacramento. Sacramento is below. Exactly. So how can it work? How can
What is
we
going
won't
on?
be able to see it?
I just explained that to you. Now,
We're playing the video now? What's happening?
Okay, nah. Let me finish what I was asking Melvin. If you in East Nevada in an airplane, you don't hear me nothing saying about no flight attendant or whatever. If you
Thank
in
you.
an airplane,
Now
you
am
in
I a
East Nevada,
passenger or am I a
why
pilot?
can't you see? Don't start that semantics. You in an airplane. You in East Nevada. Why can't you see Sacramento? And Sacramento's like about 5 hours away from East Nevada.
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead, man. You got to stop with the like prologue.
All right.
The answer.
So, if you look on a map, and you would have to look on a map, if I'm flying from East Nevada, I would then be flying toward Sacramento. Sacramento would be, from that area I'm flying from, in front of the airplane because I'm flying toward it. Now, if I'm looking out the side window, Lou, and this is the question I asked you, can I see something out the side window that's in front of the airplane? Go, Lou.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Mike.
Why
Hey,
can't I
Mike. What
see
you got to say
Sacramento?
about that, bro?
It sounds like he's asking why can't
that?
he says why it sounds like he's asking why can't I see Sacramento, because the retort was, well, because you don't have supervision, and I threw in, well, what about a telescope or a laser? So if you want to go to the side window, you know.
So now with Mike,
if you in Florida, if the airplane flying over Florida, right, and you in Orlando, you going to see Miami. You know you close to Miami. And Orlando is 200 miles away from Miami. So why, when I'm in East Nevada in an airplane, I can't see Sacramento?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I gotta go. And guess what? And guess what? I'm on the passenger side, bro. I'm on the passenger side on the ocean, you know. But when I'm in East Nevada, flying across the 7,000 feet level mountain, I can't see Sacramento. So basically, you jumping into an argument. Your boy said the planet Earth is pancake flat. I'm showing him the Earth is not pancake flat. It's level.
So how flat is it then?
Huh?
Can you bring up a map, Ryan? Go to Google Maps, please.
I got a question.
So Lou can understand what I'm telling him.
Yeah, I got a question here. If a train leaves Cairo at 3 a.m. and it's averaging 30 miles per hour, and another train headed in the same direction leaves Cairo at 6 a.m., averaging 60 miles per hour, to the nearest 10th, how many hours after the second train leaves will it overtake the first train?
Never.
You got to ask a mathematician.
So
they're going in the same direction. It said they're going in the same direction.
Like a flat Earth math question like this.
So it would be half the time because it's going half the speed.
They're going the same direction. They're going the same direction. They will never meet unless you want to calculate 24,000 miles around the Earth.
First off, you got to let me see, because I was good at this stuff.
I could
This is
probably
easy,
do it
man.
if I had a piece of paper and tried.
This is easy math. So a train, hold on. So a train is leaving. A train is leaving from Cairo at 3 a.m., averaging 30 miles per hour. Another train is headed in the same direction, leaves Cairo at 6 a.m.
3 hours later.
3 hours later.
Averaging 60 miles per hour.
So it would be 5/10,
90,
which would be half, because it's taking half the time for the other one to leave because it left later. So it's going to arrive 30 minutes after
3 hours.
Or whatever, three hours after or whatever. What is it? 60 miles per hour. Yeah, it's half.
That's not one of the answers, Melvin. It's how many hours.
This is a red herring. What
So let me see.
About the shape of the Earth?
It has
Like I
nothing
said,
to do with flat
3
Earth.
hours.
I just wanted to bring
It'd
it
be
up.
3
so
hours.
we
I
can
just
see
told
this
you it'd be
is
3 hours
identical
late.
to what the flat Earth questions have been all night, but everybody just says, "Oh, I got the answer. I got the answer. I can read this military document and skim it in 30 seconds, and I know all the math." Like, it's not that easy, bro. Because this is hard math.
Dude, this is easy math. This is like
this is
seventh
easy.
grade math.
If I had a piece of paper, I could figure this one out. It's not hard. I could figure this out. Because
like
in 3 hours, the 30 miles is going to be at 6 a.m. He's going to be 90 miles ahead. And then at 7 a.m., he's going to have traveled 120 miles. So at 7 a.m., this one's only going to be at 60 miles. So if you have a piece of paper, this one's pretty easy. Not easy, not hard.
But it would be 5/10. It'll be half the time. This one, the first train that leaves first, it already got a 3-hour head start.
Yeah, so
the other train is going to take 3.
Head start.
It's going to be 3 hours.
So at 7 a.m. he'd be at 120 miles, and at 7 a.m. the other one's at 60. Then at 8 a.m. the one's at 120, and he's at 150. So to the nearest tenth, how many hours after the second train? It's 2 hours and something.
Oh, I see. So you didn't add that top part. So now I see where the confusion is. So it's leaving at it's 1:35 a.m. The train leaves at 3 a.m.
Oh shit! I didn't even have that 1:35 in my math.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that's why it's confusing because it says ask for time.
No, that's just telling you what a proper answer looks like. That's just giving you an example of the answer. That's not in the question.
Oh, okay.
The whole point is at 3 a.m. this guy gets 90 miles. So by 6 a.m. he's 90 miles ahead of the guy going 60. So then by 7 a.m. the first one's at 120, and this guy at 7 a.m.'s at 60. So then at 8 a.m. he's at 120, but he's at 150. So then by 9 a.m. he's at 180, and at 9 a.m. he'd be at 180. I think it's just 3 hours.
That's what I was saying the whole time. It's half the time, 3 hours.
Well, I didn't hear you say 3 hours.
I said it over and over.
Hey, you could have said it. You could have said it. I don't know.
Because I said it would be 5/10, which would be half, because it's asking for the nearest tenth.
Let's see if they give us the answers. These are the type of questions we can waste our time on and actually be smarter than dealing with these damn flat earth fucking hours. Oh, it is 3, the first one. Good.
Told
We
you.
got it.
I was good at this in school.
Hey, I got it too. Don't knock my hustle. Anyways.
Yeah, but I didn't go the long way. I took the short way.
Well, all I heard you screaming was half the time.
Yeah, 3 hours. I said 3 hours half the time because it would be 5/10.
I don't want to rewind the tape and care if you said 3. I figured the 3 out
Yeah,
myself.
I know Lou already doing it while he on mute. So
Well, it was hard to figure it out with all you guys rambling, but I figured it out. Everybody just heard me say 3, and you were with me. So, anyways, I'd rather do math problems like this than bother with this flat earth shit. I
I
apologize.
mean, you could apply the same math like this. Like it just
Don't bring it back, Melvin. Don't bring it back.
bring what
Don't
back?
bring it back. I just cut the tension. I just cut it with a knife. I just cut it. DJ Liquid Smooth, come on in the mix if you want. You got a link in the chat if you want to come in. Just don't talk about flat Earth. Next person that talks about flat Earth is going to be flattened out of my friends list. I'll tell you that.
Hey, I got the scriptures for you from some time ago, Ryan.
Uh-huh.
We certainly don't got to study them or anything, but I've got the 7 times up and down Moses Mountain. I've got the scriptures for those, like all the numbers and everything for them whenever you're ready.
All right, yeah, we have to get that together, me and you, and talk. Like I said, there's 30 emails, so I can't put it all together. I mean, I could try to put it all together myself.
No, not that. That's where's my camera? That's
something different, right?
Yeah. That's the 30 pages thing we will have to get together on. No, this is just like, hey, new topic. Moses was up and down the mountain 7 times, and I wrote them down recently.
Oh, that's
but no, we don't got to read it. That might take 6 hours. We don't got to read it. I'm just saying I have the actual numbers. Like you got your 7
Yeah.
Your nine verses or whatever. I've got if it's 7 times up and down, there would be 14 verses. So yeah, I've got the 14 verses written down.
Well, that's good. That's good. Anyways, if I still smoke cigarettes, boy, would I smoke one right now. I feel like I would smoke the shit out of one right now, but glad I don't. I'm glad I don't. It's good.
Sure,
I don't
smoke those flat earthers.
You know, if Perry,
Sorry.
you know
Sorry.
what? You know what? If we're gonna just let Perry come in and whatever Perry tells us, that's what we're gonna. If Perry tells us the Earth is round, the Earth is round. If Perry says it's flat, I'm just gonna believe it's flat. That's how I'm gonna decide.
Well, I got the perfect answer
Well,
just
you
for
better
Perry
be
now.
ready to believe in that flat Earth because Perry believes that too.
I'm not surprised. Don't think that's good evidence for you, Melvin.
No, I'm gonna say one thing. That's one thing Perry actually has right. I'm not even gonna hate on him.
Man.
That's one thing he actually got right, but everything else is trash.
If I got to pick a jury, Melvin, and Perry the preacher agrees with me, I don't know if that's a good start to my theory. I might change my whole life around if that dude agreed with something I said.
See, I put it like this: chew the meat, spit out the bones.
Yeah. Anyways, people, I hope everybody enjoyed it. Next time it's gonna be a cage match, and I'm gonna hit a couple guys with a chair too, and we'll try to get some of the Chris Jericho or Shawn Michaels to stop by, and
That's all good.
I'm sorry I yelled at you guys.
I get
heated, man. I get heated, bro. I
no,
can't lie.
see, but this is the reason why I don't bring flat Earth up and none of that, because it always get like this,
You brought it up every time you get on my channel.
It's something. No, I don't. It's something that you would have to look into for yourself and weigh between the odds, what they've been telling us, and then look at what you could see with your own 2 eyes. That's what I had to do. Science is based off observation. It's not based off equations. You have to observe it.
Yeah.
That's what I learned in school.
All right, but if you can just Google, like I've done before, dolphins, they can see sound and they can turn visual things into sound. So really what we see in reality is not the best idea to base it on what reality is at all. Like in reality, that noise that was just made on the mic is also something visual that somebody could see, because a dolphin could see that noise because their auditory nerve is so close in their brain to their visual cortex or whatever. So that's just a thing that I've realized in my life, is that what we think reality is not remotely what is actually reality. So I don't trust just what I see with my eyes and hear with my ears. Like, yeah, you can take information from it, but you're also missing a big piece of the puzzle of what reality actually is. It's probably closer to a digital mathematical. Like, if you looked at all of us walking around, there's probably just a bunch of zeros and ones walking around everywhere. There's probably no Melvin, no Ryan, no Flesh. It's just a bunch of zeros and ones, and everything that I say is a bunch of other numbers, So,
well, that's what they're going to turn it into in the future. Everybody, well, some people is going to take it, and some people ain't. Some people going to be merged with machines. Some people ain't.
Well, I just think God's creation is very mathematical. Matter of fact, I'm positive of it from things I've seen. But again, it's so, like, none of us have, like, I don't know, man. It's dangerous to watch YouTube videos and then just act like we got shit solved, to be honest.
I didn't come to my conclusions watching YouTube videos.
Yeah.
I looked at, like I said, look, put it this way. Like I said before, I didn't come out the womb believing the earth was flat. I was taught it. I was taught the globe. But when people start bringing claims up, I looked into it. At first I wanted to debunk the flat earth, and that's how it always starts. And that's why many people don't go there, because once you start trying to debunk it, you start running into problems. Oh, wait a minute. Well, this document, the reason why I use the NASA document is because NASA been putting out stuff, and that's who I learned the globe from. So when I see they what's his name's like, oh, they tested stuff over a non-rotating earth and it's flat. And I'm like, well, why are they telling us it's a ball? And then you go into further research, and then that's where it all starts. You start trying to debunk it, and everybody failed. Just try and debunk it.
I can't zoom in anymore, but guys, can you guys see this? So you're not just taking my word. Just Google dolphin's brain sometime yourself.
I can see it.
Yeah, the auditory nerve in dolphins is twice as wide as it is in humans. More nerve fibers allow dolphins to make sense of sounds quickly. Visual organs. Dolphins' visual center sits right next to the auditory cortex, allowing their brains to translate sounds into images and images into sounds. Like, if that just shows you that what we see in reality is like far from what is, then I see and hear. Like, my voice is a visual thing right now that a dolphin could see. Like, that's where we've copied, whales and dolphins for their sonar. Elephants, dolphins, and whales have bigger brains than humans. I mean, there might be one or two other animals, but yeah, I mean, we should definitely study. I mean, and bigger brain doesn't just translate to smarter. It's how the brain is wired too. But the dolphin's brain is definitely wired next level, bro. I mean, they can see sound and see and turn visual things into sound. So if they see a shark, they're hearing a noise. Like, I mean, just think about if you could do that, how different your reality would be. So we got to be careful being like, well, can I see if the world is curved or flat? Like, well, you might not be seeing it, but it might be that way. I mean,
men and women are the only ones created in the image of God. Animals are not.
When it says in the beginning, like God gave man the breath of life, he gave the same breath of life in the Hebrew. If you guys want to act like you care about what the Hebrew word is, I bought it like a translation of Genesis from a scholar, James Tabor. He calls it the TEB because he calls it the Transparent English Bible. And all he did is translate the Leningrad Codex to as close to English as he could. And he said that it's the same word, nefesh kaya, that the animals get for the breath of life, just like humans. So don't be so quick to say that just because the English translations don't say the same breath of life in animals, that God didn't give animals the same breath of life, bro.
No, the thing I think he was saying was we're made in God's image. We're that's the point. It's not that we got the same breath of life. It's the point that we're made in his image. Animals aren't.
Yeah, okay, but they still got souls and they got very similar breath of life as we did, and they got it before us. And animals can do a lot of things we can't do. Like a dolphin can do something I can't do to survive. A hawk can do things I can't do to survive. I can't fly. I can't see like a hawk. I can't do certain things. I can't do just go through nature and see what animals can do, bro. They're not these inferior. The only thing that makes man, yes, we're made in the image of God. So God has made us have dominion over everything. But the main thing that separates us is just the ability to make tools. You ever watch two people on Naked and Afraid get dropped in the wilderness, dude? They ain't shit. They ain't doing anything. They're just naked people asking to, get the producer to get them out of there. Lucky to make it 3 weeks. Like they're stumbling out of the joint after 21 days. Like, I made it. Yes. So don't, put a bear or something in the wilderness for 3 weeks. See what they do. They'll be eating everything and chilling. Like, so you can't, you got to be.
So God doesn't value humans over animals?
No, he does, but he also gave the same breath of life to animals.
But if he had to value comparing humans and animals, which one would he give more value to?
Humans.
Okay, that's my entire point.
Did I ever say that humans were less, like, not as more
You're
valuable?
trying to make us like equal to them somehow.
They are equal as far as the breath of life, so they probably do have souls just like us to an extent. I mean,
is a plant a living thing? Like a tree, is that a living thing?
I don't know. If you read the scriptures, it says the trees will call out in certain verses. I don't know if you ever read the Bible where it said those things, but to me, that seems like God saying that, yes, the trees are alive. And he's probably not just metaphorically saying that. He probably is actually translating something, just like when Jesus said he can turn stones into children of God. You probably shouldn't underestimate what God, could do with a tree or a plant or a rock.
Wait, without using the Bible, is a plant a living organism?
Yeah, without using the Bible, it is. Yeah,
right. But it doesn't have the breath of life in it, does it?
I don't know. I don't know what the plants have. I don't know what the Bible said about breath of life for plants, but it is alive. I mean, you can play music in a room or do certain things in a room, and a plant does react to it. You've seen those experiments, I'm sure.
Right, but just because it's alive doesn't mean it's anywhere near equal to us, like in the form of the value that God sees us in.
So tell me how much greater we are than every other species, every other plant and creature, because I'm curious. What are we? 1,000 times better? 100 times better? What?
We have dominion over it all.
I already said that. You seem to have these answers on how much greater we are. So how much greater are we? Put a mathematical number to it, because you clearly have it.
I never claimed some kind of quantification of it.
So how much greater do you want me to like quantify we are? Because I told you we were greater in God's eyes, but then
it's not a quantitative issue. It's qualitative.
Okay, so all I pointed out for you, since you claim to like care about the Hebrew, was that nefesh kaya, the breath of life, was given to the animals the same as the humans, because in the English translations it doesn't say that. So I was just trying to like actually edify people instead of talk about dumbass flat Earth for the last 20 hours. So I thought you might find it interesting because you acted like you cared about the Hebrew earlier.
Well, you don't care about Hebrew cosmology.
Actually, I do. I don't see God screaming flat Earth in the scriptures. I read the same scriptures, so does Mike. I think if it said flat Earth, we would believe it. But
so if you Google Hebrew cosmology or biblical cosmology, what's going to come up?
Oh, bro, go ahead. Tell me. Tell us all. The dome.
A flat Earth enclosed in a dome. You got it right.
So what about the Hebrew Kabbalah? Should we believe in all the Kabbalah stuff too, or do we stop believing in the Hebrew stuff with the Kabbalah?
That's not a part of Hebrew. That's Chaldean and Babylonian stuff.
Thank you.
All the Kabbalah stuff is not right. All right, now
Kabbalah is basically sorcery. If you look it up,
I know what it is.
What a straw man! Such a good straw man.
Yeah, you're probably on that flat Earth right now, and you're tilting your brain a little bit right now. I don't know. You have all these answers. Plants are just these.
Notice how you won't type Hebrew cosmology and you want to go straight to the Kabbalah. Yeah, just very good.
Bug out. Notice I won't type it. I'm so scared to type it, bro. No,
you want to go straight to Kabbalah. I don't know why. It has nothing to do with
I was checking that first because we just talked about it, and the first thing that comes up says Jewish mysticism. So apparently you dudes are wrong about another thing because you said, no, it's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. But I thought it was Jewish, and it says Judaism right on the fucking thing right there. So I guess you guys might be wrong about that too. And the flat Earth, huh?
What I'm talking about is the origins of it.
All right, fucking change it up. But what's it say on the screen right here?
The Jews were inspired by the Babylonians.
What's that say? Get real quiet when it's time to like actually admit you were wrong, huh?
Judaism. Do you understand? Judaism has nothing to do with the biblical faith.
Just change the subject. Checkmate.
You don't want to change it. I brought up Hebrew cosmology, and you're the one who brought up Kabbalah. It has nothing to do with each other.
It was checkmate.
You're the one who changed the subject.
I mentioned the Kabbalah, and you had to do Judaism, and then you guys wanted to correct me.
And you're the one who was like, "Oh, should we believe in the Kabbalah?" Like, it has nothing to do with it.
Well, you guys had to correct. Well, you said go to the Hebraic model for the earth. So then I rebutted with, should we also believe in the Kabbalah? Because it's also a Jewish belief system.
Okay. How about if I said biblical cosmology? How about that?
Dude, you know, you guys had to correct me and say, no, it's actually the Chaldean. It's actually this.
Are you too scared to type in biblical cosmology?
And it goes right to Judaism.
Cool story, bro. Are you too scared to type in biblical cosmology?
You guys won't even read it when I say, what does this say? Because you're just cowards.
Is there only one type of Judaism?
No, clearly not.
Okay, then. Perfect.
So then why would your earth model matter?
Because that's what the Bible says the earth is.
Oh, so now it goes back to the Bible. It doesn't matter what the Hebraic ancient model is because you just checkmated yourself again and said, is there only one type of Judaism? And I said, no. So your earth model under the same logic wouldn't be valid, correct? Do you know what logic is? Like that math question we did, like me and Melvin did that math question. Were you there for like the logic part of the show?
Yeah,
So
I'm not
your,
sure you
so your
understand logic.
Hebraic ancient Earth model, under your same logic that you just used, would be void. But yet you try to run back and say the Bible said it.
You want to
All know the
specify it
Bible
instead?
is not explicitly saying that.
You want to go to
People are on both
you want to
sides
go
of
to
the argument.
biblical cosmology instead then?
The biblical cosmology does not say flat Earth.
You want to Google biblical cosmology, see what comes up?
Bro, I read the Bible. I don't need another opinion. on what's-
So you're too scared. You're too scared to do it.
No, I'm not too scared, but why would I need another opinion?
Let's just
Why
see
do I
what it
need
says.
another opinion when I read the same book?
Because only your opinion matters, right, Ryan?
Of course, that's what I said. That's exactly the words that came out of my mouth. Actually, I just said I read the same
No,
book.
nobody other's interpretation matters except you. You're the only one on the earth.
No, I
right?
just Googled it. So where do you want me to go now, genius? Because you corrected Einstein earlier in the show on
Yeah,
gravity.
click that right there. Click that right there. That's a good
The
one.
audacity of like a 25-year-old kid to say Einstein knew nothing of gravity. So tell me where to go, buddy.
Einstein was a Kabbalist. You want to believe him?
We're on your walk right now. You said, I'm scared to Google it. I Googled it. Take the walk with you. Show me where to go. I'm following you.
You see the second paragraph where it says a flat disc-shaped Earth?
The ancient Israelites envisioned the universe as a flat disc-shaped Earth, floating on water, heaven above, underworld below. Humans inhabited Earth during life in the
And
underworld.
that's what the Rockians say too.
Are you freaking out about the word flat there?
It doesn't prove your point.
It doesn't?
No, it's what the ancient Israelites believed. You just told me that there was tons of different Judean sect. Maybe this was the Pharisees.
The ancient Israelites, did they not write the Bible?
Yeah, they wrote the Bible, but they also killed the Messiah. So maybe this was the Pharisees.
Why would you assume it's the Pharisees?
I don't know. Why would you assume it's not?
The Pharisees didn't come until like the second temple period.
And they were
So,
inspired by Babylonians.
this was written in the Old Testament, not the New.
All right. So show me what I should click here to
see
get the flat Earth model. Now this is the flat.
Did I
Earth.
tell you to click anything?
I don't know. You want me to go to flat Earth and
No. I said biblical cosmology.
So you had this little checkmate in your pocket. So where am I supposed to go from here? I just read this one sentence and then I stop talking about it. But if I
You
click
can read
on
the whole
flat Earth,
thing. It's going to give you Bible references.
Hold on. So Wikipedia is true, but then I click on flat Earth and Wikipedia says flat Earth is archaic and scientifically disproven. And then I shouldn't listen to Wikipedia. So the same source you're trying to checkmate me with, once I click on the same source, then I stop listening to the same source, Wikipedia. Because then it's just
That should actually no.
right?
Our only point of argument is what does the Bible say, right? So the fact that Wikipedia, when you click on flat Earth, will actually tell you it's disproven, should actually make this seem more valid because they're biased against the flat Earth. But the fact that they say the Bible describes a flat Earth, that should tell you.
No, it doesn't say the Bible. It doesn't say the Bible.
Bro,
show me where it says the word the Bible.
Biblical cosmology is the title of this article. Did you forget that part?
Yeah, but this is saying the ancient Israelites. It's not
Did
saying.
you know that the ancient Israelites wrote the Bible inspired by the Spirit of God?
Yeah, and we also read the Bible inspired by the Spirit of God, and you none of you have a chapter or a verse to show us the Earth is flat. Isn't that something?
Really?
But you want to believe Wikipedia's summary here, but if I click on this, then Wikipedia's shit source, right? Same thing with NASA, right? That's how your brain works. When it fits your argument, ride with it. When it doesn't fit it, it's shit, right?
Well, I think just for the sakes of keeping peace.
No. I'm just saying Wikipedia sucks here. Don't use it at all. Go back one page. Wikipedia checkmate. They told me what the Bible said. They know everything about
right, look, just put it like
this page.
Put it like this, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
You see what the guy got in his hand over there on the picture?
See that fake white Jesus holding something? Is that who that is?
That's not Jesus.
Wow, it's some white guy that probably isn't even an Israelite, especially according to the way you view Israelites, Melvin. So who is this dude? Some French dude in the 13th century? Who is he? What about this dude?
I'm making the point.
Okay, what
he's
is
holding he's holding a compass, and that's how you make a perfect circle.
What about this green thing he's holding? Is that round?
That's a circle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why he's using the compass over the circle to measure the circle.
Oh no, actually, if I read the caption of this credible site that we're supposed to believe everything on, according to it says this is God. This is God creating the cosmos. So I was correct when I said this was supposed to be Jesus Christ, which it looks nothing like Jesus because Jesus is black. So
yeah, that's why I said.
You want to try again, guys? You want to try
again? Is there God the Father? Is Jesus Christ and God the Father the same people?
Come on, dude. Let me just
that's
instead of asking a bunch of questions, I'm just trying to make a point.
That's the Trinity. That's a whole.
So Ryan,
so you're claiming this is God the Father, Rebel? The person no man has seen? Is that your argument now?
No.
So what's your fucking point?
I was just making a contention to that word God.
You're just being a little bitch arguing, right? That's all you're doing. You had no.
I answered your question.
Being a little bitch arguing.
Yeah. No.
Have a point. If you're going to be a bitch and argue, have a point.
There. I wasn't talking about the picture.
I was just being a bitch arguing. I didn't have a point. Why would I have a fucking point when I opened my mouth and said shit? Have a point. What's your point? You asked me about God the Father and Jesus being the same. I said this is a fake Jesus. I asked you if it's the Father, and you're like, oh, I didn't say that. Well, what are you saying then? Have a point behind saying shit.
No, you read the word God.
Yeah, that's what the caption of it. We're supposed to believe this source over here on the left side of the page. On the right side, we're not supposed to believe it.
I wasn't talking about the image. I was just talking about you reading the word God.
I'm just wondering because you guys are real selective with when sources are good. It's like when it fits the shit you like, it's awesome. But then if I click in the same article and it disproves or disagrees with what you don't want, then you're like, well, this source sucks. I can't fucking use it. So which one is it?
I don't think that's the point. I think the point is what he's trying to make. He's asking you to look up biblical cosmology.
Yeah, because he had this up his sleeve and he thought it was a checkmate.
Let me just finish real quick. So if you read this paper and then you go back and you read the other paper dealing with the flat earth, and if they're giving you Bible references here, but they're not giving you anything over there, it's kind of like when you're researching, you gotta review what it says and then you weigh the odds, which is true and which isn't. And if they're giving you Bible references, I would go look at those Bible references and see why they're saying that it deals with this biblical cosmology.
Cool. I'm looking at it right here. I'm going to take your advice, Melvin. I'm looking at it right here. According to Wikipedia, the answer is in Genesis 1, chapters 1 through verse 1 through 26. So I think I've read that before, and I don't see flat earth.
Look, I'm going to read this part. The ancient Israelites envisioned a universe as a flat disc-shaped earth floating on water, heaven above, underworld below. Humans inhabited earth during the life and underworld after death. Go back up, please.
Why? We're just going to read it when it fits the narrative. We're not going to read.
No, I'm reading all of it.
This is the actual part of the Bible where it's claiming me the answer is, right? This is like the Bible part, right?
It's giving you some history at the top. That's what I'm reading.
Yeah, but this is the summary of why they say the person who wrote this Wikipedia thing says they believed it. This is the scriptures.
Well,
so
let me just
care about the scriptures more than what's in Wikipedia.
Is Wikipedia the only source on?
Hold on, man. Don't come on.
Take me to another source.
So
buddy.
It says right here, there was no way that the mortals could enter heaven, and the underworld was morally neutral. Only in Hellenistic times, after 300 BCE, did Jews begin to adopt the Greek idea that it would be a place of punishment for misdeeds and that the righteous would enjoy an afterlife in heaven. This period to the older three cosmology in large
Okay, time
measure.
out. Are we supposed to trust this interpretation of the scriptures too? Like King David and Job didn't understand the difference between going to Sheol and also making it to God in heaven? This summary right here, does this coincide with what the scriptures say? So none of the prophets, none of the books of wisdom, none of the Old Testament, because 330 BC, that's the entire New Old Testament. It ends at 430 BC with Malachi. So there's nothing in the Old Testament that tells me about heaven and being with God in the afterlife versus going to Sheol and darkness. Like, I don't agree with this interpretation. I don't think you guys do either. So why is this such a credible source?
No, they're telling you where it switched at in the Hellenistic period.
Yeah, but they're speaking for the fact that the ancient Israelites believe something, but we can all read the Bible and see what King David believed. Or
did
what
King
Job
David
believed.
did King David and Job believe in the underworld?
Yeah, Sheol.
So can you read the first sentence in that paragraph?
Which one? Humans and the ancient Israelites envisioned the universe as a flat dish shaped earth floating on water, heaven above, underworld below.
So they just said that that's what they believe. But during the Hellenistic period, they adopted a new belief. That's what it's saying.
Okay, we agree with that. That's fine.
So that's why this is where the switch happened. During the Hellenistic
point is, you guys don't accept fucking the same source if I click on the link that talks about
I sent you another source.
Well, I'm sure you did. The internet's a big place. You probably got your own website, loser.com. Is it from loser.com?
Yeah.
Is it from virgin.com?
No, it's actually in the private chat if you just want to
Is it from virgin.com?
Premarital sex is a sin, so I hope you are a virgin, yes.
Oh, damn, you are a virgin. I feel bad, man. My bad.
You want me to commit the sin of fornication and go to hell or something?
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad. No wonder you're such a tool. My bad.
Are you not a Christian? Do you know fornication is a sin?
Oh, my bad. How old are you? Are you like 32? Are you like a 30-year-old? Are you the 40-year-old virgin? Are you 40?
Wait, are you saying God thinks being a virgin is bad?
Damn, man. I'm sorry. I get it now. I get it. Shit. I get it now. You're a virgin. Damn.
Oh, now I'm questioning your faith as a Christian. Do you not know what a sin is?
Really? Oh, really? Because the Bible tells us we have to be virgins. Is that what God said when he said be fruitful and multiply? So we multiply by being
fornication
virgins?
mean?
Explain that to me, sir. Explain to me how we multiply by being virgins. Explain that to me.
You got to be married.
Damn, man, this kid's really a virgin. Damn.
You don't have to be married to do that?
Damn, you are a virgin? What are you? How old are you?
Why aren't you answering my questions? Are you scared?
I'm not scared. How old are you?
Don't worry about it.
Why? You're full of grace and truth like Jesus, right? How come you can't answer a simple question? How old are you?
How old are you?
I'm 39.
Okay, cool.
How old are you?
20.
Okay. So you've never seen a girl's vagina?
I have.
Oh, in real life?
Yeah, have you?
Yeah, I did at 13, actually.
Okay. Oh, very cool.
Have you ever put your penis inside a girl's vagina?
Yeah, have you?
Oh, yeah, I have. But I thought you were just advocating for being a virgin.
If you're not married, you should be, yeah.
Which one is it?
I'm advocating what God wants for us to do.
No, you're not, because God told people to get married. He didn't say you have to be a virgin.
I'm talking about premarital sex.
He said one man and one woman should come together and be one flesh. You're a confusing dude, though. You like to play games, though.
Are you married?
You just acted like you were a virgin for 5 minutes, and then you claimed you aren't. But you're probably a liar, and you probably just lied.
You're just making assumptions about me again.
Nah, you probably just got a little emotional.
Where am I
going here, buddy? Where am I going on virgin.com? Where am I going? This is worldslastchance.com. Must seem credible. Flat Earth Bible verses. Okay. Where am I supposed to go here, bud?
You can look up any of those verses. It won't describe a spinning globe in space.
Okay. Wait.
So do you believe God or no?
Okay. So if I read these verses, it's going to tell me the Earth's flat. So let me go to Genesis 1. Wait, this says 1 through 19. Why don't I just go to Genesis 2:1? Universe is complete, not expanding.
No.
Which one of these is telling me the Earth is flat? Because none of them even say the Earth is flat. Which one of these bold things say the Earth is flat? I'm
You
trying
see
to.
how you see where it says Earth is a disc and circle?
Not a ball. Oh, that's your proof. Okay, so Isaiah 40:22. Okay, this is gonna be checkmate. I'll go to it.
Do you have to Google the difference between a circle and a ball?
Oh, we'll go to Isaiah 40:22 because I'm interested now.
Do you understand?
You got me
simple
interested.
geometry?
I can't wait to read. This is gonna say the Earth is flat. I can't wait to read Isaiah 40:22.
Do you
and
do you
say the
understand?
Earth is flat.
Do
No.
you understand-
You just gave me a credible website, so I'm sure that's going to say it. So I'm thank you.
No, you're looking at the Bible verse now.
No, I've never seen this before, so thank you.
You've never read the Bible before?
It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Okay, so are we three-dimensional human beings?
Yeah, no shit.
So how do we exist within a two-dimensional circle?
You already admitted a pizza, which is a flat shape,
Is a piece of
not
paper? Is a
two-dimensional.
piece of paper two-dimensional? Is a piece of paper two-dimensional?
No, it's 3D.
Okay, so if I drew a circle on a piece of paper, is that two-dimensional? Because I got to really be specific with you. If I drew a circle on a piece of paper, is that two-dimensional?
If you did that, yeah.
Okay, so that is what a two-dimensional circle is. So explain to me how me as a human being as three-dimensional can exist within a two-dimensional circle. Go ahead and explain that, Mr. Geometry.
Because a dinner plate or a frisbee or a pizza pie is a circular shape, but it's still three-dimensional.
Excuse me, I can rewind the tape earlier, and you told me.
Can I finish my answer without you?
Objects. I can rewind the
without
tape.
you interrupting.
Well, you're lying because you said earlier in the show that those were three-dimensional. I think you might remember saying that, right? Didn't you tell me a pizza was three-dimensional earlier?
Is it not?
No, it is. It is.
So what's your problem?
Explain to me how a circle that is two-dimensional can fit a three-dimensional object.
Is a pizza not in the shape of a circle?
Yeah, but you already told me earlier that was three-dimensional.
Yeah, so a circle can be three-dimensional.
No, that's not a circle. That's three-dimensional. A circle is two-dimensional. A sphere is three-dimensional.
A circle can't be three-dimensional?
Well, it'd have to be at least a cylinder, so you might want to change the words around, because if you're trying to, advocate for a three-dimensional object, it would have to be a sphere, a cylinder, something like that.
Is a pizza pie a cylinder?
It wouldn't be the word circle. You would understand that much.
Is a
in
dinner plate a
geometry,
cylinder?
right? Let me see if circle exists in geometry. Should I do that?
Is a frisbee a cylinder?
Hold on. You're saying circle's three-dimensional, so I got to check my geometric, shapes, because I thought, sphere or cylinder or something like that was required.
You already admitted a pizza pie, which is a circle, is three-dimensional, so it's a game over for you.
No, I didn't.
I
admitted that was three-dimensional, yeah, but that's not a circle.
Okay, so it's game over. Case
It's a
closed.
cylinder.
Case
That would
closed.
be- that would be
The
something
Earth,
like a cylinder.
the Earth is like a pizza. It's actually perfectly like pizza.
The Earth is like a pizza.
Amen.
You've done a
But-
lot
but
of
you-
scientific work on that too, I'm sure.
Yeah, because the crust of a pizza would be the 360 ice wall that surrounds the Earth. Yeah, it's a
Oh,
perfect
God.
It's a perfect analogy, actually.
Like I said, what YouTube university did you go to, sir?
My God-given senses. Do you have them?
Yeah, God gave them to you, huh? God gave you your
Who gave you your senses?
God gave you your YouTube access, or did your mom pay for your Wi-Fi?
No, I just went to the beach and I saw how the horizon is perfectly flat.
I forgot. You did say you're 20, so you probably really are a virgin. So I'm gonna chill out because I can see why you're stressed so much. So
Is there something
you
wrong
did
with
just
being-
lie, sir, and lying isn't
Is
good.
there
So
something-
you shouldn't have lied and said you put your
Is there
penis
something
in a
wrong
vagina.
with being a virgin, by the way? I'm
Well, you should
curious.
have lied and said you put your penis in a vagina if you did it. So lying is wrong.
Wait, are you advocating fornication?
Is having sex fornication? Does anybody read that in the Bible? Is that fornication? Is that the definition?
If you're not married, it is fornication. Yes.
Having sex and being married to a woman isn't fornication. You just said having sex is fornication.
Without being married, yeah.
Are
you assuming that I'm married or something?
No, I'm just assuming you're a virgin because you sound like one.
Is that a bad thing?
It's pretty pathetic if you're 20. Yeah,
Why is that?
I'd be ashamed
Why?
because you're 20 years old. You probably should have seen a girl's vagina at like 13 or 14, like the rest of us.
But isn't that a sin according to God?
I don't think God said it was a sin because because you're so into ancient Israelite culture, most of the women got married at like 14 years old. So you're such a biblical scholar, you would have known that, right? So were all those women sinning? Like
So I should
Rachel?
have got married at 14?
We're like the young women like Rachel, Rebecca.
Am I living back in the ancient Israelite time?
Okay, so it only matters what the Bible says when it fits your argument. But again, when I rebuttal and I ask you about it, then we say we're not in that time, so we don't go by those.
Why didn't you get
So
married
I
at
get it.
14?
I get it. So you try to sound smart, but
So everyone should get married when they're
as smart
14?
as you think, buddy. Pizza boy. Go back to Virgin Pizza Academy.
Are you mad God made the earth a flat circle or something?
Two-dimensional object can't fit three-dimensional.
You already said a pizza is three-dimensional. It's a circle.
A circle is two-dimensional. A sphere
pizza
or a
circle or
cylinder
not?
would be three-dimensional.
But you already said a pizza is a circle and it's three-dimensional.
Okay. It's not called a circle when it's...
So what's the shape of a circle then?
Circle is two-dimensional, little boy.
I mean, what's the shape of a pizza then?
Go ahead, pizza boy. You tell us.
It's a circle.
And
it's three-dimensional.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. And so is your dinner plate. It's a circle, but it's three-dimensional. And so is a Frisbee. It's a circle, but it's three-dimensional.
Keep going. Teach us.
And guess what? All the shapes of those are. It's flat. So do you believe in the Bible or do you not?
Keep going. I'm here for the sermon now. Keep going.
Do you know that the Bible is the true inspired word of God? Okay, that's good. Do you know that the Bible
Stop asking questions, retard, and start teaching. Stop asking questions.
And fixed to a foundation.
This is your sermon time. You ever seen a sermon? They don't ask questions. They talk. Go. Teach us. Teach us about your flat earth, your pizza earth, your Frisbee earth. Teach. Stop asking me questions. I don't know the answers.
Yeah.
I go to NASA.
Well, just as a little joke, if we want to take the earth as food, Neil deGrasse Tyson said it was pear-shaped. So there you go.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson's an atheist too, so I don't listen to him.
No, he's not. He worships the devil, and you believe his bullshit. So good job.
Oh, so now you're telling me I worship the devil because I said Neil deGrasse Tyson's an atheist?
I literally did not say that at all. You want to play it back again and give me $40 this time?
You never made the bet the first time. See, little boy, you got actually.
No, I did.
And you actually
But
said
you're
what I
too scared
said.
to make
You
it.
said
I
last
made the
time
bet.
too, because you implied that.
You're the one who actually said, I'll bet $20, and then you backed out because you weren't that confident.
No, I didn't back out. I'm not going to bet virgins. I only bet men that have seen vaginas.
So what, I'm really not sure about
for me to bet somebody. They have to have seen what a vagina looks like. If they can't tell me what a clitoris looks like in a mugshot, I don't want to bet $20 with them.
Did you know that the 144,000 described in Revelation 7:14, that's supposed to be God's elect people, are described as virgins?
I guess you're not one of them because you just told me you're not a virgin.
So what's wrong with being a virgin?
No, I mean you're not one of them, so don't worry about it. You're not one of the elect, I guess.
But you said you would feel ashamed if I was a virgin.
Well, I don't think you're a person that's in the elect, so I'm not too worried about your virginity status mattering in that decision of God's.
You literally said I'm a virgin.
I could tell you are.
Okay, so I am part of the elect. Hallelujah.
No, that doesn't. See how dumb your logic is. See how bad your logic is. Being a virgin would not equate to you being the elect. Don't you think there's Muslims that are virgins? Don't you think there are Hindus that are virgins? Don't you think there are atheists that are virgins? You just said hallelujah. You said God's name at the end. You praised God because you just lied and said being a virgin made you one of God's 144,000 elect. See how bad your logic is?
It makes me pop.
Are there Muslims that die?
Doesn't it?
They're going to get.
Doesn't it? If I am a virgin. According to you, at least. Apparently, you know everything about my life.
No, I could just tell by your tone of voice that you're a virgin. That's all.
I can just tell by your tone of voice you're a virgin.
Well, you're wrong. So just like your flat Earth.
Oh, well, you're wrong.
All right. Where does it say they're virgins in the 144,000, sir? Can you point that verse to me, sir? It's on the screen.
Do you know the Control F function, by the way? It's a very simple function.
No, I mean, we're on the scriptures now. So you just lied and said the 144,000 were virgins. So go ahead and show me where that says that. What verse, sir? It's on the screen.
Revelation 14, to be honest.
Okay, we'll go to Revelation 14. Melvin's going to help you out today.
That's why it has to be girls. There's no such thing as a boy virgin in Scripture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. These are all girls.
I thought that was you snoring on the mic.
No, it's stupid. I'm trying to charge it at the same time. I think if I stay off video, it should be fine.
No, Lou in there snoring. I heard somebody snoring. I thought.
Oh, for real? Oh, that's hilarious.
Verse 4.
Well, Melvin saved you and helped you out, but I guess.
Oh yeah, he saved me because I couldn't find it myself, right? Because I didn't even know about it.
I guess the righteous people are.
I'm the one who brought up the verse, and you say it right here. But somehow Melvin saved me. Yeah, makes that's
you
perfect logic.
The verse. You just
perfect
said,
logic.
You just knew your virgin. You were just
you
know every girl that
was lying.
Every girl that turned you down told
you
that being a virgin made you part of the elect. So every time you got denied by a chick,
so am I virgin or not?
Yes, closer to heaven.
So am I virgin or no?
Closer to the elect. Closer.
So am I virgin or no? So am I virgin or not?
I don't know, buddy. I'm assuming you are.
Okay, so I might be part of the elect then. Cool.
Hey, good.
What cherry did you get popped? What hymen of yours broke? What virgin word associates with male at all? Are you a virgin at a nocturnal emission? Did I lose my virginity at a nocturnal emission?
These are they which were not defiled with women.
Oh, good answer. Good answer. Yeah, no, just go on with no, go. It's cool. Go ahead. Just
well, to be honest, Mike, he does have a point. Hold on, wait. He does, Mike. He does have a point.
Good luck with it, Melvin. You guys are on the same side, and he won't shut up for you. He says, if I'm a virgin, are you saying that's bad? And Ryan said a long time ago, you were commanded to be fruitful and multiply. So then he says, so what, you're saying fornication is okay? He's not interested in any answers. He's doing like Dirty Varmint does, where he's throwing these ridiculous things at you, getting you to answer. And no matter what you answer, he's got an opposition to it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he got a point here because this verse do say that these were those that were not defiled with women. So
right, how do you get defiled by women according to the Torah law that you haven't spoken about in 7 hours and 22 minutes of stupid flat Earth? Here's your Torah right here. There is no such thing as that. How do you get defiled by a woman by being intimate with her? You are married to her. If you are not, it's rape. And you are stoned and killed. She's questioned about it. There's no defilement involved. It has to be a woman or womanhood. These are virgins that were not defiled by womanhood. They are children, virgin. Never had their menarche.
You made a great point.
Google menarche. Google menarche. Let's put menarche. Let's share our screen and put menarche up there. That's a girl's first period. Okay, they are defiled at blood. A woman is defiled. They are not going to hell because of it. They just have to be separated. They can't, do certain things. They are unclean at that time, defiled. It has to be little girls, virgin girls. No boy virgin in Scripture. No boy virgin in biology.
So the elect of God are all women, right?
You know what? We'll try to just.
And all these 144,000. No, the elect are very different people in different situations. For instance, the elect of Noah. Okay, but these in particular, 144,000 elect can save people. In addition to Jesus Christ and His blood on the cross.
They're all women, right?
That just as much as that saves us, these 144,000 can also save us. They're going to be spreading the direct word of God. They have zero defilement in there of any other religiosity except following only the lamb, the shepherd.
I haven't defiled my cosmology.
Dude, I messed up and had sex at like 14. And I'll just have to try to reach the righteousness of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, King David, every other prophet, every other king of Israel, and all those guys. Okay, you got an argument that the virgins are 144,000 are virgins. So congratulations, Rebel, you are still eligible. But because you like to run your mouth, God already disqualified you from tonight's eligibility according to my standards. But I won't speak for God. Well, I'm just assuming God's not looking for little flat Earth pizza punks, but maybe
even though God made the Earth flat, right?
How are three-dimensional objects existing on a two-dimensional plane, bro?
We live in a three-dimensional plane. I don't know what you're talking about.
such a dumb little kid, bro. Back in the day, bro.
Do pedophiles who sodomize little children, pedophiles that sodomize little children, do they take the little children's virginity away?
You tell me.
My question would be: are boys born virgins?
He don't answer nothing, Ryan. There ain't no participation on this boy. He's got the A and B.
A long time ago. I knew 100 subscribers wasn't gonna last, so I should have got rid of him a long time ago because it just brings out the worst in me. I didn't learn my lesson from last time when I went off the rails, but you know, I make the same mistake like 1,000 times, not twice. So. You know,
Iger's chill. Iger's chill. This one just wants to dominate or something, or I don't know. It's there remember the checkmate, and we're what 2 hours later we're still. I don't know.
It's just change the subject every time. It's you know, it's like let me change the subject, let me change the subject, let me change the subject. You know, it's like.
Well, what about the stars? Well, yeah, those are they're cool. They're fixed. Well, yeah, they actually move, don't they? Well, yeah, but what about the water? I can't see that on the horizon on a beach. Okay, yeah. What? You keep changing the subject every time something gets brought up on that disagrees with you, or even the minuscule NASA. You don't trust NASA, but you do on this one thing. That's fine. We get it. You can glean from anybody. That's perfectly fine. But no, you want to debate an hour over like whether or not it's true or not. It's clear from whatever you've presented us that it was talking about airplanes. It's clear that they were talking about a short distance. We couldn't find your 3,000 miles in the 100 feet. We couldn't find it. There's been checkmate for like 5 hours ago. So the only thing I see with you coming up with more questions that he answers, I've been noticing this, is another question. You don't really answer. You don't really give on anything. You move on to something completely new. I'm not interested in that kind of a conversation. Iger, I can say his Devil's Tower looks like a tree till the end of. I think that is so true, and I can talk to him about that. I love it. I think it's a great picture. It looks like a tree. That's a very good argument for a flat Earth, whatever thing. But no, we're not going to discuss it for 8 hours. My God, you guys are so adamant about it. It's like that's why poor Ryan.
I'm no victim, Mike.
To be honest,
I invite the bullshit. I invite it. I like to argue myself, and I have no problem arguing people. I do have a problem when I put people into like a paradox, and I just ask them to answer a question. And like I said, I can admit, okay, the 144,000 are virgins. I can say it when it's actually there right in front of my face. Agree with it.
Let's read the part where they save people. He doesn't believe that these people can save people. Let's read that part. And no, I don't have it. So let's do it like Melvin does it and make you look for it. Let's start like this. It's in Revelation someplace. So go to Revelation. Nope. Scroll up a little bit. Nope. Not that chapter. Are we in Revelation? Okay. Nope. Let's try chapter 3. Yeah. No, we could just Google it real quick. No. Scroll up a little bit more. You see it? Where's the 144,000? Are we there yet? Are you sharing your screen? You're not sharing your screen yet. Okay. 30 minutes later, we're talking about, we're analog people and can't get through this, and we've lost sight of like the core subject matter.
Yeah. I just did back in the day. That's the type of guys it would have been a different. That's like the part of me I'm trying to bury, man. And it's like people like that bring out the violence that I don't want in my mind or my spirit. And it's like, why do I even deal with it? I don't know, because I should have learned my lesson by now, because I dealt with other people on my channel before who provoked me like that. And it's like when I don't get people to answer, when people don't answer my question, when it's like obvious, like the NASA thing, like, okay, you don't trust it at all. You say everything they do is fake, but then you're going to say, go to nasa.gov, read their article. And I say, bro, that's the same thing as saying Billy's a liar. Let's go to Billy's diary. If you're not just going to admit to me like, yeah, you're right, that's bugged out. That's hypocritical.
Well, that was kind of junky on your part. NASA is 100% sucky. We hate them. But no, we can glean something from them. And this little paper, the only problem we had was if it was fake or not. Okay, let's get that out of the way. Fine, it's perfectly a good paper from this NASA that is mostly sucky, but this is a partial truth, but let's read the paper. It's talking about a hard aircraft plane on a short distance. It's clear. They connected it as a standard to the spherical globe map as an approximation. That was their standard. It's in the actual summary that we were reading.
No, I know, but my whole point was he just had no right to even bring the source up after the shit he talked about.
Oh yeah, that was crap. That was hilarious.
I was never arguing that the NASA
Oh, did
source
he
was
leave?
just junk. My point was you can't call it junk and say they're liars and then even use it. It's not. Don't even bring it up in your case after that. That's what I'm saying. Don't even call NASA as a witness after you just said they're full of, you know what I mean, for the last hour. So that was my point. I was never saying that the NASA article, didn't, because it didn't prove flat Earth. Like you said, it was comparing spherical and flat. But my whole point was you can't even bring it up. You can't bring it up. You just called NASA, illegitimate. You just said they lie. You just say they spread misinformation. So you can't even tell me to go to NASA. That was just my whole point. So
I hate the Nebraska Cornhuskers, but I love them when I bet on them. What? Come on.
Yeah, pretty much. It works. It works when it fits your narrative. But yeah, dude, whatever. I knew I wasn't going to stay at 100 subscribers for long. I think I got to 101, so I think I'll still be at 100 after dropping in. But I rather rot at 99 for the rest of my life than be, have 100 with that dude, man. I can't. If we don't vibrate, just get out of here, bro. After a while, you just want to be a little punk. Get out of here, dude. I would have. Whatever. Back in the day.
You can hear it in his voice, like that one guy that street preaches. I don't even know it. Just as an example, sometimes he converts people. So you'll see like a 3-minute clip on YouTube recommendations, and he'll talk to somebody on the street, an atheist, and sometimes they convert and sometimes not. But he's got those rattled off questions. Do you lie? Do you believe in God? No, I don't believe in God. Do you ever, it's a sin to lie. Have you ever lied in your life? Oh yeah, I sinned once. Oh, do you understand you're going to burn in everlasting fire for that? And it's like, his philosophy may be wrong, but he's rattling off those questions like a beta program we used to do for when you on 800 numbers. When people reject you, when they give this answer, you look up that answer in your little index and give an appropriate response. Oh, I don't think I can afford that. I look through that. I can't afford that. And then I respond. The paperwork says, oh, but don't you realize it's only 10 cents a day? And for this you can get this protection. So really, you can't afford it. Oh, I don't know. Let me check with my husband. So I look at that response. What am I supposed to say when she says, I'll check with my husband? You say, oh, yeah, that would be great. Can you bring him to the phone right now? Because this is kind of there's a response for everything you say. So it's just like Perry saying, he starts out everything. How do you, do you sin? And if you answer yes, he has a line of answers. And if you say no, he has a line of answers, like a computer program. Well, a 1979 computer program. But no, that's what he sounded like with the attitude. I'm sorry to say that I mentioned like 4 hours ago, but he had legitimate questions, but they were rattled off, and the attitude of asking them was accusatory. And Iger doesn't do that, or Melvin, quite frankly. Melvin just where's Melvin at? Is he still here? Melvin, man, you take too long. And I tell you what, I put you on TV for the first time. I got a 32-inch, 42-inch TV, and I got to see your picture for the first time. That's a lion. I thought it was a rock, like Indiana Jones face.
You got bad eyes,
This is Revelation 5:5. He's not coming back as a lamb, but as the roaring lion of the tribe of Judah.
Yeah, it's I got to see it big on my TV. I'm like, oh my God, that's a lion, because you have that low voice. So I thought you were mocking yourself, like I'm gonna have this stone, Mayan face, like, greetings, give me your sacrifices. I thought you were making fun of yourself, like, because you have that low voice. And then I saw it on my TV. I'm like, oh my God, that's a lion. Oh, but yeah, all these weeks I've known you. No, you're typically cool like a flat earther. You're not doing it, pressing it like what's his name was. But no, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, but this is all I say. I don't expect nobody to believe what I say when I bring it up. I'll just put the seed. I plant the seed, and it's up to you to water it. And if you find something out of it, then the Most High is going to give you the increase. And that's how it was for me. Like I said before, I said it before when I first came on here. My testimony was I wanted to know if God actually created all the stuff that they tell us.
And if it's a pizza and he's sitting on the circle of the pizza, where is he, on the crust? Come on.
Actually, if you read Ezekiel chapter 1, and this was the importance of the
well, I have. You don't need to qualify it. Just answer yes. Where is he, at the North Pole? Is he sitting on the edge of the crust? Is he so big his rump is the entire crust?
People speculate that the star Polaris is basically where he would be seated above that star.
So he's not even on the circle, flat or globe. What the hell? Oh my God.
It says it's he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. It's talking about him sitting on the firmament.
Underwater. Yeah, either way. I'm with you. I just wanted clarification. So I appreciate you answering. But yes, let's stay on the new topic.
It's not a big deal. I just want to say, man, until y'all look into it, until y'all actually look into it, like, you don't even got to go to no papers. Just go and test everything that they ever said.
We've done it a million times. It's been 5 years since this was popular. It is so old, I don't even care to look it up anymore. There's things I'm talking about, things I have remembered. It's been that intense of a discussion throughout the years, and a distraction. We have, can't you see it was a distraction tonight?
Does nothing for my life, regardless.
I don't think it was a distraction. I just think it was two opposing views and it got heated. That's all I'm gonna take.
But did our side say you have to believe us, otherwise you're going to hell, because it says God Almighty in the book that the earth is a globe? Did we say that? We did not say that.
No, but your side does come across that way, Melvin. Like you're.
Don't you believe the Bible, Ryan? Ryan, can't you read the Bible?
You guys challenge
I understand.
You believe God's word. You believe God's word. You know what I'm saying?
I understand people do that, but I don't do that. It comes a point for me when I say, "Hey, look, it's up to you," but I don't expect you guys to say, "Oh, you should believe me." You should believe me because I was there.
How do you think it is? I remember.
I haven't seen the verse that says flat Earth. Like you got to take certain words, like
you got to look at
and then interpret it how you want to interpret it to fit.
You got to look at it how God described it, or how the prophets and them described it.
How do you think I had that word, Raquia? How do you think that word memorized? We've gone over this so many times years ago. To this day, there are clouds, and before were there clouds before Noah?
Yeah, but the word for clouds is Ana, and it ties into a covering.
Yes or no? Come on, friend. It's been 7 hours. Before Noah, were there clouds and rain?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
there was no clouds. It specifically says there was no clouds because a mist arose to water the entire planet. There was no cloud.
What are you talking about?
I never saw that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I ain't never seen that.
Well, I don't see
Jesus Christ, and you're a flat earther? Oh my God, that's the whole point of my Raquia target sign. The waters above are still, you could put a sailboat on it if there's such a thing. Your waters above are the clouds. There are no clouds yet.
No, I didn't never say that the cloud. Did you hear anything I said? I said, if you're trying to equate clouds to the waters above, it doesn't work, because in the Hebrew, the word for the Hebrew in clouds is Ana, and it goes back to clouds, a cover.
Regardless of the Hebrew, was there rain or rain clouds before Noah? Was there a rainbow? Was there a rainbow possibility? Was there a possibility of a rainbow before Noah?
That question is irrelevant, because when you look at the Hebrew, it says the great deep. God hovered over the deep. What
the
deep?
Water?
What
giant water.
It was water.
A giant
was
frozen
that water literal water, or was it clouds?
Doesn't say. It doesn't really say either way.
That's what I'm saying. It said, I'm taking it as the Bible say. He said he hovered over the deep. I'm taking that deep for the water.
Same here.
Actual water, not clouds. Clouds are a covering.
Right. You don't need to explain them. I'm agreeing with you. It's a giant water frozen planet because there's no sun yet. Unless you think the glory of God was warming it up. Yes, I agree. No dirt, no humans, no plants. 6 hours ago, we said this.
Well, that's the point I say.
So then dirt, earth, rock was put in the midst of it, right?
That water had to been like I said before, the water had to be in the form of a ball, so the earth could be in the form of a ball, because that's where the earth came from. That's where I leave it. Job 38 lays it out perfectly fine.
No comment on the dirt and the target sign. No comment on that. We agree on the water planet. Now he throws in dirt, correct or no? It's that simple. Don't give me a website.
My problem too is this little punk going to Wikipedia saying, "Well, this is what the ancient Israelites believe. This is what the ancient Israelites believe."
And I've never seen that. I've never heard of such a thing. I've never, in all my Hebrew root studies of all the Jewish traditions. My God, let's get rid of the Jewish traditions. Not one of them speaks of this thing that they speak of.
Yeah, that Wikipedia put it in the article, because if you read the Bible, it's not telling you that, and you can't name one character in the Bible that says one word about flat Earth. You can't name them. They're not saying it. It's just, I don't know, man. Whatever.
Like I said, they describe what the Earth looked like, and I'm gonna take what they described it to look like, and it don't.
So
look
it looks like a giant frozen, or let's leave it in water.
Who's they? Who's they, Melvin? You can't say the word they and not specify. Who's they? They described. Who's they?
The prophets.
What prophet said it was flat?
I didn't. It doesn't say they said it was. I said describe the Earth. It doesn't describe it as a ball. It gives me the notion that it's flat. That's the description.
It doesn't describe
yes,
it.
It do. Way. Job 38. Go read it.
We've read it already.
Job 37. How he stretched out the sky and is strong as a molten looking glass. How do we bypass that?
It sure looks like that to me. It doesn't mean literal.
And that's what we believe. It says it's something up there. I'm taking God's word for it.
You're taking an obscure passage and hanging on it.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like you're interpreting a verse a certain way. You know, it's not that it's written in the Bible. It's you're interpreting it. You know.
So is he's on top of the dome above the North Pole? Is that correct?
Who's this tool? Hey, Andre, hit the link, buddy. I've never seen you on the channel. I don't know. You're new here. Hit the link. Unless you're just one of those people that likes to hide in the chat. Come on in the building. I got another 15, 20 minutes for a flat earther. Come on in.
I just want you guys to just visualize this. If something's being described to you like this.
What Job 37 verse is the glass verse?
37:18.
37:18. Can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a cast metal mirror? That's ESV.
Well, even when you go to the Hebrew, it talks about molten looking glass.
Oh God, man! I hate when people like that's the typical like Hebrew Israelite trick. It's like, oh,
no, it's not. How is it a trick? If I'm going back,
people are interpreting the Hebrew, right? These people that translated it to English. Like I agree. Sometimes they translate the Hebrew, but yeah, these people that translated these Bibles, they know Hebrew better than us, and they weren't like just bugging out, making words up. They were translating the Hebrew.
All right, go to the word for cast iron mirror.
Right, I'll go to KJV first, but
no, go here. Use this one because it's gonna say the same thing.
This is the verse, right?
Yeah, that's the verse. Go to the tools.
How do you get flat Earth out of this?
Go to the interlinear.
Can you get flat Earth out of it before you go to the interlinear, or no?
We'll put it this way. It says it's something up there. That's what I believe.
Can you spread out the skies hard as a cast metal mirror? You get flat Earth out of that?
Mirrors weren't invented till 1500 anyway.
I'll go to the interlinear. I'm just asking, buddy.
No mirrors before like 1500.
They ain't going. You see, people think that.
See, the KJV is like what some people live and die on too, and you got to understand.
I don't care what version you go to. I go to the Hebrew.
All right, so what Hebrew word is going to give me this flat joint?
Go down. I didn't say it said.
Andre, hit the link
I,
button. Get in the building.
again, I didn't say it said flat.
All right. Well, you told me it meant something towards flat Earth. You were applying it, right?
Look, if I told you I got an electric
Which
bike.
Hebrew word? Which Hebrew word?
No, look, let me ask you something. If I told you I got an electric bike.
Answer him. Which word? He's on the page you wanted to go to. What word?
See, now you ain't, how come you ain't let me ask a question?
Well,
because you told him to go to a page and we're on the page.
You go to the interlinear and then you won't answer me which word. You told me to go to the interlinear. Like, I'm just asking you what word in the interlinear. You told me to go to the interlinear. What word?
That's why you need to find it first.
What word, Melvin, in the interlinear? I just went to King James.
I said go to metal.
All right. Well, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, because you guys are too busy over talking me. That's why.
No, you didn't say metal before I
You could have answered metal too when we asked you 3 times. You could have simply said metal.
I told you the first time. I thought he was already on it. He kept reading the verse.
No, you didn't tell me metal. I was asking you, and you. I don't even see metal. There's no metal. Is it molten?
Right there. So see, it says Looking Glass.
Which one do you want? Which one do you want?
You went to the King James
I
version.
changed it for you. I changed it for you. This is King James.
No, I don't want the King James. I wanted an ESV, so you could see that the Hebrew bears the same thing. If you, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all trying to.
It was in the ESV. That's when I said that word doesn't match the KJV. Just go to the interlinear.
That's what the point
There is
was.
no word metal in here, so can you pick a different word?
Go to the mirror. Mirror.
Okay. You kept saying metal. There's no metal here.
Well, that's what he keeps saying it is.
All right, Rahi or whatever. So what's the point here? Mirror.
Mirror, right?
Cool.
Looking
Flat Earth.
glass.
Got it. Did you get that too, Mike?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You see, that's you putting words in my mouth.
Okay, so what's the point of going to the Hebrew? Tell me.
The point is, if they're describing something, and this is what I was trying to ask a question about. If I told you I had an electric bike, would you know what my electric bike looked like from all the way where you're at, or would I have to describe it to you for you to get a picture in your head of what it looks like?
You have to give me a description for specific.
Thank you.
I know what a
So now this is the same thing being applied to the earth. He said he spread out the sky, and it looks like a looking glass in the Hebrew. So you could go to the King James version, you go to ESV, it's going to be a different word. But when you go back to the original language, it's going to be the same word because they're translating the word differently.
But do you understand?
What does a looking glass have to do with
Ryan,
That's the firmament. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
If there's kind of a your ear is not perfectly.
You're cutting out, Mike. You're cutting out. You're cutting out. We didn't hear you.
Sorry, I'm gonna lose my.
That's all good. You're cutting out.
Okay.
The looking glass proves the firmament.
Looking glass.
Flat Earth. Okay. Yeah, you're cutting out, Mike.
Yeah, my battery.
Heard battery.
Aren't looking glasses flat?
No one said that. See, that's exactly the point that I be making. When we bring it up, we try and show the evidence. It gets mocked. It gets ridiculed. You know, there are 3 stages to denial, and I believe that's stage number 1.
Well, I wasn't joking. I wasn't trying to be offensive. I was being serious. Aren't all looking glasses flat? In fact, if there's a small curve in there, it'll distort it. Why is your dome round when this looking glass reference, a molten looking glass, is flat?
Are there dome looking glasses? That's his question.
I know. Let's go to a different verse real quick, right, Melvin? Come on.
Sky, which is strong as a molten looking glass. Do you know anything about similes?
Well, at least you didn't take us to another verse. Simile. Let me think.
Think about that.
Answer the question. Is it spend flat or is it dome shape, Melvin?
Put it this way. He spread out the sky, which is strong as a molten looking glass. He's talking about the firmament. That's the point.
I don't know. All
He's
the stars
describing the firmament.
Away from me.
Just like when you go to Ezekiel and it talks about his throne sits on the firmament. What is he sitting on?
That is a different verse, isn't it? He snuck that in.
I'm looking at the King James with the molten looking glass. I'm looking at the ESV. Can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a cast metal mirror? I mean, you guys are just adding or just interpreting. I won't say adding, but you're interpreting for your own presupposition of flat Earth.
It's
You
not a
can't
pre.
tell me this is like an awesome persuasive verse for.
I told you that Ezekiel 38 bears. I mean, not Ezekiel 38. I told you the first time Job 38. You asked me for the sky molten looking
I went
glass.
to Job 38. We went to it earlier, and that doesn't prove it either. Job 38, what verse?
He's describing the earth.
Job 38:9. Which one?
The whole chapter.
Oh man, bro, come on, give me what. The whole chapter does not describe flat Earth. Let's be real here.
I didn't say that. I said he's given a description of the earth. You're adding the flat there. So if I'm visualizing the earth as he describes it, I don't see a ball. That's the problem.
So what waves are crashing against the South Pole, the crust of the pizza? Is that what you're saying? Those waves have a limit? I don't really see waves crash. I see waves crashing against sandy beaches. That seems like their limit.
So
hold on. I got a good one too, Mike. Why does God mock Job, asking Job this question? Who determined its measurements? Surely you know, or stretch the line upon it. It's basically like God saying to Job, you don't know shit. And I shouldn't say it like that at all because I'm not as hype as I was before. So sorry, I gotta chill out.
Actually, if you read the context, Job is being answered out of whirlwind, and he's asking who laid the foundations of the earth. Answer me, if you can.
Where were you when I laid the foundation?
And he's going into telling them how he laid his foundations.
Bro,
That's
Job 37 through 40 is God just telling Job that he's a mortal man and knows nothing. And God goes through about all the animals. Trust me, I'm familiar with Job 37 through 40 because I like to use it when Hebrew Israelites like to say they're God. Because I say, go read Job 37 through 40 and tell me how you're God. Because God just goes through like all the animals and says, were you there when the mountain lion needed food? Or, did you raise Leviathan? Or all those, every animal you could think of. So this isn't God telling you the earth is flat. This is God saying, you don't know anything. I'm God. And were you there when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know, or stretched the line upon it. It's like how I was just talking to the virgin. It's God saying to Job, you don't know anything. On what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone?
Cornerstone in our pizza? Where's a pizza cornerstone? I've put a globe together, piece, 3-dimensional pieces. That might have a cornerstone, but a pizza, what's a cornerstone on a pizza stick?
Yeah, and
again, this is him.
What verse is seriously in Job 30? You told me to go to Job 38 for your verse. I think we were here earlier. Is it Job 38?
He's asking him, did you do? He basically asking him, did you do all these things? He's going into the earth. He's going into, have you made, basically give Nasius orders and stuff like that? Have you? Where can you bring out the treasures of the snow?
So what verse in Job 38 talks about flat earth? Is it 38:9?
I didn't say it talks about, are you listening?
You told me to go to Job 38 for a reason, and we were talking about flat earth.
I said he lays out how he is describing what the earth looks like. I didn't never say, oh, Job said the earth is flat here. I didn't say that. I said he's describing the earth. And in my mind, when I'm looking and reading these descriptions of what he's talking about, it doesn't have a ball nowhere in it. That's the point that you guys don't want to hear.
Well, we got a cornerstone. You don't.
I read this verse and said,
y'all got a cornerstone. Put a cornerstone on the ball. You want me to get my bowling ball and try and put a cornerstone on it?
I have put together puzzles that are 3-dimensional spheres. There's a corner piece. Yes, there is a corner piece to a 3-dimensional sphere puzzle. You can't do that with a pizza. There's no cornerstone to a pizza. What is it? The center? This piece over here, the outer, there's no cornerstone.
And also, what if I read a verse like this, Melvin? It was like, well, a skirt is a circle shape. It's
show me a cornerstone on here.
On what?
On here. Show me where the cornerstone is.
Jesus. I think the cornerstone might be Jesus. So I don't know.
It looks like a wedge, essentially. It looks like a wedge. You could take
a rounded edge. I don't see the cornerstone.
Job 38 has nothing to do with flat Earth, though. So I don't know why you said go to Job 38 at all.
Because it's describing the Earth.
Basically, thank you. Somebody's listening. Somebody heard me. I didn't say anything about Job saying the Earth is flat. There, I said he's describing the Earth, and according to the description, I'm gonna say it again. According to the description, I don't see a ball there.
I do. A cornerstone. What? Okay. And I'm even if I assume there was, I would never assume one way or other just reading this. I would never think, oh, this is flat Earth. I would just continue reading. I would, unless I had some agenda behind me. I would never think, oh, I'm a sphere. I'm a glober. I'm going to use this as a globe proof. I would never think that. I'm going to use this as a flat Earth proof. I would never think that as I'm reading it. There's no point in making it one way.
I use this as a flat Earth proof. I just said it's a description of the Earth, but obviously that's a problem for me to actually try and visualize what is being talked about here. Because obviously, if he's saying, "Who has darkened my counsel by words without knowledge?"
Yeah, that's
he's not talking to Job. He's talking about them other people that was talking to Job, telling him to, deny God. Curse God.
Or something? What were they? Where's the flat in there again? What? I'm sorry, they disagreed.
By God, they did wrong by chastising Job, but I don't see where they said defy God at all ever.
His wife curse God and die.
Okay. See, again, it's like change subject. Like the whole book of Job is his three friends. His wife has one little sentence verse in the beginning, and the whole story is his three friends. And the way you just said that, it's like they told him to curse God. So you use the word they. So now you can't say wife.
No, I'm talking about all them and what they was talking about, and I was mentioning the part where she told him to curse God and die, because you asked. So were they talking about getting him to defy God? And I said his wife did. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, you guys ain't.
You said they were trying to get him to curse God, and that's
no. I said all the stuff that they were saying to him, and then that thing about the curse God and die. That's what I said. I don't know how you.
They weren't telling him to curse God and die.
I didn't say. I said all the stuff that
chapter 38 has nothing to do with flat Earth. Just for the record, that's all. Just make sure we get that.
Pull the ball out.
I would never read this and make an opinion one way or the other on flat or
round. Like I said,
it would be like me reading. It would be like me reading a menu at a Mexican restaurant and saying, "Oh wow, flat Earth." It's like, oh look, they got 2-for-1 burritos, flat Earth. It's like, oh wow, burritos.
That don't even add up to what was.
Oh, chapter 38 of Job has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth either.
I didn't say it did.
You did. We were in chapter 37.
I said 3 times already. I said
it's the shape of the Earth. It's describing the Earth. We were in chapter 37, and we convinced you it was a sphere, and you said, no, get a description of the Earth in chapter 38. And we went there, and we didn't see anything one way or the other. We don't know what you're talking about.
You brought us here for a reason, Melvin. We were talking about what verses have flat Earth in it, and you said Job 38.
I said the way. Okay, so. What is the definition of a horizon? Because in that verse it says, "Who have stretched the line out upon it." When I look at the word for horizon, which we know exists on this earth, it says the line.
Again, Melvin, listen closely, Melvin. Listen closely, Melvin. This, and you can debunk me on this if you want to, but you have to get a complete picture in your head. You're out in the middle of the ocean, and it's perfectly calm. It's perfectly calm. You can see any horizon. You don't have to be on a beach with the palm and show a little flat thing. Okay, just go out into the middle of the ocean, and that way you can look all the way around you. And let's pretend it's perfectly calm ocean. You will not see a curvature. No matter where you look, it'll be straight all the way around you. That's why it's going to be the same height as you're in your little boat. A globe or a flat Earth.
Yeah, bro. I mean, it's like if I read this verse.
Like I said, man, you're gonna have to show me how water curves.
Comment on my picture I just put in your mind. Would the guy in the middle of the ocean, nice and calm, ever see a curvature? Just yes or no? Oh, did he take off? Oh, man.
Well, his connection probably, his phone probably.
Oh, yeah, mine kept on.
He's not a coward, so his phone probably just died.
No, he's good to get along with. He just got a little edge on him tonight because he had some brothers in the room. But no, the other guy with the attitude. Look, we'll answer your questions, but you're going in circles. Like, I hate to even say his name again. Does with his theology, the whole he's got an answer. Not Melvin. Melvin just takes too long to get us to the chapter and verse.
That I had to block. Yeah, Rebel Nazarene or whatever. You know, it's like he came at you early with the aren't you Hebrew roots or whatever? You know, like
yeah, you have to believe the Bible because it says here, and then we question it. Where? What? It says what? Yeah, here. Wait. You just gave us 10 verses. Let's start at the first one. Oh, and then we look at it and we're like, we don't see it, and we may actually debunk him. He says, and then it'll be like, no, look at this second one. No, look at this third. Look at this fourth. It's like, dude, we're debunking along the way.
How many videos did we have to watch? You know what I mean? It's like, if you got this ill video, show us the ill video. Why are we watching 100 videos? You know what I mean? Like, bro, seriously, if you got an ill video, hit me with the ill video. Don't make me watch 100 videos. Like, we watched 100 videos of rockets. And yeah, Melvin, we figured.
Oh, and your rockets, real quick. You posted it. It was on my TV, but I was offline here. About the rockets that do the big arch thing, or they're just and poor Lou kept on saying it's not hitting anything, and Melvin was trying to explain, no, it's sometimes in the videos they hit things, but the whole point of them saying it goes at an arch is that it's going to come down. They're not shooting it into space, they're shooting it in an arch to keep it under the dome. I get that, I understand that, but the argument took too long to even explain that. But there's reasons behind that. Like you posted I think it was Wikipedia. You looked up why, or I'm not even going to say Wikipedia. It looked like an official site. The words you guys looked up. Why does a rocket go off at an arch instead of straight up, or something like that? And you guys kind of bowled over it real quick, and you may not have understood it. It says it does not go directly straight up because it'll run out of fuel. Do you remember that part?
I didn't put that in there.
No, it was on a website we had Googled. He definitely
looked up why it does.
I didn't say nothing about none of that stuff. I didn't say nothing about that.
You had your fucking.
I only showed a cut. You can see it in the back chat. I only showed a couple of YouTube videos showing how rockets explode all the time, and that's it.
Yeah, but you guys really think they're like shooting and hitting ceilings, bro? Like, that's your theory? Like, you guys?
Well, I showed the video last time of it hitting something.
The ceiling?
I showed you the video last time, that nighttime rocket where it shows ripples in the sky after it hits whatever it hits and comes back down.
Those are stages. Those are stages of the rocket coming off in the flame coming out the back. The flame you see at the beginning is like a point. But as it gets higher and higher, that expands out like a cone, and then these things fall out of the middle. And yes, they were caught in that cone, swirling around, looking like little spinning galaxies that had fallen, or maybe they dropped off a payload, and that's what's supposed to happen. Maybe they were testing what happens at this altitude if we do these things. But no, it wasn't any dome they hit. They kept asking you if the Challenger hit the dome. Why?
I don't know what video I'm talking about.
Yeah, let's talk about what you want to talk about. Let's go ahead and interrupt again and talk about what you want to talk about. Go ahead.
We've seen
no, because I'm not talking
about because now you're going to explain why you cut me off.
I'm just saying, I don't want you to misrepresent what I'm telling you.
We've seen it. We've seen it for 8 hours. We've seen all the videos as we watched one video.
See, now you're not listening. I didn't post the video I'm talking about in this chat tonight.
We saw thousands of videos tonight as he was scrolling. We saw.
I'm telling you, the video I'm talking about, I didn't post it in here tonight.
You posted a video some weeks ago of a high-flying air balloon with a camera attached to it, and as this camera is swinging around, you picked a frame where it looked flat. All the other frames had an S.
The whole thing is
listen. All the other frames had an S shape, a concave, or a convex. I put it on my TV. I can do it again for you if you want, and then I put a ruler where it shows the curve. You don't want to believe that. So your other videos you're showing tonight, we can't even comment on because you interrupt. We can't, and you have no ears. You don't even understand our position to debate it. You either want to refute it outright or try to get us to go to another verse.
And I don't interrupt.
It's that water, but that air balloon, that space balloon. How come that didn't hit the firmament and drop down? How'd that make it to space?
It didn't make it to. First off, that's not even space. That's what they call low Earth orbit.
But how are the missiles? They're not even hitting space, but they're hitting the ceiling, right?
I told you that nighttime rocket, not the Challenger, not any video I posted in here. The nighttime rocket where I showed last time when Lou was on here, and it hit something. It clearly hit something, caused ripples in the sky, and it came tumbling back down.
It looked exactly to me like the Iron Dome of Israel. Israel gets about 3,000 rockets a year back in the day, whatever, and not one of them lands inside of Israel. They have an Iron Dome. That looks like one of their missiles, anti-rockets, that knocked down one of their rockets. Quite honestly, that's what it looked like. It was too small. It didn't go on for minutes and minutes and minutes, and then finally hit a poof. And to answer, you never did answer the question on for Lou. We did see where something happened, an explosion or something, but the smoke went beyond the dome, and you couldn't answer that question. Why is the smoke going beyond the dome if it hit a dome? The rocket bounced back, but the smoke continued on through the dome.
Where the smoke didn't go anywhere, nowhere near that. It drifted off. What are you talking about?
Saw different.
Dude, your space balloon went out of the Earth's atmosphere, but you're showing videos of missiles that are still like in Earth and they're hitting the ceiling and dropping down.
You do know that those missiles are zoomed in on, right?
So you're saying they're out in outer space higher than the balloon. That's the only way you can make this argument, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, those are logically what you have to be implying. Otherwise, you're saying the ceiling is lower on the Earth and that balloon couldn't get past it because it would hit the firmament, in your words.
He's going to redefine for you.
You know,
you didn't even watch.
You got videos of missiles that are still on Earth that are at lower altitude, lower height than that space balloon. What I'm saying is that space balloon, if there really was a ceiling, would have hit that same ceiling, the firmament, and dropped back down to Earth, like you're claiming the missiles are hitting. That's what I'm trying to say. How is that balloon going to a higher height, a higher altitude than the missiles, but not hitting the same ceiling that you supposedly see occurring in these videos when these missiles?
Well, if I was able to play the whole 2-hour video where it's basically you can hear the balloon bouncing off something, and balloons aren't that heavy.
Oh, God, you got an answer for everything, man. Now the balloon bounced off of stuff to make it to that height.
What do you see? That's what I'm saying. You're taking everything I say out of context. You're not listening to what I'm saying, are you?
Okay. Explain it again. Did you not?
I
just
said if you let me play, if I had my computer, I play the video where the space balloon or weather balloon.
I don't know if you would, but I think flat Earth videos might be banned on this channel after tonight. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have my moderators on this shit. I'm gonna have to get my moderators to block all flat Earth videos. I don't know. I don't know if you would be playing.
Either way,
you know what? It was no easy task to put your video on my TV.
Didn't even answer what I had to answer.
Okay, but tell us how the balloon gets higher than the missiles without hitting the ceiling. Explain.
I put enough work into that balloon video to get it on my TV to put a yardstick up against it for you. I did that work to get it on there and to disprove you. But if you want to now change it to, now you can hear it bumping, I have no interest in listening. I completely disproved you, showing that throughout the video, as the camera sways back and forth, the horizon is concave, convex, and sometimes even S-shaped, and there's a couple frames where it's straight. It's all in the camera.
Which video was that?
The one where the exact balloon that you're talking about, where it took
is it with the chick singing? Because in that video, you don't see no curve, and that one's not as erratic as the other one. So which one you talking about?
Let's just say both and end the conversation. You want to debate for another hour on which video it was? I just said I debunked you on a video that you posted.
No one's debating. I'm just asking a question. You the one who wanted to debate.
It was from 3 weeks ago. It's the one that said high altitude balloon takes camera picture of. No, I don't remember. Okay, it's your video of a camera that we're currently talking about. That high balloon that bounced off the thing. Yeah, that showed not only the flat horizon, but you could hear it in the sound. If you listen for 2 hours, on this video here. Just go to it now, Ryan. No. Scroll down a little bit. No, a little bit over to the left. A little bit down. No, because Job chapter 37 says Ryan should scroll right now.
Yeah, Job 38 had some meaning, but then we looked at it, and then it meant nothing. And yeah,
it's not none of
always
those
like
videos.
that when we have this flat Earth dialogue. It's like you guys just anytime we rebuttal it, it's like we just
You're not really rebuttaling it, you mocking it. That's what you're doing.
No,
And it gets real frustrating because no one mocks that silly ball Earth that everybody believes that's totally fake and CGI, and they even admit is CGI and computer generated, but that must be real.
What they do in the 1800s? CGI. You can look at the moon and see the craters wrapping around it.
Yeah, are the sun and the moon flat too? Honestly, I'm asking you a legit question. Don't duck it for hours. Just answer. Are the sun and the moon flat too?
Their lights, I don't know what they look like. I've never been to it.
But you've seen pictures of it on YouTube and telescopes and videos, just like you've seen the Earth and videos on YouTube. So just what's your opinion? You have no opinion. To me, the sun and the moon are both round objects. When I look in the sky, they don't look flat at all. They look like three-dimensional round objects. Call me crazy. You don't want to take a position on those? Why won't you take a position on those?
Tell me when the moon rotates and we can see the other side of it.
I don't know how I know what side of the moon I'm looking at. So I don't know. You must.
That don't even answer the question. That don't even answer the question. You can see the craters wrapping around the moon with your naked eye, maybe binoculars. You ever watch Monday Night Football? They always zoom in on the moon because they got great cameras. They zoom and zoom and you can see on the edge of it how the craters are on a three-dimensional sphere. It's not an illusion.
Right there. Where the
dude, I noticed this had to be a flat Earth dumbass video because it says right there, pointing to the sun, like the sun's like right there. But where's the firmament in this video? We're outside of the Earth's atmosphere. Where's the firmament? Where's the waters? Where's the whole, the whole flat Earth?
This is the highest that a high altitude balloon goes.
But if you're in the daytime, can see the bottom of the ocean, you can look up and see that dome.
I said before, if I go grab this video and tell you the timestamp where you can hear the balloon bouncing off something.
Look at that. See how it's convex right now? See how it looks like see how it's not
convex or concave. It's still straight. That's the lighting. Look at the surface of the Earth.
Look at the words. Yeah, now they put them on there. See now how it bouncing convex?
That's because, what are you talking about? It's still a straight line. It's not doing nothing.
I can see it swaying. I can see it going like waves up and down. The edges on the left and right edges are going up and down. That's what I see.
Look in the middle.
Very slightly. Just very slightly.
Okay, so it curves one way. So where's the front of this thing curving when you look straight out, and it keeps stretching on and on and on? Where's the curve there?
You think we're supposed to be seeing down?
Because you should be seeing a ball. It should be a ball like NASA shows us. So where is it?
Can you see the bottom of a cliff when you're driving around a cliff road? Can you see the very bottom? Or can you see off into the distance?
You guys said this is in space, so why is it in the shape of a ball like NASA shows us?
It's not high enough.
It's not high enough.
It's like if I put my chin on the top of a basketball, what's the shape going to look like?
That's the same altitude at which the ISS be at.
If you put your chin,
it's not high enough.
If you put your eyes or your chin like on a basketball and you look down on it, are you seeing the shape of the basketball or are you just seeing the top of the basketball? This isn't high enough. We need to be higher to look down on it. We need to be higher.
But that's the same height as the ISS. If you look on, never mind, because you guys don't look for truth anywhere, right? You just,
oh God, oh yeah, because that just proves
that balloon is 120,000 feet up. ISS 100 is just a little bit above it, and they could see the ball just a little bit, like a couple of 100,000 feet, 100,000 feet above that balloon, and they could see the curve, but you can't see it at that height. But you said I gotta go high.
Here's a high altitude balloon that looks like it got a little higher.
Yeah, but it's at night. You can't see that. That's at night.
We'll hear that this is a fake one or something because it went like higher. This is gonna be a trust me. This is gonna be a fake balloon, Mike, for sure.
Look at how round that is. Oh my god. They're gonna find the one spot on there that's
This
flat.
is a fake one though, Mike. This is.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
No, this is somebody using a fisheye camera lens because as you see, it's going concave.
Oh yeah.
Look at it. Just look at it. You ain't even trying to listen. Look at that. Is that normal?
Shit to me.
Go back.
Go
Go back to the beginning when they launch it.
It looks similar to your video that's black and white, but it's also
this one, you're not even listening. They're using a fisheye lens.
Dude,
it distorts straight lines. Look at it being distorted. It distorts straight lines. Look at it when it's distorted. The more it bends, the more it goes down, the more it bends. Look at that. Look at that.
What are you
it's distorted. You're not listening.
You're a camera expert too, bro. Like, what are you talking about? You're a fisheye camera lens. What are you talking about? Now you're a camera fucking Secret Service agent expert on
my
lens of a camera.
My 5-year-old nephew could see that this is distorted.
No, it just looks like the same as your video. Actually, it looks very similar shape. Just you can see curvature too.
Oh, it's round. No, it's straight. Oh, it's round. No, it's straight. When it dips up and down, it changes the shape. It's distorting the horizon. That's what I'm telling you. But you don't want to see that. You don't want to see that.
Similar to your video, honestly.
Look, when it dips down, it's curved. When it goes back up leveled, it's flat. Oh, wait, it's curved again. Oh, wait, no, it's flat.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Look at the horizon, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
How come we don't see the ice wall on that horizon?
You see that curve and flat, curve and flat. It's a wave now. It's a wave now. Look at that.
What the hell, man? You got ears or what?
You're not listening to me.
Shit. 8 hours of listening to this shit.
I ain't been here for 8 hours. I came in the middle of this conversation.
No, now it's.
Where's the seawall? Where's the South Pole ice wall?
Go back 30
on that
seconds.
edge.
Just
on that edge.
Go back 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm getting dizzy watching this joint. This is
go back 30 seconds and slow it down. Slow it
Out
down.
of here, brothers, man. You all a bunch of rude fucks. Rude.
Go to the sentence, please, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
You're saying the camera's fake and all that shit.
No, I didn't say the camera was fake. I said they're using a fisheye lens, which distorts the straight line.
Well, that's like saying the camera's fake where I'm from.
No, that's not saying the camera fake. That's taking what I'm saying in the context.
You're saying the camera's not accurate. That's like saying the camera's fake on the planet I'm at.
Do you know anything about cameras?
No, I don't claim to be a camera expert like you.
Well, I did video editing before.
All right, good for you.
So if I know something, I'm not supposed to give the facts about something I know. I'm just supposed to, they're attacking me. I'm just gonna back down from what I believe.
If I Google fish-eyed camera lines, is that like gonna pop up? Right, I'm sure it will. But like, what is that? Because some flat Earth jerk probably put it in his video. That's probably where you heard. Where did you first hear the term? Honestly, bro.
Look.
No, just answer a fucking question. Where did you first hear the term fish-eyed camera lens?
All you gotta do is look them
Bro,
up.
why won't you answer the question?
All you gotta do is look them up, and you can see that they sell.
Where did you first hear about it? Where did you first hear about it?
I'm telling you, you're not letting me tell you.
So you just randomly never heard of them before and Googled it. That makes no sense at all. You had to have heard it from a friend, a video, a TV show. That makes no
I told
sense.
you I used to do video production.
Okay, so then you can answer the question.
I'm answering it. You're not letting me answer it. You keep talking.
Bro, your answer just made no sense. I asked you, how did you hear about a fish-eyed camera lens? And you said, oh, you just Google it. Well, the word fish-eyed camera lens would never have been in my brain unless I heard about it or read about it from somewhere or something. So you didn't.
It is a model. I used to do video production.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
You're not letting me. You're not listening to my answer. I'm answering it, but you don't want to hear my answer.
So who told you about a fish-eyed camera lens?
I'm telling you, nobody. I went to go buy one because I used to do video production. You're not listening to my answer.
Okay, so where did you first encounter what a fish-eyed camera lens was? Where? When?
Dude, I was doing video production. I know about the camera. I needed it for what I was doing. No one told me. I knew about it already. I looked at it. I Googled for it so I could buy it. That's where I heard. No one told me. I don't need to be told something to know about something.
Yeah, but you have to at least know where you discovered it. You could be like, you know, I saw.
That's what I'm telling you.
Radio Shack or something. Like you have to discover it somewhere.
Well, if you would let me finish telling you, you would
Dude, if
understand.
somebody asked me where I ever heard of like a certain golf driver,
you're asking me where I heard of it. I said all you gotta do.
The golf driver myself, but I would have had to still have gone to a store and seen one, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, I was at Dick's Sporting Goods when I saw it. So I just asked you like 20 times, where did you first hear of a fisheye camera lens? And you're just like, I figured it out on my own. I do camera work. I figured it out. Does that tell me where you actually found out what a fisheye camera lens was? No, it didn't answer my question once. So why are you frustrated with me? You're the one who's complicating an easy fucking question and not answering it.
I'm not complicating it. I'm telling you, but
so
you're not
did you
listening.
figure out yet where you first discovered a fisheye camera lens? Like I just gave you an example of a golf club that is a certain driver I would have discovered at Dick's Sporting Goods. Do you have a store or anything where Melvin first, do you have a magazine or anything where Melvin first discovered a fisheye camera lens?
Melvin went looking for a fisheye camera lens.
How? How did Melvin have the word fisheye camera lens in his brain? Was it a prophetic word from God to search for a fisheye camera lens? I'm trying to understand, but you're not working with me. The word fisheye camera lens never came into my brain before. So I'm trying to ask you where you got it in your brain, but you're very, very difficult to answer it. I don't know why. It's not a trick question. It was an honest question because I've never heard of these things. So I'm curious, where did Melvin hear about it? But you don't answer the fucking thing. You just say, Melvin discovered it. I'm a cameraman. That answers the question when it didn't answer the question at all.
You ain't even let me finish. You see how you cut me off in the first? Look how you cut me. Look how you cut me off.
This time, go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt. Go ahead. Where did you discover a fisheye camera lens, Melvin?
The story's is still going to be the same. I used to do video production. I didn't need to discover it. I knew about it because I worked in video production, which means I know about all the cameras. I know about pixels. I know about video cameras that got high D, low D. I know about every last camera. That's why. That's how I discovered it. I needed it for a project. I needed the camera for a project. I Google searched for a fisheye camera lens. Why? Because I know about fisheye camera lenses. Did anybody tell me? No. How did I find out? I did video production.
Again, did I interrupt?
That's the answer.
You didn't answer, bro. I don't know. It's so hard. You didn't answer.
So
the question.
what would be an answer for you? What would
I just gave you an example? The answer would be the word fisheye camera lens didn't magically appear in Melvin's brain. So the answer would be I was talking to a friend and he had a camera and it was a fisheye camera lens. I looked on Google and I Googled cameras and a fisheye camera lens came up. You could say something like that. You said like you already had this prophetic word from God of searching for a fisheye camera lens when I've gone fucking 39 years and never said fisheye camera lens in my life. So it's not a common thing for just to randomly pop into your brain. It's not on commercials on TV. So I was trying to figure out where you got it. It doesn't matter if you worked in cameras your whole life. You still have to have discovered it somewhere. Someone had to have had one. You had to have seen it in a magazine. You had to have seen it in a store. And you've yet to tell me any of these things.
Didn't I just say I Googled and looked for a fisheye
camera?
You
said it. You said you Googled fisheye camera lens, which makes no sense because you would have had to have known what it was before Googling it from something else.
Oh,
it made no sense.
No, okay, if if no one told me about it, and I clearly keep saying because I used to work in video production, I obviously know about cameras. I mean, that's like asking a construction worker, hey, where'd you get your lumber?
Yeah, and the dude would tell me a place. He wouldn't say, "Oh, I just work with lumber."
Or
So
actually, how did you discover lumber?
and the guy would have an origin. He would say, "Oh, I found cedar logs by working this job, and this is what a cedar log is." He wouldn't just say, "One day I was sitting at my house and I work in lumber, and I magically thought of this obsolete name for lumber." That's not how it works. But you're being mad difficult, and you've done it like on multiple.
I'm not being difficult.
Because you flat earthers, like, we show one air balloon and it's cool. The next one goes
Just
up.
type up fisheye camera
It
lens.
shows the earth is curved, and it's like, no, that's a fake video. It's like, you dudes are mad, like, inconsistent and
I didn't
biased,
say
bro.
it was. See, that's the thing. We don't say everything is fake. That video
Look,
ain't
you
fake.
got a fake.
What I'm saying is,
you got a fake
what-
Earth brother in the building, the preacher.
what I'm
He's a fake
saying,
Earth builder.
what I'm saying is that camera that they're using distorts the straight line, which is the horizon. So when it goes up and it goes down, you'll see it go convex or concave or straighten out.
Yeah, we know.
All right.
It's always something. It's always something.
But I told you how I discovered it. I looked for it on Google. No one told me about it. No, none of that.
Bro, I gotta know something before I search it. I
already knew about the camera because that was the field I was doing my video production.
Bro, you answer it to the best of your ability. May hold your peace, whatever. So this is the fake, it distorts reality camera, fisheye camera lens. These are all they distort the horizons and stuff. That's what they do.
Distort straight lines, yeah. Look at that.
What do you mean, look at it? It's a
Go
camera.
back to the picture. Go up.
We're looking at them.
Go back up to the picture.
They're like
Go back up
every
to the
security
picture.
system on Earth that I've ever seen. Okay.
Go back up to the picture.
Dude, I'm looking at pictures. They're like every security system.
Where's distorting the straight line? You bypass it. You don't want to go back to it.
Where's the distort? And don't start lying and saying I'm not.
It's right there. Right there. Your path right there.
What about
That's what fisheye camera lenses do. You see where it's taking a video of the room and how everything looks like it's bulging? Because it distorts straight lines. Those things are straight. But due to that camera, it's going to distort it and make it look like it's bulging.
Okay, so you're pointing to the middle one, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And you could tell just from the video what camera was on that air balloon. It was a fisheye camera lens. Now let's take a look at the video and not just judge it.
See how it's curving that wall? Is that wall curved? No, it's not. It's a straight line because when you put it through video corrector.
I don't know about that. I don't know if that's just a straight wall. I don't know. That could be a curved wall, bro.
Nah. When you put this video through video corrector, when you do your editing, it'll straighten out. See, it's not a curved wall. It's straight.
Well, that was also a different angle of the wall.
Well, he's just showing. If you will stop skipping through it, he's showing you how he's taking the distortion.
I'm trying to find the shit that proves your point. I'm not skipping through shit. I'm looking for things to prove your point.
Right here, it looks curved, and then when you play through the video, he does the corrector, and it straightens the wall out. That's all it does. It distorts straight lines. He's showing you a side by side what it looks like on the camera and what it looks like when it's not.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make sure I'm getting the same view too. I don't know if I'm getting the same view.
Yeah, go back a few seconds. Right there. See, that room is straight. The floor looks like it's bulging. Why? Because of fisheye camera lens.
I'll give you I'll give you some ground on the fact that this lens could be distorting certain things, but I won't give you the fact that you can just watch a video and guarantee what camera's on a balloon.
Well, that's the same thing it was doing in the video, and that's why I told you to play it on slow speed and look at the horizon, and you'll see it's doing the same thing. When it goes up, it distorts it, it bends it down. When it goes down, it distorts it, bends it up.
Yeah, but these are different camera angles. We got to take
when it lays flat when it lays level and the horizon comes to level, it's straight. It doesn't curve.
I'd have to watch more on my fisheye camera lens when I have nothing to do with my life whatsoever. I'd have to spend more time. I mean, they're not all distorting reality, I would say, I'm sure.
No, I just said it distorts straight lines. It makes it look like something's curving when it's not.
But that could also have been the angle that one was at. I don't know, dude. They were different angles. We weren't actually watching the whole video. I mean, it did have a straight wall and a curved wall at time. Oh, God. Preacher. This guy's in the building. I didn't think this could get any worse. I didn't think this night could get any worse, but I got a Perry sighting in my chat. Man. Peter, put him in his place, Pete. Pete, you take care of this guy in the chat. I'm gonna have my little homies ride out on you, preacher. I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna give you the hit him up remix. I'm gonna let Pete ride out on you, buddy. Take him out, Peter. Yeah, you come for me, preacher. You come for me, Peter. I'm gonna show you a couple verses in this Bible, preacher. I got one for you right now, my friend. John 8:34. I'm going to show you something, Perry. I'm going to show you something right now. You're going to remember this tonight, too. Perry, 8:34. Jesus answered them, truly, truly. And I don't even like to joke like this with scripture, but so, yeah, Perry, if you practice sin, you're a slave to sin, buddy. Just remember that, Perry. I can block bullets like Keanu Reeves. Oh, man. Jeez Louise. All right, we're getting to the end of this, Melvin. I'm tired. 8.5 hours. It's I don't know why you die on this hill, Melvin.
I don't care what nobody believe. I'm just gonna believe what I believe to be true, what I found to be true, and everybody could believe. Everybody got the right to believe what they want to believe.
But you guys got to stop saying the Bible says it's flat.
I don't say
you
nothing.
got to stop saying the Bible says it's flat, because the Bible doesn't say it's flat.
I say it describes it, and even in the book of Ezra, it gives an account about that. So,
which book of Ezra?
Second Ezra.
Sure, let's go there. Why not? Why not? We've watched fisheye camera lenses. Let's go to the second book of Ezra for this. What verse?
Not that Ezra, the Apocrypha.
Oh, fake. Well, Apocrypha. Okay. Well, I do have my Apocrypha book sitting here, but I don't feel like picking it up because it's a big book.
Well, I'll tell you the chapter, and it's given the account of Genesis there. So, I mean, it's either Genesis and the Bible is correct, or we gonna have to buy what NASA's saying. Just toss out Genesis 1.
I've seen flat earthers literally use Joshua 10 when Joshua tells the sun to stand still. Like, I've literally seen flat earthers use that. So you tell me that's legitimate when God performs a supernatural miracle to show the Israelites that he's with them. When Joshua ordered the sun to stand still after, I believe it might have been Battle of Ai or I think it was the Battle of Ai. But either way, Joshua told the sun to stand still, and God, did it. And he said he'd only do it that one time just to show that he was with, Joshua as a leader. And I've heard flat earthers try to use that verse. So you guys just take whatever verse that sounds halfway decent, and then you're like, well, how can the sun stand still on a globe model? Well, clearly God could make the sun tap dance if he wanted on any model. So that's how, you know what I mean?
My point about that is the earth.
Oh, you brought that one up too? I can't believe you haven't stooped that low.
My point is the earth would have to stand still for that sun and the moon stop.
Oh my gosh. You've stooped that low too? You use Joshua 10?
No, but I don't use Joshua 10 for nothing. I know the context of Joshua 10, but the event that happened, right? Because the sun and the moon don't supposed to move. Well, the moon moves.
So you don't use it, but you sure sound like you're advocating for it right now. If I were to just tune in right at this moment, it sure sounds like you just said I don't use it, but you sure sound like you're advocating.
Yeah, I don't use it. Go to my channel and see where I'm using Joshua 10 and any of my
I don't
teachings
have to.
dealing
You're
with the
on my
flat
channel
earth.
right now telling me that it has some sort of legitimate correlation to flat earth.
I said I think about what the event. That's what I think about. That's what I think about. I didn't say I use it to teach people the earth is flat. No, that's what you just said. You just said that. I don't do that.
Well, you were just arguing it to an extent.
I didn't argue nothing. I just gave my opinion about it.
Okay, so just don't ever use Joshua 10 for flat earth because it does nothing to do with flat earth. It has to do with God showing that he was with Joshua and Israel in the
All
land.
right, so he stopped the earth from moving to make the sun and the moon stand still then. According to the model we must obey.
I don't
right?
think that would be
we must
very
obey.
far-fetched.
We must obey the Operation Paperclip NASA Nazis. That
Wait. So where in the scripture would the earth also have to stand still for those two things to coexist?
Ryan, is the earth spinning or not?
Apparently, that's what they tell me.
Yeah, that's what they say, right?
Yes.
So according to that scripture, God would have had to stop the earth from moving around the sun for the sun to stand still in the sky, correct? Because that's the way it's been since the beginning of time, since God created it, right?
Why would he have to stop the earth from spinning?
Because the earth is the one that's going around the sun. The sun don't really move like that. Remember, we go around the sun, not the other way around.
Okay, so if we're going around the sun and God
then
stops,
the earth would have to stop, right?
down.
The earth would have to stop to make the sun stand still right where it was, right?
Why?
Because since the beginning of the time, it's been rotating around the earth, spinning.
Well, you're saying like the earth spins around the sun in a year. So you're acting like the earth is going to just make a full revolution in one day of 360-degree circle when that's not at all how the earth rotates. That's a whole year, bro.
No, what I'm saying is the earth is constantly spinning. So in order for that to
you're
sit
doing
there
exactly what you say you don't do right now. You do know that much, right? You told me you don't use this verse, but now you're trying to argue that it does correlate to flat earth.
the point is, I'm not using it as an argument. You're acting as though
now
as
you're
I'm
in
using
total
it as an
denial
argument.
because that's exactly what you're doing. What do you mean? I'm not the one doing it, am I?
So again, so you're not so how long does it take for the sun to go down while the earth is currently spinning right now?
I don't know, bro. 12 hours a day, 15 hours, something like that.
Okay, so at some point out of the whole 24 hours that this earth spins and the sun goes up and goes down, would it make sense that the earth would have stopped moving for a whole 24 hours for the sun to stand there? It's a simple question. It's not I got you. It's not an argument. It's just a question to make you say, that's interesting. That does make a little bit of sense, seeing that our current model tells us we're constantly moving. That means if we're the ones moving, God would have had to stop us so that the sun could stand still where it was. That's logical. But you just take every argument I say and you try to mock it and ridicule it.
You're acting like God couldn't just make the sun stand still in the sky by moving the sun in the same reference frame with the earth spinning. I mean, there's other options.
But it said the sun stopped.
It said
and the moon stood still.
And the sun stands still.
So how would he move it with the earth if he said stop and stand still?
Because he can move it and it would be standing still in our reference.
No, the verse says stop.
Listen, dude,
and stand still.
It takes a year for us to go around the sun, and there's places on Earth where the sun stays up for 24 hours. I think you showed one of them in a video already. So God, when the Earth, it happens on Earth right now with the Earth spinning already. So you're actually contradicting yourself by showing a video. You showed a video where the Earth it was nighttime and daytime. So clearly there's a place on Earth where God already does this. So how are you saying that this is impossible with the Earth spinning?
That would only happen with a localized sun that moves around.
Dude, you guys got too many answers. Sometimes it's all right, just be all right, you got me there. You got a good point. You know what I mean? Like
it's not. I'm not gonna sit up here and lie to you and say, hey, you got a good point. You got me there.
You're not.
I'm not gonna lie.
You're not lying. You're admitting, like, okay, I showed a video where it was daytime and nighttime, and the Earth.
And I'm just telling you that it could work on it works only on a flat Earth because it doesn't work on a ball. Because
neither of us, dude. All I know is I'm not a scientific expert, but I know it's usually like takes a year to go around the whole like 360-degree turn thing. So I don't think we're supposed to turn 360 degrees around the sun in one day. I think we like.
I didn't say nothing about that. I'm talking about the
sun
day.
moves in our reference frame. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't claim to know all these like perfect answers. All I know is Joshua 10 had fucking nothing to do with flat Earth.
All right. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying based off what they said, it don't happen on the ball.
Want to make something that was just God demonstrate. It's like, dude, you guys are literally like, oh, Moses, Red Sea parted. Can't do that on a globe. Pizza Earth. Like, it's like, bro, every scripture don't have to do with the flat Earth. Like,
so what planet is God on?
Anything to do with the flat Earth, and we both already agreed upon that. So the fact that you're trying to act like, well, no, it can't be possible unless the Earth was flat, or it's not a. You're basically just arguing not flat Earth. You're arguing it's whatever the opposite of heliocentric is, Earth centric. I don't know what the word is. Geocentric. That's your argument here. You're not even arguing flat Earth. You just decided to start arguing geocentric, correct?
No, because they're both the same.
Oh man.
But see, you don't know that because you ain't gonna do the research into it. A geocentric Earth says that we're the center, ain't nothing else. I mean, so where's God at? On this infinite space, in this infinite space, where's he at? The scriptures say he's sitting on top of the firmament. So I'm just trying to figure out where his
It doesn't say he's sitting in a chair on top of the firmament either, bro. It says he's in New Jerusalem somewhere. It doesn't say he's just sitting on a rocking chair on top of the firmament either. I
didn't say he's sitting on a rocking chair. It says a throne.
Yeah, well, it doesn't say he's just sitting there. I mean, you guys are going to interpret something that says he's on top of the firmament and just run with it. When earlier the rebel dude's like, yeah, well, the heavens have no limit either. So it's like the on top of the firmament could be in the entire like universe. So it's like it's just game after game that gets old, dude.
That's not my argument, but again, like
anybody that acts like they know where God's sitting right now is a liar. Let's put it that way. How about that? How about that's like a quick answer to the problem we just had there? Let me speak truthfully. Anybody that claims they know where God is sitting is a liar. Is that clear?
Well, I gotta toss out the verses that clearly state where he is sitting. I just don't know. How do I deal with
God
those
telling us where he's speaking through human beings. So that's not a person saying they know. It's God giving us.
Yeah, and I'm taking that for what it is. It says that God sits on the
firmament.
firmament.
Verse, Calvin? Show me this verse. What verse?
I told you. It's in Ezekiel chapter 1.
Ezekiel chapter 1. Okay. You also are aware there's seraphim with eyes all over their wings, 4 different heads, and spinning wheels that have the souls of the creatures in this chapter 2, correct?
Yeah, they carry God's throne. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I agree all that is real thing.
They're heavenly beings, not interdimensional planetary beings.
Okay, well, I agree all those things are real and exist, but I'm not going to be the dude that starts to tell like where those things exist. So I guess you guys flat earthers are. So what verse?
The Bible says it. I'm not telling you, the Bible say it.
I hate when people say that answer, dude.
It do. Go down.
Of the Bible. Okay, what verse?
Scroll down. It's like in 22 or something like that. I think it started 20 or something like that.
Like people interpret the Bible and then have the nerve to be like, no, God said this. It's like I watch Hebrew Israelites on the corner say, God said women can't wear pants. No, he didn't. He said women shouldn't dress like men. It's like people interpret what they want and then they run with it and then they lie and they break Ezekiel 13 about false prophets, about saying, haven't you uttered false visions and lying divination saying God saith when God hasn't spoken? You should be very careful when you say God says something. That's what I would do. But anyways, Ezekiel what? Which one?
It's right there. Start 21.
When those went, And I'm sure in the ESV it'll be different, so I'll have to go to another version afterwards because it won't fit the narrative.
It don't really matter. Just
when
as long as
those went,
just as long as the Hebrew bear it out.
When those stood, these stood. And when those rose from the earth, the wheels rose along with them, for the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Okay? I already acknowledged this was in this chapter. What verse, Melvin?
I'll read.
Do you have another verse? What verse?
Over the head. I said start at 21 and go down, but
I know, but I wasn't going to read the whole chapter for the heck of it. Like,
I said 20.
Okay,
it's
over
not
the
even
heads
that
of the
far
living
yet.
creatures there was the likeness of an expanse. Okay,
The
which
firmament.
Genesis, shining like awe-inspiring crystal, spread out above their heads. So are we going to agree that
the
Ezekiel's
sky
not
is
on earth?
shining like crystal. Come on, keep going.
All right, but did you read the verse above? And when those rose from the earth, so Ezekiel's no longer on the earth. Did you get that part of it?
No, that's talking about those creatures. But you could just go. You could go back to that to avoid the expanse. Looking like
Ezekiel goes up to heaven
above their heads.
Ezekiel goes up to heaven too, in this chapter or chapter 2 or one of these. I know that for a fact too, because he says
No, he was in Kibar. He was in Kibar, and he was having a vision of these things. He didn't go to heaven.
All right. Well, mentally he did. So whatever. Mentally and spiritually he did. Maybe not physically. Hold on. We're going to scroll up to get this right for the people.
Yeah, he's having a vision. And he's seeing all this stuff.
Out of the north, a great cloud with brightness around it. All right. So as I looked, behold, a stormy wind came out of the north, and a great cloud with brightness around it, and fire flashing forth continually. And in the midst of the fire, as it were gleaming metal. Oh, that's a flat earth verse right there, bro. That's flat earth all the way. Surprised you guys don't use that one too.
Not really.
What do you mean? I said gleaming metal? I mean, man, come on.
That's talking about the creatures.
Gleaming metal, man. Gleaming metal. What's
that's talking about those 4 living creatures.
Metal's flat, man. Metal's flat. Metal's not round. Is metal flat or is metal round? Metal's flat. That's how you guys do it, though. You just say, "Oh, that's a flat."
You go back down to 21 and read on.
Yeah, I'm making sure I know what planet we're on while we're reading this. Just trying to make sure we are on Earth. Because I was already familiar with this chapter, obviously. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went beside them. And when the living creatures rose from the earth, the wheels rose. So yes, they could just be 5 feet in the air or 10 feet in the air, or they could be rose from the earth, above the earth. I don't know. That's, again, an interpretation thing. Wherever the spirit wanted to go, they went, and the wheels rose along with them, for the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. When those went, these went, and when they stood, these stood, and when those rose from the earth, the wheels rose along with them. For the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Over the heads of the living creatures, there was the likeness of an expanse, shining like awe-inspiring crystal, spread out above their heads. All right, but we've already established from these altitude balloons that the firmament is outside the surface of what we consider Earth, flat or round, correct?
I guess. Yeah, I'll just agree. I
mean, the balloons had to have still been under the firmament. We didn't see the great ocean in those videos, did we? I mean, it's got to be still
the firmament is separating that from whatever's down here. So when it's separating, it's keeping away from it. So it's above the firmament. That's what he said in Genesis 1. Above.
Those balloons are not above the firmament. That is.
I didn't say that. I said the water is above the firmament.
Yes.
I said nothing about the balloon.
Yes. So those.
You asking about the water? I said it's above the firmament. How's it going to get
I'm
there?
saying those balloons that are outside of the altitude of Earth, and taking that video that you hated because it's a fisheye camera, it's a fisheye camera, fish hook camera. That means
I
the
didn't hate it.
firmament
I was
is
just
still
showing
in
that was the perfect
disguise
video to
form.
go to prove a point that the fisheye camera lens distorts straight lines, like I keep telling people.
And under the expanse, their wings were stretched out straight, one toward another, and each creature had two wings covering its body. So this means they're like climbing up right near the expanse. And when they went, I heard the sound of their wings like the sound of many waters, like the sound of the Almighty, a sound of tumult, like the sound of an army. When they stood still, they let down their wings. And there came a voice from above the expanse over their heads.
Mm-hmm.
When they stood still, they let down their wings. And above the expanse over their heads, there was the likeness of a throne, an appearance like sapphire, and seated above the likeness of a throne was a likeness with a human appearance. Okay, so again, this doesn't say he's sitting on top of the firmament. This is saying he's looking past the expanse into heaven in a vision with no distance, and you have no idea he's looking into heaven.
And above the expanse over their head, there was a likeness of a throne. And when you go down to the next verse, it says the firmament, his throne is on the firmament.
And upward from what had the appearance of his waist, I saw as it were gleaming metal, like the appearance of fire enclosed all around. And downward from what had the appearance of his waist, I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and there was brightness around him. No, the next verse did not just say what you said. I'll keep reading, though. Like the appearance of the bow that is in the cloud on the day of rain, so like the rainbow or something like that, so was the appearance of the brightness all around. Such was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. And when I saw it, I fell on my face, and I heard the voice of one speaking. Okay, so this doesn't say that God's throne is sitting on the firmament.
Oh, well, I guess.
All right,
you know,
all right. Admit one.
No. I'm gonna give it to. I'm just say, yeah, you're right.
He could be looking way past
his throne is his throne is just floating there on thin air, and yeah.
Well, he could be, dude. He's looking into heaven, right? This isn't like a normal. Oh, I looked up in the sky and like Lou asked, can you see Sacramento from Nevada? I don't think that's kind of the vision Ezekiel was having. Are we going to limit it to like the distance of his eyesight? Because you're claiming he was looking and seeing the firmament too with his eyes? Or was this like a vision, like a spiritual dream vision? It's just saying it's above the expanse. Over their heads was the likeness of a throne, an appearance like sapphire. So he's saying past the expanse, he saw the throne of God.
Have you ever seen a drawing rendition of this?
I don't care what some asshole drew, bro. I really don't. I'm getting tired of these idiots, these flat earth idiots, and these liars.
No, it's not even a flat earther. It's somebody
I don't give two whats.
It's somebody. It's somebody
I don't give
that
two whats about what some idiot wanted to draw if they had read this verse. Because I'm reading the verse right now, and it's not making any sense for me to say, "Oh yeah, firmament, the throne was just sitting there." No, he's saying past the firmament was heaven. That's what he's saying.
Wow, the seminaries are. Well, I guess the seminaries are idiots.
Okay, I know. Some dude was a priest and drew it, so now I'm saying all priests are idiots. Make a headline.
No, I'm just saying the seminaries got everything wrong now. I don't know.
How did you hear that, buddy?
Because I looked at the rendition of it, and it was on a seminary website.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
that's
that means all the priests that molested kids, I guess they got it wrong, huh? Because they molested kids, huh? So seminaries don't get things wrong, do they, Melvin? Great argument, bro. Shut up.
I didn't say that.
Pathetic argument.
You said that.
Better than that. Stop it. Stop the weak shit. Come on, man. Oh, a seminary did it, so it's perfect.
I didn't say it was perfect. I'm just saying that they were making a rendition
said seminaries are all liars because he said some dude who drew a picture.
I didn't say that. You said that. You said I don't care what some
I said I don't care who drew a picture. I'm reading the verse right in front of my face, If they want to draw a throne on top of just a firmament isolated in the middle of the sky somewhere, that's fine. But that's not what I see in this verse. So then you use that to say, well, I guess Ryan thinks all seminaries are liars, like a girl.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you think that. I said, I guess all the seminaries are wrong. That's what I said.
Exactly.
I didn't say you said
totally
anything.
mischaracterized what I said and made some nonsense up. I'm glad you at least admitted it. Good. Admit it.
I didn't say, but you said I said something that I didn't say, and I'm just saying what I said. I didn't say you said anything.
You did just imply that I just said all seminaries are wrong because I said I don't.
No, I'm just saying because I'm not supposed to believe anything that could be an artist's rendition of somebody drawing something that they you reading a description of to the best of their ability, and it fits with scripture. It looks just like what the scriptures say, but I'm not supposed to believe anything. I'm just supposed to go about and be naive and say, oh, I'm not going to believe that. If it could be I'm not going to look into it. I'm just going to judge it before I even look into it. No, it can't be real. Everything that we know now has to be real. Instead of saying, hey, let me just look into stuff if I see discrepancies in certain things. But, that's just me.
Well, you also say, I'll call NASA liars, but then if they put something out that fits my narrative, I'm going to use it as evidence, right? You also do that, right?
Yeah, what they display to the public, yeah, those are lies. But what they hide in secret, yeah, they hide the truth for a reason. If I was hiding something from you, I wouldn't let you know.
So if anybody can Google it on the internet, it's a secret.
Well, they put it out during the Freedom of Information.
Yeah, good idea.
They released. Okay, so why they didn't show this stuff in 1988? Why did it all just come out in like 2015 when they did the Freedom of Information Act?
It must be top secret that anybody that wanted to Google it can find the information. It must be top secret.
Yeah, well, tell that to them back in the 80s and the 90s that never knew about it.
Again, you guys have a rebuttal for everything.
No, I'm just saying the internet wasn't around. We didn't have FOIA back then. So obviously they wasn't telling people back then when they had the article written. Why is that?
Because they didn't tell them in the 80s, bro, because they didn't want to tell them. How about that? How about that as an answer? They didn't feel like telling people in the 80s about it.
No, okay.
Maybe Charlie Sheen was doing too much blow. I don't know. Maybe
he was.
Maybe that was their reason.
I just want to know where my tax dollars going to when I'm paying taxes.
That was for the record. Jamie just showed this about Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu and the 70 elders having the same vision or similar vision of Ezekiel and Moses too. Nadab and Abihu ended up dying from grabbing the censers. I know that from Leviticus, but this is in Exodus, and they looked up in heaven and saw a similar thing. So here it is. There was under his feet, it was pavement of sapphire stone, like very heaven for clearness. All right.
So he would have to be sitting on that firmament. His throne would have to be on it if he could stand on it. If he could stand on it.
Who can read that and take that deduction, dude? What?
But so his feet standing on something. So he could stand his feet on something, but his throne can't be there? Oh, okay.
He said nothing about firmament, bro. Where's firmament in this verse? You guys just make stuff up. It's bizarre.
Pavement of sapphire stone.
Uh-huh. Keep going. Where's the firmament?
The firmament in Ezekiel is as the color of crystal, like a sapphire stone.
We're going to go back to Ezekiel because the firmament was separated from the sapphire stone in Ezekiel. Here it is again, and above the expanse. So this is the firmament, my friend, right here.
No, go up 2 verses. 3 verses.
No. You were just saying the sapphire was the firmament, correct? You just said that 10 seconds ago. The sapphire was the firmament, but in Ezekiel, which you just referenced, it says, and above the expanse, over their heads, there was the likeness of a throne in appearance like sapphire, and seated above the likeness of a throne was the likeness of a human appearance. So it's above the expanse. It's not the expanse itself, which is sapphire. So try again. but you guys never admit anything, even when just blatantly shown it. So just like the Kabbalah thing when it said Judaism and everybody had to get quiet all of a
We
sudden.
just showed you that earlier with the firmament, but again,
So your guys' idea is that God's not where's the holy temple? I mean, where's the holy temple? Where before
I don't
Christ?
know. I don't know nothing.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys had the throne sitting right on the firmament, so the temple has to be sitting right on the firmament too. No,
Hey, I don't know.
you just told me you knew. You just told me where the throne was on the firmament. So
No, you guys convinced me that I don't know nothing. So
well, I
don't
think
know.
that's a better answer. I would start doing that because that's my answer to
Yeah,
where
I do that when I'm being sarcastic.
where heaven is. I don't try to say, "Oh yeah, I'll give you the coordinates." Hold on a second. Let me
No,
give you
I
the
don't.
coordinates.
I don't believe the scriptures, so I'm gonna have to rip that out my book tonight.
That ain't believing the scriptures. You're making shit up from the scriptures. That's not believing the scriptures. Stop blasphemizing, saying that's in the scriptures.
I'm not blasphemizing nothing.
It's not in the scriptures to say that the throne's sitting on the firmament. That's blasphemy to keep lying on the scripture.
The
You
Rakia,
guys lie like your interpretation is this and that, but you're lying. You're not
the
telling.
Rakia is made of whatever.
You're,
The Rakia,
I
the
just showed
Rakia,
you
the Rakia is made of sapphire. As we went into that word, it's called the expanse. So again, that's where I get the firmament is sapphire. That's where I get that. Unless I'm not supposed to believe the definition for firmament, where it says like a splendid pellucid sapphire, then I need to toss that out too, because that's what the translators put, unless they're wrong.
What verse are we at now, Melvin? Tell me the verse you were just using.
Not the verse. I told you that Rakia. They said it in that paragraph we read in the Hebrew Chaldean lexicon that the firmament is like a splendid pellucid sapphire. So if that's sapphire and it's talking about the
you guys love that Rakia. Let's go back. That was Genesis, I believe, right? That was Genesis 1. You know where the Rakia is. Tell me where it is. Where is it?
1:6-8.
Okay.
And I'm talking about doing word studies, so I'm just gonna throw all the translations
I know
out.
you guys speak Hebrew, so tell me, how do I get egg McMuffin, or how do I eat eggs? Tell me, how do you cook eggs, Melvin, in Hebrew? Go ahead. How do you cook eggs? Say, how do I cook eggs in Hebrew for the audience?
I don't know how to speak Hebrew. I'm
okay.
studying.
So why don't you say, where's the bathroom in Hebrew?
I don't know, Big. I don't know
So
stuff.
you don't know the language. Oh, okay. I was confused for a second. It seems like you
See,
were telling everybody you knew the language and you were linguistic and you were studying the language so intently. I thought you could speak it for a second, but I guess
I can't speak it.
I guess you could just look at the interlinear like the rest of us, and when the definition's sitting right next to the English word, that's when you speak the language. Okay, I get it.
Put it this way: the only thing I could, the only thing I could just about say
German,
is
French. I can speak.
Only thing I could just about say, as far as I've known, because I do way more than just trying to speak the language.
We all do. I have a book right here called Read Biblical Hebrew too, Melvin. I mean, we've all bought the books. I mean, at least most of us have. We all do the similar stuff. I mean, you're not alone. You know, we've all done it. You're not a special, student of the Bible. We've all tried these things, but we've all kind of realized Hebrew is a very difficult language, and we stop trying because we realize it's more than most of us can do on our own. Like, that's usually how it went for me, at least. I'll speak for myself. I don't want any flat earther to debunk me and say, no, that's not how it is, but that's how it went for me. I'll just say, I'll be careful not to say that's how it went for all of us, but you haven't learned how to say where the bathroom is yet, so I agree that we're probably on the same page. I'll assume it. So I already know it's going to say the sapphire nonsense because I've seen this Rakia thing more times than I want to remember. So the expanse. And
so tell me what I'm about to say right now. Bereshit Elohim bara et shamayim et eres. What did I say?
Said something. You'd have to say it slower because I wasn't really prepared for you to be rambling it off. But you said something about in the beginning, God, Elohim, something. Say it again, and I'll try to translate for you. You said the first word that we all learned, Bereshit, which is in the beginning, but then the guy who I have it translated it has like, he even changed that the way he translated it. But go ahead, say it again, Melvin. Impress me.
Bereshit Elohim.
Say it again. Bereshit in the beginning. So you learn the very first word that everybody tries to learn in Hebrew because that's the very first word, Bereshit. Okay, go ahead.
Bereshit Elohim bara et shamayim et eretz. What did I just say?
I only knew the Bereshit and the Elohim. You want me to start throwing
in the beginning, God created the
words?
heavens and the earth. That's what I said.
Okay, you learned the first sentence. Impressive. I mean,
no, because I know that's what I was trying to tell you. That's just about most of the stuff I could say. I could say the basics, but I haven't studied it to like have a conversation. I'm studying the language according to what the Bible says.
No,
that's
you
what I'm
studied
doing.
The first sentence like everybody else. That's what you did. The very first word you said is the very first word everybody studies. That's what you studied because I studied the same first word, Bereshit. Okay.
I mean, I could still go.
Where's the sapphire? Okay. I mean, it's probably somewhere else. And one of the
it's all the way down. Go all the way down to the Hebrew Chaldean lexicon.
Let's go to the 30th definition. Let's go to the
30th definition.
I know. This is the real Hebrew, right? This is the real Hebrew definition.
There's the Hebrew. That's Rakia from right to left in Hebrew.
This is not just the Hebrew definitions, because the Hebrew translation is what's also in front of us in the scripture itself on the English version. These are not just the Hebrew translations. That's a misrepresentation. That's not true. That's not true.
Up top is the translations. Right here is the definition. Did I not just say that?
These are
here
just
you go twisting my words again.
No, you're saying that this is the Hebrew translation.
I didn't say that. I said go down to the Hebrew Chaldean lexicon, and that's the definition. That's what the translators wrote, right? Because it was translators that wrote the definition, correct? Can we agree on that?
Yes, and that's why I also look at. Don't we for every other word, just for everybody's like peace of mind, for every other word in Hebrew that we look at, don't we first always look at the outline of biblical usage for our definitions? But because it doesn't fit your narrative right now, we're not going to pay attention to the fact that the actual definition, that every other word that we look up in the interlinear and we look at the definition first here, the first multiple definitions, and it says nothing about Seleucid sapphire here. We're just ignoring that in this situation because you want to tell a story that fits a narrative this time. Every other word we look up, we always look here first, right? Do we not?
All right, put it this way.
No, do we not? Do we not?
Everybody does. Now answer my question.
Look up here first.
So what
color? Look here first. We look here first every time, and you know we do. Stop it.
Yeah, but what I'm okay.
That's all you got to say. Yes, it's not.
What color? What's the color of sapphire, Ryan?
I don't know. Blue. I don't know.
Okay, so the sky is blue. Isn't that the firmament, Ryan?
Dude, I don't try to claim to know what the firmament is. Like, I don't have the audacity.
It tells you it's the sky. Right there in the definition. Look at the definition. It says the sky right there. So again, I'm not supposed to believe this translation because it must be right.
Where does it say sky, bro? I don't see sky.
Right there, Strong's definition. You ain't even scrolled down yet.
I look at the outline biblical usage because I don't trust James Strong more than the outline biblical usage. These are more accurate definitions. Strong's is wrong in many situations. He's a racist, or not racist. I think that Strong is a nickname for the devil, so I don't trust Strong all the time, buddy. But I look at outline biblical usage because these are more modern scholars. This is just James Strong from 1811 to 1880 lifespan. His idea of what it is. And his first couple definitions is not sky. It's the last part says sky, but the outline biblical usage doesn't say sky once. So I don't know, whatever. James Strong, you know who he is, right? He's from 1810 or 1811 to 1880. He's not above the outline of biblical usage in my, usual
Okay, but
study.
All right, so did you guys not make an argument earlier saying that, the heavens?
Okay, time out. Let's go with your logic. I like to use people's own logic. So, visible arch of the sky. tell me, Melvin, can we see the firmament? Or is it clear we can only see through it? Which one is it? Because you just insisted we use this guy, so let's do that. I mean, it's convenient for you to.
Well, and you can use the dictionary too. So the dictionary is wrong. Toss the dictionary out.
All right. Well, I'm just saying, can you see the firmament? Because apparently, visible arch of the sky. Firmament is James Strong's idea of what it is. So everything I've heard is you can't see the firmament. You can only see through it. It's clear. It's transparent. But now you can see it according to James Strong. So do you agree with James Strong, or do you just agree with what I said that I don't know?
Yeah, according to James Strong's, according to, as he said it, the visible arc of the sky. So I see rockets arcing in the sky all the time. So yeah, I agree. I agree.
Arch. That's arch, not arc. It's arch.
Arc, whatever.
That's petty, whatever. It is what it is.
It
so now
matter.
you agree that you can see the firmament. So if we ever have these,
no, I said I agree that I can see the visible arc of the sky.
But this is arch. I don't know what the fucking difference is. Honestly, I don't really care, but it is a difference between arc and arch. I'm sure it's similar. I know the golden arches is McDonald's, so maybe arch is two of them. I don't know. I don't care at this point. Dude, it's too frustrating. You gotta admit, this flat Earth idea, and you guys know where God's sitting on his throne now, and I know everything.
I said the Bible says where his throne is.
That's even more obnoxious when people say the Bible says something when the Bible doesn't say it. That's what really gets me going, honestly. That's even more obnoxious. It's rude and obnoxious to insult other people's interpretations, to interject your own opinion and interpretation and be like, the Bible says the earth is flat, when it doesn't say that. It's your interpretation.
I didn't say it says flat. I said it describes a flat earth, not a ball earth. That's what I said.
Well, people say it all the time. Your buddy Rebel Nazarene, who was your tag team partner all night, little 20-year-old virgin. He was loving virginity. He's probably seen 0 chicks in his life. He was screaming that the Bible screams this, the Bible screams that. And according to him, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and David, and everybody else that had a girl in their life is not righteous, according to him. That was his argument with the elector virgins. And whatever. Caught me, buddy. I insulted you, and you tried to make it look like I was insulting righteous people. Great methodology. I love when people do that. When I call them something stupid, and then they're like, well, no, you call the whole Latino community stupid, or you think every woman is stupid. It's like everybody has to always change the subject. Like, no, dude, you're an idiot. Like, no, you call every 17-year-old on earth stupid. Like, no, bro, you're stupid. So that was the little virgin game he had to play. So anyways, I guess the throne of heaven is sitting right on top of the firmament, and sometimes you can see it, sometimes it's sapphire, sometimes it's clear and you can't see it, and that's why the missiles hit that stuff that nobody can see. But sometimes you're supposed to see shining sapphire there that missiles are hitting, so it's weird. But I guess it must be a fisheye camera that you can't see it. But when you get an actual straight camera, you'll be able to see the sapphires getting hit by the missiles.
Never said none of that.
I'm trying to learn the flat Earth doctrine. I'm picking up some
I just find it fascinating when I Googled and just typed in "throne sits on the firmament." It goes straight to Ezekiel chapter 1, very verse. But hey, Google got it wrong too.
I just read the verse.
Yeah, I Google searched throne sitting on the earth, and it goes straight to the verse. When I put throne sits on the,
it doesn't say it. We just read it.
Well, maybe. You need to call Google up and tell Google, dude, when you hit that search in and it says throne sitting on the earth, don't put it on. Don't put it to Ezekiel 1.
You guys got to tell them not to type in with the slander they type about your flat earth theory. You got to call Google about that.
Well,
you don't trust Google in that regard because it's a bunch of rich satanic elites that control the world. But now if some idiot made a bad translation on Ezekiel on a verse that we're all looking at, where it doesn't say the throne is sitting on the expanse, it clearly says and above the expanse. So who's the idiot saying it's sitting on the expanse? Tell me what idiot said that, because they can't read and they shouldn't.
It says
write
above
articles.
the expanse, over those creatures' heads, was a throne. So if something's above the expanse, it can't be on the expanse.
That's a very, very legitimate point.
Like if I'm sitting
That's
on my
point.
chair, I'm not sitting above the legs of the chair.
No, don't use a terrible analogy, Melvin.
It's not a terrible analogy, because that would be how his throne sits on the ground, on the firmament, and he's sitting on that. Unless it's suspended in air and he's just floating on his
legs
throne.
of the chair are connected to the seat you're sitting on. So you're
I mean, is God floating in the air on his throne?
Analogy. It's more like saying,
I'm just asking a question. Is God floating on his throne?
No, but he's not sitting right on top of the firmament. According to this, it's above the expanse. So his
throne is suspended in the air.
This is a vision of him seeing heaven. Do you think he's like looking with his eyes or binoculars and just like, oh yeah, God's sitting right on top of that? No, he's seeing things that are in heaven. He's looking in a spiritual vision that isn't a normal occurrence. He's not seeing him sitting on top of the expanse. He's past the expanse.
So his throne is suspended somewhere in the air above
he's sitting on the expanse. It says and above the expanse. Like
then he would have to be suspended in midair, sitting on his throne, because it's not attached to the firmament. He's just
because he could be miles past the expanse. That's what I mean. It could be 100 miles past the expanse. So no, he doesn't have to be floating in midair. He could be 100 miles past the expanse. The way I'm looking at the expanse, the way you're looking at it is totally different. I'm looking at it as like a spot in the sky, and he's way past it. You know, you're looking at it. You're looking at it like it's a table or something, and it's like, oh, he's got to be sitting on it, otherwise he's floating above the table. But I'm looking at it as something in the sky, like a horizon, like you've been talking about all night, horizons. I'm looking at the expanse in that regard, like it's a sunset, it's something in the sky, and then past that sunset, I see God sitting on the throne on a sapphire, road. It's past that.
Hey, I mean, I'm just saying, man, that Google brought me straight to this verse. I don't know how to deal with this.
You don't. You think he's sitting right on the firmament. So your idea is God is sitting on something and people are shooting missiles into it, and the missiles are hitting it and falling down every day. Rockets or whatever. Not missiles, sorry, because you'll fucking jump on that. Rockets are getting shot right underneath God's chair. Right, Melvin? Right? Because that's what you've been showing us all night is videos hitting the firmament. Right, bro? Or am I twisting your words?
Okay. Well, unless so
God's sitting on something and rockets keep hitting underneath them.
Unless they're going
looking down, Melvin, like, damn, these rockets keep hitting my firmament. What's going on?
I don't think God worried about carnal man's weapons, because he's way more stronger than that.
Okay, so when the rockets
way
are
more
hitting
stronger
his
than
firmament
that.
right underneath his throne, he's not even noticing it. He's not worried about carnal.
Oh, he noticed it, but what did he say he was going to do in these last days? He's going to let them do whatever their heart matters
for everything. And it's weak lines. It ain't. I ain't buying it. You trying to sell it.
I don't expect you to buy it. Nobody's going to buy it.
A claim, and then I answer your own claim with all the stuff you tried to prove all night with your flat Earth nonsense, and then it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? To say that God's sitting on the firmament on a throne, and the rockets are hitting the firmament, and God is just ignoring them because he's not worried about carnal man. Like, yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, okay. So the rockets are just hitting the firmament, and God's throne's right there, and he's just like, oh, I shouldn't pay any attention to these people shooting rockets into my firmament.
You're right, Ryan. You're right. God's sitting on the globe. You're right.
He's not sitting on a globe. He's in heaven somewhere, and I have no idea.
No, because that word for circle in Isaiah is globe now.
That word circle is not a two-dimensional circle. That's for sure.
No, what I'm saying is he's sitting on the ball earth. He's not sitting on, anything.
Change the subject because the firmament argument definitely was going downhill. I agree with
firmament.
you.
That's what he's sitting
because
on.
it sounded dumb when I pointed out you say rockets are jumping it, getting shot into the firmament and bouncing down to Earth every day. Elon Musk keeps keeps shooting rockets into God's firmament, and God's throne's right on top of that. So how high is he sitting on it for Elon Musk's rocket? Is he like a foot above Elon Musk's rocket? Tell me how high the throne is, Melvin, because you got the answer. Tell me how high, like a foot, 2 feet, 10 feet? How high is God's throne above Elon Musk's rockets that keep hitting the firmament and bouncing down to Earth? Because you showed us like 10 videos where that happened. You just haven't pointed out the sapphire, but you've also argued that the firmament is sapphire, which it probably is, but your claim doesn't really add up because you're saying rockets are bouncing into it, but yet we can't see it. And when we can't see it, you say, well, we can't see it, it's invisible. But then you also say at the same time it's sapphire. So you haven't really chosen one. You've used both. When it's convenient, you take one, and when it's not convenient, you go with the other. So that's convenient. Just like NASA, when it's convenient, they're credible, and when you don't want to take them, you say their videos and everything else is fake. So I get it. That's logical. At least you're consistently logical. Like the way you view things is consistent. If it fits your narrative, it's cool. If it doesn't,
so put it this way, Ryan.
And run
Ryan, put it this way. If I had a bottle, if I had a bottle of wine, I know that wine is made out of glass. Okay, God said He made the sky out of glass. If I could look through that bottle of wine and I see red wine in that bottle, it's the same thing with the darn firmament. The water above it is blue. The firmament is see-through, like a bottle, because it's made of glass, kind of like a crystal, like the Hebrew bears out. But again, you're not trying to understand that. So I'm not even going to try to explain it anymore.
You've said it all night. There's oceans above the firmament, but then you've also just said that God's throne sitting right on the firmament. So is God in the middle of these oceans?
Who knows? His voice is the sound of many waters. Why is that? That makes me think. That makes me think his voice is the sound of many waters. What do you got to say about that? That makes me think.
What? Say what about what? You're saying God's Aquaman on top of in the middle.
Isn't God's voice the sound of many waters? So
it sounds like many waters. It's an analogy. It
sounds like many waters.
You guys knew what a simile was an hour ago. Now
I know what a simile is, but I'm using you guys' logic now.
No, you're taking it very literally because now you're
no. I'm using you guys' logic, but you just don't understand that because that's what your logic is.
No. You just did exactly what you like to do. You like to take it when it's convenient. And earlier,
no. According to the Bible, his voice is the sound of many waters. So that makes me think. I don't know. I don't know nothing.
Actually, according to the Bible, in that one instance, he sounded like it. It doesn't say every time he speaks, his voice sounded
actually,
like that.
In Revelation, it says it. In what is that?
It says it a few times, but it doesn't say it every time. It doesn't say it at the baptism.
Yeah, he spoke as a burning bush, out of the burning bush.
It doesn't say it every time. It doesn't say
I know that.
He sounds like waters every time. So stop saying he sounds like
I know that.
Man. That's a lie.
But that verse right there says it. So that's the verse I'm focusing on.
I know it's convenient. You like to pick and choose. You like to say, well, this is
just like when it says his voice is like thunder. I take that for what it says because, hey, that's what the Bible says. I'm not going to sit there and say,
I don't play that game that I'm the one not denying the Bible. I'm saying his voice sounds like money.
I'm not making the claim I'm not making the claim that's the only way his voice sounds, because I know scripture says that his voice sounds like thunder. His voice sounds like other things as well. So I'm saying that verse makes me think. That particular verse makes me think, just like his voice sounded like thunder. That makes me think. Okay.
You dudes are something else, man. Like, it's all right to just switch up whenever, bro.
No, I'm answering everything with the answers I'm giving.
You're switching up. You just claimed it had to always sound like running waters, but
I didn't say that.
Another example where he sounded like thunder.
I didn't say that. I said, well, it is a verse that says
Well,
his
I'm the
voice
one who
sounds
was
like.
arguing that it
I didn't
doesn't
say
always have
every.
to
I didn't
sound
say, hey Ryan, every verse says his voice sounds like the many waters. I said that verse, that one verse says.
No,
his
you didn't
voice
say that
sound-
because I would have
Play
just
back.
agreed with that. I would have agreed with that. And I wouldn't have had to bring up the baptism if that's what you said. You didn't say that.
Play it back, please.
No need, because you brought up other
Well, when
verses.
you watch this video again,
You brought up other verses
you'll
where
hear
you
exactly
said the
what I
running
said.
waters thing. So there would be no need. See, I can logically deduce why I said what I said. And it was because you were insisting that his voice always sounded like running waters, many
I didn't
waters.
insist that. I said, well, it is a verse
Yeah,
that
you're
says his.
switching up like you've been doing all night. You switched
No,
up.
I'm
You can
repeating
play
the
tape
same
back.
exact thing that I said to you
You
5
can play the
minutes
tape
ago.
back. You can play the tape back because you're the one who needs to understand how much you switch up, because you switch up whenever it's convenient, just like your buddy Rebel did. You guys make shit up, and then when people just debunk it, it's like, nope, we got to go somewhere else. This is fake. This is a real source. It's just so, it's like, whatever, dude. Earth is a pizza. I get it. You guys lie and say the Bible says it. It's cool. I mean, keep lying on the scriptures. I mean, lie and say more about the scriptures that they don't say. It's really, it's impressive because everybody else that reads the Bible knows what the scriptures say, and they don't agree with you. So I don't know. Something's wrong. I don't know. So whatever. Yep. And I don't know. I've had enough though. 9.5 hours of nonsense. This flat Earth nonsense is a joke. It is what it is. So, all right, Melvin. Good morning. Have a nice morning. Melvin's voice is not teeming like many waters right now. Apparently, it was divine intervention that his mic got silenced. But I had enough. I hope none of you ever bring flat Earth to my attention ever again. I hope any of you like that believe in flat Earth enjoy your YouTube college education on flat Earth. And none of you are scientific people, so stop acting like you're experts in every level of human understanding of what shape the Earth is, and what happens when things go into outer space, and how the Earth bends, and just stop. Just stop it. I've had enough. I already had to ban one fake flat Earth YouTube professor tonight, and I had enough. So I really apologize that people that tried to learn something had to be subjected to these idiots one more night. This is the last time, I promise. I'm not going to allow flat Earth. Melvin's welcome to come on anytime, but he's not going to bring his YouTube flat Earth college, semester class. If you want to sign up for Melvin's YouTube, class, or Iger's YouTube, flat Earth class, feel free on their channels. But we're not going to talk about it here. We're going to talk about other things. And that's it. So thank you. And sorry for subjecting people to that. But it happened. I couldn't control the show. I apologize. I let the flat Earth community invade my platform, and they took over the territory for the night. I apologize. So have a good night, everybody, and God bless.